Chapter 441 In the Name of the Ring. Arthur raised his hand and pointed. Everyone looked at the manor. All of a sudden, everyone was surprised to find that the manor, which was originally full of fallen leaves, the corners of the building were broken, and faintly filled with bleakness, became full of vitality with Arthur's finger. The fallen leaves are still there. The broken buildings have not been repaired. But everyone no longer feels bleak. There is only vitality. Even in this winter, it can be clearly felt. It seemed the dead air was swept away. Or to be more precise, it was sucked clean. And the only one who could do this was Arthur. Arthur ignored everyone's surprise, and just whispered to Melinda, "Say goodbye to the old and welcome the new. Everything is flourishing. It is ready to welcome the new owner." "Please, my lady," Arthur said, while bowing in a formal manner. People watching this scene were all amazed at Arthur's magic at the same time. I also sighed at the relationship between Arthur and Melinda. No one would think that Arthur's bowing would lower his status. Everyone could see that this was a little game to increase the affection between lovers. Who hasn't gone through that stage of being inseparable? In that stage, both men and women were passionate. Just like two lanterns swaying in the wind. One moment you chased her. The next she chased you. And when there was an unconscious collision, it was the passion that ignited you and me, blooming with brighter light, releasing scorching heat. Finally, in a wisp of green smoke, sublimated into the night sky, entangled with each other for generations. At least, at that time, that's what they thought. So, they would be reckless, ignoring everything around them that they had ignited, and even less caring about the eyes of the world. Of course, more often. A mess. Arthur knew this. Of course, but it didn't hinder the deep affection in his eyes. Melinda also knew this. But it did not hinder the tenderness in her eyes. Flowers. Flowers suddenly rained. Mary, the cook who was no longer a part-time housekeeper, led the maids to scatter petals. A whole cart of petals was brought into the air and thrown down. It was like a rain of flowers. Under the morning light, they were colorful and bright. Huh? A trick of the medium. Melinda was slightly distracted as she moved forward. But he immediately said it silently in his heart. Arthur saw Melinda's expression. He certainly knew what Melinda was thinking. So, the young medium deliberately moved closer to the lady. Immediately, the physiological vomiting reaction surged from deep inside his body. "You bastard." The lady told Arthur with her eyes. "Thank you for the compliment." Arthur kept walking, and smiled slightly in response. And this scene, in the eyes of the people around, turned into a flirtation between the two again. Mr. Kratos and Miss Caesar are really a perfect match. Brule on the side praised loudly. This ambitious and self-righteous businessman was frightened after seeing little Lissop and Fontel. Nobles. They are nobles. Nobles with absolute power. Therefore, after running down from the carriage, this businessman kowtowed and tried to narrow the distance between the two sides. Unfortunately, the results were minimal. Little Lidhop was now paying full attention to his kind father and mother. So he had no time to pay attention to a stranger. Von Tell was simpler. Although he began to learn from the old butler how to manage Oak Manor at this stage. Most of the daily operations of Oak Manor still needed the old butler to check, therefore. Von Tell did not pay attention to Brule. So, Brule, the big businessman, encountered the arrogance of the nobility. This made the big businessman Brule helpless. He could only use other methods to get closer to the relationship. Just like now. He praised loudly. He would definitely be well liked. This is what the big businessman Brule thought. But as soon as he said this, he was disliked by the people around him. The people around him disliked this big businessman for breaking the beauty between Arthur and Melinda. Subconsciously, many people glared at this big businessman. Especially Little Lidhop and Von Tell. The two young nobles expressed with their eyes. They are a perfect match made in heaven. What does it have to do with you? A monster? Monster. Please leave. Monster. Please leave. The big businessman Brule stepped aside with a wry smile. From beginning to end, neither Arthur nor Melinda looked at each other. Brule had already been defined for Arthur. If he looked at the other person for one more time, he would lose. What else more? There was something that Arthur was more concerned about. The death energy entrenched in Baron Camilla's manor. Before the carriage really approached the manor, and when the distance was still several kilometers away, Arthur could clearly feel the abnormality of the death energy here. It was not the death energy that spread naturally, but it was deliberately gathered and accumulated. As for how to gather and accumulate, naturally, it was based on killing, and then assisted by secret techniques. And this kind of killing must have started with the people around him, because Baron Camille's offspring were cut off. His bloodline was not awakened. As a result, his temper became strange, as if there was some monster hidden in the whole manor. In just 1 year, 6 maids and 3 male servants died. Later, the old housekeeper who had been struggling to maintain the manor also died. The whole manor became more and more panicked. Many people resigned, and more people left without saying goodbye. The whole manor quickly declined. Arthur recalled the information about Camille Manor that he had learned from others. This part excludes the enduring grandma. However, even if this mother-in-law was included, there was no big change. From the beginning to the end, it was all the Baron's plan. But it was obvious that the other party failed. Not only did he fail at the last moment, but also the research direction was wrong. Through the death energy that just spread, Arthur judged this very accurately. Death energy is not used in this way. Arthur has an absolute say. After all, no one knows more about death energy than Arthur. Similarly, Arthur instantly locked onto the Baron's secret room. He swore that he was just simply clearing the dead air and had no desire for this place. At most, it was just a byproduct. And Melinda had no time to pay attention to Brule. She took out the ring representing the Camille family from her bosom. A simple ring made of lapis lazuli. There was no seal on it. Only inside the ring, the family name Camille was written. Melinda put the ring on the index finger of her right hand. Then, she took a deep breath. Huh? With a gentle exhalation, Melinda, who was standing 5 steps inside the gate, raised her right hand, and the ring on her index finger pointed to the manor. Chapter 442 Stonemason's Guild. Invisible ripples spread from this lapis lazuli ring. Most people cannot sense this ripple. Only those with the gift of spirituality can perceive it. However, soon, everyone felt something different. Woo! Woo! Amidst the dull sound of breaking through the air, 2 figures as tall as 4 meters flew out from all over the manor, gray-white bodies, sinister faces, bat wings with hooked claws. Stone Gargoyle? Brule and the merchants behind him widened their eyes, and could not help but exclaim. The voice was sharp and piercing, which immediately made little Lissop and Von Tell frown slightly. The two knew that there were gargoyles protecting the Camille Manor. This was a semi-open secret in the aristocratic circle. Otherwise, this place would have been looted long ago. Never underestimate the greed of human beings. However, this only applies to the aristocratic circle. Businessmen? Even Brule had sweat on his forehead. As this big businessman accumulated wealth and his status improved, he naturally knew that in addition to the world he saw every day, there was also an unknown world hidden under this world. The Bernice family once had such power. However, Brule had only heard of it, but had never really seen it. Therefore, when the 2 gargoyles appeared in front of him, the big businessman could not remain calm at all. Even Brule couldn't keep calm. Not to mention the merchants behind him, who were not as good as him. In addition to exclamations, many people retreated again and again. Even 2 people fell directly to the ground. But at this time, the people around them had no time to laugh at these 2 people. Their eyes were all on Melinda standing in front of the 2 gargoyles. The lady gently turned the lapis lazuli ring. Go! A low moan. The 2 gargoyles flew up again, returned to the original position. One is the roof of the main building. One is deep in the back garden. And until this moment, the defense force in Camille Manor was truly lifted. Except when necessary, the 2 gargoyles will fall into a deep sleep. Daily security work? Naturally. It will be done by Melinda's men. Not a bad guard force. Arthur watched the gargoyles flying back to their original positions, and praised softly. This was the first time that the young medium had seen this kind of gargoyle. But this doesn't stop him from acting. Such a common and high-level review is not too easy for Arthur. In this regard, Melinda has no doubt. Arthur's contemporary Black Cat and the mysterious Kratos family have long been deeply rooted in the heart of this lady. With such an identity as a foreshadowing, this lady said directly, in the Silver Age, the pinnacle of the Stonemasons Guild. Although it is not a real gargoyle, however, this gargoyle derived from the construct still has strong attack power, defense power, and most importantly, short-distance flight, which is enough to be loved by any noble, if it were not too expensive. And if daily maintenance required more gold, they would be the best troops. Melinda sighed. Stonemason Union? Arthur recorded the name of this organization that he heard for the first time, and a smile of unknown meaning appeared on his face. Silver Age? The pinnacle of the Stonemasons Guild? A soft question. No doubt. No rebuttal. But it was enough. Melinda glanced at Arthur unhappily and whispered, "Ah. Yes. Yes. Yes." Even at the peak of the Stonemasons Guild, it couldn't compare to 1/10 of the cat faction, not to mention the cat cave. But you can't deny their craftsmanship and secrets. If it weren't for the fact that a gargoyle costs 100,000 gold coins, the minimum monthly consumption is 500 gold coins. If the cost of fighting and repairing is like a bottomless pit, the Stonemason Union will be one of the most important forces in Nanlos. Facing Melinda, who was learning his catchphrase, Arthur shrugged. "You know, that's not what I'm talking about." The young medium smiled helplessly. "Of course, I know what you want to say. After the pioneer era began, the emergence of artillery has greatly reduced the role of gargoyles. Even, this once made the Stonemason Union disappear from the public's view. However, they have recently improved their original masterpiece, starting to use a lighter and more effective way to gain stronger combat power. In the Inner Bay, many nobles have placed orders for new guards with the Stonemason Union," Melinda said. "New guards? I wonder what their abilities are. How much is the price? If possible, put 2 at number 2 Kirk Street, it should be pretty good." Arthur never hesitated to arm his home. But, once again, Arthur lamented his lack of intelligence. He didn't even know about such a big thing happening in Niwen. Unconsciously, Arthur thought of the Cloak Society again. Or to be more precise, Garcia? Maybe I should put some pressure on him? Arthur was thinking, and Melinda beside him had turned around and gestured to Edwin and Mary. Immediately, the two of them took action. Edwin ordered the 20 guards brought from number 6 White Bird Street to stand where they should go. Mary shouted enthusiastically, 2 hours. We still have 2 hours to clean and decorate here. Now, everyone, take action." After saying that, the housekeeper and part-time cook appointed by Melinda rolled up her sleeves and took action quickly. 15 maids and 15 servants followed closely behind. Of course, the butler did not forget to bring hot tea and snacks to the people waiting at the door, and sincerely apologized. Little Lithop Voluntel accepted with a smile, and said that he was not only willing to wait, but also willing to help. The master's affairs are the affairs of the Lithop family. If you have any instructions, please tell me directly, Little Lithop said sincerely. For Little Lithop, if he was not worried about exposing his true relationship with Arthur at this time, he would have knelt down and shouted "Father," and promoted the greatness of Father to everyone around him. But Voluntel frowned, because Little Lithop stole his line. This was the line prepared by the old butler. Fortunately, Voluntel was not a person who didn't know how to adapt. He said seriously, "Me too." After saying that, the young noble bowed slightly. "Thank you, both of you. If possible, please help Edwin to patrol the surroundings. Although before that, we have already cleaned up them many times. But there are always some guys who want to give up." Ms. Mary did not reject this kindness. Accepting kindness is also a way to get closer to both sides without spending any money. Ms. Mary, who knew this well, immediately communicated with Edwin and asked everyone to take action. The cavalry of the Little Lithop family began to patrol the roads. The musketeers of the Doyle family paced in the dense forest. As for the guards brought by Brewer and others, without the need for Lady Mary's instructions, they acted spontaneously. For this reason, when Lady Mary brought tea and snacks, she had a polite and courteous smile on her face. Will Lady Mary spend less time baking egg tarts in the future? Arthur sighed as he watched the scene. No. Cooking is what Mary loves most. Just like what we love. Melinda shook her head, and then lowered her voice. After the two looked at each other, they walked towards a place in the manor with a tacit understanding. There was the purpose of their trip. Chapter 443, Secret Room. Arthur and Melinda entered the manor from the main gate, walking through the corridor, living room, walking up the spiral staircase to the second floor. This manor is full of the style of the Silver Age, emphasizing magnificence. Or, it can be said to be extravagant. Arthur can easily see the remaining gold on the stairs. However, these golds have long become modeled after the lack of maintenance by the corresponding staff. Moreover, Arthur can be sure that it is definitely not during the period after Baron Camille's death. It had started long before. Just like the mottled oil painting on the wall. The decline during the 7 Years' War? Arthur whispered to himself. The Camille family had already shown signs of decline at the end of the Silver Age. At that time, Baron Camille's father, Like the other party's grandfather, had not awakened his bloodline. And Baron Camille was the same. 3 generations had not awakened their bloodline, and the entire Camille family became shaky. In order to allow the Camille family to survive for a long time, Baron Camille's father had to make some resource exchanges with other South Los nobles in exchange for the continuation of the Camille family. He even hoped to change the embarrassing situation of the Camille family through marriage. Unfortunately, some things are unavoidable. Melinda held the cigarette holder in her mouth and exhaled a puff of smoke. The smoke floated forward and passed by the oil paintings of the ancestors of the Camille family. There are 7 in total. The portraits of them are either heroic or elegant. It is easy to imagine how heroic they were in those days, but the broken easel brings everything back to reality. What is gone is gone. It cannot be changed, only replaced. Do you think our portraits will have such a day? Melinda suddenly asked Arthur. After inheriting the title as the founder of the Caesar family, according to the rules of the nobility, it is natural to hang a portrait of oneself. And Arthur? As the nominal husband, he also needs it. Moreover, their portraits must be hung side by side at the highest point of the manor hall. Arthur didn't care about this. Not only did he not care where his portrait was, he also didn't care about Melinda's worries. Then I must add a line of words at the bottom of the canvas paint. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy? The young medium said this. Melinda rolled her eyes immediately. However, she was somewhat moved by Arthur's suggestion. Then, the lady also decided to add a line of words at the bottom of the canvas. Just right. What are you looking at? Am I not more handsome than the bastard next to me? Well, just write it like this. Melinda emphasized herself in her heart, and the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up. The smoke she exhaled showed a sense of relief. This sense of relief corresponds to the current stage of completion, and the anxiety and expectation when the next stage of the goal is about to begin. Originally, according to this lady's character, she would quickly adjust her mood after sighing, and then enter the next stage. But with Arthur's joke, this adjustment ended at this moment. Humph! This bastard is still useful. Melinda glanced at the smiling Arthur. Then, she walked towards the master's study again. A baron title is not the ultimate goal of this lady. Her ultimate goal? It is still a secret at this stage. Before taking that step, she would not tell anyone. Arthur followed Melinda into the study. Among the dead energy condensation points before, this was the most concentrated part. Obviously, the traditional Camille family also chose tradition when building the secret room. It was far less flexible than the secret room built by the medium. The entrance to the secret room was at the bookshelf facing the back of the desk. Among the broken books, the complete book was really conspicuous. They are so rigid that they don't know how to change. They just need to put up a sign saying welcome. Arthur complained. The existence of this secret room is well known. In my opinion, it is like a cloakroom that advertises its wealth. Melinda expressed a different opinion. At the same time, she raised her hand and pulled the book. Click! After a crisp sound, the spring began to rotate. Then, the bookcase began to move slowly. The dust on the floor was blown up. Your cloakroom should be cleaned, Arthur said, covering his mouth and nose and taking a step back. But Melinda was not afraid of such dust, opened her mouth and blew. Whoosh! Suddenly, the light smoke mixed with the dust rolled back, and then gathered into a ball, and fell in the corner of the study. Paw paw paw! Arthur on the side clapped his hands directly, and at the same time prepared to open his mouth, looking like he was going to praise. However, Melinda snorted, interrupting Arthur's words. Shut up. Swallow your next words. Don't force me to spit on you when I'm happiest. You know what I want to say. Arthur was surprised. Oh, it's nothing more than words, like being able to do housework. Melinda looked like she saw through you. Arthur frowned, and then said seriously, Melinda, have you underestimated your position in my heart? Housekeeping nanny or something like that. How is that possible? At least a housekeeper. When Arthur first spoke, Melinda was still stunned, but as the second sentence came out, Melinda knew she was wrong. She was so wrong. Why overestimate a bastard? Ah, right. I'm the housekeeper, what about you? As the lover of the housekeeper, you are at most the first manservant. Remember to turn on the lights when the master gets up at night, otherwise you will need to clean up. Melinda gave Arthur a middle finger. In the Silver Age, first manservant was a job that ordinary people both loved and hated. Love, High salary, close to the master. Hate, too close to the master. Not only did he know too many of the master's secrets, he also knew some of the master's embarrassing things, and most of the time, he had to clean up the mess. For example, Lord Eisenach in West Berlin once kicked over the toilet because he couldn't see clearly when he got up at night. Then the story of the first butler being splashed all over. Of course, the key point is that the first butler who was splashed all over had to clean the toilet and kept the matter secret. As for why it was spread, we have to say that the first butler was too conscientious. The other party who was splashed with feces and urine tried his best to clean it, and then the original puddle became a large area. In the end, while Lord Eisenach was scolding the idiot, the matter was widely known. Arthur knew about this. Scott told him as a joke. However, Arthur didn't want to be a joke. So, I will hug you. Arthur looked at Melinda, who was walking side by side with him. The lady immediately waved her hand in disdain, and distanced herself from Arthur. Stay away from me. Disgusting guy. Facing the disgusting picture in her mind, Melinda retreated again. Arthur smiled and continued to walk down. The two of them were bickering and playing. It ended when their feet stepped on the floor of the secret room. The two looked at the secret room with a lot of books piled up in a serious manner. Their eyes all looked at the big desk in the middle, or to be more precise, the notes on the desk. Melinda immediately strode forward. And Arthur? He took a step back without making a sound. Chapter 444 Surprises in the Notes. Will there be other traps in a secret room? Yes. And, the more important the things are, the higher the chance of traps appearing. Just like now, when Melinda had just stepped out less than a meter away, a slight sound of wind was heard in the secret room. Invisible poisonous gas leaked out from the vent. And Melinda, like before, opened her mouth and exhaled a puff of smoke. Immediately, the smoke split into two. One part swept towards the invisible poisonous gas. Some of them were attached to the books in the secret room, like a force field shield on the desk, especially the notes on the desk, which were attached twice in a row. In fact, it proved how necessary it was for Melinda to be so careful. 2 seconds after the poison gas stopped, the flames fell from the sky. The flames came from a hole disguised as a vent, and fell in a cone shape, covering most of the secret room, except the entrance where Arthur was standing, which was not affected. Watching Melinda shuttle through the flames unscathed, and after another leap to dodge 6 arrows, Arthur applauded again. Nice skills, Melinda. Your fighting skills must be very strong. The dodge just now was as fast as a cheetah, and as light as a hummingbird. After Arthur confirmed that there was no danger, he walked out with praise. Melinda gritted her teeth. This lady had never seen such a shameless bastard. Anger came from. She subconsciously thought that the two would walk side by side, just like before. But who knew that Arthur, this bastard, would actually take a step back and retreat back to the path he came from? You are so shameless. Does your family know? Melinda scolded. Yes. This is what they taught me. Didn't I tell you? Arthur blinked, looking innocent. Melinda didn't believe Arthur's words at all. This lady simply thought that Arthur was making excuses for himself. What family taught me? It's just an excuse. He must be a born bastard. A bastard like you, you're not like a cat at all, you're just like those snakes hiding in the dark. You're not only insidious and cruel, but you're also wary of any creature that comes close. After giving Arthur a middle finger, she turned and walked towards the desk. Arthur remained calm. The young medium didn't panic at all after being guessed at some identity. He just said calmly, Born as a cat, I am very cautious. Arthur said this while looking at the notes on the desk. Melinda did not block him, but stepped aside to allow Arthur to see more clearly. There were 2 notebooks on the desk, which were stacked one on top of the other. When the notebooks of the same color were seen from a distance, they would be mistaken for one. The one on top was written in the common language. The opening directly pointed to the theme. Activation ceremony. After opening it, Melinda frowned. Because, there is something wrong with this ritual. This so-called activation ritual is not made up. The rituals, lost items, spells, common language, and other preliminary arrangements are all fine. But the key part of the receiving point is not there. Simply put, even if the ritual is successfully completed, the items that receive the ritual become random. As for the activation of blood mentioned above, impossible. Both Arthur and Melinda were very sure of this. To contain hundreds of souls in one's body, and to devour their consciousness, there could only be one outcome: schizophrenia. Mart's luck is really good. Arthur sighed in his heart. Until this moment, the young medium finally understood what happened to his friend's heavy matchlock saber badge. To survive the activation ceremony, it was not easy. After surviving, the target of revitalization was still his own items. That was really good luck. As for the 30 years of daily caressing, communication, making the heavy musket, saber, and badge 3 items, reached the level of mind-to-mind communication, as if they were as good as one's arm? That was really the magic of fate. Even if Arthur didn't believe in fate, he couldn't help but sigh at this time. As for Baron Camille? Martz thanked Baron Camille, the top brother on the list, for the big rocket he sent. Arthur thanked the Baron for his friend's efforts in his heart. Camille is really crazy, Melinda sighed. The lady looked at a page of text in the notebook. I feel that there are some problems with Glaster, but do I have any choice? Maybe. But if I can't awaken my bloodline, can't give birth to offspring, I would rather die. These words written in the common language, each word is so powerful that it can be seen through the paper. Each stroke carries a sense of sharpness. Arthur could imagine that when writing these words, Baron Camille had already realized it. Arthur was not surprised by such realization. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Enjoying everything of the nobility, you naturally need to bear the pressure that the nobility should have. There is nothing to say about this. On the contrary, Arthur was very curious about what the complete activation ceremony recorded in the notes left by Master Hulk was like. Obviously, Melinda thought the same. Immediately, the lady put the upper note aside and picked up the lower note. However, the next moment the lady opened it, she froze in her tracks. Not only the lady, but even Arthur, with his daily acting skills, could not help but exclaim in surprise after seeing the contents of the note. This is... As he said that, Arthur subconsciously reached out and picked up the Herc notebook. Melinda did not stop him. As Arthur turned the pages, more content appeared. When roasting lamb, it was indeed the best choice to use a hanging oven to roast it. Of course, onions must be used as a side dish. Barney's lamb is really delicious. It was decided that we would have lamb stew tonight. We would add potatoes and carrots. The lamb could not be pure lamb. We had to add some lamb shanks and bones. The marrow after cooking would be delicious. This small fishing village of Nanlos, it will definitely become Nanjun in the future. No, it will be a city that attracts worldwide attention. Its transportation is so convenient. Well, fried fish cakes are delicious too. After leaving Nanlos, I went to the rumored beautiful Rainbow Island. But for a month, I didn't see any rainbows. However, the coconuts here are really delicious. Why not just give it a new name? Coconut Island. Rainbow Island is too unworthy of its name. The thick notes are full of similar content. This is exactly the travelogue of Master Hulk. But Arthur was so excited that he almost cheered out loud. Because Rainbow Island is actually Coconut Island. Found it. Hand of nothingness. The key information to break through the limit. Arthur cheered in his heart, but on the surface, his brows were furrowed, and he asked directly, Melinda, what do you think? Chapter 445 Playing Others. Faced with Arthur's question, Melinda was silent for less than a second, then she spoke the name of an organization. Pale Hand. Apart from these bastards, who pursued the sense of death ritual, I can't think of anyone else who would spend so much energy to lay out for Camille, and then watch Camille die. After all, if the sense of ritual they wanted must be accompanied by flowers and applause, these bastards did it. Moreover, it was done more than once. Speaking of this, the lady snorted. Her gaze on the name glassed in the notebook gradually turned colder. Obviously, the lady thought of the previous scene. Similarly, Arthur also thought of it. As for being used by someone just now, Arthur was not angry. On the contrary, the young medium even raised his lips. You are not angry? Melinda asked in surprise. Then, before Arthur could answer, the lady realized it. Could it be? You said it too. What they like most is the sense of ceremony. And such a sense of ceremony. How could such a guy not watch? In a dense forest 300 meters south of the manor, Arthur said, and reported an exact location. Melinda didn't waste any words. Opened her mouth and blew out a smoke ring. Grabbed Arthur's palm and went in directly. This surprised Arthur. He originally planned to let Melinda chase after them first, and he would arrive later. After all, he didn't want to be vomited on by Melinda. But unexpectedly, Melinda seemed okay. Arthur's eyes flashed with surprise. However, just when Arthur and Melinda appeared in a dense forest, Ugh! Melinda vomited again. Arthur's shoes were stained with vomit again. However, the young medium was not angry at all, but supported Melinda with a caring look on his face. Asked softly, "Are you okay? You don't need to force yourself to do this. After all, the child. I know. I'm just a little unwilling to be used by the pale hand. I will definitely find the man named Glaster," Melinda said, and retched again. Arthur squatted beside Melinda with a distressed look on his face, raising his hand and patting her back. Then, Melinda's retching became more intense. Anyone who saw this scene, everyone would think that Melinda was having a strong pregnancy reaction. After all, with Arthur's word child as a prelude, many people would have a preconceived idea. For example, the people of Pale Hands, who were hiding here, were frightened by the sudden appearance of Arthur. Melinda, while hiding quickly, were thankful that the adult he followed was careful and kind enough, not only admonished him, but also gave him a hidden prop. After watching Arthur glance around hurriedly, and then help Melinda leave, the member of the Pale Hands secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luck! The member of the Pale Hands breathed a sigh of relief. He was sure that if the Nanlos medium was not worried about his unborn child, he would not have been so perfunctory as he just did. But Nanlos S medium and Nanlos S Ms Long Night actually have a child. This is great news. We must inform that master. Thinking of this, the member of the Pale Hand turned and left. And just a few minutes after the member of the Pale Hand left, Arthur and Melinda returned again. Although he is very cautious, he is still a novice. Not only did he leave without any traces of handling, the nervous breathing just now was also deafening enough. Arthur checked the footprints left by the other party, and gave his comments. Send a newcomer. Enjoy the ritualistic death again. That Grata really made the best use of his resources. Melinda was focusing on another point. Perhaps the existence of this newcomer caused him unnecessary trouble? Or discovered something by accident? Arthur looked at Melinda. Coincidentally, the lady also looked at Arthur. The two smiled at each other. It was obvious that the two were acting just now. When they appeared in this dense forest, the two of them confirmed that the person hiding in the side was not the Glass they were looking for, although they had never met him. According to Baron Camillus' notes, the so-called Mr. Glass should be a veteran, and he knows how to control his collaborators or opponents. Such a guy. It is impossible for him to act like a novice and expose himself so easily. Even if they were caught off guard, there should be at least 2 or 3 corresponding solutions. Instead of this crude and simple arrangement, coupled with some special features of the Pale Hand, Arthur, Melinda immediately knew what was going on. A thrown chess piece. Appreciating the death of others, yes. Appreciating the death of your own people, naturally. Also, immediately Arthur, Melinda prepared to go fishing. More coincidentally, Melinda vomited. Immediately, the two began to compete with the newcomer of the Pale Hands in acting. And that newcomer? He believed it without a doubt. After the news of your pregnancy spread from the Pale Hands, it will be more real. With Julie as a proof, you will become reassuring in the next 10 months. But after 10 months, you need to make proper arrangements. Arthur asked. After 10 months, I will rearrange it. And this period of time will be a rare opportunity. Melinda did not deny Arthur's statement, just as she would not deny compensating Arthur. I will find a copy of Master Hulk's notes as compensation. The travel notes just now are really a bit unexpected. Well, but it is not without gain. At least, I know that Barney's mutton is delicious. Arthur shrugged. So what you mean is, can I not compensate you? Melinda blinked. My friend, you can't owe a debt to a medium. Arthur also blinked. Then, they both raised their middle fingers to each other. However, Arthur raised his middle finger for a longer time. Because you walk back by yourself. Don't let anyone find you. Leaving these words, Melinda disappeared with the smoke. Arthur could still hear the woman's crisp laughter. I don't know, after this woman knows how important Rainbow Island is to me, can she still laugh? She will probably denounce my shamelessness, and then call me a bastard a few more times. Right? TSK, I am too innocent to bear such an insult. Arthur looked helpless, folded his hands behind his head, and walked towards the manor. Even though lines of text appeared directly in front of Arthur, this young medium did not stop, only whispered to himself. Just in time. Chapter 446, Fierce as a cat, obedient as a tiger. At this moment, the morning mist in the forest has not yet dissipated, but Nanlos has already been busy. The workers said goodbye to their wives and children and left home. But they were not the first. The newspaper boys were the first to get up in Nanlos. About an hour ago, the crisp voices rang out in the streets and alleys of Nanlos. And, different from the previous time, this time, the newspaper boys sold out all the newspapers in their backpacks almost effortlessly. Because, yesterday, too many people were concerned about the championship of the South Lows sword competition. Even though they knew the result, there were still many people who wanted to see the description in the newspaper. Of course, there were also many people who always chose to collect. For example, Tate, the owner of Tate's cane shop. This cane shop owner with a clean face, sparse hair that can see the scalp, and thick black framed glasses, bought 2 newspapers from the newsboy, read one newspaper. A newspaper was framed and hung on the wall at the entrance. He didn't catch up with yesterday's game because the champion had already been decided when he went there because of the rules of the cane shop's opening and closing. However, the cane shop owner watched everything that happened afterwards. In particular, when Arthur was announced as the champion and won the title of knight. The cane shop owner was the one who cheered the loudest. "You won the championship. And you really deserve it," said Boss Tate with a smile. Then the doorbell rang, and an elderly lady pushed the door open. "Good morning, Miss Amanda." Tate greeted the elderly lady, and waved to the kitten in the lady's arms. "Hi. Cool?" Meow, a black and white cow cat, responded to Tate. Immediately, Tate smiled. The boss turned around and took out the cookies from behind the counter. Because he wanted to keep the store clean, Tate didn't feed cats. But he really loved them. That's why he got to know Miss Amanda. Like this time, when Miss Amanda needed a cane, Tate not only used the best material, but also gave her a 20% discount. "Do you admire Arthur?" The lady looked at the framed newspapers, and then at the newspapers on the counter. "Well, if it weren't for Sir Kratos, I would have died a long time ago. He saved me, and he did it for nothing. At the same time, he also taught me, and allowed me to have a normal life." When it comes to Arthur, the boss of Tate immediately becomes eloquent. Even a blind person can feel the gratitude in his expression. "Is that so?" Mrs. Amanda turned her head to look at the newspaper framed with wood and glass. There was a portrait of Arthur on it. Moreover, it was painted quite vividly, and people could see at a glance that Arthur was trying hard to teach. Arthur's smile was especially contagious. "Are you familiar with Lord Kratos?" Tate asked. "He took his Pendragon from my shop." Mrs. Amanda's face was full of pride. "So that's how it is. Do you need to change the head of your cane to Kuel?" Lord Kratos changed the head of his cane to the shape of Pendragon. One is a cat head, and the other is a panwo. Seeing Mrs. Amanda's confusion, Tate explained immediately. Mrs. Amanda looked surprised. Then, she smiled and nodded. "Sure, is the process troublesome?" "No, I'll help you modify it for free." Watching Tate take out the paintbrush and paint according to the appearance of Kuel, Mrs. Amanda sat aside and waited quietly. "Choose him?" The old woman was still a little hesitant. Their way of survival, once a choice is made, must change. And such a change, she couldn't decide whether it was good or bad. So she hesitated. After all, this was about the lives of 346 people. You successfully won the championship of the South Low sword competition. The people who supported you were relieved. The people who hated you were so angry that their teeth itched. But anyway, recently, everyone was not stingy in discussing your name. You will be known by more people, XP plus 500. Your teaching in the championship, more people remembered the name of the Joljok Fencing Club. And your teachings. Many people regretted not having your personal guidance. This made many people more curious about you and your fencing club. XP plus 300. More people heard your name. XP plus 100. Arthur looked at the text in front of him. He was not surprised by the large amount of XP after winning the fencing competition. He was more concerned about the third one. Will there be 100 XP credited every day in the next few days? I wonder how long it will last. If it can last for 10 more days, I will have enough XP to upgrade to LV5 Swift Bird Swordsmanship. Arthur thought silently in his heart. Swift Bird Swordsmanship. At LV4, not only does it speed up the bloodline replenishment, but it also has the bloodline special effect of snake wings. Therefore, Arthur is looking forward to the changes of Swift Bird Swordsmanship. At LV5. Moreover, Arthur estimated that it would not take 10 days. You know, he still had a relic to explore. That relic would surely give him enough surprises. Right? Arthur thought to himself, and quickened his pace. Without being noticed by anyone, he returned to the manor. At this time, the courtyard had been simply cleaned up by Mary and her men. except for 2 people who stayed to clean up the fallen leaves. Most people began to tidy up the lobby of the manor's main building, guest rooms, etc. Time passed by minute. Waves of guests arrived. The first to arrive, of course, were Arthur's friends. Mouths, Bob, Cook, Scott, Wiggins, Haywood squeezed in a carriage. Then came Linda Camille in her own carriage, driven by the old butler Earl. Linda waved to Arthur as a greeting, and then walked happily upstairs, where Melinda was making the final preparations. The representatives of Lord Bourne, Lord Ernest, Lord Dubois, Lord Bath, and Lord Lowry arrived at about 10:30 in the morning. Baron Culler and Baron Houseman arrived at about 11 o'clock. Lord Dubois and Lord Bath naturally sent their nephews, who were all acquaintances. Lord Ernest was also the nephew who participated in the fencing competition. Lord Bourne's representative was his old butler. The 2 barons sent their own fencing masters. Everything was in accordance with the rules of the nobility, even the order of appearance. According to the procedure, at 11:30, the host of Nanlos appeared. In the hall, the musicians who followed played music. The chefs were even busier, bringing up some delicious but quick and convenient food. Although the banquet had not really started yet, the guests could not be neglected. Everyone sat according to their respective circles. They talked about things in their respective circles. However, the one that Arthur was most concerned about was Lord Lorry's representative. According to Melinda's description, this lord was loyal to the Selina family. And now, this Lord Lorry's representative was sitting alone. Not in a corner, but in the most conspicuous position in the hall. He was sitting there with a big horse and a golden sword, looking completely arrogant. As if he noticed Arthur's gaze, this tall and strong man, with a fierce face stood up and the strong murderous aura and deathly aura coming out of him made everyone think they saw a tiger pacing. Especially Baron Culler and Baron Houseman. The 2 sword masters were even more nervous. Arcana level. At least Arcana level. The 2 sword masters had sweat on their foreheads. But the next moment, they breathed a sigh of relief. Because Lord Lorry's representative walked straight towards Arthur. Everyone knew that this man was not easy to mess with. Especially when he saw the other party walking straight towards Arthur, many people cast their eyes over. Some were worried, some were indifferent, some were gloating. Mouths, Bob, Cook, Scott, Wiggins, and Haywood, who were sitting next to Arthur, all stood up, especially Bob, who narrowed his eyes and smiled grimly. To cause trouble to their boss at a time like this, of course. He was an enemy. As for enemies, Bob thought that dead enemies were the best people. Mouths was Bob's old friend. I also had this idea. However, unlike Bob's imposing manner, the old sheriff only had a hole in his palm, which was the muzzle of the heavy musket. Cook, Scott, Wiggins, Haywood was much simpler. Cook's dagger, Scott's poison fountain pen, Wiggins's cane sword, Haywood's 2 muskets just appeared in his hands. The 4 of them moved slowly, and surrounded the guy who was coming. This was not a random position. It was the military formation instructed by Bob. The 4 of them looked simple, but in fact they were both offensive and defensive. Lord Lorry's representative looked at this scene, and his eyes flashed with excitement. He was too familiar with the military formation, and liked it too much, because he was born in the army. Although the 4 of them were not good enough, he was really itching to do it. Especially Mouths and Bob. He couldn't help but want to yell for a hearty battle. However, when he thought of the lady's instructions, Dessa calmed down immediately. If he dared to make a move on such a good day like today, he would have his legs broken by the lady when he returned to Barney, and then be thrown into the stable to eat horse manure for a month. Then, of course, he would be laughed at by those guys every day for not being able to do such a small thing. He would not be so stupid. Hey, what did the lady tell me to say? I just saw 2 good opponents. How could I forget what the lady told me to do? Dessa thought for a long time, but could not remember the specific words of his Lady Selina. But he remembered the general meaning clearly. So the next moment, plop! Dessa, who was as powerful as a tiger, knelt on one knee in front of Arthur, and shouted with full energy, "Meet Master Arthur." Suddenly, the hall was quiet. Chapter 447 The Blood of the Barbarians. Dessa's kneeling on one knee made everyone in the hall confused. Dessa's respectful greeting made the already confused people in the hall start to have their heads buzzing. What's going on? What happened? Why would the retainer of that barbarian woman greet and pay tribute to the medium of Nanlos? Questions arose in everyone's mind. Baron Collar and Baron Houseman, the 2 sword masters, looked at Arthur with a little more fear in their eyes. No one understood Dessa's strength better than them. And no one understood the horror of that barbaric woman better than them. If it weren't for the mistakes made in the past. And if he was willing to give up his title and honor. Even the old Earl of Nanlos would not be able to shake the other family's reputation in Barney. But even if he gave up his title and honor, the current Lord Lorry would still be a retainer of that family. This practice of changing the soup, but not the medicine, was recognized by everyone at the time. Because everyone understands that this is the best outcome. After all, the Selena family's derogatory name of barbarians is not a joke. They really have barbarian blood in them, and no one wants to see the other party leap and scream in terror when they land, and then dance with death in a frenzy. That would really kill people. And they would die in batches. Lord Bourne's old butler had a sad face. Just now, the old butler was still gloating. The old butler knew exactly where the accidents of the 3 young masters of his family came from. Therefore, he was hostile to Melinda, the old butler. And naturally, he was also hostile to Melinda's lover Arthur. He was planning to watch a bloody opening. According to the way the Selena family acted, it would definitely be like this. Who knew that the other party actually knelt on one knee and called him young master? What should I do? The old butler fell into thought, not knowing what to do for a moment. Lord Ernest, Lord Dubois, and Lord Bass, the 3 nephews, were surprised. As Southlos nobles, they certainly understood the weight of the Selena family. If they had not voluntarily given up the title and honor, they would be the best candidate to replace Viscount Primo. The Kratos family? The 3 whispered in their hearts. Little Lissop on the side looked as if it was a matter of course. In little Lissop's mind, a loving father should be like this, and the Kratos family with a loving father should be like this. Fontel suddenly realized. The young man couldn't help but glance at his old butler. Until this time, the young man was impressed by his old butler's foresight. Brother, you actually have such power. Is this the Kratos family that has been hiding in South Los for many years? It's really scary. Fortunately, I got to know my elder brother in advance. The young man was relieved. Cook, Scott, Wiggins, Haywood looked at Dessa, who was kneeling on one knee. After the 4 of them looked at each other tacitly, they all sat back. Martz even patted his friend Bob on the shoulder with a smile. The sheriff signaled to his friend with his eyes. Do you understand? This is the power that Arthur has. Bob nodded slightly. Although his friend had been promoting Arthur's magic and the power of the Kratos family to him, but the former captain of the Death Squad still had a trace of doubt. Even as Arthur showed his strength, this doubt still existed. In the long history of Nanjun, there were examples of people who soared to the sky by relying on some adventure. Although very rare, they really existed. The captain of the Death Squad had similar doubts about Arthur. However, looking at Dessa kneeling on one knee, the doubts of the captain of the Death Squad completely dissipated. To be able to make a noble with a long history perform the homage, but it is not just a sudden force that can do it. It must have a long history and interaction to have such an effect. It's really exciting. Bob couldn't help but look at the figure sitting there, who kept a calm smile from beginning to end. He could clearly feel the other party's hidden ambition. Because of this, he always kept a vigilance. It's not that he hates ambition, but he is vigilant against the ambition of the ignorant. He doesn't want himself and his old friend to be dragged into the abyss. But now it seems that we can try a little more. Thinking in his heart, the captain of the Death Squad sat back next to Arthur with his old friend. On the second floor, through the tiny crack of the door, Linda saw everything. In fact, when Dessa stood up, Melinda stared at him. Melinda certainly knew the reputation of the Selena family. However, similarly, this lady also knew the importance of the inheritance ceremony in front of her. So, the lady had made up her mind. If Dessa really dared to make trouble, she would kill him and then declare war on the Selena family. Barbarians are scary, and people have to stay away from them. But her sword was not bad either. But what happened next was a little unexpected. Looking at Dessa kneeling on one knee and calling him Master Arthur, the lady was a little confused at first. But then she knew what was going on. This bastard is demonstrating. I am announcing to everyone in South Los that I, Arthur Kratos, will officially take the stage. This guy actually used my succession ceremony as a stage. Melinda whispered to herself, and hummed several times to express her dissatisfaction. However, her eyes were full of smiles. She and Arthur are now in the same boat. The stronger Arthur's power is, the more beneficial it is to her. As for stealing the limelight, it doesn't exist. According to the plan of the two, no one could steal her limelight. Hey, wait! Is this guy laying the groundwork for that plan? Melinda frowned as she thought of something. The lady thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. If she wanted to convince the swordsman who represented the Countess that she was active, Arthur's previous performance was certainly enough, but if she added the scene before her, it would be perfect. He is really cunning. The lady curled her lips. She even suspected that Arthur was the reincarnation of a hornet's nest. And her heart was full of eyes. Linda, who was standing by and saw Melinda pouting, was terrified. From the moment Melinda snorted, and then frowned, Linda's heart was in her throat. Now, she even thought that Melinda was really angry. The little girl immediately whispered, "Sister Melinda, don't be angry. Arthur definitely didn't mean it. He must really like you. So he would choose to do this. We can wait and see, let the situation develop." "Like me? Well, he must like my money, collections, fleet, company, island." Melinda complained in her heart, but she smiled at the little angel in front of her, who had obviously grown up outside and did not fully receive the education of the Kratos family. "I won't be angry. These names are a little secret between the two of us. And what's coming will definitely be exciting. Arthur, this bad guy, will not miss such a good stage." Melinda chuckled. Linda's brain was out of order. Rude name? Secret? Will he fight when he is excited? Is this what adults call fun? Linda was shocked. But immediately, Linda's attention was attracted by the scene below. Dessa stood up at Arthur's smile. Then, he shouted to the outside, "Lift it up." Chapter 448 Reasonable and Legal. Blackmail. As Dessa shouted, there was a movement in the courtyard. Two strong men, over 2 meters tall, strong and tough-looking, carried a carriage in. That's right. It was a carriage. Except for the lack of a horse to pull it, it was a complete four-wheeled carriage. The guests stared at this scene in amazement. Especially the merchants, who stared at the carriage that was easily carried forward. Watching the carriage being carried from the gate to Arthur. Watching the carriage being lowered. Bang! The carriage made a muffled sound when it came into contact with the floor of the hall. This was not intentional. The two strong men were already gentle enough, but the carriage was too heavy. It was heavier than expected. Because it was filled with books. Although the door was closed, some of the subtle noises inside could not be hidden from the sharp-eyed and sharp-eared people present. For example, the swordsmanship of Baron Culler and Baron Houseman. The two men's faces began to twitch. They knew what the wild woman had brought. But it was precisely because they knew that they cursed in their hearts. At the same time, they began to think about what to do. But Dessa didn't pay any attention to so much. The retainer of the Selina family directly opened the door of the carriage and revealed all the books inside. Here is a copy of all the books in the secret room of the Selina family. To congratulate Miss Caesar on inheriting the title, I especially give it to you, Master Arthur. Dessa said so. Obviously, this retainer forgot Miss Selina's specific instructions again, and only remembered the general idea. Anyway, the meaning is almost the same. Besides, the things were delivered. Who can say that he didn't complete the task? He delivered them all. And everyone present ignored the retainer's nonsense words of congratulations to Miss Caesar by giving Arthur a gift. They stared at the carriage of books in amazement. Those merchants may not understand the value of this carriage of books. However, the nobles of the Bern, Ernest, Du Bois, and Base families understood. The secret room books must contain mysterious knowledge. And all the secret room books are the heritage of a family. Just give it away like that? Arthur is your son? Even a biological son should not be so straightforward. It must be tested repeatedly to prove that he is capable of inheriting it before it can be given. At this moment, they began to understand why the sword masters of Baron Culler and Baron Houseman twitched their faces. Because they were also twitching. With the Selina family's jewels in front, there is no doubt that the gifts they brought became rubble. It's not presentable. It's really too different. If it gets out in the future, their family will not only become a laughing stock in South Los, but also be laughed at in other territories. Thinking of this, these people looked away, and quietly took out the communication stone. For this kind of thing, you must ask the people behind them for instructions. They can't make the decision. Just when Lord Bourne's old butler, Lord Ernest, Lord Du Bois, Lord Base's 3 nephews were about to contact the real helmsman of the family, Dessa slapped his forehead. By the way, Master Arthur, this is the Selina family core secret technique that the young lady asked me to give you. The young lady said, the Selina family will always stand behind you unconditionally, Barney is your eternal home. Dessa took out a delicate little box from his arms, and put it into Arthur's hand, and said loudly, "Num!" Baron Culler and Baron Houseman, sword masters, Lord Bourne's old butler, Lord Ernest, Lord Dubois, Lord Bath, 3 nephews were completely numb. The 6 people stood there blankly, looking at Arthur, with disbelief on their faces. They couldn't imagine what charm Arthur had that made the female barbarian so fond of him. The family heritage was given. The family core secrets were given. You might as well give the Selina family as well. Oh, they have already stood behind Arthur unconditionally. Barney is also Arthur's family. That's fine. Your preference for Arthur is known to the world. The 6 noble members complained crazily in their hearts. Because, the gift they estimated, they had to increase. Not only because Dessa took out the core secrets of the Selina family, but also because of the attitude of the Selina family. No one present wanted to provoke the female barbarian. Just as the 6 nobles contacted their family leaders. Arthur was confused for a moment. What was I working so hard for? It seemed that as long as I held my grandfather's thigh tightly, I could lie down. I don't know if my grandfather, the Sea King, had any contact with the female members of the Nanlos family and the Golden Lion family? If so, I could really lie down. Sorry. I was wrong before. I shouldn't call you a scumbag. You are just a gentleman among the Sea Kings. So, my grandfather, please keep up the good work. Arthur's blessing from the bottom of his heart was sent out in an instant, but his face was solemn, and he took the secret technique from Dessa's hand. Thank you and Miss Selina for your support to me. Arthur. Kratos will remember it in his heart. The young medium said formally. This formality is not only about mutual respect, nor is it just about knowing the relationship between his grandfather and the other party. More importantly, it was trust. Yes, trust. Arthur just came to his senses now. Why did his grandfather say in person I went to Barney? Obviously, this was a secret way to tell him that was his way out. When he encountered danger or had no place to stay in South Los, he could go there. This was the trump card that old Charlie left for him. Faced with such a trump card, Arthur had an absolutely correct attitude. Not only did he invite Dessa to sit next to him, even the 2 strong men were like this. This scene made Baron Culler and Baron Houseman, the 2 sword masters, Lord Bourne's old butler, Lord Ernest, Lord Dubois, and the 3 nephews of Lord Bass more and more uneasy. Little Lissop saw this scene. Bontel also saw this scene. After the 2 young men who had just had a good conversation looked at each other, they were ready to give these 6 people a hard time, so they waved their hands towards the courtyard at the same time. Immediately, the servants of the 2 families came in carrying boxes. The boxes of the 2 families were not as big and exaggerated as the carriage. But there were many. Each family had 5 large boxes that could hold an adult, and each large box was carried by 2 strong men and placed in the hall. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy noises were continuous. Then, Little Lissop and Bontel stood in front of a row of boxes, one on the left and one on the right, and then opened the boxes at the same time. The next moment, the golden light shone, dazzling and brilliant. Chapter 449 Arthur, facing the evil spirit, I have an expert-level solution. 10 boxes were lined up. Little Lissop and Von Tell stood on the left and right, opening the boxes one by one. Gold coins. The full of gold coins shone with a luster that only belongs to gold. Hiss. The merchants who saw this scene took a breath of cold air. The value of the books before, they could not estimate, but the gold coins in front of them were real, and they knew the value. They stared at the gold coins, and quickly estimated their quantity. One box contained at least 2,000 gold coins. 10 boxes would mean 20,000? Many merchants who got this answer showed envy and jealousy. But they didn't show greed. Maybe they did, but they would never show it. They had heard about the methods of the Ms. Long Night before, and now they had learned about the true intentions behind the Ms. Long Night. There is also a Nanlos medium. Sure enough, the keeping rumors that were spread before may be true. Many businessmen thought to themselves. At the same time, these businessmen moved more and more to the corner. The occasion in front of them is not a place for them to show themselves. Didn't you see that Brule was huddled there like a quail? Looking at Brule's appearance, some businessmen immediately narrowed their eyes, and they had some different ideas in their hearts. And Brewer? Of course he noticed these looks. However, the big businessman couldn't care less about these things now. He wanted to slap himself in the face. He wanted to ask himself why he was so complacent and short-sighted. Look at the situation in front of him. There was a huge gap between him and the Ms. Long Night. How dare he think of replacing her? Damn it! Damn it! The big businessman kept cursing himself, and sweat broke out on his forehead. He wanted to find a way to make himself safe. This big businessman was not an idiot. Now, looking at the embarrassment of the nobles of Nanlos, he finally realized where he was positioned. The sword masters of Baron Culler and Baron Houseman, Lord Bourne's old butler, Lord Ernest, Lord Dubois, Lord Base's 3 nephews were in no mood to pay attention to these merchants in the corner. Even Brule, who was known as a big businessman, in the eyes of these 6, it was nothing. The 6 felt the strength that the 2 young men, Little Lissop and Vontel, had brought to the 6. Everyone felt their throats dry, especially the old butler of Lord Bourne's family, who felt dizzy, because he knew the financial status of the Bourne family very well. If this wave continues, I'm afraid the Bourne family will be finished. Although the other 5 noble families did not reach this point, they were also in great pain. Baron Quarrel's swordsman and Baron Houseman's swordsman were still whispering with their loyalists, using the communication stone. But Lord Ernest, Lord Dubois, and Lord Bath's 3 nephews looked at each other in bewilderment, because they had already received the answer from their uncles. Simply put, their uncles thought that the gifts given now were enough. But they also required the family to maintain its dignity. If they could not do it, they would be punished by the family. This kind of request for both made the 3 young men confused. They felt that someone was playing tricks on them. But now the arrow is on the string. Suddenly, Lord Dubois's nephew thought of something and said directly, "We haven't formally thanked Lord Kratos for saving our lives." Lord Base's nephew nodded immediately. "That's right, saving your life is like reborn parents, you must thank them formally and solemnly." After saying that, the 2 looked at each other, and were about to take a step. But Lord Ernest's nephew refused to do it. "Wait for me, the 3 of us once swore to be brothers of different surnames, your adopted parents are my biological parents. So let's go together," Lord Ernest's nephew shouted loudly. Immediately, Lord Dubois and Lord Bath's 2 nephews turned their heads, and looked at Lord Ernest's nephew. "You are really shameless. Can face be eaten? My uncle asked me to find a way myself, to keep the face of the Oestair family. But I don't want to pay anything more. And if I can't do it, I will probably be exiled directly. What can I do? Aren't you the same?" Lord Otis's nephew shrugged. Lord Dubois and Lord Base's 2 nephews looked helpless. All 3 of them were the same. All 3 of them could feel that even though they were ranked very low in the succession, it was almost impossible for them to inherit the family, and they also stated that they would become wandering knights in half a year. But some people were still worried and wanted to take this opportunity to completely exclude them from the list of heirs. Of course, the most important thing is that their uncle acquiesced to such a thing. Grief and anger surged in their hearts. In the end, it turned into helplessness. Then, there was also a trace of hatred. You know, their father contributed to their title, and their uncle also promised to take care of them. Even if they become wandering knights, they should get our original startup capital, even if it's just a set of armor. But it was obvious that their uncle was unwilling to give them even this set of armor. The 3 of them looked at each other, and then they all saw a trace of unwillingness. Then, the 3 of them walked up to Arthur without hesitation. "Thank you for saving my life. I am willing to follow you, Lord Kratos. I have no way to repay you for saving my life. I am willing to join your army and fight for you. They are my sworn brothers. You saved them. It is like saving me. I will swear allegiance to you, and I will never change in this life." The 3 young nobles knelt on one knee, pulled their swords, raised them high above their heads, and sang together. "I, Guderian Ernest, swear by my own name, by my own blood, to the man in front of me, Arthur Kratos, I will be loyal, fearless, and fight to the death. Glory is my life. I, Erwin Dubois, I swear by my own name, and my bloodline, to the man before me, Arthur Kratos, that I will be loyal, fearless, and will fight to the death. Honor is my life. I, Zhukov Base, swear by my own name, and my bloodline, to the man before me, Arthur Kratos, that I will be loyal, fearless, and will fight to the death. Honor is my life." Lionheart salute, sung in Tufuyu. It immediately aroused the 3 people's spiritual light. Arthur walked in front of the 3 people, looking down at their young faces. He felt their unwillingness, and also felt their expectations. "Do you want to borrow my power? Then, I will lend you this power." Arthur responded to the 3 people with his eyes, and said directly, "I look forward to it." As he said this, he took up the swords of the three people one by one and tapped their shoulders. The hilt of the sword turned upside down. When the three took the sword again, the spiritual radiance of the three people merged into Arthur's body. The ceremony was over. Edwin on the side immediately brought a chair and asked the three young men, Little Lissop and Von Tell, to sit around Arthur. Then, everyone looked at the old butler of Lord Bourne's family. They looked at Baron Culler and Baron Houseman's two sword masters. Under the gaze of everyone, the sword master of Baron Culler took off one of his rings. Baron Houseman's swordsman took off a bracelet from his wrist. It can be seen that the two swordsmen were in great pain. The corners of their eyes twitched a little. As for the old butler of Lord Bourne's family, his eyes rolled over and he fainted on the ground. Plop! With a dull sound, the old butler fell to the ground. Everyone could see that the old butler wanted to default. All of a sudden, Baron Culler, Baron Houseman's two swordsmen were stunned. Then they wanted to slap their thighs. Why didn't they think of this trick? The old butler of the Bourne family, lying on the ground, was secretly proud. Even the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. Arthur saw such a proud smile. So soon, the old butler could not laugh any more. Because the old butler is possessed by evil spirits. Edwin, go to the bathroom and fetch 2 pounds of manure and drink it down, Arthur said directly. Immediately, the hall was quiet. The old butler stood up. No, I'm not possessed. How can a possessed person say he is possessed? Little Lissop, Von Tell, go hold him down. If he keeps talking nonsense, Wiggins, you can beat him with your shoe sole, Arthur ordered. Then, looking at the old butler with a gentle expression, said softly, Please rest assured, I am the best medium in Nanlos. I will definitely relieve your symptoms of being possessed. After saying that, Arthur waved his hand. Little Lissop, Von Tell, and Wiggins rushed forward and dragged the howling old butler into the bathroom. Hearing the miserable cry of the old butler, Baron Culler and Baron Houseman, who had just been grateful, had their hair on their backs standing up. If they were fed with feces, they would rather die. When they saw Arthur's half-smiley eyes, they quickly put the items they took off in their palms, handed it over respectfully. Arthur picked up the 2 items while looking at the corner belonging to the merchants. Among the merchants, one person is missing. These merchants, including their families' servants, total 231 people, he remembered clearly, among which the servants were all outside. There were only 42 in the hall. And now, there are only 41 people left. In addition to the missing person, among the 42 people just now, there are 4 people who secretly used the communication stone. TSK, it's so lively, Arthur thought to himself. At the top of the manor, a black crow flapped its wings and took off, delivering a message he could understand. But this kind of running? It was a bit interesting. Arthur suddenly became curious. Then, when Fukin's vision came back, the young medium narrowed his eyes. Chapter 450 Backstab. Very carefully along the way, Walsh ran towards the place he had agreed with the adult in his memory. There was a dense forest on the side of the road between Camille Manor and Nanlos. From the outside, it was no different from other dense forests. It was very ordinary. Only by entering this dense forest, and under the guidance of someone familiar with it, can you find the hidden mechanism in it. Death is like breathing, ordinary and special. Keeping in mind the words and instructions of the adult, Walsh climbed toward the thickest tree. After arriving at the tree hole covered by branches, he did not reach it immediately, but tapped the side of the tree trunk gently. Dong! Dong dong! After 1-2 consecutive taps. Each tap was very heavy. Then, hiss hiss! In the hissing sound unique to snakes, a poisonous snake that was completely integrated into the tree trunk, and the color of the branches crawled out of the tree hole and wrapped around the branches. The poisonous snake spit out its tongue and stared at Walsh with cold eyes. Walsh, however, calmly reached into the tree hole under the gaze of the venomous snake and began to feel around. When his finger touched a depression, he immediately pressed it upward. Click! With the sound of the spring, the covering board was completely removed, revealing the communication stone inside. Walsh took out the communication stone, confirmed that it was correct, and quickly got down from the tree. There was no trembling in the whole process. And there was no fear. Because the adult told him, no need to be afraid. He firmly believed that the adult would not harm him. And in fact, the venomous snake seemed to have no desire to attack at all. After Walsh took the communication stone, it returned to the tree hole again. Mr. Glasser, I am Walsh. Under the tree, the young member of the Pale Hand hiding in the shadow of the tree contacted the adult. Soon, the communication stone began to flash. "Walsh, nothing happened to you, right?" There was a hint of concern in the deep voice. "No. Everything is normal. And I have made a great discovery." The young member of the Pale Hand was moved, and then he quickly recounted what he had seen. "That lady of the long night is pregnant with the child of the medium of Nanlos." Obviously, the member of the Pale Hand on the other side of the communication stone was also surprised by the news. Not only did the tone subconsciously rise, but it also had a sharp edge. However, Walsh did not notice this. The young member of the Pale Hand just continued to speak affirmatively. "Yes, sir. The morning sickness of the Mrs. Long Night is very severe." "Is that so?" The voice on the other side became low again. "Then," he directly ordered, "Walsh, go to location 2 now. There you will meet a person. No need for any communication. After you hand this message stone to the other party, return to Nanlos and continue to hide." "Yes, sir." The young member of the Pale Hand immediately took action. Unlike location 1, location 2 is beside a small river between Nanlos and Camille Manor. When the young member of the Pale Hand arrived, there was already a person standing there. The other person had an ordinary face, and was wearing the unique clothes of a waiter. Even though the bow tie on the collar was gone, Walsh could still confirm this. Servant of the noble? Merchant's attendant? The young member of the Pale Hand guessed subconsciously. But he was not slow in action. He remembered Mr. Glaster's words, and did not communicate with him. He just handed the communication stone in his hand to the other party, and turned around and left. But the next moment, poof! The young member of the Pale Hand lowered his head, and looked at the long sword that pierced his chest. There was astonishment and confusion on his face. Walsh wanted to turn his head to look at the person behind him. He wanted to question the other party. Why did he attack him? Wasn't he afraid of being held accountable by Mr. Glaster? But the person behind him would not give the young member of the Pale Hand any chance. He drew out his long sword and kicked Walsh in the back. Bang! Walsh flew up, fell into the river, and quickly disappeared. Then, the communication stone flashed again. "As expected of you, Bloody John." He showed no mercy to an ignorant child. "Are all pirates so scary?" The voice in the communication stone became sharper, with a smile that was hard to conceal. "Heh, compared to a pervert like you who kills his own men, every pirate is a kind-hearted person." Dressed as a waiter, Bloody John, who had just slipped away from the hall of Camille Manor, sneered twice. "You will never understand the charm of death. Just like you don't understand the ritual required for death. Walsh is a very good young man. He is loyal to me. He is more grateful to me. And he even wants to die for me. So, I choose to let him die for me. Isn't this goodwill?" The member of the Pale Hand on the other side of the communication stone asked back. For such twisted remarks, Bloody John obviously didn't like it. The pirate leader sneered again. He did not continue to dwell on this issue, but directly said, "The thing you want has been given to the Nanlos medium as a gift by Baron House's swordsman. Let's cancel our deal. I am not sure I can get the thing from the Nanlos medium." "Oh, the famous Bloody John just gave up? This is the clue to the key to the Pirate King's treasure that you have been thinking about." The voice on the other side of the communication stone was full of amusement. "Do you know why I am so famous?" A smile appeared on the corner of Bloody John's mouth. "Why?" The voice on the other side of the communication stone was very curious. "Because I have lived long enough. There is no shortage of people who have become famous on the sea, but most of the time, they are short-lived. But I am long-lived. Because I am careful, and I will not take any unnecessary risks. Even if it's the treasure I've been chasing for a long time." After saying that, this Bloody John didn't waste any words with the person on the other side of the communication stone. After raising his hand and crushing the communication stone, the whole person turned into a pool of water and merged into the stream, and disappeared. He has wasted too much time. Although he didn't believe that someone could find a missing person in such a chaotic environment with so many people, the uneasiness in his heart still made the pirate leader more cautious. And just after the pirate leader disappeared, a crow flew over in the sky, and a dog's head appeared in the bushes. Then, the crow flew away, and the dog went deep into the bushes. Only a swordsman wrapped in bandages appeared slowly. Chapter 451. With heavy and slightly slow steps, the bandaged swordsman searched down the river bank. "Wait for me. Boss, wait for me." A lie. with a nimble figure, smart eyes, hunting clothes, and a small mustache, jumped out from the side, holding a rabbit in his hand. This rabbit is really fat. Add some potatoes to it, and we can have another delicious meal. However, compared with rabbit meat, if it is stewed, beef and mutton are more fragrant. It's a pity that we don't have more money. By the way, do you need to change your bandages, boss? It's a little dirty, Eli muttered. It's hard to imagine that this is a stalker. The bandaged swordsman ignored him completely. Not only because he was used to it, but also because he knew why the other party followed him. It was nothing more than trying to dig out more information from him. Moreover, the strength it showed made the other party feel at ease. Similarly, it was also happy to get some information from the other party. Therefore, a strange combination of mutual benefit was born. Huh? Eli suddenly stopped talking. His ears kept moving. And then the stalker's eyes locked on the source of the sound. On a river beach at a corner, a man was lying there. His back was covered with blood. And he kept groaning. For this kind of dying person, Eli would not care. Because, this kind of person, there is a high probability that he will not survive. And, this kind of person must have trouble. Maybe, it is a big trouble. He doesn't want to get involved in big trouble. He is just a part-time information dealer, not a big shot. It's good to earn a little money to spend. If he really encounters trouble, he dare not risk his life. Hey, boss. Don't do that. This kind of person cannot be saved. While Eli was still thinking, he saw the bandaged swordsman walking towards the man. Suddenly, the stalker and part-time intelligence dealer shouted repeatedly. However, while shouting, he had an idea in his heart. Obviously, the bandaged swordsman came for this person. Who is this person? Does he have any valuable information? Almost instantly, out of professional instinct, the stalker and part-time intelligence dealer's eyes lit up. He didn't dare to take the risk. But the bandaged swordsman is different. This boss not only has a mysterious origin, but also has great strength. Simply put, he hides under the tall man, and when the sky falls, there will be someone to hold it up. The bandaged swordsman knows what the person behind him is thinking. But he doesn't care. He cares more about whether Walsh can be saved. He is quite interested in the news about the pale hand and that Glaster. However, when the bandaged swordsman examined Walsh's wound, but he was surprised to find that did it miss. Immediately, the bandaged swordsman frowned secretly. With the strength of a Bloody John entry-level person, would the long sword in his hand miss? No. Unless it was intentional. TSK, this is interesting. After thinking of something in his heart, the bandaged swordsman pretended to be ignorant and asked Eli for the wound medicine. After applying it, looking at Walsh, who had regained some consciousness, the bandaged swordsman's hoarse voice sounded. Have you also been betrayed? Bloody John? Oh, he should be an old loach in the sea. He really doesn't hold back. Arthur sighed in his heart. The opponent not only ran away when he saw the situation was not right, but also stabbed him casually. Walsh is not dead. What will happen? Not to mention the big things, at least Glaster will feel very uncomfortable, and even, under the intentional provocation of the opponent, he will become a chess piece to deal with Glaster. Whether it is useful or not, it must be there. Arthur clearly understood the psychology of this Bloody John. At the same time, he slightly adjusted the plan in his mind. The reason why the bandaged swordsman appeared again was to attract the pale hand. The bandaged swordsman was attractive to the Dead Poets Society, and naturally it was attractive to the pale hand, who also yearned for death. So, Arthur speculated that Glaster in Baron Camille's notes might be a member of the pale hand. After discovering the stalker, he immediately arranged for the bandaged swordsman to set off. Nanlos, the medium, was going to go fishing. As for Kaliki, who just appeared, of course he was following the fool Walsh. However, the situation has changed now. It's not that Arthur doesn't plan to fish, but Arthur plans to catch 2 fish with 1 bait. Glaster, he wants to fish. Bloody John, he also wants to fish. As long as the former is interested in the bandaged swordsman, he will come over when he smells the scent. The latter? Arthur didn't believe it. The other party would let Walsh fend for himself. Thinking about it, the other party kicked Walsh into the river, and then turned into a puddle of water and left. Arthur was quite sure that the other party had left some tricks on Walsh. Arthur was looking forward to it. But that was only later. Now, Arthur looked at the ring given by Baron Color Swordsman, and the bracelet given by Baron Houseman Swordsman. Especially the latter, Arthur was quite curious about what could make Glaster so concerned, and actually exchange it with Bloody John for clues to the Pirate King's treasure. However, Arthur would not show any hope in his heart. He picked up the rings in order: name, fiery ring. Type, jewelry item. Quality, mystic. Attributes, 1, flame arrow, 2, fireball. Note, at the beginning of the 7 Years' War, Count Nanlos ordered people to make such a batch of rings, in order to show his strength, and to strengthen the cohesion of the nobles under his command. However, because of the miscalculation of the materials, only 11 rings were made out of the original 27 rings. But you cannot deny that this is a fine item in the mystical level. Flame arrow. 6 flame arrows are stored. June 6th. Fireball. 1 fireball is stored. January 1st. Note, when the flame arrow, after using the fireball spell, you can choose to charge it with gold coins or sunlight. This old Earl of Nanlos is really a noble. Arthur silently complained, and then picked up the second item. A bracelet that looks like it is made of leather and metal. Name, Eslin's Leap. Type, jewelry item. Quality, mystic. Attributes, 1, agility, 2, jumping. Note, Eslin was a swordsman who appeared during the great recruitment period of the 7 Years' War. He was born in a humble family, but he was talented. As soon as he entered the battlefield, he attracted the attention of the old lion. Later, he learned the soldier version of the swift bird swordsmanship. After that, he served as a trainer for new recruits. However, in a raid on the west coast, he was burned to death, leaving only this bracelet. Agility, you will become more agile. Jumping, you can jump higher and farther. Arthur looked at the bracelet and frowned secretly. Chapter 452, a sure win. The bracelet in front of him is undoubtedly a mystical item. For the mysterious people, it is also precious enough. But for a member of the Pale Hand, who is hiding behind the scenes, it is not good enough. So does the name Eslin have any special meaning? Or is this a trap? Arthur thought in his heart, but his eyes paused for a second on the now old lion. Then, he put himself into the perspective of Gloucester. The other party sent a rookie like Walsh. It was obvious that they were not worried about the other party being exposed. Or rather, the other party's exposure was what they wanted. The other party knew that if Walsh was exposed, he and Melinda would definitely play a long game to catch the big fish in order to find out the person behind the scenes. And would not touch Walsh. And this was stepping into Walsh's trap. The other party wanted to use Walsh to attract him, Melinda's attention to Bloody John. If he and Melinda attacked Bloody John, it would be even better. A grand funeral would definitely happen. Obviously, Bloody John discovered this. So he stabbed a little off, and was ready to fight back. What a bunch of old silver coins. They actually plotted against a young man like me. Which is too unethical. Arthur thought so in his heart. But he didn't show it. He had already decided. After he found the stalker, after that, he did not find any clues. He was a young man. Inexperienced. And because Melinda was pregnant, he had focused all his attention on the manor and Melinda. Gloucester's plan? Bloody John's counterattack? He didn't know. He didn't even know what was going on. He, a young, honest, simple and kind medium, focused all his attention on Melinda. So, Melinda, who had been reminded by him, just investigate secretly. More. It was all Melinda's own decision. What does it have to do with him? Arthur Kratos? Thinking of this, Arthur looked up at the second floor. In the crack of the door, seeing Arthur looking up, Linda shrank back guiltily. Melinda didn't move at all. Looking at Arthur's half-smile, the lady instinctively felt that Arthur was thinking of something bad. However, the lady didn't have time to ask. Because Julie came. The female countess, who represents the master of Nanlos, has arrived. Today, the female swordsman is still wearing a swordsman's uniform. But she has an extra black coat. This coat is made of wool, and has thunder and storm embroidered on the cuffs. The thunder on the left cuff is white lightning. The storm on the right cuff is a gray vortex. The two intertwine with the female swordsman's steps. Thunder. Storm. The family emblem of the Nanlos family. Some people call it thunderstorm. Some people call them storm thunder. But the people of the Nanlos family choose to call themselves descendants of Thunder God or sons of Storm. As for the specific choice, it depends on which branch of the Nanlos family you are facing. However, this is a question that needs to be considered in the Silver Age. With the end of the 7 Years' War, the Storm branch of the Nanlos people had already been killed or wounded on the battlefield, leaving only the Thunder branch. In fact, Many people in the Nanlos family now think that storm is just a continuation of thunder. Malina walked down from the second floor in a luxurious pure white swordsman dress, and greeted the swordsman representing the Count of Nanlos with a smile. Golden wheat ears hung down from the red ribbon on her chest, and jumped up and down as the lady walked forward. Everyone was paying attention to Malina at this time. Exquisite face, unique temperament. After putting on the pure white swordsman dress, it immediately became more prominent, especially the blue eyes, which made people unconsciously immersed in them. However, no one present dared to have any fantasies, because a pure black figure appeared beside the white figure. Arthur cast all his eyes on Melinda, and the tenderness in her eyes made everyone know what to do. If they didn't know, then mouths, Bob, Cook, Scott, Wiggins, Haywood, Little Lithorpe, Von Tur, Uderian Ernest, Erwin Dubois, Shukov Base, and Dessa from Barney will let them know. The Countess's swordsman glanced at the people behind Arthur calmly, then looked at Melinda. Melinda, you are refreshing to everyone today, and you will definitely be unforgettable for life. As she said, the female swordsman looked at Arthur. It was obvious that she was referring to something. It was a joke to ease the atmosphere. In response, Arthur smiled and nodded to show his approval. Melinda took the female swordsman's hand affectionately and said, "Sister Julie, the ceremony will start in a while. Let's go upstairs to rest for a while." The female swordsman did not refuse. Not only was it in accordance with the rules, but also because she felt Melinda gently pinch her palm several times. Obviously, there was something wrong. Afterwards, the female swordsman and Melinda went upstairs side by side. Thanks to the huge investment when Camille Manor was built. Otherwise, with the size of this female swordsman, she would not be able to walk side by side with Melinda. Her normal height of 2.5 meters and her sturdy figure make this lady look like a wall at any time. When she walks, she is a moving wall. It is obviously the first time that Linda has seen a female swordsman with such a figure. She can't hide her surprise. But she is not panicked at all. Instead, she greeted him politely. "Hello, I am Linda Camille." "Camille?" Instantly, the female swordsman knew the origin of the girl in front of her, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. "I have met Miss Camille several times, and she really impressed me. Both her ability and temperament are far beyond ordinary people." At that time, the staff group hoped that Miss Camille would join, but unfortunately, Miss Camille refused. As she spoke, the female swordsman showed regret on her face. "My mother has too many things to do. She even reduces her sleep time every day. Recently, she has been on business trips all the time." Linda looked at the female swordsman apologetically, apologizing for her mother. This made the female swordsman wave her hands repeatedly, indicating that she had no ill intentions and was just asking a simple question. Melinda on the side whispered to Linda, "Honey, can you bring me a glass of orange juice?" "Of course." Linda smiled and nodded. She certainly understood that she could not participate in the next topic. Linda did not mind, because Arthur was downstairs. If possible, she would like to stay with Arthur more. In the name of family. When only Melinda and the female swordsman were left in the room, Melinda looked at the female swordsman with a serious expression and sincere eyes. Suddenly, the female swordsman felt nervous. She knew Melinda's style of doing things. It must be a big deal to make Melinda look like this. In fact, it was true. "I hope I can have Arthur's child." "No. To be precise, I hope I have Arthur's child now." This simple sentence made the female swordsman stunned. After more than 10 seconds, the female swordsman scratched her head and asked blankly, "You want me to drug Arthur? This is not good." Although she said it was not good, the female swordsman's eyes were shining, and the corners of her mouth looked like a K, which she could not suppress at all. Moreover, the next moment, the female swordsman took out a potion from the potion bag on her waist, and said in a low voice, "This is the masterpiece of the potion master Quinn. After you drink it, you will definitely win in one try." Chapter 453. The Man Covered by Mosaics. Faced with the sales pitch from the female swordsman Julie, Melinda's eyes showed a hint of strangeness. "No, why do you carry this kind of thing?" Melinda didn't try to hide her expression. The female swordsman sighed. "You know I have the blood of a giant. Right? Well, the swordsman of Count Nanlos, a descendant of a giant, the heir of Garden Island, claimed to be able to drag a sailboat ashore with one hand. He is also the only person who can compete with the war elephants under the old lion in strength." Melinda said what she knew. But the female swordsman did not have any joy, but her face was heavy. Then do you know the characteristics of the giants? The female swordsman continued to ask. Huge body, extremely strong, superb defense, long lifespan. Melinda said, with envy in her eyes. This is not a disguise. It is real envy. Even if the descendants of the giants on Garden Island only have a trace of the blood of the original giants, they have already exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. In fact, without deliberate training, they only need to grow up step by step. And when they grow up, they can have the strength of Arcana level. If the number of people on Garden Island has not exceeded 20 since the Holy Empire era, and almost all of them are women, the giants would have unified the world long ago. Yes, we have racial characteristics that are unimaginable to ordinary people. But it is precisely because of these characteristics that it is difficult for us to reproduce. This is the so-called fairness of fate. The female swordsman looked lonely. So, you are looking for the potion Master Quinn to make this potion? Melinda's face showed understanding. If it is for the purpose of reproducing the race, it is understandable. Just as Melinda was thinking about how to continue to comfort the female swordsman scratched her head and laughed. No! Master Quinn and I don't know each other. My mother found this master to treat my father's broken pelvis. This master saw that my father was pitiful, so he made this potion. Melinda? Pelvic fracture? She seemed to have heard some incredible information. And how pitiful was he to make the so-called cold Master Quinn help make this special potion? Will it be completely broken? Or has it been shattered? A large mosaic image appeared in Melinda's mind. However, another question came up. Without any concealment, the lady asked directly, since there is such a one-time sure-win potion, why are there still so many giants on Garden Island? Still so few, right? Because this potion is only effective when taken for the first time. And after taking this potion, although women can get pregnant, they will also fall into weakness. Especially after giving birth. My mother took 3 years to recover. This was the ideal state after my father went to the Dragon Island to kill a pseudo-dragon and brought it back to my mother to replenish her body. If it were normal, even with my mother's physical fitness, it would probably take 10 years to recover. However, Melinda, let me tell you, the boiled dragon heart is delicious. Especially my father's cooking skills, it makes it even more delicious. The female swordsman unconsciously changed the topic. Melinda was receiving the information. No wonder the cold Master Quinn took action. There must be a test here. Who is Julie's father? Even if it is a fake dragon, not everyone can kill it. If you want to go to Dragon Island, at least you must be an enterer. Such a person cannot be unknown. Who could it be? Melinda guessed in her heart. On the other hand, she put away the one-shot sure-hit potion. She wouldn't use it. She was just curious. She was just collecting it. Well, that's it. At most, it would reassure the Countess. Although the difficulty of refining the one-shot sure-hit potion was unknown, but the potion made by Master Quinn must be extraordinary and extremely expensive. In addition to its importance to the giants, its value must have doubled. But even such a precious potion, but it was taken out casually by the female swordsman. Melinda could already imagine how vigilant the Countess was towards her now. She was the Countess's money bag. But when the money bag gets bigger and bigger, it can also crush people. She had noticed it before, but she was not really sure. However, that bastard must have discovered it, which is why he came up with the current plan, to make her temporarily weak, and make her harmless. And the one-shot sure-hit potion? It's a surprise. Right? Bad guy, always one step ahead. Melinda thought to herself, and a happy smile appeared on her face, which was also filled with a hint of maternal love. Looking at Melinda's smiling face after she carefully put away the one-shot sure-hit potion, Fencing Master Julie also smiled. This fencing master didn't he have any bad intentions. She was just a civet in the melon field. Well, a giant one. Sister Julie, please cooperate with me for a while. I have decided to let the truth be known to everyone. Melinda said her original request. No problem. Leave it to me. The female swordsman patted her chest. And downstairs Linda, who was talking to Arthur in a low voice, suddenly became absent-minded. What's wrong? Arthur, who had a similar experience, immediately looked at his aunt expectantly. He really wanted to know, what did his gifted aunt see again? Giant. A giant running on the grass in the sunset. And, naked. A group of female giants are chasing him. Linda said, her face turned red. Running in the sunset, is that my lost youth? Arthur complained unconsciously. But what does he have to do with giants? Except for the female countess's swordsmanship master, he has never seen other female giants. Prophecies are like this. It's hard to explain what they are. Maybe they are facts. But more often they are symbolic meanings that cannot be expressed in words. Arthur comforted. Well, I know. Although my ability is not as good as yours, Arthur, it is far superior to other so-called noble families. Linda nodded, with absolute confidence on her face. Behind her, the golden warrior flashed by. This time, Arthur really saw the warrior's extremely strong body clearly. The headdress covered her nose and most of her face, somewhat like an alternative crown, but on the elbows and knees, the armor was branded with cat head? A black and white cat head. Arthur recognized it at a glance. It was one of Linda's 3 cats. Ha ha dot. Such a strong body, mighty armor, stern expression, but with such a cute decoration. Well, you are worthy of it, Linda. Arthur thought in his heart, and his eyes looked upstairs again. Ma Linda, Julie walked down side by side. The title succession ceremony was about to begin. Chapter 454. Everything is for the children. The midday sun shines through the skylight in the hall, and shines into the building. The simple, luxurious building immediately becomes bright. The remaining decay is swept away. The slight damage is even covered by the sun. All that remains is solemnity and solemnity. Malinda kneels on one knee in the sun, and the female swordsman in the distance comes with a tray made of gold. On the tray are seals, badges and flags. The seal is engraved by Tufuyu, with Melinda's own spirituality as the starting point. It has unique characteristics. The emblem is the star of the dark night. The dark black represents the night, and the brighter ones represent the stars. According to legend, it is the morning star where the Lady of the Long Night lives. The flag is the same as the emblem, but it is magnified several times. Holding these things, the female swordsman stood in front of Melinda. The female swordsman, with a solemn face, immediately changed her temperament. With her height of 2.5 meters, it is truly majestic and unforgettable. The Camille family has survived for 300 years with their own moral character and tenacity. From the battles of the Holy Age to the reclamation of the Silver Age, and then to the glory of the Pioneer Age, they have used their own strength to protect this land, so that the glory is not tarnished, and the glory will last forever. Now, they have ushered in Nirvana. The Camille family has been reborn as the Caesar family. The words of the female swordsman echoed in the hall. This statement is of course high-sounding. It is impossible to directly say that the Camille family has died out. Nirvana. It must be Nirvana. Only such a Nirvana can save the face of the nobles. Arthur glanced at the corner where the merchants were. There, many people looked longingly. Obviously, they already have the corresponding ambition. And this is what the Countess is happy to see. As long as the Nanlos family is not Nirvana, it will be fine. As for the nobles below, as they please. Wasn't it the same for the family of Viscount Primo? When alive, the backbone of Nanlos. When dead, share and eat. Arthur knew this very well, but when he commented, he just said softly in his heart, the charm of words. Arthur said, looking at the people around him. Martz, Bob looked at him with sarcasm. Guderian Ernest, Erwin Dubois, Zhukov and Bass were full of disdain in their eyes. Little Lissop, Bontel, Cook, Scott, Wiggins, and Haywood didn't care. They just took a participating attitude. But Dessa from Barney was different. The retainer of Selena's family looked at the dining area in the distance from time to time, swallowing saliva constantly, but he thought of the lady's instructions, and could only hold it back. Then, a roasted chicken leg quietly floated in front of him. Dessa was stunned, looked up, and saw Arthur's mouth bulging and gave him a thumbs up. Without hesitation, Dessa from Barney stuffed the roasted chicken leg into his mouth. At the same time, he recognized Arthur more and more in his heart, as expected of the heir chosen by Miss Selena. He is different from other hypocritical guys, Dessa thought in his heart. After Arthur ate 2 roasted chicken legs, 4 slices of beer ham, a roast goose, and 16 pieces of pie, the female swordsman's lengthy speech finally came to an end. The Caesar family will surely last forever. With these words, the female swordsman handed the tray to Melinda, and helped Melinda stand up. The swordsmen of Baron Culler and Baron Houseman narrowed their eyes when they saw the scene. They both felt something different. Their hearts were filled with worries. As for the old butler of the Bourne family, after vomiting from the feces, he was in a coma. After Melinda stood up again, the title succession ceremony came to an end. The guests came forward to congratulate one by one. As the band played, Arthur and Melinda thanked the guests side by side, and with the help of the waiter, led the guests to the dining area. Although it was not the main meal of the night, with the help of the cook Mary and others, they prepared grilled sausages, roasted chicken, roasted duck, roasted goose, roasted deer, roasted potatoes, roasted apples, fried fish, stew, pie were served in a continuous stream. Light beer was placed in a half-person high brown barrel on one side. The drink of lychee and pear juice was placed on the other side. The lychees, which were extremely difficult to obtain in this season, were well received by the ladies. Arthur brought a glass to Melinda, watching Melinda sipping it with a smile. An old man on the side was capturing the scene. In fact, from the beginning, this old man would appear beside Arthur and Melinda from time to time. This was the official painter of the Count of Nanlos. He was brought by the female swordsman to paint busts of Arthur and Melinda, which would eventually be hung in the hall of Caesar Manor, at the highest point. If possible, I hope to paint a portrait of the two of you in the same frame. It is more suitable to be hung at the highest point. The painter put forward his own opinion. Arthur looked at Melinda, as if Melinda was the one who made the decision. Melinda nodded without thinking. Okay. Then, the two smiled at each other. Melinda raised her hand and placed her palm in Arthur's, while Arthur placed his palm on Melinda's waist with ease. The intimacy between the two made anyone who saw them think that they were a young couple. However, the painter frowned slightly. He always felt that something was wrong. It seemed deliberate, expression, demeanor. Nothing is wrong. But he just feels it is not real. It seems that Miss Caesar is very resistant to Mr. Kratos. This shouldn't be right. Right? The artist is even more puzzled. But the next moment, ugh! Melinda frowned, and the dry heaves on the side made the artist's body tremble. Yes, that's it. That's right. The sudden dry heaves. Miss Chang'e frowned slightly, and the way she put one hand on her lower abdomen, it hit the painter right away. He clearly felt the maternal radiance. And the resistance just now? No, that was not resistance. That was protection. As a mother, protection for her unborn child. The painter did not care about others, took out the paintbrush and started to sketch. Everyone in the hall looked at Melinda in surprise. That retching sound, many people heard it. Even many people saw it. But Melinda did not explain more. The female swordsman, who had been waiting on the side, came over immediately and helped Melinda upstairs. When Melinda, the female swordsman, disappeared behind the door, everyone's eyes subconsciously looked at Arthur. Under everyone's gaze, Arthur's face was blank, followed by speculation, and then unbelievable joy. Then, he rushed upstairs in 2 steps. As the two protagonists left, there was an uproar downstairs, and everyone started talking. Even after the female swordsman walked out of the room, many people came to ask with courage. I don't know. The female swordsman answered with a smile. This expression of trying to cover up the truth immediately led to more speculation. In the room, Arthur unbuttoned his collar. Melinda took out her pipe. Phew! The thick smoke was puffing. Melinda looked comfortable, and after Arthur picked up Pendragon, he completely relaxed. Everyone has his own way to relieve stress. Melinda smoked a pipe. Arthur played with the cat. However, Arthur did not like Melinda's pipe. But before, he could not say much. But now it was different. Smoking is not good for children, Arthur said seriously while holding Pendragon. Melinda was stunned, looked at the pipe in her hand, and then looked at the serious Arthur. The lady finally put out the pipe, because she knew the importance of the plan. But the irritability that followed made the lady pace back and forth in the room. After walking a few rounds, just as the lady glared at Arthur and was about to roar, something was thrown over by Arthur. The lady caught it subconsciously and said, "Well, what is this?" Chapter 455 Night and Prelude. Melinda certainly recognized the bracelet in Arthur's hand. This was the bracelet given by Baron Haussmann's swordsman under pressure. So Melinda never thought that it was hers. Including the other ring, and the 10 boxes of gold coins, Melinda had already assumed that it was Arthur's. And now, Arthur suddenly threw it to her. This lady would not think it was an extra gift. Glass of the Pale Hand came for this thing? Melinda asked directly. Yes, this is the information I got. Arthur nodded. Immediately, the lady examined the bracelet in her hand more seriously. There is an inscription that makes people feel light. It is a decent secret item. But it is not enough for a guy like that to go to such trouble. Right? Melinda frowned and came to a similar conclusion as Arthur. You need to investigate this. Arthur, who insisted on not knowing anything, shrugged his shoulders, and then adjusted his posture, making himself more comfortable in the chair. Looking at Arthur's appearance, Melinda instinctively felt that this guy was setting a trap for her. But she was a little curious. Why not investigate secretly? Melinda thought to herself, and leaned back in another chair. Arthur was sleep-deprived. Melinda was tired. For this day, this lady prepared too much. And experienced too much. With a mentality that absolutely could not afford to fail. She finally completed it at this moment. And the irresistible fatigue surged into her heart. Even with the secret technique as an adjustment, it could not change the fact that this lady's breathing became even after closing her eyes for more than 10 seconds. Arthur opened one eye and glanced at Melinda. Coincidentally, Melinda also opened one eye at this time. After the two looked at each other, they all gave each other the middle finger. And their faces showed an expression of "I knew you were pretending to be asleep." You need to be sincere when you treat others. Arthur began to seize the initiative. Well, I'm just wary of some psychics. Melinda hit back, and began to imply that Arthur was not a human. If you don't do anything wrong, you don't need to be wary of others. Only petty people would worry about nothing. Arthur was thick-skinned and was unmoved. Well, my biggest regret is that I met you, Melinda said to Arthur again in a calm tone. But seeing Arthur smiling and not caring, the lady sighed in her heart. He is too thick-skinned, and there is no way to break his trick. The lady began to become bored and asked directly, "What's the next plan?" Arthur's face became serious, and he said very straightforwardly, "Wait until dark." After saying that, Arthur closed his eye. Melinda also closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. This time, the two did not open their eyes again. But wisps of smoke always lingered in the room. The dog in the corner was even more alert. Time passed by minute by minute. Lunch, afternoon tea, dinner at Caesar Manor were connected together, music, singing never stopped. People began to talk loudly with the help of alcohol, and even tested each other. When tired, the guest room where you can rest can quickly restore your energy. When they returned to the field again, a cup of lemon tea refreshed them. Everyone formed circles. However, the most eye-catching circle was the one centered on Arthur. Even though Arthur was not here, people's eyes were still constantly cast here. And the people in this circle? No one cared about the eyes of others. Mounts, Bob, the two who had experienced the battlefield, regarded the eyes of others as a breeze. Cook, Scott, Wiggins, Little Lidhop, Volunteer, Guderian Ernest, Erwin Du Bois, Shukuf Base. Although young, but they are all different, and have long been accustomed to it. Dessa from Barney is satisfied with food. As for Haywood, this black-hearted landlord is the most shameless. Wiggins, help me get a glass of orange juice. Light beer is delicious, but I can't bear it anymore. Scott gestured to Wiggins. He put his arm around Volunteer's shoulders, and raised his glass to Guderian Ernest, Erwin Du Bois, and Shukuf Base. Scott, Wiggins, and Volunteer were old acquaintances. They had known each other since the time when they were first used by the dead Dokul. And Guderian Ernest, Erwin Du Bois, and Shukuf Base? Scott had interviewed the three of them because of the fencing competition. Therefore, at Maltz's suggestion, the young editor-in-chief stepped forward to act as a lubricant for everyone. As for the effect, you can tell from the laughter that rang out from time to time. Bob clinked glasses with Little Lidhop with a light beer. I heard that there are many desperate criminals in Southtown, Bob asked. Well, there are quite a few. These guys hide among the miners. They bring many hidden dangers to the safety of Southtown. But some jobs in the mines require these guys. Little Lidhop nodded, very frankly. Because these are the men recognized by the kind father. But also because these are the men recognized by the kind father. Little Lidhop's eyes then showed inquiry. Bob did not hide it either. I need more manpower to expand the reliable manpower for the big boss. You can see that, although the big boss is powerful, his power has been weakened due to the previous hiding. I think if the big boss has 100 or 200 more death warriors, it will solve this problem very well. Wiggins has been selecting reliable personnel from Rat Alley. Bob did not deny this approach. But the captain of the death squad still felt that he needed to be faster. If it was before, he didn't care, but after seeing the energy that Arthur had, the mentality of the former captain of the death squad completely changed. He recognized the words of his old friend, and he became convinced. So, he hoped that he could reflect his own value. It could also make everything Arthur has become as solid as a rock. Bob, who has seen the filthiness among the nobles, knows that. With Arthur showing his power like this, the Earl of Nanlos will eventually become restless one day. Therefore, the 100 dead men became insurance. As long as there are these 100 dead men, scattered all over Nanlos, Arthur will be absolutely safe, and they will be safe too. Unless the Earl of Nanlos does not want the territory of Nanlos, want to perish together. Of course, if 100 warriors are not enough, then 200. Little Lithrop immediately understood what Bob meant. The young lord nodded solemnly. Leave it to me. Bob understood the filthiness of the nobles. Little Lithrop knew it even better. Cook, who was sitting on the side, brought Scott, Wiggins, and Haywood over with lemon tea. My father used to be a bounty hunter, and he had some means of training people. As long as you hold on, as long as you persist for 4 weeks, you will be able to greatly improve your strength. The new sheriff of the Dord district said straight to the point. Immediately, Scott, Wiggins, Haywood's eyes lit up. They knew their disadvantages too well. Strength. Now there is a chance to improve. Of course they will not let it go. What about you? Cook. Scott expressed his doubts appropriately. I was afraid of pain, so I didn't dare to try it at that time. Cook's cheeks were a little red then. He looked at the 3 people in front of him with an increasingly serious expression, and said, So? The 4 of us must persevere. Whoever quits first will be a loser for life. The 3 nodded immediately. Especially Haywood, who murmured to himself. It hurts a little, but it's better than losing your life. Right. Let's do it. I want to follow you, and see a wider sky. When the young master is born, he will need a knight like me to protect him. The first words, Haywood spoke with great force. The second words were greeted with a lot of eye rolls. When Arthur's child is born, as Arthur's good friend, I think I can be the child's enlightenment teacher. Scott expressed his position. Well, I can also teach the child how to survive on the street. This is Wiggins. I don't understand these, but my father should have some collections. I think I can give some to Arthur's future children as a gift. Cook was very reserved. Such a conversation was not hidden from others. Even Maltz, who had been watching with a smile, was moved in his heart. Arthur's child. Inexplicably, the hearts of the people who were originally gathered together twisted even tighter. They seemed to have a bigger and farther goal to strive for. Arthur, who was hiding in the room under the pretext of taking care of Melinda, stood up from the chair, and looked at Melinda, who had been ready. This is the first time I've seen someone who can fall asleep soundly on a chair, Melinda muttered. You're just surprised. There is a girl who can fall asleep on a rope, Arthur defended seriously. Falling asleep on a rope? That must be practicing some kind of secret technique. Such a secret technique must make the body lighter, agile, and more balanced. When using a long sword, it can be more flexible and changeable. When using weapons such as whips, it will be even more difficult to defend against. Melinda thought about it and said this. Well, that's about it, Arthur said as he put Pendragon down. You can bring a cat with you when exploring the ruins, but Arthur doesn't want this cat to be Pendragon, even though he already knows a lot about the place. It's not that I won't take you. It's that, Pan, you have a more important mission. Stay here, wait for me to come back. This is a mission that concerns Dad's life and death, do you understand? Arthur said softly, raising his hand to comfort Pendragon, who wanted to join him. Meow. Pendragon's eyes lit up, and he immediately jumped onto the table and held his chest high. Good meow. Arthur smiled, extended his right index finger, and rubbed Pendragon's forehead. Looking at Arthur carefully instructing Pendragon, Melinda suddenly understood why Pendragon liked Arthur so much. Of course I understand. Sour taste, there is still a little bit. Huh, is it a big deal to have a cat? Melinda snorted coldly and lit her pipe. After taking a deep breath of smoke, she exhaled directly. Whoosh! A huge smoke ring appeared in the room. Melinda held Arthur's hand and stepped inside. Instantly, the two disappeared. Chapter 456, The Psychic Speed Through the Ruins, The God's Stick. Nanlos, Dockside, Underground Ruins. When the thick smoke ring appeared out of thin air, Urs and his men immediately stood up. They were too familiar with their master's abilities, and the group of Wild Wind's Sword followed closely. However, this expedition team, including Wild Wind's Sword Deljo, are a little nervous. The first time they did something, they messed it up. But it is easy to be questioned about your ability. If it was before, Windsword and his team would not care, but after Arthur's promise, Windsword and his team are really worried. No other reason, Arthur gave enough. So, Don't complain that employees are not working hard enough or are passive. If you do, it proves that you don't give enough. As long as you give enough, employees will always let you get more rewards. Just like Deljo at this moment. No. We can't go on like this. Maybe. We should be able to tell the adults about the 2 ruins. Deljo thought so, and looked at his deputy. Adi instantly understood what his captain meant. After a little thought, the deputy captain nodded. The current situation is already unfavorable to them. If they don't show some value, then they will only fall behind 1 step. And fall behind step by step. After all, now is the time when they need Arthur. It's not that Arthur needs them. In the smoke, 2 figures appeared hand in hand. My lord. My lord. On both sides of the smoke, the people belonging to Arthur and Melinda bowed and greeted. Melinda nodded, not that she didn't want to say more, but the churning in her stomach was too uncomfortable. Arthur looked at Melinda with a little surprise. In his estimation, Melinda should have vomited once. Is she gradually adapting? The young medium thought to himself. His eyes turned to Wild Wind Sword Deljo. My lord, I'm sorry, Deljo, this has nothing to do with you. After all, no one could imagine that. The owner of the ruins would create such an exaggerated trap as the Gate of Life and Death 3000. Arthur smiled and waved his hand. His eyes were calm, his tone was gentle. This made all the members of the Wild Wind Sword Expedition team feel relieved. Especially little Winna, who patted her chest. She looked like she had finally passed the test. Edwina looked at Arthur with an apologetic look. Arthur still smiled, and his expression did not change at all. Suddenly, the goodwill of the expedition team of Sword of the Wind began to increase rapidly. Who can not like a kind boss? Especially when the boss is powerful, influential, and generous enough. When Melinda walked towards Urs, who reported the details, Deljo also immediately walked to Arthur's side. Sir, I have information about 2 ruins here. The Wild Wind Sword lowered his voice. Immediately, Arthur understood what he meant. There is no doubt that the big plan he had drawn before worked. Everything is up to you. These 2 missions are still counted as 3 in the contract. If you need anything, let me know in advance and I will send people to give you the corresponding assistance. Arthur did not ask any more questions, and looked like he trusted his subordinates. In fact, for Arthur, what he values most is the XP generated by the team of Wild Wind Sword when exploring the ruins. As for the items in the ruins, if there are, it's better. If there are none, it doesn't matter. Therefore, Arthur doesn't mind acting more like a qualified, excellent and lovable boss. Your kindness is as admirable as your strength. Thank you for your trust in us. Please rest assured that this time, we will definitely complete the task perfectly. Sword of the Wind Deljo issued a military order. The expedition team behind him nodded in the same way. And Melinda in the distance looked at Arthur, secretly curling her lips. This lady knew that this bad guy Arthur was trying to win people's hearts. However, this kind of kindness was indeed surprising. Why are you so picky about me? Could it be, use the profits you get from picking on me to subsidize your own team? When this thought came to Melinda's mind, the lady narrowed her eyes. Because the lady felt that this was true. Subconsciously, the lady felt a little irritated, instinctively, and wanted to pick up the pipe. But when it was about to reach her lips, the lady held back. Even if it was acting, it had to be real. Thinking of this, the lady began to adjust her mood with breathing. And Urs on the side was stunned. As Melinda's earliest subordinate, the head hunter knew clearly what kind of temper her master had. He was clearly angry with Lord Kratos just now. But he held back? Shouldn't he have just stabbed him? How could he hold back? And he didn't even smoke his pipe. It was incredible. Could it be that this was love? Urs pondered in his heart, but didn't dare to ask. His lord might not be willing to stab Lord Kratos because of love, but if he stabbed him, he would definitely be willing to do so. Therefore, the hunter stood there with his neck shrunk, tried to reduce your presence as much as possible, until Arthur came over with a smile and greeted him. Hello. Are you Urs? Melinda said you are very good at archery. And good at tracking. I have wanted to have such skills since I was a child. Even a few years ago, I dreamed of becoming an excellent hunter. Arthur's kind words quickly won the favor of the chief hunter. Your talent, whatever you want, you can achieve it easily. If you want to learn archery, we can go out together when the hunting season starts. Urs responded. Of course. I'm looking forward to it. Arthur nodded immediately. And the smile on his face became more and more eager. It seemed that he was really looking forward to the start of the hunting season. Melinda glared at Arthur. It meant that you were almost done. If you continue to act, it will be dawn. After Arthur smiled at Melinda, he didn't say anything nonsense, and walked directly to the corridor of the 3000th gate of life and death with his cane. Immediately, everyone, including Urs and the others, the Sword of the Wind team, and Melinda, all looked over. They all wanted to know how Arthur would crack the gate of life and death 3000. It should be divination, right? Many people thought so, because Arthur's identity as a medium was too deeply rooted in people's minds. Therefore, many people were waiting for Arthur to take out the crystal ball and do divination. For this kind of divination, everyone was curious. Other people's divinations were, of course, fake. But Arthur's must be different. That was a truly powerful divination. Everyone thought so. Even Melinda was no exception. The lady stared with wide eyes, trying not to miss any of the process. She thought that watching Arthur's divination would be helpful for her bone divination. But the next moment, everyone was stunned. Because Arthur not only did not do divination, nor did he take out any crystal ball, but directly placed the cane with the Pendragon head carved on it in front of him. The next moment, as Arthur's palm left, the cane fell straight down, and the cane head pointed in a direction. Arthur glanced at the direction of the cane head, raised his hand and pointed. Go this way. Chapter 457. My name is Arthur Kratos. Everyone stared blankly at the direction Arthur pointed. It was a wooden door, only half a person's height. It was just right for children to enter, but adults would have to bend down and lower their heads. Of course, this was not the point. The point was that everyone present was stunned by Arthur's childish tricks. Even the rookies had heard that many people who got lost in the wild would choose to throw branches to decide the direction to go. But old hands know this is wrong. The correct way is to put up a branch, lock the current shadow position, and then determine the east and west directions by the trajectory of the shadow after the sun moves. But what is the principle of using a walking stick to locate? Could it be that it is left to fate? Almost subconsciously, many people thought of some scammers among the mediums. But with Arthur's reputation and strength, shouldn't he be a scammer? Could it be that we can't see the mystery? A group of people stood in the corridor and began to doubt their lives, especially the group of professional relic hunters, Quangfengjian, who felt that their worldviews had been shattered. Is this possible? They asked themselves in a screaming manner. Just like a group of groundhogs appeared at the same time. Of course, this is possible. Arthur took in the dull eyes of the crowd and said silently in his heart, You have to know that this is the result of 3000 rats exploring the way. How could it not be possible? Of course, Arthur would never tell everyone the truth like this. One of the secrets of the Kratos family, pathfinding. Arthur said this, and then he pushed open the door and bent down to enter. Melinda was the second one. The lady was not sure what the pathfinding Arthur was talking about was, but the lady believed that Arthur would not joke about such things. As it turned out, Melinda was right. When she passed through the narrow corridor, suddenly, the view in front of her was clear. 9 doors appeared in front of her. Obviously, that level was passed. This is another level. However, compared to the 3000 gates of life and death, these 9 doors are naturally much easier. Melinda's eyes were relieved. Then, the lady couldn't help but ask softly, Is this the only function of the pathfinding technique? Can it guide us to the path of the item in our mind? Arthur rolled his eyes secretly. If he really had such a secret technique, he would have first found a way to a safe haven for himself. However, the young medium said, The pathfinding technique was invented by my grandfather, Old Charlie, and is based on the characteristics of our medium bloodline. It can only point out the correct path in the maze for now. As for the path you want to use to find the item you want in your mind, I suggest you ask a certain captain for the compass. If you ask, it's my grandfather's credit. If you ask again, it's based on the bloodline of the Kratos family. Anyway, unless you find Old Charlie, no one can expose Arthur's lies. However, the group of Wind Sword who just walked out of the corridor was a little disappointed. After confirming that the pathfinding technique was useful, including Wind Sword Deljo himself, they were ready to accumulate enough merits to exchange for this secret technique. No, it is a miracle technique. For these ruins explorers, this secret technique is a miracle technique. However, such a secret technique actually requires blood support. But immediately, Wild Wind Sword and others adjusted their mindsets. In their opinion, it is normal for this kind of miracle technique to have blood support, otherwise, it is impossible to be so magical. However, Being able to create this secret technique is enough to show how profound the Kratos family is. Following such a family, what a future it would be. While Melinda on the side silently memorized the pathfinding technique, she began to think about the compass. Although she had never heard of a captain owning such a compass, this did not prevent her from investigating later. Of course, this lady was sure that Arthur deliberately said to keep half and half. For what? Of course, to get benefits from her. Asshole, there are already 17 new ships, not enough? Melinda muttered in her heart, but her eyes followed Arthur. She wanted to see the pathfinding technique again. Arthur did not disappoint her, and the next moment, he raised his palm again. Then, snap! The cane fell to one side, and the cane was pointing at the wall. Wall? Everyone was stunned, and immediately took a breath. It was the hidden door. Who would have thought that the owner of the ruins would use the hidden door to hide the real passage once? Will it be used again after 3000 at the gate of life and death? If it weren't for the pathfinding technique, there would definitely be unnecessary casualties. Immediately, Urs and Wind Sword Deljo looked at Arthur with gratitude. Because the pathfinding work must have been done by their men. Such a useful method, he will definitely not use it only once. Arthur said this, picked up his cane, and tapped the wall lightly. Immediately, the hidden door opened, and a wide and smooth road appeared. However, when everyone saw this passage, they all frowned. An inexplicable sense of danger appeared in everyone's heart. It's a trap passage. Everyone. Windsword Del Chiao reminded everyone. But before he finished speaking, he saw Arthur had already stepped out. My lord. Windsword Del Chiao was shocked. Although he knew that Arthur was powerful, but this kind of forceful approach is not advisable. Perhaps relying on strong strength will not cause any problems, but the ruins may be destroyed. Some of the ruins explorers from North County loved to do this recklessly. It was not until they were buried alive that they learned to restrain themselves and choose a more cautious mode. While Deljo, the Wild Wind Sword, was looking at him in horror, Arthur was walking leisurely in the trap passage, and he was still muttering. Looking for dragons and dividing gold. Looking at the mountains, each entanglement is a hurdle. Arthur couldn't help himself. Although it was all thanks to the rat's efforts, but walking in this passage that looked like a tomb passage, Arthur couldn't help but recall some memories of his youth. Subconsciously, Arthur looked down at his index finger and middle finger. It's a pity that they are not as long as usual. TSK, after all. There is no ancient ingot knife and unicorn blood. Did I just make a mistake? Did you get it mixed up? Haha, I can't tell them apart. Arthur thought in his heart. His steps became faster, and he passed through the trap passage in the eyes of everyone who was incredulous. Follow the tiles I just walked on, Arthur said. Everyone took action immediately. Only Wild Wind Sword Del Chiao was a little stunned. Look for the winding mountains to find the dragon and divide the gold. Each winding is a level of difficulty. Is this some kind of formula? Did the master rely on this formula to pass through the trap passage? How should this formula be used? Wild Wind Sword Del Chiao muttered to himself. Moreover, he immediately decided that when he had enough merit, he would exchange it for this. It was useful. It was really useful. Many people in the Wild Wind Sword team had similar ideas. Melinda's eyes changed when she looked at Arthur. Secret technique? Another new secret technique. The lady was impressed by the heritage of the Kratos family, and even more impressed by Arthur's talent. You know, without Arthur's talent, even more secret techniques would be useless. This kind of talent, should we say that he is worthy of being chosen as the contemporary Black Cat? Of course, a bad guy is still a bad guy. The lady sighed at Arthur's talent, but immediately corrected her attitude. She would not praise a bad guy. Then, the lady looked more attentively into the depths of the ruins. The owner of the ruins just now turned his head back, which was enough to prove that he was not an easy person to get along with. Hidden Gate. Gate of Life and Death 3000. Mixed and Hidden Gate. There is also a trap passage. The lady didn't know what would happen next, but she had to be alert. The same was true for others. They were inexplicably alert. Especially some people with high spiritual. They became frightened at this time. Little Winna had already grabbed the corner of her sister's clothes. The whole team walked forward in silence for about 20 minutes, hissing. A low hissing sound appeared. Suddenly, everyone subconsciously tightened their weapons. After moving forward for 3 minutes, the scene in front of them made most people in the team gasp. Snakes. Hundreds of snakes blocked the way forward. These snakes coiled in the darkness, spitting out their tongues. Their cold eyes stared at the intruders. But this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that behind a group of snakes, there was a huge snake, coiling in formation, sleeping with its head down. But with the sound of everyone's footsteps, the tightly closed snake eyes opened. Buzz! The invisible aura emanated from the body. Except for Arthur, Melinda, and Deljo. The rest of the team became shaky. Even Urs, the head hunter of Melinda, was gritting his teeth and holding on at this time. Ferocious beast. Huang Fengjian felt his scalp tingling. In all his years of exploration, this was the first time he had really encountered a ferocious beast. Although he had encountered arcane creatures before, but fierce beasts are different. Only those that have reached the entry level can be called fierce beasts. Clang! Wild Wind Sword Deljo drew his long sword. Melinda did not dare to be careless. She took out her pipe again. The snakes on the opposite side also raised their heads and hissed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Amid the hissing, the giant snake moved its body, and its body, which was as thick as a carriage, brought an unimaginable sense of oppression to everyone. Many people's teeth were trembling. And among all the people, only Arthur was different. Alas! The young medium sighed, took his cane, and walked forward calmly. Along the way, the venomous snakes, who were originally on the verge of a fight, gave way one after another, leaving a wide path for Arthur. When Arthur passed by, all the venomous snakes bowed their heads and saluted. They let Arthur walk straight to their king. No, the giant snake. In their eyes at this moment, the king had already changed his candidate. It was Arthur. It's not a giant snake. The giant snake roared angrily, and as its body moved, the whole passage was shaken by the impact. But as Arthur approached, the giant snake's eyes showed doubt. Then confusion. Then shock. Then joy. The joy that rose from the depths of its soul made the giant snake's tail swing back and forth. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Arthur stood in front of the giant snake, and the young medium whispered, "My name is Arthur. Kratos. Will you follow me?" Chapter 458 Big Snake. Nidhogg. The young medium asked softly. It sounded like thunder to the ears of the people around. Since the Imperial era, no matter nobles or mysterious people, they have the habit of raising arcane creatures. Not only can arcane creatures show their status, but also because arcane creatures will be good helpers for every owner. Even, they can complement each other. In the early Imperial era, there was a double-wielding scimitar hunter with a female Black Panther who became famous in Nanjun. Not to mention that in the Middle and Late Imperial era, arcane creatures became indispensable companions for hunters. It was not until the beginning of the Holy Age, when hunters were incorporated into the church, that this phenomenon gradually disappeared. However, no matter what period, if you want to have arcane creatures, you need to cultivate them from childhood. Like this direct taming? Except for the double scimitar hunter, who has a female Black Panther. I have never heard of anyone who can do it. Moreover, that Black Panther is also just an arcane creature. But the big snake in front of me? Ferocious beast. It is a creature that is called a ferocious beast only after it enters the realm. Impossible. It is absolutely impossible to be tamed. Everyone present thought so. People like Melinda and Wild Wind Sword Deljo were ready for battle. Smoke surrounded this lady, and a lot of deep shadows were hidden in it, and the beating soul fire was the eyes of these dead souls. Any creature that looked into their eyes would tremble all over, like falling into an ice cellar. Deljo was more direct. Whoosh! 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 Wind, one wind after another. Sharp and fast. With these two as reminders, the others also adjusted their states. Then, the huge snake lowered its head, which was as big as a house, and made a low hissing sound. It seemed to be acting like a spoiled child. Melinda blinked. The lady wanted to confirm whether she was experiencing hallucinations, but her intuition told her there was no illusion. Nor was there any illusion. Everything was real. The huge snake really surrendered to Arthur. Even though she didn't believe it, it really happened. Almost unconsciously, the lady began to chant. Eternal monster. Heir of the rebellious bloodline. Creator of Ragnarok. Fear of the northern gods. Ruler of the Chaos Blade. Owner of the Leviathan Axe. Kratos. Before, the lady didn't really take Arthur's words about the family introduction to her heart. But now, the lady began to reconsider. She began to pay attention to every word. Every word. She whispered. Monster? Kratos? Ragnarok? Her spirituality told her that she had grasped the key point of the matter. But there was still something missing. If she could grasp this little thing, she would know the truth of the matter. Is it the Chaos Blade? Or the Leviathan Axe? The lady wanted to do a divination right now. But she knew it was inappropriate. Now, as Arthur's lover, she just needed to smile. The lady took a deep breath in her heart, and a smile appeared on her face, indicating that everything was expected. But the people around her were not calm. Sword of the Wind Deljo wanted to kneel down and kiss her master's shoes. Every time, Del Chiao overestimated the strength of his master. But every time, this master could break his cognition at a very fast speed and raise his own strength to an unimaginable level. Once, twice, 3 times. At this moment, Del Chiao's heart was completely numb. This wild wind sword even thought in his heart that the master he followed was omnipotent. After all, the fierce beasts who entered the rank could be made to surrender with just a word. What else can't be done? The eyes of the people looking at Arthur changed again and again, shocked, horrified. Now all became convinced. However, little Winna is different. The mentally damaged lady opened her mouth and asked, "Can I touch it?" "Of course." Yumming. "No, it's Nidhogg who is happy to let you touch it." Arthur casually gave a name to the black snake in front of him. And with this name, Arthur's eyes began to flash with words. Nidhogg, mutated Titan Python. Nidhogg was originally just an ordinary jungle snake, but after being discovered by Geppetto, it became the test subject of this crazy master. Either luckily or unluckily, it was injected with the blood of several ancient snakes, among which the blood of Titan Python stimulated Nidhogg's weak blood power, allowing Nidhogg to begin to evolve. During this evolution, Geppetto continued to add various blood samples. In the later stage, it was no longer limited to snakes, but also some dragons. This made Nidhogg feel painful. But Nidhogg did not dare to resist the master. Even if the crazy master asked it to cut off its tail, it would not dare to resist. Fortunately, Nidhogg's first mission was to guard this place. In the following hundreds of years, Nidhogg's blood kept getting thicker, and he was promoted. His body began to grow wildly, but he still remembered the orders of the crazy master, until he met you. The blood of several ancient snakes in his body sensed the greatness of the snake of death, which was unchanging. This made him regard you as a relative, a father-brother-like existence. Effects: 1. Mutated body. 2. Dragon armor. 3. Snake breath. 4. Command. Mutated body. Nidhogg has a body far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and it is still growing. The huge body makes it extremely powerful, and it is not afraid of fire, ice, toxins, illusions, but when facing thunder, it will appear timid, and in the sea, Nidhogg will get twice the result with half the effort. Current stage: 40 meters long, 4 meters thick. Dragon armor. The blood of the dragon gave Nidhogg special scales. Not only does it ignore most physical attacks, it is also very capable when facing attacks from fire, ice, toxins. Even when facing large caliber artillery, it will be safe and sound, and can activate a force field shield covering the whole body, enough to withstand 3 entry-level attacks. Snake breath. It can spray a cone-shaped poisonous mist with an angle of 30 and a length of 300 meters. It can also spit out fireballs and ice balls with a diameter that matches its body. But it cannot spit out lightning. Its attack power does not exceed the entry level. Command. It can command snakes within a radius of 50 kilometers. Note 1. Nidhogg has an amazing appetite and needs to eat a lot of food. Gold can replace food, and moonlight can also make it feel full. Note 2. When Nidhogg eats a lot, his body will grow rapidly. Note 3. Dragon armor. The snake's breath becomes stronger as Nidhogg grows. Note 4. The sprayed cone-shaped poison mist can become a normal poisonous miasma, covering certain areas, or moving with the wind. Note 5. The snakes under command, as long as their level does not exceed Nidhogg, will not be able to resist it. Arthur looked at the text in front of him, and his mouth curled up slightly. It was obvious that his fleet would be safer. But is thunder the nemesis of snakes? Arthur thought, stroking his chin. Little Winna yelled, "Sister! Sister! Look! It has horns!" Hearing Little Winna shout, everyone looked carefully and found that there were 2 small horns on Nidhogg's head. These 2 small horns were only the size of a fist. When they were placed on Nidhogg's head, they looked like 2 small bags and were not noticeable at all. If it weren't for Little Winna, no one would have noticed it. However, soon, everyone withdrew their gaze, because they felt Nidhogg's displeasure. In front of Arthur, who was like a father and a brother, Nidhogg was docile, but in front of others, Just insects. In this regard, Arthur had no intention of correcting him. The young medium just patted Nidhogg lightly. Immediately, the black giant snake twisted its body, completely clearing the passage behind it. Suddenly, an open house appeared in everyone's sight. A large number of books, the experimental equipment, was arranged in different categories. The most eye-catching one was a display cabinet. The display cabinet was divided into upper and lower parts. The upper part was a mask. The lower part was a dagger. Arthur glanced at the rest. But when he saw the very familiar mask, the young medium felt nervous. He wanted this mask. Chapter 459. Get it? The mask on the upper shelf of the display case. Arthur is so familiar with it. It looks like a human face, pure white, without any patterns, decorations, only 2 holes at the eyes. It can only be a container for the death hound. After having a death hound, Arthur doesn't mind having another one. Pendragon would probably like to have another dog to ride. Right? Anyway, Pendragon doesn't have a crotch, so it won't get rotten. Thinking in his heart, Arthur didn't rush, but raised his right hand and rubbed his chin. What's wrong? Melinda, who was always watching Arthur, noticed this immediately. After spending a long time together, the lady has learned some of Arthur's little habits. For example, he would rub his eyebrows when thinking, and tap his fingers on the table or the armrest of the chair. When he found something interesting, he would rub his chin with his hand. Nothing. I just found something interesting. Arthur said this, but he did not keep people in suspense like Melinda did, but asked softly, "Do you know Geppetto?" Geppetto? The crazy alchemist? Melinda blurted it out. Alchemist Geppetto has a great reputation in the mysterious side, but it is all negative. Whenever this name is mentioned, people will think of madness. Moreover, most people think that the Vatican's decision to burn this alchemist and his work Pinocchio was the right one. At least, compared to the 11 masters who were burned to death later, it was right. After all, one of the 11 masters who were burned to death later had the crime of not being able to create the sun at night. Well, this is one of his laboratories. It's actually in South Los, which really surprised me. According to records, this crazy alchemist was more active in West Berlin. Arthur nodded. Melinda frowned. This is Geppetto's laboratory? The lady muttered to herself, with a look of disappointment that was hard to conceal. Sure enough, this guy has big plans. Even the laboratory of an alchemist master cannot satisfy him. So, where did she think this was before? Arthur guessed in his heart. There is no doubt that Melinda attaches great importance to this place. That kind of strict defense attitude, if it weren't for the unexpected cooperation of the Wind Sword team, he wouldn't have been able to trick them out. So, when Arthur saw that Nidhogg was raised by the crazy alchemist and was a test piece, he was very curious. Was it worth it for this crazy alchemist? It's not that an alchemist is not worth it for Melinda to do this. It's that this crazy alchemist is not worth it. You know, this crazy alchemist is different from other alchemists. This crazy alchemist was burned to death by the church back then. Simply put, most of the other party's property has been confiscated. Even if there is still some property, it is unlikely to be too much. With this premise, Melinda's strict defense seems a bit redundant. Unless Melinda misunderstood something and mistakenly thought that this place was left by another big shot. And this is what Arthur needs. It's not that he needs to misunderstand, but he needs to let Melinda understand the truth here. Arthur wants Melinda to understand this is not the place she wants to find. Only in this way can he choose first. According to the previous agreement, the two sides divided this place 40% and 60%. Melinda, 40%. Arthur, 60%. However, the two sides did not agree on who would choose first. So for this priority, Arthur chose honesty. Based on his performance just now, Arthur was quite sure that, given Melinda's character, after confirming that this was not the target he wanted, I will definitely give up my priority to choose generously. The lies of the medium are not scary, because that is their survival skill. The honesty of the medium is scary, because that means he has other intentions. And facing an honest medium, few people will refuse. In fact, that is also the case. The lady has raised her hand to signal. The meaning is obvious. You go first. Arthur shrugged. He walked straight to the display case. There was nothing to hide. Anyone who was not blind could see that this was the most valuable place in the entire ruins. Arthur did not directly pick up the container mask carrying the death hound, but first looked at the dagger below. He was a little curious about what this dagger was named. Skeleton dagger. Type, weapon type. Quality, Epic. Attributes, 1. Skeleton Summoning, 2. Wail of the Dead. Note, at the end of the Empire, when the 13th Squad of the 13th Legion went to explore the land covered by shadows, they were besieged by shadow monsters. The captain, Dallas, chose to lead the monsters away to give the team members a chance to survive. In the end, except for the captain, all members of the 13th Squad evacuated safely. They remembered their captain. Then, they saw the captain who turned into a corpse on the battlefield. The 13th Squad killed their captain at the cost of the destruction of the entire team. They believed that their captain needed to rest in peace. But their corpses were obtained by the Mist Tower. Skeleton Summoning. Summon a 25-man skeleton team led by Dallas to fight for you. Captain Dallas is an Arcana-level player. Among the remaining 24 members, 12 archers, 4 scouts, 4 spearmen, 4 greatsword warriors, all of them have their own skeleton horses, and in addition to the weapons they are proficient in, they can all skillfully use various cavalry weapons. The Dead's Wail. When you are determined to fight to the death, the 25-man skeleton squad can choose to burn themselves, to greatly increase their attack and defense, or they can pour all their power into the captain, at the cost of all members' death, to temporarily promote the Captain Dallas to the Major Arcana level. Note 1. When the skeleton squad appears dead, you can choose to revive with gold coins. Ordinary members 200 gold coins. Captain Dallas 2,000 gold coins. Note 2. After the skeleton squad dies and resurrects again, after bathing in the moonlight once, they can fight in full strength. Note 3. When holding the skeleton dagger, the skeleton squad obeys orders completely. This thing is good, Arthur admired in his heart. And then, he picked up the Death Hound. Without hesitation. The skeleton squad is really good. Especially when the Wail of the Dead is activated. A helper of the Major Arcana level will appear directly, which will be a surprise attack. But compared to this large number of skeleton squad, an extra Death Hound that is extremely loyal, will not betray, has a physique like a mystical creature, has a very balanced attack and defense, is tireless, has an incomparable sense of smell, can live without air, is immune to sulfur and fire to a certain extent, feeds on death air, can spit out death fire, and automatically becomes invisible in darkness and shadows, is more suitable for Arthur. And just as Arthur picked up the mask carrying the Death Hound, unexpectedly more words appeared. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly, and a look of joy flashed in his eyes. Chapter 460, The Most Valuable Thing. The text that appeared in front of Arthur, the first half, is the introduction of Death Hound. Same attributes and characteristics as Kaliki. But the text that appeared later is different group. When you have 2 or more Death Hounds, they will have an encouraging effect. Attack, defense will be improved. Greed. Death Hounds in group state will have better digestion. Hunting prey and swallowing death, she can achieve better and faster growth. Symbiosis. Death Hounds in a group will have each other as death seeds. When one of the Death Hounds dies, you can use Death Chi to give birth to death seeds, and let it choose to revive. Note 1. When the death seeds are consumed, it takes 3 natural days to be born again. Note 2. When the Death Hound is resurrected, the growth gained from hunting and consuming death energy will be cleared. Note 3. When all Death Hounds die at the same time, symbiosis fails. Arthur was delighted to see the words in front of him. Death Hounds are useful. However, Arthur is always worried about losing them. Even Arthur cannot plan everything out, and accidents can happen at any time. Arthur knows this very well. However, now with the emergence of symbiosis, I finally feel a little relieved. And group makes Death Hound even stronger. As for gluttony, in Arthur's opinion, it is a characteristic that is no less than symbiosis. He, Arthur, the son of death, what he lacks the most is Death Chi. Even standing in the ruins at this moment and doing nothing, the Death Chi value begins to grow wildly. Before, I was still worried that Kaliki would have indigestion. Now, Kalichi and Kili. Well, you'll be called Kili. Kalichi, Kili accept the baptism of food. After Arthur gave his second Death Hound a name, he was full of expectations. The arcane creatures correspond to the Arcana level, and it is unknown how much dead energy can make Kalichi, Kili grow to the Great Arcana level. As for the entry level, Arthur has thought about it, but his intuition tells him that it is not a simple matter. Apart from the dead air, there is more need for hunting. Therefore, Arthur is not in a hurry. He plans to wait until Kaliki and Kili grow to the level of Major Arcana. Then, Kaliki in the shadows looked at the black and white companions, who suddenly appeared beside him. with 3 fires on his forehead and blue eyes full of wisdom. And his smiling face froze slightly when this companion came over with his tongue sticking out and drooling. Kaliki was even more disgusted, although both are essentially death hounds. But Kaliki felt that his companion was a little not very smart, no idiot. The aura of idiocy was so strong that Kaliki felt that he would be infected if he got close to him. Are you an idiot? It's okay, it's okay. If you dare to destroy my house, I will stew you. Arthur laughed in his heart, and looked at Keely with a warning look. Cooley in the shadows seemed to feel the gaze of his master, but seemed to think it was his own illusion, and after looking around, he began to wag his tail at Kaliki. When he found that Kaliki ignored him, Keely began to have a strong interest in the large number of books in the room. However, when he found that his master's eyes became sharp, he immediately sat in the shadows and did not move. Arthur was completely relieved when he saw this scene. Keely just looked stupid, and he was also pretending to be stupid. As long as he was not really stupid, there was hope. Arthur, who was relieved, turned around and looked at Melinda, who had already picked up the skeleton dagger. One person chose first, each person chooses. This is the rule that the two of them abide by. In the eyes of this lady, Arthur saw joy. This unexpected joy diluted the original loss. Obviously, this skeleton dagger is very suitable for this lady. Arthur has already imagined in his mind that on a clear night, Melinda uses her own financial resources to create her own undead army to drown the enemy. Perhaps this undead army is only 25, but they are endless in this specific state. Arthur called it Infinite Link Under the Moon. After playing with the skeleton dagger, Melinda opened her mouth and blew out a puff of smoke and put the skeleton dagger into her storage space. Then, she saw Arthur smiling, and he mouthed 2 words, "Congratulations." Melinda was startled. The lady almost subconsciously recalled the scene just now. Arthur first picked up the skeleton dagger, and then put it down, the appearance of picking another prop. He didn't leave this thing for me on purpose. Did he? The lady couldn't help but think. Although she instinctively felt that it was impossible, she really got this dagger. This sense of contradiction made the lady feel uncomfortable. After hesitating for a few seconds, the lady motioned Arthur to the corner. I originally thought this was the laboratory of the Red Robe in the Mist Tower. At the beginning, the Red Robe invented gunpowder and made the first firearm. And that gun, called the first gun, is a tool that can kill the climber with one shot, and it is also the tool I want to find. I thought it was here. I didn't expect that this would be the laboratory of the crazy alchemist. The awkward feeling in her heart made the lady think that she should say something more to Arthur. At least, she needed to make herself feel that she didn't owe Arthur anything. But she no longer had a new ship. If it was an old ship, she would have a use for it. Then there was only information left. In this situation, what could be more suitable than her original purpose? She believed that the bastard in front of her must have guessed why she made such a big fuss because of the crazy alchemist. Then she confessed. After all, some things can be found out if you just check them. It's better to take the initiative to say it and do a favor. The tool that kills the climber with one shot? It's really scary. Arthur sighed. Melinda glared. The lady thought Arthur was being sarcastic. But Arthur's next words made the lady stunned. Who said this is the crazy alchemist's laboratory? Arthur asked. Smart Melinda immediately reacted. You said this was supposed to be the laboratory of the Red Robe. And then it was occupied by the crazy alchemist? I didn't say that. I just feel the breath of the Mist Tower here. Arthur shook his head and spoke in vague words. His conclusion came from the skeleton dagger. His guess in his heart was similar to that of Melinda. But as a medium, how could he give a definite answer? The answer naturally had to be found by Melinda herself. Of course, he would help. Thinking in his heart, Arthur looked at the large collection of books. In the eyes of the medium at this moment, a strange light flashed. He didn't know whether there were any clues to the first shot. However, he was most likely sure that there must be something he was very interested in. Such as the puppet resurrected. Chapter 461 When you have living objects. This laboratory belonging to the crazy alchemist Geppetto contains 116 books and 33 scrolls, as well as 592 scattered copies and pages. These things are scattered randomly throughout the laboratory. It is obvious that Geppetto, the master, has no habit of organizing his collection of books. This took Arthur and Melinda a lot of effort to organize. After all, those 592 copies were not neatly laid out, but they are of different sizes. Some are even small notes. However, Soon, Arthur and Melinda have a harvest. They found a diary. No. To be precise, it is an experimental notebook. The nobles are not trustworthy. They enjoy the success of my experiment, and actually reported to the Inquisition that I used living people for experiments. Damn it, didn't I just transplant his son's head into a pig? I think this is very suitable for his son, who is like a stupid pig. Today's experiment is meaningless. There are people in a fishing village like Nanlos who know about guns. Interesting, much more interesting than today's meaningless experiment. Aha, look what I found. The laboratory of the Red Robe Lord in the Mist Tower. Isn't this the place where you made the first gun? Very good. Today's experiment will let me try to transplant guns into people. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Why is there a contract lock? Why does the contract lock still prevent me from touching the things in the display cabinet? Humph! I want to covet your things. I am a genius alchemist, Geppetto. Ahaha, look what I found again. The things in the display cabinet turned out to be a gift from the Black Robe to the Red Robe, in order to thank the Red Robe for his brotherly love. Brotherly love? Well, I will do an experiment today. So the two brothers in the fishing village together, I want to see their brotherhood. It is confirmed. This is just a temporary stopover for the Red Robe before going out to sea. There is no first shot here, nor anything really valuable. However, this can be my laboratory. After the brothers were sewn together, they were willing to live together. The experiment can continue. I want them to use a heart. The apprentice of the Black Robe actually appeared nearby, and he thought I was the apprentice of the Red Robe? Damn it, I am the genius alchemist Geppetto. However, for the sake of his experimental notes, I will forgive him, and hope his flesh and blood can make that stupid snake grow a little bit. After all, the original members of the snake sect are hard to come by. But I didn't expect that the Black Robe would get involved with those lunatics. After the brothers who were stitched together shared a heart, their physical burden was greatly increased. They couldn't hold on for much longer. TSK. Black Robe is a genius. What flesh and blood. The soul is the best experimental material. Great. It's possible to do this. Big breakthrough. The experiment I wanted the most had a big breakthrough. Hey, in order to let his brother live. The younger brother of the pair of brothers actually begged me to kill him, as long as his brother is alive. Ha ha ha, he didn't know, the day before yesterday, his brother said the same thing. So, I let them die together. Their souls must be very interesting. Why did it fail? The chairs and tables that contained the souls of the brothers came to life. Why can't metal work? The emotions are not strong enough? Or is there another reason? It doesn't matter. There are plenty of experimental materials. It hurts. It hurts so much. I never thought it would hurt so much to cut my own soul. However, Pinocchio succeeded. He is perfect. Only a perfect him can be my son. Why is my memory confused? My spirituality is also confused. Pinocchio has become unstable. No! I can't let my most perfect experiment be ruined like this. Maybe I should go back to West Berlin and try. After all, there are more people there who can serve as experiments and materials, and I still have some grudges to settle with the nobles there. The experimental note stopped here. How to say it? After reading it, Arthur felt that Geppetto deserved to be burned at the stake. The other party could no longer be described as crazy. He was a complete lunatic. As for how a lunatic became an alchemist, it was obvious that the other party was just crazy. But not stupid. Melinda on the side also held a pipe and frowned. Undoubtedly, this lady was also quite dissatisfied with Geppetto. Normal people could not agree with Geppetto's way of experimenting on normal people. Not to mention the sense of playfulness. Just like the brothers in the notebook. What did they do wrong? Nothing. The biggest mistake was meeting Geppetto. Simply put, the sorrow of the week. Arthur and Melinda looked at each other. Both saw such sighs in each other's eyes. Then, the two put down the notebook and began to read the remaining books. Melinda needed to confirm whether there was any more information about the first shot. Arthur's was much easier. He wanted to see how talented the Black Robe was. As for the difficulty of the soul technique, as the son of death, who instantly mastered the core inheritance of the Black Robe of the Mist Tower. Soul gift. This difficulty should not be a big deal. In fact, it is also like the soul charging. Because of your talent and bloodline, after the original soul gift was mutated and promoted, you have more ways to deal with souls. You can either bind the enemy as soul, or use their soul as raw material to feed the ghosts, evil spirits, vicious spirits or evil spirits that you have promoted after binding them. Of course, You can also whip them, attach them to certain objects, and turn them into living things, and have soul characteristics. Soul cutting. Souls have memories of their previous lives, but as time goes by, when they are affected by your death energy, the memory will become confused and disappear. At this time, you can easily cut their memories and get everything you want to know. Note 1. When the soul is attached to an object, choosing wooden products will have a very high success rate, but when attached to metal objects, the success rate is greatly reduced. Note 2. After the attachment is successful, the attached soul still remains in awe of you. Note 3. After the attachment is broken, the soul dissipates irreversibly. Note 4. The attachment cannot be a living thing. Note 5. The cut memory will still be confused, lost. Note 6. After being cut, the soul will not be able to be promoted to ghost, evil spirit, or evil spirit. Note 7. After being cut, the soul can also be attached to objects, but without any memory, and no matter what object is attached, the success rate is greatly reduced. Why do I feel that? I am becoming more and more evil? Arthur looked at the new feature soul charging and soul cutting that appeared under soul gift. He was looking forward to carrying some living swords and muskets with him. Of course, he was even more looking forward to Ms. Anna's freedom of movement. However, that was later. Now, Arthur was ready to verify the most important gain of his trip. He took a deep breath in his heart, looked at everyone, and whispered, "At this point, the exploration of the ruins is considered complete." Right. Chapter 462 title. Faced with Arthur's question, Wind Sword Deljo and his party naturally nodded repeatedly. The corresponding items have been obtained, and the entourage has also completed the record. This is the end of the exploration of the ruins. As for the disposal of the ruins in the future, most of them are taken over by local nobles. Of course, this is after it is exposed. More often, the ruins that have been cleared out are in a state of no one knowing. Urs and his party looked at Melinda when he saw that his master had no objection. He also nodded. As everyone approved, the words in front of Arthur flashed ruins exploration. Judging, you or your contracted party have completed 80% of the exploration in Geppetto's laboratory. Judge to get full exploration experience. Get XP, 1000. Enough. Arthur was delighted. With the 1000 XP from the ruins exploration, he finally had enough XP to upgrade Swift Bird Swordsmanship to LV5. However, it is obviously not suitable to choose to upgrade at this moment. After adjusting his excited mood, the young medium remained calm and walked to the side of Melinda, who was still searching among the books, scrolls, and transcripts. Don't forget the time, Arthur reminded. You know, they are not free to move now. There are still hundreds of people in Caesar Manor. Although he avoided the opening dance with the excuse of pregnancy, if possible, it is the best choice to show up for a while. Melinda naturally knows this. After putting the unlit pipe into her mouth, she raised her hand and pointed at the books, scrolls, and transcription papers around her. I will take these back, transcribe them all, and then give you the originals. I will rewrite a contract for these. Arthur shrugged. He believed that Melinda would not play any tricks in this regard. Of course, he felt more clearly that Melinda valued the first shot. Can I really kill the Emperor with one shot? While Arthur was thinking, Melinda had already put all the books, scrolls, copied papers into her smoke ring. Then, the lady walked towards the table and chairs in the laboratory. Obviously, the lady remembered the record about the brothers in Geppetto's notes. But unfortunately, it was not this table and chair. Arthur saw with his own eyes that, after Melinda's attempt failed, she sighed helplessly. Undoubtedly, a pair of living tables and chairs is enough to make people excited. It is not only a curiosity, but also worth studying. Arthur walked towards Nidhogg. The young medium raised his hand and touched the nostrils of the black snake. As for Nidhogg, Arthur currently thought that it was better to stay still than to move. Nidhogg is too big. If it appears anywhere, it will be extremely eye-catching. Unless it is a deserted island. And it just so happens that Arthur is very interested in the treasures hidden by some pirates on deserted islands. However, he can't do it now, because of Bloody John. He is very interested in the secrets of the Pirate King's treasure. He is worried about alerting the enemy. Although it can't be called a formal meeting, but that quick glance is enough for Arthur to understand the nature of the old loach. Although he has teeth to some extent, his nature will not change. Once he encounters unexpected wind and grass, the other party will definitely run to the depths of the sea. At that time, he will really be looking for a needle in a haystack. In addition, Bloody John is also connected to Glaster of Pale Hand. Compared to Bloody John, this Glaster makes Arthur more concerned. Because the other party is in the dark. Arthur is a person who is used to staying in the dark. He knows very well how deadly the dagger stabbing from the dark can be. So, he hopes to find the other party out. And this also requires Bloody John. Fortunately, he has already thrown the bait. And the other party? Seems to be about to bite the hook. Woo! After the water in the kettle was boiled, it made a unique humming sound. Eli picked up the teapot and quickly brought the hot water to the room. Then, he listened to the doctor's instructions and kept passing the gauze, fishing line, catgut, and alcohol. Your friend is lucky, he was just a little bit away from death. He needs to stay in bed for a few days. Don't let the wound get wet. The doctor who had just finished the operation said softly while washing his hands. Well, Dr. Leinster. Your medical skills are still so superb. My friend is so lucky to have met such an excellent doctor like you. Otherwise, he would be dead. Eli, the stalker and part-time intelligence dealer, said with a flattering look. And Dr. Leinster, who was washing his hands, froze. Although he recovered immediately, Eli saw it clearly. Immediately, the spy and part-time intelligence dealer sighed. Of course he knew why. This Dr. Leinster had a great reputation in the Dord district. Not only was he a skilled doctor, but he was also kind and generous. He and some hopeless guys had received help from this doctor more than once. But in this world, good people don't always get good rewards. Mrs. Leinster is such a good person, I actually encountered an accident. If it was normal, with Eli's emotional intelligence, he would certainly be cautious in talking about life and death in front of Dr. Leinster. Maybe he has been with the bandaged swordsman for too long recently. This made the cautious Eli confused about life and death. Who made the boss a resurrected person? If the boss can be resurrected, then can Mrs. Leinster? Eli thought in his heart. For this stalker, who is also a part-time intelligence dealer, if he can help Dr. Leinster, he was very happy. If he could revive Mrs. Leinster, he would be even happier. But the price he had to pay made him hesitate. For something like resurrection from the dead, just listen, the price he had to pay was extremely exaggerated. No, I can't do it alone, those guys have to contribute too. If everyone shares the burden, it should be very mild. Right? I want to die immediately, I'll exchange my arm for an arm, and the other guys will contribute some arms, legs, should that be enough? The stalker and part-time intelligence dealer thought to himself. His eyes subconsciously looked towards the direction of the closet. After carrying Walsh back to South Los, confirming that the other party needed real treatment, not just applying herbs, he took the initiative to find a trustworthy doctor, that is, Dr. Leinster. However, before Dr. Leinster entered the room, the bandaged swordsman entered the closet. In response to this, Eli expressed his understanding. After all, his boss's honor was really scary. In fact, Eli was sure that his boss himself must know about this. Therefore, except for the actual action, his boss, most of the time, was in the closet. Should I ask the boss? Eli thought in his heart. While Dr. Leinster had washed his hands, the doctor sat on the stool opposite Eli. After a slight hesitation, he asked directly, Eli, do you know the psychic Kratos? Swish. The stalker and part-time intelligence dealer jumped up and exclaimed, Are you talking about the secret-born son of Doom, the man favored by the god of death, the contemporary Black Cat, the champion of the Nanlo swordsmanship competition, the psychic Kratos? Chapter 463 Only good people will have such an experience. A series of titles made Dr. Leinster a little confused. After 2 or 3 seconds, the doctor nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is this gentleman. Then, the doctor paused for another 4 or 5 seconds, and then asked hesitantly, Is he credible? Did this gentleman predict your death? Eli looked nervous. No. When I was the ring doctor before, I had the opportunity to meet this gentleman. After I witnessed his miracle, I instinctively asked him if he could bring the dead back to life. And then, at this point, a bitter smile appeared on the doctor's face. Eli saw this bitter smile. The stalker and part-time intelligence dealer suppressed his curiosity. It was about Mrs. Leinster. Of course, the stalker and part-time intelligence dealer knew that as an outsider, he could not ask questions. But curiosity made him scratch his head. Fortunately, the doctor did not keep the secret. This gentleman admitted that the dead can be resurrected. But he advised me not to try to resurrect the dead. Because I don't know who I brought back. At this point, the doctor's face was full of entanglement and anxiety, and his eyes were fixed on Eli. The spy and part-time intelligence dealer immediately understood the meaning of Dr. Linster's previous words. The doctor was unwilling to accept it. Yes. The one who died was the one he loved most. How could he be willing? If it were him, he would not be willing either. But, in the whole of South Los, if anyone can really bring the dead back to life, then the medium Sir Arthur Kratos is the only answer. He is an expert. Or, a true master. There was no direct persuasion, but the meaning behind Eli's words was already quite clear. Listen to Arthur, Arthur is right. Is that so? Dr. Linster said, with a look of loneliness. Well, Dr. Linster, you have only had a little contact with our circle, so you don't understand the meaning of the master's words, but I can swear, there is nothing wrong with listening to the master. Eli wanted to bring out his boss, the bandaged swordsman, to give an example. But when he thought of his boss, the bandaged swordsman's long sword, the stalker and part-time intelligence dealer calmed down. However, he still persuaded patiently. This time, Dr. Linster nodded. Without saying anything, Eli could see that the doctor did not want to give up. Suddenly, the stalker and part-time intelligence dealer scratched his head. After sending the doctor out the door, and watching the other party's bleak back disappear around the corner, the stalker and part-time intelligence dealer had decided to discuss it with his boss immediately. Return to the room. The bandaged swordsman had left the closet, sitting in Eli's original position. The spy and part-time intelligence dealer didn't care. After all, they had been focusing on the bandaged swordsman since some time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called him boss. Boss, Dr. Linster just now. Eli asked the bandaged swordsman tentatively. I can't help him. Except for that guy. No one in the whole South Los can help him. And, even if that guy... Humph! The bandaged swordsman snorted coldly. There was a certain dissatisfaction and sarcasm in his voice. Of course, Eli knew that the guy was the medium. As for that dissatisfaction and sarcasm, although Eli could not confirm it, he could roughly guess that it was because his sleep was disturbed. Boss, is it really impossible to confirm who was brought back from the land of slumber? The intelligence dealer, who was also a stalker, asked seriously. I don't know. When I was taken out, I was in a daze the whole time. It wasn't until my feet stepped on the soil here that I woke up completely. I didn't know anything about the whole process. The bandaged swordsman said this. If this is the case, it will be troublesome. Eli muttered. Are you worried about the doctor? The bandaged swordsman asked. Well, Dr. Linster is a good man, and good people shouldn't have such experiences. Eli nodded. He said it with certainty. However, bandaged swordsman shook his head. Only good people will encounter such a thing. Because they are good people, bandaged swordsman said, looking at Walsh on the bed. Although this member of the Pale Hand had his eyes closed, his eyeballs moved when they moved, moving his eyelids. He was obviously awake, but pretending to sleep. The physical fitness of the mysterious-eyed person was far superior to that of ordinary people. For an ordinary person, the injury would require a few days of bed rest. But as long as he received effective treatment, the mysterious person could recover in one night. Why are you pretending to sleep? We are your saviors. After Eli found this, he spoke with dissatisfaction. Walsh immediately opened his eyes, with a little embarrassment on his face, but soon became indifferent. Especially his eyes, which were full of scrutiny. When he saw the bandaged swordsman wearing a cloak, the scrutiny in his eyes was more curious. Obviously, this member of the Pale Hand felt that the bandaged swordsman was unusual, and Walsh's attitude made Eli more and more dissatisfied. Just as the stalker and part-time intelligence dealer was about to roll up his sleeves to teach the other party a lesson, a piece of bone appeared in Walsh's palm. As white as jade. Sharp as hell. Seeing this scene, Eli stopped immediately and frowned. Pale Hand? Eli asked. But his tone was full of affirmation. Immediately, his eyes showed vigilance. Organizations like Dead Poets Society and Pale Hand are extremely unwelcome in the eyes of mysterious people, because you never know when they will attack you. As for the life-saving grace? Sorry. There are some who are grateful for the favor, but there are more people who are ungrateful. Therefore, for safety, most of the time, staying away is the best choice. Eli looked at his boss. The bandaged swordsman did not object. I saved you, just because you were also betrayed. I don't have any more ideas, and I won't seek anything from you. So, please leave. After the bandaged swordsman finished speaking, Eli opened the door early. Walsh sat up from the bed, looked at the bandaged swordsman. After looking at Eli again, he stood up with gritted teeth and walked out. It sounds good. Who knows what it will be? Walsh thought so. And his steps became more determined. Bang! As soon as he went out, the door behind him slammed shut. Whoosh! A gust of night wind happened to blow by. The night wind in South Los in winter was cold. Walsh, who still had a chest injury, shivered for a moment, and the wound was affected. Immediately, the white gauze turned red. The pain made Walsh's mouth twitch. At this time, the door behind him opened again. It was Eli. The spy and part-time intelligence dealer threw a coat to Walsh. Don't worry. If you die nearby, it will cause trouble for us. So, stay away. After saying that, Eli closed the door again. Walsh put on the coat silently. He did not refuse. Because he really needed it. He wanted to live. He wanted revenge. Glast. Walsh gritted his teeth. Before, this member of the Pale Hand admired Glaster as much as he hated him now. However, Walsh was not completely consumed by hatred. He knew that he needed to recover from his injuries before taking revenge. Thinking of this, Walsh walked forward quickly. However, just as he walked out of the narrow street, a voice sounded in his ears. Hey, this guy. Do you want Glaster to die a miserable death? Chapter 464 The Returnee. The voice came from the shadows on one side of the alley. From Walsh's position, he could only see a vague figure, whose face was not clear at all, and even, he could not tell whether it was a man or a woman. Walsh did not answer, but retreated carefully. In his current state, he could not deal with this guy with an unpredictable origin. What's more, he guessed that the other party might be Glaster's man. He knew this man who he once respected too well. The other party loves this kind of cat-and-mouse game. Not only is he born with a bad character, but he also deepens the ritual and improves his strength. Of course, at that time, he only thought that the other party's behavior was noble, even sacred. Walsh was sure that he was affected by some secret technique. And it was definitely more than once. Otherwise, why would he be so devoted? But that was in the past. Now, Walsh was cautious and prudent. Staring at the figure in the shadow, Walsh not only retreated step by step, but also revealed a trace of the bone sword in his palm. This young man, don't be so malicious. I will spare your life anyway. Unfortunately, the person in the shadow was not Eli. The other party's words startled Walsh. It's you? Then the young member of the Pale Hand guessed who the other party was. It was the guy he had seen before noon. It was the guy that Glast asked him to give the message stone to. And it was also the guy that stabbed him. Walsh's eyes immediately flashed with murderous light. Bloody John in the shadow waved his hand. We are not enemies. I stabbed you before. But it was to save you. Otherwise, do you think you can get rid of Glast's control? That guy is far more cunning and vicious than you think. Just like now. He is attacking the doctor who just rescued you. Do you want to save this doctor? Bloody John said, pointing in a direction. Then, he disappeared. Walsh stood there, brows furrowed. Finally, he walked directly to that place. It was not to save the doctor. He was not so noble, although the doctor saved him to some extent, but he still knew that he went there just to mess up Glaster's business. And Walsh was sure that it was just another one of Glaster's men. As for Grotter himself, he would definitely not be here. Because, even he had never seen this guy. Wrapping his coat tightly, Walsh walked quickly. In the shadows, the figure of Bloody John appeared again. In the dim light, the pirate leader smiled with a successful plan. Oh, you bastard actually wanted to use me as a gun, then prepare for my revenge. Although I still don't know why you care so much about that thing, but you must be very interested in this new guy. Thinking in his heart, the pirate leader looked at the end of the alley. That where the bandaged swordsman and Eli stayed. Eli is of course unimportant. But the bandaged swordsman is different. An organization like the Pale Hand that is related to death, he also chose the corresponding ritual, then he couldn't give up the resurrected swordsman. He hadn't thought of this before. But after the bandaged swordsman saved Walsh, someone reminded him, then he understood Glaster's idea a little bit. The medium went to Caesar Manor, the bandaged swordsman hiding in the dark must follow him, and you, the bastard, deliberately sent Walsh to lure the resurrected swordsman and the medium. In your plan, the medium would definitely kill Walsh, who was spying on Caesar's Manor. And such a battle would definitely attract the familiar bandaged swordsman, who was wandering nearby, and was particularly concerned about the medium. This would be the best opportunity for you, a bastard, to strike. You have waited for the bandaged swordsman you have been looking for a long time. You would directly rob this resurrected swordsman. Unfortunately, your plan failed because of the lady's pregnancy. The medium accidentally let Walsh go because of the lady's pregnancy. So you are going to use my hand. Because, you know very well, I will find out your little thoughts, and then go easy on Walsh, and then, you are using the betrayed Walsh to lure the bandaged swordsman, who has also been betrayed. TSK, a guy with a deep mind. The pirate leader thought in his heart, giving a positive evaluation to Gloucester, whom he had never met. However, such positive comments did not reduce the determination of Bloody John to kill the other party. There was no other way. If this guy didn't die, he would not be able to sleep or eat well. The pirate leader was sure that every step he took was calculated by this gruffer, including his deliberate deviation, leaving a mark on Walsh, and his subsequent appearance, all of which were definitely calculated by the other party. Only in this way, the other party did not appear by the river. Only in this way, the other party would have someone attacked the doctor. Only in this way, once the other party really took action, he would be pushed out as a scapegoat. You have planned everything. But you never thought that there is someone watching you in the shadows. Thinking of this, the pirate leader retracted his gaze, and looked directly at the shadow on the side. A whirlwind appeared out of thin air there. The next moment, a figure appeared there. Looking at this figure, the pirate leader immediately nodded and said, "Good evening, Mr. Horton. Everything is as you expected. Gloucester is really taking action again." The pirate leader looked at the young man who appeared and showed considerable enthusiasm. And the young man's face was Horton. Horton was dead, and even his ashes were blown away. But at this moment, Horton appeared again. Not only was he full of energy, and his strength is even more frightening. "I told you my name because I want to cooperate, not to let you spread everything. If you can, please call me X," Holden said coldly. His eyes were fixed on the place where the bandaged swordsman and Eli were staying. The burning feeling in his eyes did not surprise the pirate leader. Today, he was stopped by the other party while going downstream. After a simple conversation, the other party told him the purpose. The other party wants the bandaged swordsman, and he can take revenge on Gloucester. This is the content of the cooperation between the two parties. As for how Horton escaped from the medium, even if the pirate leader tried his best, he did not find out. The news was completely blocked. But who doesn't he have some means of escape? Or someone pretended to be Horton? The pirate leader didn't he care. Because the two parties signed a contract on the content of the cooperation, and it is absolutely not allowed to hurt each other during the cooperation period. This one is enough. Okay, my bad. Then X, what should we do next? The pirate leader raised his hands, showing a slightly awkward smile, and the 3 gold teeth in his mouth shone brightly in the moonlight. Holden glanced at the pirate leader's gold teeth and whispered, "Follow me." Chapter 465 Bone Swords Like Thorns. As Walsh left, Eli immediately pulled out a box from under the bed, and then picked up his coat, and said to the bandaged swordsman, "You can go, boss." As he spoke, the spy and part-time intelligence dealer's eyes showed regret. You know, this was a place he had spent a lot of effort to find. It was hidden and safe. It was not an exaggeration to say it was a shelter. However, after accidentally rescuing Walsh, this place has been exposed. An exposed place, that is. You can't stay. Alas. Even though he knew it, Eli couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the fish and chip stall at the entrance of the alley during the day. The coarse potatoes there are really delicious with black pepper. As for the fried fish, it's just a side dish. After all, when you sell French fries in South Los, it will always be strange if there is no fried fish. Just like him, the stalker, if I don't work part-time as an information dealer, it will seem strange. Yeah. The bandaged swordsman nodded, picked up his sword and went out first. Eli followed closely behind. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but the direction they were heading in was also the direction Dr. Linster left. Eli would probably think it was a coincidence. As for the bandaged swordsman, only God knows. Dr. Linster walked along the gravel road in the alley. He carefully avoided the loose slabs. As a South Lossian, the doctor knew too well how it would feel to be splashed with a foul juice if he stepped on it. When the doctor avoided another loose slab, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The man who blocked the way was tall, with thick arms, a dirty face, and a towel of unknown color hanging around his neck. A worker? Or a gang member? The doctor couldn't tell them apart for now, because, in the Dortmund area, many times, These two professions are part-time jobs. During the day, they are workers. At night, they are gang members. Of course, sometimes, they can't tell them apart so clearly. It depends on the money in their pockets. Leinster took a step back cautiously. Friend, I'm a doctor. I don't want to cause any trouble. As he said that, the doctor took out his wallet. After so many years in Dortmund, Leinster already knew how to deal with strangers at night. As a doctor, he could win the favor of everyone, including gang members. And his wallet would make these people choose to let him go. Even if there was not much money in his wallet, it was the same. However, today the doctor made some miscalculations. I know you, Dr. Leinster. I am here for you. As he said that, the man on the other side grinned. He showed a mouthful of white teeth. Based on these teeth, Leinster could judge that the person in front of him was a disguise. Workers in the Dord district, gang members would not have such good teeth. Leinster, who was more and more vigilant in his heart, asked back. Oh, do you have a family member or friend who is sick? The doctor asked. No. You misunderstood me. I came here to discuss with you the resurrection of your wife. Believe me, I can do things beyond your imagination as long as you sign this contract, the person on the other side said, shaking out a contract. A faint spiritual light was faintly visible on the contract. Leinster was not a mysterious person in the true sense. However, his profession gave him the opportunity to come into contact with some mysterious people, especially guys like Eli who were easygoing, and would tell him a lot of things about the mysterious side. Among them, there were things about contracts. The affirmation of the contract is beyond doubt. Just like the punishment after signing the contract, it is also accompanied by death. Therefore, when seeing the contract taken out by the stranger, the doctor immediately shook his head. Sorry. The medium Lord Kratos once warned me that no one can be sure who will be brought out from the slumbering place. The doctor refused very tactfully. At the same time, he brought up Arthur's name, hoping that the other party would retreat in the face of difficulties. Although up to now, the doctor could not confirm how strong Arthur was. But the series of titles such as the Son of Doom born in secret, the one favored by the God of Death, the contemporary Black Cat, and the champion of the Nanlo swordsmanship competition made the doctor believe that Arthur was very strong and famous, enough to shock quite a lot of people. In fact, this was true. The doctor clearly saw that when he mentioned the medium Lord Kratos, the other party hesitated. But it was just a hesitation. The next moment, Mr. Kratos, the medium, is terrible. But he is not here. So, if you don't want to sign this contract, let me take you to a place. Maybe when you get there, you will change your mind. As he said that, the other party went straight forward to catch Leinster. Leinster did not hesitate, turned around and ran. And at the moment when Leinster turned around, he clearly heard a sound. Puff. For ordinary people, such a sound may be unfamiliar. But for a doctor, such a sound is too familiar. It is the sound of a blade cutting flesh and blood. Subconsciously, Leinster looked back. Then, the doctor stopped. He saw the wounded he had treated before, holding a strange sword, and the person who wanted to take him away by force before had been beheaded. Thank you. Smelling the blood, Leinster thanked Walsh. The corpse, the smell of blood was nothing to Leinster. A doctor. The doctor was more curious about the sword in Walsh's hand. If he was not mistaken, it should be bones. But why are bones so sharp? Leinster guessed in his heart, but Walsh ignored him. The newcomer of the pale hand turned his head and looked at the shadow on the side. 3 people were walking out slowly from there. The crossbow in his hand made the pupils of the newcomer of the pale hand shrink slightly. If he had not been injured, he would not care about the 3 crossbows at all. Even if there were 2 more, he could handle them with ease. But now, he was open-chested. Even if he avoided the heart, he was still seriously injured. Therefore, close combat was no longer possible. Then there was only is that the only trick I can use? I don't know if my body can handle it now. Thinking this in his heart, Walsh did not hesitate, and raised his left arm towards the 3 crossbowmen who kept their distance. The index finger, middle finger, and ring finger were pointed directly at the 3 people. The next moment, bang, bang, bang. Chapter 466, 1 in front and 1 behind, double sword strikes. Walsh's index finger, middle finger, ring finger, the bones in the first knuckles of the 3 fingers shot out directly. The sound was like knocking on the door. But the power was far beyond that of ordinary muskets. The heads of the 3 crossbowmen were like watermelons hit by iron rods, and they burst directly. Walsh was panting heavily. Whirl! Whirl! After completing the unique ritual of the pale hand, in addition to Walsh's great increase in physical strength and spirituality, he also gained the abilities of Bone Sword and Bone Spur. Bone Sword is to make a bone from a certain part of the body into a sharp and tough sword. After the production is completed, this Bone Sword has a high-level basic swordsmanship. Moreover, the Bone Sword can be sheathed after being drawn. But Bone Spur is different. Bone Spur is also made of bones in the 10 fingers, but the bones in the 10 fingers are shot out, which is a one-time thing. Simply put, once shot out, it is shot out. There is no way to retrieve it. It can only rely on the unique ritual of the pale hand to grow rapidly. This rapid growth is a great burden on the body, especially when injured. Walsh now feels dizzy and staggers. Are you okay? Leinster supported Walsh. Instinctively, Walsh wanted to push Leinster away, but as soon as he raised his hand, it immediately dropped. He simply didn't have the strength to do so. However, none of this mattered. What mattered was that there were still enemies. On the street a little further away, more people gathered. At a glance, there were as many as 20 people. Walsh took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and tried to continue fighting. At this time, the newcomer of the pale hand became more and more certain of the importance of the doctor next to him, to that bastard Glaster. The more important it is, the more he wants to prevent the other party from getting it. I'll hold them off for about a minute. You run as fast as you can. Run to where the 2 guys were before. Walsh had thought about killing Leinster directly, but when he thought that Grotter might need Leinster's body, he immediately changed his mind. According to what he saw before, Leinster should have a good relationship with the 2 people in that room. Of course, at this time, Walsh could only think of those 2 people who could help. 2? Dr. Leinster was stunned, but he did not run away. Instead, he picked up the crossbow on the ground. It was not that he did not want to run, but he could not run, because, behind the 2 people, there were more than a dozen people, being attacked from both sides. Walsh was unwilling to give up. He was not afraid of death. He was afraid of being succeeded by Glaster. This made the newcomers of the pale hand very unwilling. Damn, I wish I had explosives, Walsh whispered. Yeah, if there were explosives, there would be at least a chance to get out. Am I wrong? Dr. Leinster, who was standing side by side with Walsh, had not finished speaking when he saw Walsh looking at him with a very strange look. The explosives I'm talking about are to make your body completely gone, so that the guy can't get your body. Walsh didn't hide anything and said directly. Dr. Leinster was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Is my body so popular? No. It's not your body that's popular. I'm just in case. Walsh emphasized. My unknown friend, you don't have to say this. At least, if you don't say it, I'll feel better. Dr. Leinster said, raised the crossbow, and tried to aim. This doctor had come into contact with a crossbow musket, but not skilled. Therefore, it was quite difficult for the doctor to shoot at moving targets. Whoosh! Pulling the trigger, the crossbow arrow brushed past the crowd, and the doctor immediately picked up the other 2 crossbows and pulled the trigger directly. This time, it was a perfect hit. It was not that the doctor had mastered the shooting skills in an instant. It was that the enemies were getting closer and closer. Walsh chopped left and right with the bone sword in his hand, and pressed against Dr. Leinster's back. He hid the doctor's body behind him as much as possible. Dr. Leinster felt the hardness of the wall behind him, and his heart sank uncontrollably. The doctor seemed to have seen death. He was somewhat unwilling. He was also somewhat relieved. He was unwilling that he had not successfully resurrected his wife. He was relieved that he would soon be reunited with his wife. Looking over Walsh's shoulder, looking at those ferocious guys, the doctor felt a sense of relief in his heart. He whispered to Walsh. I'm sorry, I'm holding you back. The doctor could see that if it weren't for him, even if Walsh was in poor condition, he would have been able to run away. Heh, I came here on my own. It's none of your business. Walsh sneered and stabbed the enemy in front of him with his sword. After pulling out the sword, he slashed another man's throat, but the newcomer of the pale hand also had 2 deep scars on his body. Standing in front of Leinster, unable to dodge. Such scars are naturally unavoidable. Of course, this is also the fighting method Walsh chose. Injury for death. He relied on the strong physique brought by the pale hand ritual, and his recovery ability, and was ready to fight to the death with a few more guys. Don't move. After another sword pierced a man's throat, Walsh felt the movement behind him. Dr. Linster was bending down to pick up a long sword. I'll try not to move. Dr. Linster said this, but the long sword in his hand pierced into the body of a guy who rushed forward. One sword pierced through the heart. Very smoothly. It was not stuck by the bones, nor was it dragged down by fat and internal organs. It was simple, and killed with one sword. Can you use a sword? Walsh was stunned. No, I can only perform surgery on people. Dr. Linster said this, and after drawing the sword, with the help of Walsh's shield, he stabbed the long sword into the chest of a rushing enemy again. Compared to the previous sword, Dr. Linster was more used to this sword. It was faster, more accurate and more ruthless. At the same time, Walsh used the bone sword to deflect a long sword that was stabbing at Linster. Without further verbal communication, the two of them cooperated tacitly. Walsh was the shield. Linster was the sword. One in front and one behind, the two swords struck in succession. For a moment, the two unexpectedly gained the upper hand. But it was only for a moment. Because a guy with a crossbow appeared in the crowd. Not one. 5. Aimed at by 5 crossbows, the wounded Walsh pursed his lips tightly, and Dr. Linster also sighed. Will we be strangled together? Sorry. The doctor apologized again. I told you, it has nothing to do with you. Walsh denied it again. Then, the newcomer of the pale hand took a deep breath, prepared to make a desperate attack. He looked at the dozen people in front of him, and silently estimated. Dr. Linster naturally discovered Walsh's idea. The doctor also clenched his sword. Although he knew that without Walsh's protection, he would probably be killed by the sword if he thrust out. But it was better than standing there waiting to die. I count to 1, 2, 3? Dr. Linster asked softly. Walsh did not answer, but nodded. Then 3. The sound of 3 above his head almost made Linster and Walsh fall to the ground because of the instinctive sprint of his body. When the two turned their heads and glared, they saw Eli standing on the roof, and the 2 thunder guns in his hands. Ignoring Walsh, Linster's glare turned into surprise, and Eli smiled and shouted to the attackers below, Good evening, everyone. As soon as the words came out, the stalker and part-time intelligence dealer pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The dense bullets covered him directly. Chapter 467. An absolutely safe place. The dark night was illuminated by gunpowder, and scarlet blood flowers bloomed straight. 5 crossbowmen were directly hit by the thunder gun's bullets, and were blown away. And the remaining attackers were defeated by the long sword of the bandaged swordsman. Clang! Amid the pleasant sound of the sword, the long sword flashed with a cold light. This sword is not fast. This sword is not slow. But after avoiding the attacks of all attackers with a unique rhythm, it stabbed the attacker's throat fiercely. Every strike was just right, and every strike seemed to predict the future. Walsh looked at this swordplay with a serious expression. For swordplay, Walsh relied on the gift of the bone sword. It was not that he did not want to learn, but he blindly followed Glaster before, thinking that the swordplay gifted by the bone sword was enough. And now, after waking up, the newcomer of the pale hand has already understood the importance of swordplay. And the swordplay of the bandaged swordsman made him see the real swordplay. Isn't the boss swordsmanship very strong? Believe me, in Nanlos, no, in the entire South County, there is no one who can surpass the boss's swordsmanship with just swordsmanship. Eli jumped off the roof and directly boasted for the bandaged swordsman. In response, Walsh remained silent. Although this newcomer of the pale hand was only given swordsmanship by the bone sword, it does not mean that he does not know what the swordsmanship that is invincible in the entire South County represents. At least he must be an enterer. Right? Even, maybe it was the climber. And the bandaged swordsman in front of him? It was obvious that he could not reach the level of either. Walsh was silent, and Dr. Linster was also silent. Because the doctor saw the face of the bandaged swordsman clearly. Or to be more precise, he saw the exposed skin of the bandaged swordsman clearly. That was the skin of a dead person. The doctor could swear that. What he saw was the skin of a dead person. The dead are resurrected. Almost subconsciously, the doctor thought of this. Then, the doctor trembled all over, and the excitement in his eyes was almost real. Dr. Linster. The boss's appearance was an accident. Later, I will introduce it to you in detail. Now, we have to run. Eli looked at the street, and a figure was walking slowly towards here. The invisible breath, wrapped in a strong death aura, was sweeping in like a tide. Suddenly, the alley became silent. All creatures chose to avoid death. Even the rats in the gutter were no exception. Obviously, the main attackers were behind. These were just appetizers. After piercing the throat of the last attacker in front of him, the bandaged swordsman stared at the figure walking slowly, with only one eye exposed. Sensing the surging death energy, there was no panic in his eyes. There was no fear. All they had were habits and tenacity. And courage. Would the dead have courage? Before, no one could be sure. But after seeing the bandaged swordsman, they would definitely be sure that the dead also had courage. Because at this moment, the bandaged swordsman did not retreat at all, and the half-sword in its hand lit up a faint glow under the night sky. The gentle glow was like the sun, which woke Eli Linster and Walsh behind him from the shock of death. Go! Go! Eli carried Walsh, who still wanted to fight, on his back, picked up the bone sword with one hand, and grabbed Linster, who was still staring at the bandaged swordsman with the other hand, and walked to the side. Clap, clap, clap. Clear applause came from the hands of the man who was walking over. The other party tucked his cane under his armpit, and under his tall hat. A clean, middle-aged face with a neatly trimmed beard was smiling. Not bad. The rumored bandaged swordsman. A resurrected person. You can also use Evil Breaker. I have been looking for you for a long time. In the night, the other party spoke calmly, just like telling a story, but more death energy was pouring out of his body. The white color representing death began to spread in the dark night. No! Yes, blooming! Like a white flower of death. Walsh was firmly fixed on Eli's back, but this young newcomer of the pale hand, but he turned his head and stared at the middle-aged man behind him. Is it Glaster? Should be right? Walsh was not sure. He could only remember the other person's appearance in his heart. And secretly swore, next time, I must take revenge with my own hands. Dr. Linster also looked back. He was completely attracted by the bandaged swordsman. So neither of them saw a figure appear in front of them. The dirty face was clearly revealed in the moonlight. The color of the headscarf he was wearing was hard to tell. On his shoulder was a monkey wearing clothes that looked strange. Looking at the three people rushing towards him, the other party grinned and revealed three big golden teeth. He did not stop them, but stepped aside. Then, he directly pulled down the door panel on the side, and shouted, Yang Fan! Wawa wawa! With a loud shout, the sea water appeared under the feet of this figure, and after the other party stepped on the door panel, the sea water pushed the door panel and rushed towards the figure on the opposite side. Ha ha ha, let's set sail in the sea. The man laughed loudly, and rushed forward faster. The middle-aged gentleman on the opposite side seemed to have expected it, stopped, raised his hand, and released a flare. Snap! The white flare bloomed in the night sky. It turned into a cross skull, just like a pirate flag. Then Bloody John has come to South Los. Bloody John killed innocent people in Wall Alley in the Dort district. Help! Help! The shout, amplified by the secret technique, was heard by almost the entire duo's special district. Bloody John, who was surfing excitedly, almost turned green, because he felt the burning heat. Sun Arrow! It was Countess Nanlos's man. Without any hesitation, Bloody John, who had just charged, turned around and ran. The middle-aged gentleman looked at the scene with a smile. Wisdom is also a part of strength. The other party said so. But the other party did not see the corner of Bloody John's mouth curled up when he turned around, just as X expected. Wait! You're dead. Bloody John thought to himself, and ran away even faster. The burning sensation was about to burn his butt. What are you doing? Why are you only chasing me? I didn't do anything. Bloody John roared. Such a roar made the middle-aged gentleman shake his head slightly, his face full of disappointment. However, when he turned his head to look at the bandaged swordsman, who was standing still, his eyes were filled with surprise. Why don't you run? Kill! After the bandaged swordsman said this word, the bright light of the long sword in his hand became scorching and sharp. Move forward courageously, fearless of life and death. Such light illuminated the entire alley. And Eli, who was running away, noticed it, but the stalker and part-time intelligence dealer did not stop, but ran faster. He knew that the boss was fighting for his life. He couldn't waste the opportunity that the boss had given him. Walsh also noticed something. The newcomer of the pale hand pursed his lips. Dr. Linster also lowered his head and said nothing. Relax. The boss is a man who crawled back from hell. Moreover, he has arranged an absolutely safe retreat for us. Eli still kept smiling at this time. The part-time intelligence dealer of the stalker boosted morale in his own way. Where is absolutely safe? Dr. Linster asked in cooperation. Walsh also showed curiosity in his eyes. Sensing the changes in the two people, Eli immediately grinned and said, Number 2 Kirk Street. Chapter 468 Take the Blame. In the midst of the gentle and sharp light, the middle-aged gentleman dodged with a smile. One step forward, there were many figures. The slash of evil breaking, indestructible. But you have to be able to cut it. The middle-aged gentleman said so. No. To be precise, 22 figures spoke at the same time. They surrounded the bandaged swordsman, with warm and polite faces, and gentle and humble words. But the layers of words carried a suffocating feeling, a strange feeling of dizziness. More importantly, this strange feeling is also layered one after another. The bandaged swordsman can even sense the shaking of his soul. But the next moment, the soul of the bandaged swordsman stabilized again. After all, it is not a real living person. Its soul is not real either. As for finding the other party, which one is real? Of course, it can't find it. But someone. No. There is a dog who can find it. With the help of Kuliki's vision, the bandaged swordsman slashed out with a sword. Buzz. The white light of the evil breaking slash dispelled the shadow on one side, revealing the surprised and unexpected face of the middle-aged gentleman. How is it possible? The middle-aged gentleman exclaimed. And the cane in his hand was placed horizontally in front of him, blocking the evil breaking slash. Without any obstacles, the metal cane was split into two. The force field shield that appeared later was also directly chopped apart. But with the help of this buffer, the middle-aged gentleman managed to dodge. The figure shuttled back and forth, and the middle-aged gentleman dodged the fatal blow. However, the middle-aged gentleman had a long scar starting from his forehead, his nose was broken, his lips were split in two, and there seemed to be a groove on his chin. His clothes and pants were hanging on his body, and blood was flowing out of the wound on his body. Ah, my face! The middle-aged gentleman threw away the broken cane in his hand, he covered his face, and cried out in pain. The bandaged swordsman slashed down with another sword. As the middle-aged gentleman retreated again, he raised his right hand. Bang, bang, bang. The bones of the first knuckle of his finger flew out directly. The middle-aged gentleman wanted to force the bandaged swordsman to retreat, but under the bandage, the only single eye of the bandaged swordsman was exposed. But an endless murderous light emerged. The bandaged swordsman did not dodge, and went up and slashed with a sword. 3 bone spurs left big holes in the bandaged swordsman. Similarly, the head of this middle-aged gentleman was also chopped off. Puff! Blood burst out. After the bandaged swordsman sheathed his long sword, he picked up the body and quickly chased to the alley. This body is not very useful. We need to change it. Luckily, the bandage was not damaged. After all, for the bandaged swordsman, the body is just a vehicle, and the bandage is the main body. Eli carried Walsh on his back, and dragged Dr. Linster and ran wildly. Just when he rushed onto the crippled road of Sisiku, when the Shire district was in sight, a figure appeared in front of them. The death energy in the invisible momentum was like a tide, surging towards them. Not bad. Not bad. The figure praised, and his footsteps did not stop. The next moment, Eli and the other two saw the person in front of them clearly. Then, the 3 of them were stunned. The painted black cane, the tall top hat, the clean, and the middle-aged man, with a trimmed beard, had a gentle smile on his face. They had just met each other in Wall Alley. Wasn't the other party blocked by the bandaged swordsman? How did the other party appear here? Then, what happened to the bandaged swordsman? Eli was worried, Walsh gritted his teeth, and anger rose in his eyes again. Dr. Linster's mouth was full of bitter smile. Because he couldn't move again. In fact, it wasn't just Dr. Linster. Eli, Walsh were also suppressed by the surging death energy, and couldn't move. Gritting his teeth, Eli raised his arm little by little, preparing to reach into his arms. There he placed a scroll as a trump card, although he didn't know if it would work. But at this point, he had to try. The middle-aged gentleman saw Eli's struggle clearly and laughed. It's useless. I have seen through all your arrangements. I also know your retreat route. You have no chance of turning the tables. After all, no one will show up to mess things up this time, the middle-aged gentleman said confidently. Then, the wind started to blow. The wind started from the ground, and swirled upwards. In an instant, it enveloped the middle-aged gentleman. Then, the wind turned into a wind blade. The wind, like a sharp blade, swirled around the middle-aged gentleman's body, and the surging death energy, like a wave, disappeared, leaving only a series of wails. Ah! The screams continued. The pupils of Eli, Walsh, and Leinster, who were watching, shrank slightly. Cut into pieces. A real cut into pieces. The three watched the invisible wind turn pink, then red. After the mincemeat and bones were added, the whirlwind turned scarlet. Heh, I won't allow such a self-righteous guy to exist in South Los. With such a chuckle, Horton's figure appeared in front of the scarlet whirlwind with the wind. His eyes were fixed on the middle-aged gentleman, whose flesh was cut in the whirlwind. His eyes turned cold. I'm here to mess things up. What can you do? Horton questioned the other party. The middle-aged gentleman was obviously stunned when he saw the appearance of Horton. There was confusion in his eyes at first, and then shock. Horton, you are not dead? The middle-aged gentleman exclaimed. Of course I am not dead. If I were dead, wouldn't it let you succeed? You planned to harm me at the critical moment when I completed the ritual. But you didn't expect that I had another plan. Right? Of course, you never thought that the guy would actually pay me to be a stand-in. I survived. I completed the unexpected ritual. And now? I think I should ask you for some interest first. Horton said this, raising his right hand, and clenched his fist. Wait, When the middle-aged gentleman heard what Horton said, he shouted in his heart that it was bad. It was obvious that he was set up. Immediately, the middle-aged gentleman wanted to explain. But Horton didn't give him a chance to explain. As he clenched his fist, the whirlwind was compressed directly, just like a watermelon put into a blender. In a breath, the middle-aged gentleman was shattered. After doing all this, Horton didn't even look at Eli, Walsh, and Dr. Leinster, and turned into a ball of wind and disappeared on the spot. Compared to these three people, Horton had more important things to do. After finally getting in touch with Bloody John, how could Horton give up? And Eli, Walsh, Leinster looked at each other, and sighed again for escaping death. Then, continued to run towards number 2 Kirk Street. This time, the journey was extremely smooth. When they stepped into Kirk Street, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief, but soon, their faces changed. Something is wrong. Chapter 469 Fertilizer. Quiet. Too quiet. There was not a single sound on the entire Kirk Street. Even in winter, there were no insects, but there were definitely a lot of dog barking, and the rats hiding in the gutter, which would make rustling sounds at night. But at this moment, there was nothing. There was only the breathing of the three people. Huh? Eli sensed Walsh's breathing on his back, and goosebumps appeared on his neck. That breath was no longer hot. Instead, it was filled with a chilly feeling, like a leaky window on a winter night. Eli did not move, but kept his pace and continued to walk forward. The hand of the stalker and part-time intelligence dealer was slowly moving towards his arms. But the next moment, he was caught. It was Dr. Leinster. Dr. Leinster stretched out his hand and grabbed Eli's other hand. That hand was like metal in an ice cellar, not only cold, but also solid. Just grab, Eli can't break free. Eli, what do you want to do? The autopsy has just begun. Dr. Leinster said softly, his mouth opened, revealing his sharp teeth. Dr. Leinster was dragged. Stop! Eli! Stop! The doctor shouted loudly. But Eli turned a deaf ear to him. On the contrary, the stalker and part-time intelligence dealer ran faster, and kept waving the doctor's arm. Dr. Leinster was like an elastic ball tied to a rope, constantly colliding with obstacles around him. Some were fences. Some were trees. Some were simply solid walls. The first time, Dr. Leinster's head was broken and bleeding. The second time, Dr. Leinster's bones made a crisp sound. The third time, Dr. Leinster was already dying. But this was not the end. Eli laughed strangely. Hee hee. Ha ha, look ahead. The dying Dr. Leinster raised his head with all his strength. He saw a speeding carriage. And in front of the carriage was his wife. His wife, who was unaware of anything, was still walking forward. No! Stop! Stop! Dr. Leinster screamed in despair. And Eli's laughter became more and more piercing. Walsh slowly drew out the bone sword. Looking at the man who was carrying him on his back, and keeping his head down in silence, Eli just walked forward. The newcomer of the pale hand did not hesitate. He thrust out with a sword. Poof! Eli, whose neck was pierced, was stunned and fell to the ground. Dr. Linster on the side shouted like a question. "What are you doing?" Without hesitation, Walsh thrust another sword. "It's all fake anyway. No need to worry." The newcomer of the Pale Hand thought so. Dr. Linster fell to the ground after being stabbed by the sword. Before he died, there was confusion on his face. Then, noise appeared, dogs barked. "Murder! Murder!" Everyone on Kirk Street was shouting, except number 2 Kirk Street, where the lights were off. Number 2 Kirk Street, of course. No one was there. Because the medium was still at Caesar Manor. I saw him there this morning, Walsh thought to himself. But the next moment, squeak! The door of number 2 Kirk Street opened. The medium Arthur Kratos came out. Exactly the same as he remembered. There was a faint smile on his gentle young face all the time, and when he looked at him, there was curiosity and confusion. It seemed that he didn't understand why he killed people in the street. However, when the medium saw Dr. Linster's body clearly, there was a solemnity in his eyes. "Why did you kill Dr. Linster?" the medium asked. "Oh, it's just an illusion." Walsh waved his bone sword. He slashed directly at the medium in front of him. Then, he was knocked away. Bone sword spun down and landed, and stuck beside him. He collapsed on the ground, unable to use any strength in his body. Illusion? How ignorant! The medium scolded, and then dragged him to the 2 corpses, and whispered, "If it is an illusion, can you feel the temperature in it? If it is an illusion, will you feel pain?" The voice was low, but Walsh's eyes widened involuntarily. He looked at Dr. Linster and Eli, who died with their eyes open. He felt the pain in his body. He raised his hand and touched the blood. He felt the temperature in it. Is this all true? No. This is fake. No. This is true. This is... Ah! Walsh held his head with both hands and wailed loudly. In such wailing, the people around him disappeared one after another. The streets and the trees also dissipated, like smoke in the wind. Only the medium remained. The medium looked at Walsh, with a raised corner of his mouth, and raised his hand to swing out a rope to tie it up, and then twisted it together with the other 2 ropes. At the end of the other 2 ropes were Eli and Dr. Linster. The 3 people tied up by the ropes had dull eyes, and drooled from the corners of their mouths. One more missing. The most important one. You really surprised me. But what changes will there be in the ending? The medium said softly, and his eyes swept back and forth between the 3 people's faces. Eli and the bandaged swordsman have already formed a bond, which is the best bait. Linster is obsessed with his wife, who is dead. As for you, Walsh, you are really talented, and very useful. So you 3, all will not die, and I will use you well. As the medium spoke, he picked up one end of the rope, and pulled it hard towards a dark place. In this darkness, as the medium walked, it gradually became brighter. Fine cracks appeared in the darkness. When these cracks intertwined layer by layer, the whole darkness was like a broken eggshell. Snap! With a slight sound, it broke directly. The darkness faded. The night sky appeared. Kirk Street was quiet under the night. The occasional barking and rustling of dogs added infinite vitality to this street. The medium stood in the middle of Kirk Street, holding his body in his hands, and scanning the entire street. It's still a little short. It's not perfect. It's missing vitality. I hope you can bring me a surprise. The resurrected person is really hard for me to find. The medium muttered to himself. But his eyes involuntarily looked at number 2 Kirk Street. The medium immediately showed fear in his eyes, especially when he saw the Death Snake Banyan. His fear deepened. He knew some of the past events of the Dead Poets Society. He knew the story of the Holy Tree even more. And Arthur kept this habit, which was enough to explain some problems. What a terrible son of death, not only created a substitute for himself to attract everyone's attention, and it has developed to this extent quietly. If possible, I really don't want to be your enemy. Unfortunately, there is no if. Everything you have is really too attractive to me, just like this immature holy tree. It is so beautiful. I can't imagine, when it matures, what it will look like. The medium sighed, but before he finished sighing, he heard a voice of affirmation in his ears. Well, I am also looking forward to its maturity, so how about you be the fertilizer? Chapter 470 Undead. If you want to kill your emperor, I am here. The sudden sound in his ear startled the medium. The medium didn't know when the person behind him appeared. But the medium knew that he had to keep a distance from the other party. So, without thinking, the medium rushed forward, pulled the rope in his hand violently, and threw it behind him. Woo! The ropes that bound Eli, Walsh, and Dr. Linster wrapped up the three of them and smashed them like a meteor hammer. However, the three of them were stopped before they could get close to the person behind them. It was not the person behind them who made the move. It was Death Snake Fig. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 snake vines emerged from the crown of the Death Snake Fig and directly intercepted Eli, Walsh, and Dr. Linster halfway. And the remaining 118 snake vines were like a violent storm. He hit the medium in the face. No, an adjective. He really hit him in the face. Because Arthur ordered him to do so. With such a face, you do some evil things. I always feel that you are mocking me. Arthur's voice sounded faintly in the rapid whipping of the snake vine. The young medium did not hide his figure anymore. He walked out slowly. Although his expression was still gentle, anyone could see that the young medium had a hint of coldness in his eyes. Arthur was angry. Everyone could come to this conclusion. And this was what Arthur wanted. He hoped that everyone would mistakenly think that he acted in anger after seeing the face that looked like his own. Unlike his vest, which was involved in the incident at hand. He himself was somewhat passive. Because he took advantage of the rumor that Melinda was pregnant, his attention should now be focused on Melinda. So, he would let the bandaged swordsman tell Eli to go to number 2 Kirk Street to seek shelter, and he said it in an awkward but accepting manner. Arthur wanted to intervene with this. But he didn't expect the other party to be so cooperative. He actually pretended to attack Eli and the other two. What else is there to say? Of course, he attacked openly. Even the Countess would not stop such a thing. In fact, it was the case. The Countess Sword Master, who was standing by and protecting Melinda, had a hint of anger on her face. And she even scolded. How dare you? Such a despicable fellow. Pretend to be Arthur. While scolding, the female fencing master had already clenched the hilt of the doorplate sword. If Arthur had not just asked her to help look after Melinda, at this moment, the female fencing master would have rushed up to teach the other party a lesson. Obviously, the female fencing master, who had a sense of chivalry in her character, could not accept such an impersonation at all. And Melinda, who was standing by, also had a murderous look in her eyes. Pale hand? Very good, I remember it, the lady said softly. The voice was light, but the tone was extremely cold. No one would doubt that the lady had the intention to kill, not only the person in front of her, but also the organization the other party belonged to. When the female swordsman heard that it was the people of the Pale Hand who were doing the trick, the anger in her eyes immediately became real. You rats again, the female swordsman shouted. Not to mention that after all the members of the Viscount Primo family died in the battle, the Nanlos family has had a grudge against this organization. Not long ago, the other party disguised himself as a member of the Dead Poets Society and mixed into the guards around Countess Nanlos, which had already touched the bottom line of the Nanlos family. And now? He even pretended to be Arthur, who the Count was very optimistic about. When did the guys of the Pale Hand become so bold? Or, someone instructed them? The female swordsman thought in her heart. As for who instructed them? Is there any need to ask? Of course it's the old lion. Melinda on the side silently observed the expression of the female swordsman. This lady knew that for a long time in the future, the days of the Pale Hand in South Los would not be easy. As for the words just now, it was definitely not a matter of diverting trouble. She really wanted to take action against the Pale Hand. In the lady's opinion, the other party pretended to be Arthur to cause trouble, which had already touched the interests that she and Arthur had established together. Pretend to be Arthur today. Can I pretend to be her tomorrow? So, this lady thinks that she needs to teach the Pale Hand a lesson. A lesson that the other party will never forget. A lesson that will make the other party feel miserable when thinking about it. And with her power, it will take a long time to achieve this, and there may be some accidents during this period. So, in order to make this matter easier, this lady is going to use the power of the Nanlos family. From what I can see now, the effect is good. Thinking in her heart, the lady looked at Arthur in the field. The fake was beaten back by the Death Snake Banyan, especially on the face. There were already more than a dozen bloody cuts. The original human skin mask had long been torn to pieces, and the cuts now showed the other party's real face. However, after being beaten by the snake vine more than a dozen times, it was impossible to tell what he looked like originally. Ah! A shrill scream came from the other party's mouth, layer upon layer. It made people feel tinnitus. Even after the accumulation, Eli, Walsh, and Dr. Linster, who had just woken up, Fainted again. Sonic attack? No. It's a secret technique similar to sound hypnosis. Arthur, who had mastered the essence of sound of death, easily judged the tricks of the guy in front of him. Of course, the other party's tricks were more than that. Death. The rich death energy rolled out from the other party's sleeves. The death aura was so thick that it was like smoke. It rolled endlessly and enveloped the entire Kirk Street. Then, the soul fire. The soul fires danced in the thick death aura. This was not ignited, but appeared. The soul fire, accompanied by one skeleton after another holding rusty weapons, appeared in the eye sockets of these skeletons. As soon as these skeletons appeared, they followed the order of the member of the Pale Hand and formed a formation. Block the Death Snake. At the same time, the appearance of these skeletons also made this member of the Pale Hand feel certain. I didn't expect to actually meet you, Nanlos Medium Kratos. I have thought more than once about the circumstances under which I would meet you, but I didn't expect it to be at this time. Although it is very rude, but with Lord Julie and Miss Caesar watching, I can't really show my strength. I can only use such a small trick. 3,000 skeleton warriors. Although their level is not high, I think they can stop you a little bit. Right? As the other party said this, the skeleton warriors had already launched a charge. As the dead, they did not know fear, let alone death. Moreover, there were many of them. Even at this moment, they continued to rush out from the thick death aura. The white skeletons formed a white wave, rushing forward towards the black figure. The female swordsman swung the door panel sword and was about to join the battlefield. Melinda also picked up her pipe again. The two knew very well that one skeleton warrior was not a big deal, one soldier could handle it, but 3,000 skeleton warriors were not so easy. Skeleton warriors were naturally immune to mental shock. Once the number reached a certain level, no one could treat them carelessly. But the next moment, the two ladies were stunned. They looked at Arthur in shock, watching Arthur walk calmly. The skeleton warriors, who were charging towards Arthur, stopped one after another. When Arthur passed by the skeleton warriors, all the skeleton warriors knelt on one knee. The soul fire that was originally just slightly beating in the eye sockets, burned straight up, turned into a blazing flame, as if shouting, "Long live the Emperor." Chapter 471 Rich Daddy Arthur. Bones move like waves, bones are still like forests. When the skeleton warriors' charge all stopped, and they knelt on one knee, Melinda, the female swordsman, was stunned. They could never have imagined that such a thing would happen. Especially Melinda. She is good at the undead. She asked herself that she could not do it to such a level. Perhaps a dozen low-level undead could directly snatch the pardon. But 3,000? Don't even think about it. Unless, climb the stairs. So did Arthur climb the stairs? Melinda thought about this question again, and then, the lady shook her head. It shouldn't be climbing the stairs, but the core secret technique of cat school. Black Tong Yu? The rumored Tong Yu seems to have the ability to command the undead. I thought it was just a rumor, but it turned out to be true. Arthur, what an enviable background. The lady thought in her heart. She remained calm and smiling, as if everything was supposed to be this way. This made the female swordsman, who subconsciously looked at Melinda in horror, even more surprised. However, immediately, the female swordsman thought of something. Tong Yu? Is this Tong Yu? The female swordsman asked softly. Yes, this is Tong Yu. Melinda nodded affirmatively. There was no taboo in such a conversation, so the member of the Pale Hand also heard it clearly. Compared to Melinda, the female swordsman was stunned, and the member of the Pale Hand was completely in disbelief. It was the kind of shock that overturned all three views. The other party had never thought that the Bone Sea he controlled would be taken away. How is this possible? Bone Sea is the advanced secret technique of the Pale Hand. How could it be taken away so easily? Is the cat school so strong? The member of the Pale Hand thought in his heart. The eyes that looked at Arthur again were filled with fear. No. To be more precise, it was fear. It was the fear of facing a natural enemy. However, this member of the Pale Hand did not lose his courage. Or rather, he was struggling to survive. There was a fierce look in his eyes. The palms hidden behind his back began to make gestures. And he whispered, "Explode!" The death energy surged, and he rushed towards the 3,000 skeleton warriors. Your Tong Yu can control the skeleton warriors. But can your Tong Yu control the dead air? When I use the dead air to detonate the skeleton warriors, you will still die. The member of the Pale Hand thought to himself, and his eyes became more fierce, especially when he sensed that the dead air had attached to the surface of the skeleton warriors and was about to penetrate them. The other party shouted, "Die! Nanlos medium!" Then, the member of the Pale Hand opened his eyes wide, ready to enjoy the blooming fireworks. But the next moment, the East End, the land of sacrifice. 1 sheep died and 9. The bloody monument. The bones are like a forest. Rest in peace. Arthur's low singing echoed in the silent streets, and the blue flame danced on Arthur's fingertips. Then, he waved his hand and threw it out. Whoosh! It was like a spark falling into a pile of gasoline. Those dead air. Those skeleton warriors. All were ignited. In just a moment, the entire street was engulfed in a sea of blue flames. Although there was no flesh and blood, the essence of the dead air in front of him was still brought back by the death fire, and fed back to Arthur. And the overflowing dead air was absorbed by the death snake banyan. Originally, Arthur had unconsciously accumulated more than 2,000 dead air in the past few days. It started to grow wildly again, breaking 10,000 in a breath. Then, 20,000, 30,000. Seeing the speed of the death energy growth, Arthur expressed helplessness. He didn't want to do it. But when the death energy saw him, it rushed over like a poor son who had fled from famine for 3 years saw his rich father. The death absorption of death snake banyan was originally able to quickly absorb the surrounding death energy to nourish itself, repair, grow, and even store it. However, after death snake fig absorbed a little bit of the death energy that was scattered around, the death energy originally stored in its trunk began to flow out. These death energies were also attracted to Arthur. Who doesn't want to have a rich father? Feeling the helplessness and grievance said by death snake fig, Arthur also felt helpless, and immediately poured the absorbed death energy into death snake fig. This was not just a simple comfort. There was also a set plan. In Arthur's plan, there was originally a plan to let the death snake banyan absorb more dead energy, and upgrade from the original war tree level to war tree in a short period of time. Even, it is an ancient war tree. 1 year, 3 years, it's too long. He, Arthur, seizes every minute. Thinking in his heart, Arthur's face became more compassionate. He looked at the broken skeleton warriors one after another, sighing softly. Rest in peace. The place of eternal rest will surely make you no longer suffer. For the 3,000 skeleton warriors, it is impossible for Arthur to have no idea. However, the weaknesses of these skeleton warriors are too obvious. Even if he counterattacks and seizes the control of these skeleton warriors, he has no way to make up for the weakness when creating these skeleton warriors. Even if Arthur feels sorry, he will not allow himself to have 3,000 more bombs around him, unless he sleeps with his eyes open in the future. And besides that, it is Countess Nanlos. It is obvious that, if he really accepts these 3,000 skeleton warriors openly, the Countess will not be able to sleep well. And he has to consider the probability of being struck by lightning. With his current lightning resistance, he doesn't know how many times he can withstand it. So, Arthur abandoned the 3,000 skeleton warriors and developed his own death snake banyan. Of course, Arthur has not forgotten the culprit who caused all this. He looked calmly at the member of the Pale Hand, who caused him to lose 3,000 skeleton warriors. The fierceness in his eyes had not yet dissipated, and his face was horrified and stiff. The member of the Pale Hand stood there stupidly, like a mask on his face. Once again, the 3 views of this member of the Pale Hand were overturned. And with this time, the 3 views were overturned. Fear rose in the heart of this member of the Pale Hand. However, this fear did not make this member of the Pale Hand turn around and run away or beg for mercy, but turned into a kind of anger. Under this strange anger, this member of the Pale Hand saw Arthur's calm eyes, and felt that they were full of provocation. That kind of provocation was like a thorn, stimulating the nerves of this member of the Pale Hand. Ah! I want you to die. Die! The other party roared, and his body swelled up uncontrollably. Arthur looked at the swollen other party with a calm expression, raised his hand and flicked his finger. Song of Death. Sword 1. Chapter 472 Distortion. A white sword energy swept past the member of the Pale Hand in front of him. No great momentum, nor imposing aura. Only sharp and fast. One sword flashed, killed. Swish. The member of the Pale Hand that had just expanded not only collapsed like a deflated ball, but also his body was dragged into the soil by the death snake banyan. Light sword. Fast horse silent. The female swordsman whispered to herself. The look she gave Arthur became more complicated. If she hadn't confirmed that Arthur was a medium, the female swordsman would have thought Arthur was an assassin. The sword energy technique just now, and the previous dark sound. Burial silently, they were all silent but powerful techniques. Arthur, like this, was too dangerous. Once again, the female swordsman was determined that Arthur could not be allowed to get close to his own earl, and Arthur noticed something was wrong with the female swordsman. However, he didn't care, because at this moment, the Death Snake Fig attracted him more. Name, Death Snake Fig. Type, other type. Quality, epic. Attributes, 1. Death Absorption 2, Death Deterrence 2, 3. Snake Vine 2, 4. Snake Thorn 2, 5. Steel 2. Note, the special plant of Hill Tower, after being stained with your blood, it completed an alienation promotion beyond imagination. It became weird, powerful and loyal. It guards number 2 Kirk Street according to your orders, or you can order it to go to a new courtyard, and after absorbing the death energy of 3,000 skeleton warriors, it was promoted to the war tree at a jaw-dropping speed. A promotion that the heirs of the Hill Tower could not understand. Your blood is so magical. Death Absorption 2. Absorb the surrounding death energy to nourish itself, repair, grow, and can also store death energy. The stored death energy can repair the surrounding undead creatures of the own camp. Death Deterrence 2. With a radius of 200 meters, the naturally emitted death deterrence will make low-level undead unconsciously protect themselves. When a creature has malicious intentions, it needs to make a Will 3 judgment. When the judgment fails, it will fall into confusion and panic. Snake Vine 2. The vines hidden in the tree canopy are as flexible as snakes. Not only can they whip the enemy, their toxins can also paralyze the enemy and make the enemy hallucinate. Snake Thorn 2. The huge root system hidden underground is the killer of the death snake ficus. Every creature pierced by it will quickly lose its life and become the nutrients of the death snake ficus. Stealth 2. The death snake ficus can completely hide underground and sneak at a very fast speed. But it can also choose to pull out the roots and walk upright. But the speed is relatively slow. Note 1. There are 168 snake vines in total, and the attack range is 75 meters in radius of the death snake ficus. Note 2. There are 61 snake thorn roots in total. The main root can ignore defenses below defense level 4, and the remaining secondary roots can ignore defenses below defense level 1. The main snake thorn root system range is 150 meters in radius of the death snake ficus, and the secondary roots are 75 meters in radius of the death snake ficus. Note 3. When the main root is damaged, the death snake ficus will suffer damage, but it will no longer be fatal. You can choose one of the secondary roots to become the main root in a short period of time to replace it. Note 4. Death absorption can accelerate the growth of the death snake ficus. At present, it is war tree, 30 meters high, mostly hidden underground. Note 5. Even if the death snake ficus suffers fatal damage, it will not die as long as the heart of the tree is preserved at the war tree level, but it needs to be replanted. Note 6. The special bloodline speeds up the growth of the death snake ficus, and the abundant dead air greatly reduces the growth cycle of the death snake ficus. In 2 years, you can get an ancient war tree that fights for you. When it grows into an ancient war tree, not only will it have a certain level of thinking, but it will also master some basic death, snake, and plant secrets, but its loyalty to you will never change. As time passes and it absorbs the aura of death, the death snake fig will continue to grow until it reaches its own limit. As the death snake fig is promoted to a war tree, its size has more than doubled. Arthur immediately ordered the death snake fig to hide itself. In addition to hiding most of its body underground, more snake vines also hid in the huge tree canopy, and the tree canopy adjusted its angle to make it look dense, rather than growing larger. All this was done silently. Melinda, the female swordsman, did not pay attention to these. Or rather, the two ladies were completely attracted by the person hiding on the side. Glassed? Melinda asked tentatively. The female swordsman also looked around. The member of the Pale Hand just killed by Arthur was certainly not glassed. The other party's abnormalities are very similar to Walsh's, but there are some differences. It is a higher level of comfort and cognition change. Or to be more precise, distortion. That is not what the Pale Hand is good at. Instead, it is somewhat like the secret technique of the Vet Psychic Order in the rumored world, an organization that also tends to corpses, but is better at distorting the thinking of living people. It is also one of the continuation schools of the Mist Tower. There are even rumors that he is the direct descendant of the White Robe. Of course, It is just a rumor. After all, as we all know, the White Robe has always longed for light. As for why the members of the Pale Hand know the secrets of the Davet Psychic Order, it is possible that the other party is a hidden man of the Davet Psychic Order. It is also possible that the other party killed the members of the Davet Psychic Order and obtained some secrets. It is also possible that the other party was originally a member of the Davet Psychic Order, but he killed the members of the Pale Hand and obtained some secret techniques. In short, any possibility is possible. But no matter which one it is, the other party is a formidable enemy. Moreover, the other party must not be allowed to continue hiding in the dark. Such a person is too dangerous. Alas! A sigh came from the direction of Dow Lane. Melinda's inquiry worked. The lady and the female swordsman looked directly in the direction of Dow Lane. But Arthur was different. Arthur, who locked the whole scene with Fawkins' vision, could clearly see that the person was coming from Westmeck Avenue. But the voice came from Dow Lane. Arthur's hearing also told him the same thing. But Arthur's eyes told him the real scene. This awkward feeling made Arthur frown slightly. However, he chose to believe his eyes. Therefore, when Melinda, the female swordsman, looked at Dow Lane, Arthur turned and looked in the direction of Westmeck Avenue. The figure walking from Westmeck Avenue was startled. Obviously, the other party did not expect that Arthur would see through his secret technique. However, immediately, the other party laughed. "Good evening, Sir Kratos. You are as handsome as the rumors say." The other party took off his hood. Immediately, a charming lady's face was revealed in the moonlight, especially the pair of light green eyes, which were staring straight at Arthur, and the fox-like tail of the eyes seemed to be full of all kinds of charm. The lady looked at Arthur and glanced at Melinda. When she looked at Arthur, her eyes were full of tenderness and love. When she looked at Melinda, the provocation in her eyes was real. Melinda narrowed her eyes slightly, and an unprecedented coldness appeared in her azure eyes. Melinda certainly knew what this woman wanted to do, although she and Arthur only had a contract. At this time, she absolutely could not give in. However, just when Melinda was about to face the Lady of Gloucester with her pipe, Arthur got there first. The young medium looked at the lady in front of him, turned his head, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. And he said softly, "You are so coquettish." Chapter 473 Arthur, Nanlos is the best swordsman. Arthur's words stupefied Miss Gloucester, who was showing off her charm. In fact, not only Miss Gloucester, but also Melinda and the female swordsman were stunned. Because Melinda, when the female swordsman heard this sentence, it always felt that this sentence was filled with an indescribable sense of sarcasm and ridicule. And Miss Gloucester? In addition to sarcasm, in addition to ridicule, there was also a kind of provocation. That's right. It was a provocation. A short sentence of "you are so coquettish" into the ears of the lady. It became, "Do you think that you can be compared with my beloved woman by pretending to be mysterious like my beloved woman? Don't be delusional. You are just an ordinary, ugly woman. Don't joke in front of me. You are not even worthy of carrying her shoes. You are not even as good as her hair." A series of words made the lady's face change slightly. Arthur caught this change. Eyes like torches, observing words and expressions, flashed rapidly. Then, "Do you think that if you imitate Melinda's mysterious appearance, I will be subconsciously attracted to you? You are wrong. Melinda is Melinda. She is unique. Comparing you with her, you are simply overestimating yourself, and it only makes me feel sick. Similarly, you think that by attracting me, letting me pay attention to you, you can stimulate Melinda's competitive spirit, so that you and her can have a face-to-face confrontation. Then, you will take advantage of her weakness of being pregnant, defeat her, and get out of here? You are wrong again. Melinda's trust in me is beyond your imagination. She will never be fooled by your tricks. Why did she cooperate with you? That is your third mistake. Didn't you realize that? You fell into Melinda's trap? You are full of confidence, and you think you have everything under control. You never think about your failures. With the cooperation of Melinda, you finally appeared between the three of us from Westmeck Avenue. Here is the best place to attack," Arthur said loudly. While speaking, the young medium also cast an admiring look at Ms. Long Night, seemingly really admiring Melinda's intelligence and adaptability. Melinda immediately cooperated and showed a look of "you still understand me," although she was a little angry for no reason just now. After Arthur's explanation, she was not angry at all. She was just trying to lure the enemy deeper. Yes, that's right. That's it, Melinda thought to herself, and her expression became more natural. The female swordsman beside her suddenly understood. So that's it. Arthur. Melinda. I am ashamed of your tacit understanding. I didn't notice it just now. The female swordsman sighed, making Miss Glaister even more depressed. The lady looked at Arthur and asked softly, Am I not good enough? Am I not beautiful enough? Is my blood not good enough? If I carry your child and give birth to him, he will inherit your and my looks. He will definitely become a handsome man once in a century. And his talent can make him the king of Nanjun. I have already arranged everything. Now all I need is your consent. As the lady spoke, she became a little excited. She raised her hand and pointed at herself, then at Melinda, and continued, Don't worry. I can distort the fact that she is pregnant, and make the child in her belly mine. Arthur, you don't have to worry about the safety of the child. I have prepared the sacrifice. They will make our child safe. He will be like you, hiding in the world, until he really needs to explode. And then, he will have that kind of brilliant light. Glaister said, her face was twisted with excitement, and her body was trembling. As the lady spoke, she walked towards Arthur. However, Arthur moved to the side and stood beside Melinda. You still don't understand? Arthur sighed softly and asked, What do you understand? Miss Glaister asked back. You value my talent, bloodline, strength, and even your willingness to bear a child for me, because I am good enough. And this child is good enough. But when Melinda met me, I was nothing, Arthur said, turning his head to look at Melinda beside him. The lady seemed to have a telepathic connection, and turned her head to look at Arthur. After the two smiled at each other, Melinda took up her unlit pipe, and looked at Glaister with undisguised disgust. Who do you think you are? Why do you arrange my child? Even if it's me, we have no right to restrict him or arrange his life. He will only grow up under the protection of Arthur and me, and then choose what he likes to do. He can be a doctor, a lawyer, or a ruins explorer. Or he can choose to be an explorer on the sea. We will not restrict him. As parents, we will only lend him our shoulders, so that he can see further and go further, Melinda scolded. Looking at the gloomy face of Glaister opposite, Arthur almost clapped his hands when he heard this. He was indeed a partner he valued. Even though his words were full of irrationality, they were just right for the situation at hand. And Melinda continued to speak. You thought you would get everything when you suddenly appeared, because you used your twist to change everything. You actually have nothing. You are just a person hiding in the dark, and after seeing someone else's beloved things, she will not hesitate to use any means, even after breaking through everyone's cognitive limit, she will snatch it away. Melinda did not hide her swear words, just like the middle finger she raised at this moment. And Miss Glaister's face became more and more embarrassed. Because, this lady was right about what Melinda said. In the original plan of this lady, there was no place for Arthur, but as Arthur gradually showed his extraordinariness, this lady had some ideas, especially when Holden, the man she favored, fell in front of Arthur without any chance to fight back. The lady changed her plans slightly. However, the lady never thought that this change would make her so embarrassed. She had not experienced such embarrassment for hundreds of years. Not only did Arthur ignore her, but Melinda also directly revealed her deepest thoughts. Her greatest pleasure was to rob. She liked this feeling. Take away everything that others cherish, destroy everything that others cherish. Finally, let others die. And she will arrange the other person's funeral properly. This feeling is too good. Every time, it will make her ritual go a step further. Every time, the pleasure of improving strength makes her indulge in it. However, this failure but made this lady sober up a little. But only a little sober. The next moment, Miss Glaister shook her sleeves. An old parchment scroll fell to the ground. And after it was spread out, it shone with brilliant light. This is the dual contract of the Empire. Under the witness of this contract, I will have a fair sword fight with Arthur Kratos. There is no bloodline, no other secrets, props, and no support. All I have is pure swordsmanship. As she spoke, a shadow of a door appeared behind Miss Glaister. The lady looked at Arthur, chuckling. How about it? Nanlo swordsmanship champion, do you dare to have a fair swordsmanship duel with me? If you don't dare, I will leave, and after I leave, I will swear to use all my strength and power to target your child. I will let you and this bitch watch your child struggling, surviving, and living a life worse than death. Glass said the most vicious words. Hearing such words, the female swordsman could not help but tighten her grip on the hilt. In the eyes of this simple female swordsman, the woman in front of her was a lunatic, and after death, She would become a weird existence. However, she could not draw her sword, because of the Imperial Duel contract. The contract limited the other party and Arthur. This kind of contract must have a time limit, or if Arthur does not agree, it will become invalid. Arthur, don't agree to this lunatic. I will ask the Earl to help later. As long as she is still in Namlos, we can definitely kill her. The female swordsman turned her head and persuaded Arthur. In the eyes of the female swordsman, the crazy woman on the other side dared to use this kind of contract to limit swordsmanship. And her swordsmanship must be extremely outstanding. Of course, Arthur's swordsmanship is also very good. But compared with the unknown opponent, it is disturbing. But what surprised the female swordsman was that there was an indescribable strangeness in Arthur's expression. Moreover, she nodded and agreed directly. Okay. After saying that, she stepped into the scope of the contract. She seemed impatient, as if she was afraid that Gloucester would go back on his word. The female swordsman scratched her head again. Although she was 2.5 meters tall, she never thought of herself as a reckless, stupid person. She thought of herself as a normal person who was cautious and knew some tricks. But for some reason, after having more contact with Arthur and Melinda, she felt that she was a reckless and stupid person. Just like what happened before her. The female swordsman could not understand what made Arthur accept the other party's conditions so calmly. Subconsciously, the female swordsman looked at Melinda. In the heart of the female swordsman, Melinda, who had a strong relationship with Arthur, must understand why Arthur did that. But Melinda didn't know. She also thought that Arthur was too eager. However, she was sure of one thing. That Arthur, the bad guy, was definitely not a reckless person. The lady firmly believed that since Arthur did this, there must be a reason for Arthur. Therefore, Melinda just said lightly, Arthur, the best swordsman in Namlos. Chapter 474 Birds and Snakes, Father and Son. Arthur heard the boasting of Melinda for him. But Arthur did not refute. Because Arthur is thick-skinned. Of course, besides being thick-skinned, Arthur still has a little confidence. You know, when returning to Namlos, Arthur had just completed a point increase for Swift Bird Swordsmanship LV5. The 3,000 XP points he got were directly consumed, but the changes brought about were huge. Even Arthur, recalling the scene he saw when he just added points, was still shocked. The strong wind raged across the earth. The flat ground was blown into thousands of gullies. The flowers, trees and gravel were all swept up into the sky. This strong wind made people despair. This strong wind made everything die. But this strong wind was just the wind brought by the wings of a bird flying by. It was unconscious. It had never paid attention to the earth. It only yearned for the sky. It chases the sun. It sees its three-legged counterpart above the sun. It plays with the moon. It sees a woman hugging the moon and falling asleep. It travels through the starry sky. It sees the differences on each star. There are monsters with pig heads and human bodies sleeping soundly on countless stars as beds, mumbling in their sleep. Chui Lon, Chui Lon. Some people use stars as pieces, no regrets after making a move, but they are sad, and they keep murmuring, the vast heaven, how unkind to me. There are also people who eat stars. It ate with relish, and kept muttering, delicious, this is delicious too. There are also people like it, whose sword shadows are like lotus, traveling among the stars, singing generously, and shouting, the light boat has passed through thousands of mountains. It saw so much. At some point, it felt lonely. It hoped to find its own kind. But it couldn't find its own kind. It wanted to find its own kind. Not its own three-legged kind, but its own kind that was exactly the same as it. But no. It went to too many places. But it didn't find any of its kind that was exactly like itself. Until one day, it found an egg in the dark. Driven by instinct, it protected the egg under its body. It didn't know how to hatch eggs, but it had seen similar birds hatch eggs. It learned to hatch eggs. After an unknown amount of time, the egg broke open. What appeared inside was a snake. Golden eyes, ignorant. Black scales, hard, sharp. Its body grows as it faces the wind. In just one day, it grows to 16,000 meters. After another day, the snake grows to 125,765 meters. It is very happy, because its child is finally as long as the fine hair on one of its feathers. It travels with its child in the endless flow of time. Its child is also growing rapidly. When its child is as long as one of its feathers, its child wanted to venture into the world alone. It thought its child was very weak. However, it seemed to be the rebellious period. The obedient child did not listen to the advice, and ran away quietly. It searched, but it could not find it, because its child was too familiar with it. So, it plucked a feather, and let it turn into 2 trillion clones, to find its child. It called the 2 trillion clone Swift Bird. It hoped that the Swift Bird would bring it good news. And it chose to stop at a time and wait. At the moment it fell, it heard a burst of exclamations. Heavenly Destiny Black Bird. Heavenly Destiny Black Bird. Those Swift Birds are so annoying. My father always lets these Swift Birds disturb me. I want to go back. I want to be like my father, travel through the long flow of time, trace the end of time. After the golden-eyed black snake ate a Swift Bird in one bite, helplessness appeared in his eyes. And then he turned around, and swam towards the end of the long river. It wanted to find out what was there. It didn't care about the blood left there. That was the blood left when it swallowed the Swift Bird. Both its own and the Swift Bird's. Although it was only one of the 2 trillion clones of its father. It was really strong. At the age of 8. It had to be a little serious to eat one. The golden-eyed black snake left. But a great little snake appeared here. Its whole body ached. It didn't know why it was here. It only remembered that it was fished out of the river by a beautiful woman, and then it appeared here. Previous memories? None. But it was so hungry. It licked a drop of blood. It wanted to feel full. Really full. A little sleepy. Let's take a nap. The little gray snake followed its instinct, and fell into a deep sleep. Its body began to swell wildly, especially the fine hairs that appeared between the scales. After these fluffs condensed into shape, a pair of wings appeared on its body. It had no idea about this. It was so sleepy. Unable to help it, Arthur opened his mouth and yawned. He rubbed the tears squeezed out of his eyes. And the words in front of him became clear after floating. Swift Bird Sword Art LD5. Sword art was originally about imitation. The ancestors of the nobles of Nanjun had seen the divine bird called Swift Bird during the imperial era. He watched the Swift Bird flying freely in the shadows. After being greatly shocked and exclaiming in amazement, he began to imitate the movements of the Swift Bird and created the prototype of this sword art. As time passed, this sword art was constantly improved. But no one could ever reach the highest level. Even a genius who was 1 in a million could not take the last step. However, everyone acknowledged that it helped the bloodline. Therefore, the nobles of Nanjun took great pains to create a more suitable Swift Bird sword art based on the original sword art. But they misjudged the resilience and awareness of their descendants. Most people gave up after learning swordsmanship. Compared with practicing swordsmanship day and night, indulgence is more suitable for them. Time has already covered everything. You are not one of them. With your diligence and hard work, you have made it reach a very high level. And your bloodline has made it begin to play its unique effect. Effect 1. Extreme speed. 2. Quick attack. 3. Full blood. 4. Bird snake sword intention. Extreme speed. When you use the Swift Bird sword, your sword speed will be +5 on top of your physique. Quick attack. When you use the Swift Bird sword, the speed of the next sword will be +2.0, can be stacked 3 times in a row. Full blood. The power contained in your blood is being slowly stimulated, they will gradually become pure. This will be a long process, but you who have pursued the truth of swordsmanship, speed up this speed. But during this period, your appetite will be greatly improved. And your sleep quality will be enviable. Bird and snake sword intention. The Swift Bird sword intention makes you faster. And the dark snake sword intention makes your attack unpredictable. When you use the sword intention, the corresponding reference automatically appears behind you and brings +1 pressure level. When you use the 2 sword intentions at the same time, your physical strength will be greatly consumed. But you can get +3 pressure level and bring faster and more bizarre attack methods. Physique, spirit +1.5, 0.3 by 5. Note, you have reached the limit of this skill limit. How could Arthur believe this so-called limit after seeing Black Bird and golden-eyed Black Snake? Undoubtedly, this limit is only his limit at this stage. It's just that he is not qualified yet. Afterwards, he will slowly make himself qualified. As for now, Arthur looked at Glaster. Arthur always maintained confidence, not only because of the LD5 Swift Bird swordsmanship, and more importantly, death intuition. Chapter 475. Birds spread their wings to meet the north wind. After Glass appeared, Arthur's death instinct began to flash. Not fast, but continuous. This flashing reminded Arthur that the woman in front of him was far more dangerous than he imagined. For a guy like this who has been hiding behind the scenes, you never know what cards the other party will have, or you never know how many cards the other party will make for himself for safety. For this kind of person, Arthur knows too well. Because he is such a person. So, when the lady proposed to duel with swords under the witness of the imperial contract, Arthur knew that the other party knew more about him than he thought. Otherwise, it would be impossible to propose such a duel. It must be that the other party had seen the truth of his swordsmanship. Was it that crazy beggar? Or some unconscious movements during the swordsmanship competition? Arthur couldn't be sure. However, there was one thing that Arthur was very sure of. For a person like him, one in the world is enough. More? That would be impolite. And it would make his life too tiring. So Glass must die. Because he doesn't want to die yet. Looking at Arthur yawning and rubbing the tears from his eyes, Glass, who was standing opposite, had an interested look in his eyes. Is it the influence of blood? Or some kind of secret technique? The imperial contract is indeed not isolated, clearing oneself in blood. Secret technique? Alas. Speaking of this, the lady sighed. Then, without waiting for Arthur to speak, the lady continued. Although I had guessed before, but when I got the result, it was still a bit disappointing. Arthur, you know, I spent a lot of money to get this empire contract. I have been looking forward to where it will appear. I didn't expect it to be now. The lady looked at Arthur again. The light green eyes were burning again. The lady continued. Of course, there is nothing wrong with it. It is just a prop. And it is used at the right time. I think it appeared in the occasion when we first met. There is nothing wrong with it. What do you think, Arthur? Yes. What can Arthur say to such a crazy woman? The young, kind, honest and simple medium could only nod. However, the lady on the other side misunderstood Arthur's meaning. Or rather, the other party has been immersed in her own world. The lady held her hands on her chest and looked at Arthur expectantly. Then can you accept my proposal? If you can't accept the child brought by distortion, I can also give birth to one for you, the lady said. Her face turned red. The shy look made the lady's charm even more charming. But Arthur was indifferent. Because Arthur knew very well that the words of such a crazy woman, not even a punctuation mark, could be believed. However, Arthur still spoke. You are so obsessed with the child. But you don't love the child. You just treat him as a tool. You need a tool that is bound in the name of mother. Obedient and powerful. In addition, you are so careful to hide behind the scenes. So you must have caused some trouble? Did you steal the secrets of the Pale Hand? Or did you steal the secrets of the Velvet Order? Or did you steal both? Of course, with your appearance, it shouldn't be difficult to steal these secrets. In fact, you can steal more secrets. But you're screwed. Arthur's words were still a little euphemistic. But Gloucester on the opposite side couldn't stand it. Because he was hit in a sore spot. Starting from Gloucester. And even for quite a long time afterwards. As Arthur said, she relied on her beauty to gain convenience. For Gloucester, it would be a waste if she didn't use such beauty. However, as her strength increased, Gloucester's mentality changed. She became full of honor. Moreover, she did not allow others to mention her past. For this reason, she also changed her name. Few people in the entire South County knew her true past. All we know is that she is Gloucester of the Pale Hand. More, she has hidden it. The lady thought she had done a good job, but she did not expect to be exposed by Arthur. Suddenly, the lady narrowed her eyes. Danger flashed in her light green eyes. Arthur, even you, said something you shouldn't have said. I have decided to starve you for 7 days and 7 nights, and then soak you in my manure tank. I want you to feel my taste. As she spoke, the lady licked her lips with her tongue. Arthur felt disgusted from the bottom of his heart. I really cannot agree with your habit, but your living conditions are really too poor. The manure tank can only be found in the dry toilets of ordinary people. I thought you would at least pretend to be a middle-class person. Let me guess, your current identity is not a prostitute in the old city. You disgust me, I disgust you. Arthur, who had such a simple idea, said mercilessly. However, Gloucester on the other side clearly misunderstood. Want to irritate me? I admit that you almost did it just now, Arthur. But it was really almost. Now, I have calmed down. I have given you too much favoritism, which made you forget your own limitations. Now, I will take back this favoritism. As the lady spoke, her charming expression disappeared. Only a coldness remained. and the voice was as biting as the cold wind. Arthur, your talent is extraordinary. And your blood is even more amazing. When the two are combined, you have long been a person that people look up to. However, you have also made a mistake that all geniuses have. You are arrogant. Your pride has long been engraved in your bones. You think your talent and blood are invincible. You think the secret arts of the Kratos family are invincible. Therefore, you are not good at other secret arts. Swordsmanship is just a quick glance. Even now, you haven't realized the seriousness of the matter. The lady shook out a long sword from her sleeve. This long sword is a thin sword, with a beautiful guard and a narrow blade, with a strong North County swift sword style. You must have heard of the Griffin Knights of North County, but have you heard of the North Wind Swordsmen of North County? Arthur? Feel the sharpness of the North Wind. As soon as the lady spoke, Melinda, the female swordsman, changed her expression. The North Wind Swordsmen, a noble corps of the North County active in the late Holy Age. Each of them is a carefully selected and talented warrior. Each member of the North Wind Swordsmen can fight against 100. Therefore, the North Wind Swordsman, with only 30 people, has always been considered the strongest at that time, until the Black Plague broke out. Most of the Northern Wind Swordsmen were killed or wounded. The remaining half were killed or wounded in the battle with the elite combat sisters of the church. According to rumors, the Northern Wind Swordsmen left a reserve force, inheriting the Northern Wind Swordsmanship, the Polar Ritual and the Aurora secret art. But these are all rumors. After the Northern Wind Swordsmen were destroyed, no one has ever seen this reserve force. However, no one will deny the strength of the Northern Wind Swordsmen. Melinda, the female swordsman, didn't know where Gloucester learned the Northern Wind Swordsmanship. But the existence of the Northern Wind Swordsmanship made the balance of this duel begin to tilt endlessly. Arthur, be careful. The female swordsman couldn't help but shout. Melinda didn't speak, but the knuckles of the palm holding the pipe had begun to turn white. Only Arthur remained calm. The young medium felt the cold wind blowing in his face, and just asked softly, "Have you heard? Bird singing?" Chapter 476, talented to the point of being called a monster. Miss Gloucester smiled. This lady has heard birds singing. Some in the courtyard, some in the woods, some by the river and some on the battlefield. That's right. The battlefield. During the 7 Years' War that changed the world, this lady heard the birdsong that was unique to Nanjun on the battlefield more than once. Those swordsmen with outstanding talents relied on the simplified swift bird swordsmanship. On the battlefield, they performed their masterpieces again and again. The sword came out like lightning, and the sword tip trembled like a bird. Each time, it was incomparably brilliant. Each time, it brought unprecedented honor to themselves, even at the cost of their lives. These Nanjun swordsmen did not retreat. And this lady had heard such bird calls more than once, sometimes as companions, sometimes as enemies, but no matter which one, she could not help but admire them. This lady admired those swordsmen who fought for honor, because she is the same. She also fights for honor. At least, in her eyes, she also has corresponding honor. So, when Arthur exposed her honor, the murderous intent that emerged in her heart quickly merged into the Northern Wind swordsmanship. Huh? The north wind blows, and the snowflakes fall. With this lady as the center of the circle, within a range of more than 10 meters, the weather changes suddenly. Glass looked at Arthur with his eyes, and when he saw that the young medium was still calm, the woman couldn't help but exclaimed again, "Arthur, you are worthy of it. Even at this point, you still remain calm. You know some swordsmanship, but only some. After all, Farad himself is crazy. How can he really teach you? Your initial swordsmanship was only learned from the marks on the door frame." Right? As she spoke, the lady looked at the door frame of number 2 Kirk Street. At this moment, the admiration in the lady's eyes became more intense. "I have to say, Arthur, your talent is really amazing. Just some ordinary sword marks left have allowed you to learn the simplified version of swift bird swordsmanship. Even if you haven't figured out the secret of the simplified version of swift bird swordsmanship, it is enough to surprise me. That's why I pay attention to you. At the beginning, I just regarded you as a talented person. But who knew that I would discover your true extraordinariness? And the Kratos family." Gloucester said this. His face showed a look of confidence, as if everything was under control. Arthur was indifferent. Arthur knew that the other party was just using words to pressure him. However, some information was still worth recording. "Is the beggar called Philon?" "Arthur, who learned the beggar's name for the first time, remembered the name silently. Looking at Arthur's silence, Glast, who was standing in the north wind and snow, stretched out his left hand, facing Arthur with the back of his hand, whispering softly, "I am willing to give you another chance. Kiss the back of my hand. Be my husband. Be the father of my child." Hearing this, Arthur finally reacted, and shook his head. "Please don't say husband, child, father, which have corresponding responsibilities so easily, especially when they come from your mouth. I always feel it is blasphemy." "Oh, you rejected my kindness again. Then repent in the north wind. No bird can fly in the north wind. Birds in the north wind will only be silent and shudder. And you? You will eventually become my plaything." With a sneer, Glast retracted his left hand and thrust the swift sword in his right hand straight forward. The wind was getting stronger. The snow was getting stronger. The wind, wrapped in snow, was surging as if it was going to drown the entire Kirk Street. Melinda pursed her lips tightly, and a hint of worry appeared in her azure eyes, then it returned to calm. Only a faint smoke remained. The smoke filled the entire Kirk Street. It was inconspicuous, but it really existed. In the north wind, it was not blown away, nor was it engulfed. It was just hiding in the dark, preparing to complete the fatal blow. The female swordsman gripped the hilt of the sword, and her eyes stared fiercely at Glaster. The female swordsman had made a decision. After Arthur was defeated, she went up and chopped the woman with a sword. But no matter Melinda's smoke, nor the female swordsman's door panel sword, there was no chance to use them. Even the surging snow and wind were rolled back the next moment. Because bird, a huge white bird that covered the entire street, appeared behind Arthur, flapping its wings according to Arthur's will. Woo! A strong wind suddenly rose. The 10-level gale rolled back the north wind, and the snowflakes rolled back. This scene made Melinda, the female swordsman, was surprised. But what really shocked the two was that they actually felt the unique power from the illusory figure. That was the power that only the entry level had. Arthur reached the entry level just by relying on swordsmanship? The two were filled with doubts, and Glaster shouted in disbelief. "Impossible. How is it possible? You can't enter the level with swordsmanship. You just realized the simplified version of swift bird swordsmanship." Arthur looked at the incredulous opponent calmly, with a hint of pity in his eyes. "Haven't you always said that I have extraordinary talent? However, from the current state, you still don't know enough about my talent. It's just swift bird swordsmanship. I can learn it after watching it once. Also, when the north wind blows, no bird spreads its wings, all birds are silent. That's just because you haven't met someone like me." Cry. The sword comes out, and the giant bird rises into the wind. Quick! It was extremely fast. It was as fast as teleportation. The giant white bird appeared behind Glaster with Arthur. The lady's face was stiff. She stared straight ahead. Her eyes were dull and lifeless. Only her voice was clear. "Swift bird sword intent? Entry-level swift bird sword intent? You just read it once, and not only did you master the original swift bird sword technique, but you also raised it to a higher level?" The lady questioned. She knew too much about swift bird swordsmanship. Even if she practiced it to the extreme, it would only be at the level of great arcana. It was impossible for the sword spirit white bird phantom to show its power. But the white bird phantom behind Arthur was full of pressure. There was only one answer left, after Arthur read swift bird swordsmanship. Once, he understood it thoroughly, and then innovated. What a talent! Glaster's eyes were filled with jealousy. She was unwilling. Why did she encounter such a monster? Monster? Instantly, the lady thought of something, and couldn't help humming. The eternal monster, the heir of the rebellious bloodline, the creator of Ragnarok, the one who fears the northern gods, the ruler of the Chaos Blade, the owner of the Leviathan Axe, Kratos. Is this a monster? Faced with Glaster's question, Arthur turned around and walked back. As they passed by, Arthur whispered, "You did a good job, I almost sweated." Glaster was startled, and seemed to think of something in his heart, and there was a deep horror in his eyes, but there was no time. The next moment, puff! Glaster was split into two, and his body fell to the ground. Chapter 477 Double Act. The sound of the corpse falling to the ground was still echoing on Kirk Street, and in front of Arthur. A text prompt appeared: "Kill Glast, XP plus 1000. Is he really dead? Arthur was stunned, and his eyes could not help but looked at Glast's body again. In Arthur's mind, this pervert behind the scenes must have endless tricks up his sleeve. Even if he died, it was just a temporary retreat. Soon, it would be normal for them to come back. In fact, he just talked so much nonsense with Glaster, just to make arrangements. With Fujin and Wunia's eyes. With Kaliki and Kilia's noses. With hundreds of rats nearby as aides. Arthur was ready to track the other party. Moreover, he also prepared himself for the possibility of failure. Who knew that the other party actually died? Such a death was naturally a pleasant surprise. But Arthur was more alert. Let Glaster's death remind me not to be careless in the future. You thought you knew everything about me. So you showed up and attacked me. But in the end, you lost your life. Glaster, you are really arrogant. Your monitoring of me is not thorough, but you think your strength can make up for it. And your speculation about me? It made you greedy in your heart, and completely blinded your reason. You deserve to die. Arthur sighed in his heart, before the female swordsmanship came over. The roots of the death snake fig dragged Glaster's body into the ground. Glaster was dead. But Glaster's body was still useful. Simply put, death is just the beginning. The body after death belongs to Arthur. The soul after death belongs to Arthur. The spoils after death also belong to Arthur. The suffering has just begun? No. 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 As a young, honest, simple and kind medium, I will not let Glaster suffer too much pain. After he gets everything he wants, he will cut the other person's soul. Make the other person forget unnecessary memories. And if possible, let the other person start over. Alas, I, a kind-hearted person, always have a hard time living in this world. Arthur sighed for himself in his heart. Then, the young medium looked at the previous text. Kill the mysterious person. XP plus 100. Kill the mysterious person. XP plus 100. Kill the mysterious person. XP plus 200. The first two messages appeared after the disguised bandaged swordsman and Horton, disguised as General Puppet, killed two middle-aged men who looked like twins. The third message appeared after Arthur killed the guy pretending to be him. It's really the gold belt for murder and arson. Looking at the XP that quickly accumulated to 1400, Arthur couldn't help thinking in his heart. Compared to the gains after a lot of arrangements, this direct and straightforward gain, it was really fascinating. Even Arthur had some ideas. However, Arthur knew better, the trouble of cleaning up afterward. In a densely populated city, there were too many eyes. Moreover, he would never do such a thing as killing innocent people. Unless there were special conditions. For example, pirates. Another example, an island full of pirates. Horton? Arthur thought of Horton, who had gone to sea with Bloody John. Overseas islands are not densely populated cities. Right? Killing pirates is even less of a psychological burden. If an island is full of pirates, it would be even better. He must let Horton kill as many as he can. No one is more suitable than Horton. General Puppet's strength, Horton's own experience, are all perfect excuses. As for why Horton suddenly changed his hiding style, became irritable, mad? Of course, it was because he had been suppressed for too long when hiding, the expansion period after gaining strength. Everything is reasonable. Just like the vest bandaged swordsman is essentially a secret technique. Soldier Puppet is essentially a prop, killing the mysterious side person with secret techniques, and props will of course gain XP. Another way to gain XP. Arthur thought in his heart, and after his eyes seemed to glance at the side inadvertently, he looked at the female swordsman. Julie, I have something to trouble you. Please help me investigate the name Glast. Arthur said directly. The female swordsman was stunned for a moment, and then she reacted. Is this name a pseudonym? Yes. It must be a pseudonym. Based on this guy's style, if Glast is the real name, we can't have never heard of it. She must have other names. She must have other identities. Arthur, leave these investigations to me, as well as the Pale Hand in South Los, and the possible existence of the Vet Psychic Order. I will investigate together. The female swordsman gave Arthur a positive answer while talking to herself. At the same time, she looked at Eli, Walsh and Dr. Linster, who were still unconscious on the ground. The meaning was obvious. She asked Arthur if he wanted to deal with it together. Arthur shook his head slightly, without hiding anything, and raised his hand to quietly point to the shadow on one side, and said softly, I owe that guy a favor. Is that so? Then leave it to you. Arthur. Of course. Arthur. You can tell me anything you need. As a friend, I am willing to help you solve some things you are not willing to face. The female swordsman once again showed her kindness. Arthur was not surprised. After all, his talent was like a monster, his bloodline was even more outstanding, and now even his swordsmanship was entry-level. It would be strange if the female swordsman did not win over such a talent, with almost no shortcomings. Unfortunately, you only see the surface. You never see my efforts. Everything I have today is all due to my efforts. Arthur emphasized in his heart, and nodded calmly on the surface. Of course. I know. Please say hello to the Earl for me. We will see each other tomorrow morning. No. This morning at Caesar Manor, Arthur said with a smile. Most of the ceremony for Melinda's succession to the title was completed, and only the finishing work of sending the guests remained. Compared to the previous work, the final finishing is almost insignificant. But as the master, he and Melinda still need to show up. Okay. See you this morning? The female swordsman grinned and turned to walk towards Dow Lane behind Kirk Street. She planned to take a shortcut back to the Earl's mansion and tell the Earl everything that happened. And what happened on Kirk Street afterwards. The female swordsman believed that Arthur would handle it, and she would not participate again. After all, the fact that she said something like owing someone a favor was enough to prove that this was a private matter. If you rashly get involved in other people's private affairs, it would cause unpleasantness. Of course, there was still curiosity in my heart. Inexplicably, the female swordsman envied Melinda. Arthur is really unreserved about Melinda. With such a sigh, the female swordsman disappeared into the night, and Arthur first signaled Melinda to wait with his eyes, and then looked to the side. The next moment, the bandaged swordsman stepped out, with only one eye exposed, waiting for Arthur fiercely, and said in a voice that was almost roaring, "Tell me, who am I?" Chapter 478 Kratos' family motto. Act, perform the whole act. The horse roar, like the wail of a wounded beast. Adding to the unique appearance of the bandaged swordsman, it adds a sense of weirdness to the shrillness. Ordinary people will definitely be scared to tears. People on the mysterious side will also frown when they see it. When Arthur sees it, he will only sigh that his acting skills are good. The scene in front of the bandaged swordsman is, naturally, arranged by Arthur. After killing the middle-aged mysterious person, Arthur manipulated the bandaged swordsman to return to the temporary base, and reused the corpse of the middle-aged mysterious person in his hand, and the death cave, hidden in the bandage as a basis, and reactivated the corpse alchemy, allowing the bandaged swordsman to be reborn. Then, they came to Kirk Street. Although the bandaged swordsman was very secretive under Arthur's manipulation, it still couldn't hide from such a small group of people. Of course, this was intentional by Arthur. Arthur began to lay out the plan when he asked the bandaged swordsman to tell Eli to go to number 2 Kirk Street. The birth of the bandaged swordsman was not a decision made casually by Arthur. It was a well-thought-out decision. First, Arthur needed everyone to speculate about the origin of the bandaged swordsman. When this speculation began to take root in people's minds, Arthur would take the next step. For example, at this moment, Arthur looked at the bandaged swordsman with a touch of gentleness, different from the usual gentleness. At this moment, Arthur's eyes were mixed with strong expectations. When this expectation fell into the eyes of Melinda, the lady's blue eyes immediately flashed with a hint of thought. What is this bastard looking forward to? No! With this guy's self-control ability, he can't control his emotions. Then this matter. The dead parents? The lady looked at the appearance of the bandaged swordsman, almost instinctively thought. It's not that this lady is too easily misled. It's that Arthur's guiding the dead scene, and the origin of the bandaged swordsman are so deeply rooted in people's minds, that many people will instantly guess Arthur's original purpose. And now? Such speculations are just confirmed. Arthur noticed the change in Melinda's expression. Melinda thought so, and the rest of the rotten sweet potatoes probably thought so too. Suddenly, Arthur was certain. He did not move his gaze towards the bandaged swordsman, but nodded. Okay. Suddenly, the bandaged swordsman was stunned. His exposed eyes were filled with deep surprise, and he obviously did not expect it to be so easy. While the bandaged swordsman was stunned, Arthur continued, "But, you have to do something for me." As he said that, Arthur yawned. An unconcealable tiredness began to appear on his face. But the bandaged swordsman ignored him, and laughed hoarsely. "As expected of you, you are the medium of Nanlos. Don't you believe in fairness? Also, you said before that you owed me a favor?" The bandaged swordsman questioned. "Of course I believe in fairness. Otherwise, why do you think I know your name? To do this, I can assure you that it is not an easy task. and it is equal to the task entrusted to you. As for the favor I owe you? Saving them, does that count as repaying you a favor? Arthur said seriously, and raised his hand to point at Eli, Walsh, and Dr. Leinster on the ground. The bandaged swordsman was stunned again. After hesitating for about a few seconds, the bandaged swordsman nodded. Count. The voice of the bandaged swordsman was almost squeezed out from his teeth. Everyone could sense the reluctance of the bandaged swordsman. But he was unwilling to go against the truth. But because of this discomfort, everyone recognized that the bandaged swordsman was a person worth associating with. At least, to some extent, he was really trustworthy. And this was another point that Arthur wanted. The bandaged swordsman was very useful. Naturally, he needed to be active and accepted. Therefore, looking at the bandaged swordsman's uncomfortable appearance, Arthur had a smile on his face. The voice became softer. Our meeting was an accident, but I think such an accident is also good. At least you are still very likable at some times. Oh, the annoying medium. Tell me, what's the matter? The bandaged swordsman didn't intend to continue to pester. But Arthur shook his head. I can't tell you now. Your strength is too weak. When your strength is further improved, I will tell you everything. Similarly, during this period, if you encounter any trouble, you can also come to me. I will give you a 20% discount. As he said, Arthur turned around, walked to Melinda, and took Melinda back to number 2 Kirk Street in a supporting manner. Looking at the closed door of number 2 Kirk Street, the bandaged swordsman hesitated for a moment. Obviously, this bandaged swordsman intended to ask further questions. However, in the end, this bandaged swordsman still gave up this idea. It carried Eli, grabbed Walsh and Dr. Leinster in one hand, and strode away from Kirk Street. Arthur could be sure that Eli, Walsh, Dr. Leinster were awake. But the three of them remained unconscious. Apart from the embarrassment, Eli was cautious as a stalker, Walsh was wary of the strong. As for Dr. Leinster, he should want to revive his wife. The thoughts of these three people were not complicated. The thoughts of some bystanders, it is much more complicated. Arthur can totally guess that these guys will not be able to sleep in the past 2 days. But what does it have to do with him? He didn't increase the intensity of these guys. It's just an ordinary difficulty. Alas, if the time is not ripe, I must let you go through 24 episodes of The Devil's Stepmother, 40 episodes of Where Is My Mother, 80 episodes of Don't Cry After Divorce, and 160 episodes of Becoming a Wife and Becoming a Mother-in-Law. Unfortunately, who made my heart so kind? Arthur sighed in his heart, looking at Melinda, who had been silent all the time. What's wrong? Arthur asked directly. Arthur, how much have you hidden? Melinda asked directly. Not much. Just a little bit, Arthur said, in order to make his words more convincing. The young medium raised his right hand and used his thumb and index finger to indicate a small gap. Melinda looked at the small gap and snorted coldly. It looked like a gap, but it was actually the universe. The lady's sense of urgency grew stronger. My ritual has been entered, but my secret technique and swordsmanship are still far behind Arthur's, not to mention Arthur's terrifying talent and bloodline. We must hurry up. The sense of urgency that had just subsided for 2 days reappeared. However, the lady did not feel discouraged or tired at all. On the contrary, the lady was full of energy. She stared at Arthur and said, "Come back tomorrow morning." After saying that, the lady blew out a smoke ring and disappeared. Arthur immediately smiled bitterly. But when he confirmed that Melinda had really left, Arthur immediately stopped smiling and stood up from his chair. It was time to get down to business. Chapter 479, The Spoils of War. When Fukin and Winnie took turns to rest, Coolidge and Keeley were crawling in the courtyard and corridor of number 2 Kirk Street respectively. Arthur went straight to the bedroom on the 3rd floor underground. Just now, Death Snake Banyan had brought in the bodies of the fake and glassed. As a habit, he slept on the floor in the medium hall. Arthur simply turned his bedroom on the 3rd floor underground into a laboratory. Of course, it can also serve as a temporary hiding place at certain times. For example, at this time, Arthur cast soul binding on the unrecognizable corpse of the fake. Suddenly, a faint blue light flashed on the corpse. The soul of the fake appeared in front of Arthur. The other party's soul was in the form of a man in his 30s, with a clean face and deep eye sockets. It seemed that in order to facilitate disguise, the other party had no eyebrows, beard, hair. The moment he saw Arthur, the confusion on his face disappeared. All that was left was fear. You, me. The other party couldn't speak clearly. Obviously, The other party was completely frightened by the scene in front of him. Arthur, who was sitting opposite, remained calm. Isn't there a saying? Death is the real beginning, Arthur said with a smile, and raised the index finger of his right hand. Suddenly, a faint whip fell down on his head, and lashed the soul of the counterfeit fiercely. Snap! With a crisp sound, the soul of the man in front of him began to wail. Then, Arthur adjusted the strength of the whip of death with his death energy, and after adjusting it to the strongest posture, Arthur lashed down again. Snap! This time, the effect was more direct, and the soul of the man in front of him dissipated directly. The power of whip stronger than I thought, Arthur thought to himself, and began to examine the other party's body. Unfortunately, there was nothing worth paying attention to. So poor. After giving a fair evaluation, Arthur raised his hand and signaled that the roots of the death snake ficus, standing by the side, were immediately dragged back and used as fertilizer. Then, Arthur looked at the body of Glast. As before, Arthur raised his hand and captured soul. At the same time, he sensed the spiritual occupancy rate. Soul binding is convenient, but every time soul binding is performed, it will occupy a certain amount of Arthur's spiritual, depending on whether the soul is strong or not. From spiritual, 0.1 to 3. And when it exceeds 3, the death breath will automatically cut the opponent's soul to meet the maximum limit. But it will cause irreparable loss of memory. Arthur certainly hopes that the integrity of Grast's soul will be preserved. But unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Almost at the moment when Arthur performed soul binding, he felt that his spirit was occupied by about 3. For Arthur, who now has 7.6 safe spirit, this is almost a quarter of the occupation rate. If it were not for his talent, bloodline, rituals, swordsmanship, he would not even be able to soul binding on Grast. And even after completing soul binding, Grast at this moment still had some kind of stupid reaction. Seeing the reaction of Glast, Arthur smiled. Well, Ma-am, your acting skills are not good enough. Arthur said so. Immediately, the soul of Glast on the opposite side became alive. No, it is it to be exact. It stared at Arthur with fierce eyes, and the temperature of the laboratory on the 3rd floor of the basement began to drop slightly. Good quality. Keep going. You will be promoted to a fierce spirit later, and it is also natural for you to be an evil spirit. Even, maybe it can become an evil spirit. I look forward to it. Arthur said these words, and waved his hand to drown Grast with death energy. There was no more conversation. Arthur would not believe what Grast said. He would only perform soul cutting. After the death energy eroded Grast's soul, so as to get what he wanted from it. Maybe it would be very little, even mixed with chaos. But it was real enough. As for the words Arthur just said, of course it was a lie. Even if he used soul binding to imprison the other party's soul to serve him, Arthur would still use words to fool the other party's soul. Not for any reason. Just for safety. Or, this is the habit of the medium. Looking at Glast, who was gradually becoming confused under the rolling death energy, Arthur quietly waited for the other party to get lost. Of course, during this time, Arthur did not do nothing. He checked his spoils. Compared to the poorness of the fake, Grast was simply rich. Arthur picked up the swift sword directly, and immediately the information appeared in front of him. Name, Song of the North Wind. Type, sword weapon. Quality, mystic. Attributes, 1, Ice Wind, 2, Frost. Note, only the members of the North Wind Swordsman group who have been carefully selected, only then can you obtain such a standard long sword that belongs exclusively to the North Wind Swordsman. This was made by the North County Alchemist Master Yorkshire. There are 36 swords in total, among them. The leader's sword is the most special. The remaining 5 captain swords are also different. The following 30 secret swords are standard long swords. This is one of the 30 long swords. There is a number 29 engraved on the inside of the hilt. Ice wind. When swinging the long sword, the strong wind brought by the blade is mixed with shivering ice wind. Frost. When the enemy is cut by the blade of this long sword, frost will appear on the wound. And then, such frost will continue to spread along the blood into the body. Note 1. The temperature of the ice wind is minus 10 degrees Celsius under normal conditions. Note 2. The spread of frost can be resisted by a strong physique, and can be resolved by corresponding potions and props. Note 3. In the cold winter, in the ice and snow, the effects of ice wind and frost will increase. Note 4. In the hot summer, it can help you cool down. Arthur picked up the Song of the North Wind. Immediately, a slight chill spread from the hilt of the sword. It was not stimulating, but rather like a carbonated drink taken out of the refrigerator. For the sake of experimentation, Arthur swung the sword to one side. Woo! The cold sword wind whistled past immediately, and the warm laboratory was immediately covered with a thin layer of frost. Such a sound was noticed by the soul of Glast. The other party raised his head, and his illusory face was full of confusion. His eyes seemed to have thought of something, just opened his mouth. But the next moment, the other party became confused again in the surging death energy. Arthur, who was always paying attention to this place, naturally remembered this change. At the same time, he did not stop the action of picking up equipment. When he got 2 more pieces of equipment, Arthur's eyes immediately showed surprise. This is Chapter 480, Save Up Points. Never waste. With the 2 items in hand, in front of Arthur's eyes, the words flashed: name, Carmen's wristband. Type, other items. Quality, hero. Attributes, 1. Space. 2. Concealment. 3. Ingestion. 4. Dexterity. Note, Silver Calendar Year 89. 80 years old. The thief Carmen completed another amazing feat while traveling in North County. Under the shelter of the night, he shaved off the hair of the notorious local lord, his wife, and his daughter, to warn the lord not to engage in the so-called land-grabbing behavior. The lord was frightened and immediately canceled the order, but privately asked the Duke of North County to send elite guards to pursue the thief Carmen. Carmen, who had anticipated this, began to circle with these guards in the vast snowfield of North County. When these guards were chased by the hibernating violent bear, after being chased by the frost snake, and being chased by a swarm of death bees, this thief laughed out loud and felt happy. Suddenly, he had an idea to make this item, and successfully became an alchemist master. For this master left a commemorative message on the inside of the wristband: Carmen Huntington, your career has just begun. Come on. Your journey is to the stars and the sea. Space. This is a 3m times 3m times 3m space. Hide. It can not only hide itself, it can also give the wearer a special effect of stealth +1. Ingestion. With you as the center of the circle, within a radius of 3 meters, as long as it is not touched by others and can be placed, it can be placed in the space. Skillful hands. When you open ordinary locks, you no longer need to pull your hair, just raise your hand and tap lightly, but for secret locks, you still need the help of hair, and when you take the items in the wristband, the speed will become faster, especially for scroll items, will have additional fast special effects. Note 1. The space can no longer contain space props. Note 2. The space can no longer contain living things. Note 3. Carmen's wristband is constant at 0.52 kg at this moment. It contains 500 gold coins, 1 lightning javelin scroll, 1 fatal wound cure, 2 ice storm scrolls, 2 scorching claw scrolls, 2 lightning chain scrolls, 2 severe wound cure, 2 advanced memory, 2 advanced feather fall, 2 high-level clone scrolls, 6 fireball scrolls, 6 frost breath scrolls, 6 thunder scrolls, 6 phantom scrolls, 6 thick fog scrolls, 6 poison fog scrolls, 6 medium injury healing spells, 6 memory spells, 6 feather fall spells, 6 clone spells, 99 fire arrow scrolls, 99 ice arrow scrolls, 99 poisonous smoke scrolls, 99 knocking scrolls, 99 flash scrolls, 999 candlelight scrolls. Arthur looked at the gray and inconspicuous things in front of him, like a stone. The bracelet is 2 fingers wide. His heart is quite complicated. Not only did he meet his old friend, the middle-aged bald thief, but also because of the many scrolls stored in the bracelet. If not for the arrogance of Glast, it would have been a tough battle between them, even if he had Melinda on his side. And Julie was the same. Lightning Javelin is an entry attack. In a short period of time, enough to stop Melinda, Julie. Unless they met me. Wait, did the other party do some divination on my blood, and roughly concluded that I have abnormal resistance to lightning, so they gave up the direct way of fighting, and chose a skillful way of fighting? The more Arthur thought about it, the more likely it was. Subconsciously, his eyes turned to Glast, who was bewildered in the dead air. Then, Arthur increased the output of dead air again. At the same time, a candlelight scroll was used. A candle-like light appeared not far from Glast, just like a real candlelight, commemorating the deceased lady. After glancing at the remaining 998 candlelights, Arthur looked at the second item, a normal-sized bronze cufflink name, Carmen S. Jump. Type, other items. Quality, hero. Attribute, space jump. Note, silver calendar year 109, the 100-year-old thief Carmen felt that his legs were not as flexible as when he was young. So he prepared to make a prop to assist him in his movements. Then, this button was born unexpectedly. No. I just want to restore my agility to that of 50 years old. Why did a space jump occur? What went wrong? Space jump. Instantly complete a 100-kilometer directional space jump. February 9th. Note 1. This is an unexpected item. Even the creator cannot charge it. Note 2. There are coordinates for space jump. Note 3. You can use your own spirituality to create new coordinates. Note 4. You cannot carry other creatures when jumping in space. Note 5. When you have entered the space jump state, you cannot be interrupted. Looking at the Carmen's jump. In front of him, Arthur's eyelids twitched. This young medium put down the props in his hand first. After turning his head to look at the dazed Glass, he then walked to the mirror beside him, looking at himself in the mirror, said softly, "Don't learn from Glass. She's a fool." After that, Arthur put the bronze cufflink close to his body. As a space equipment, Carmen's jump cannot be stored in Carmen's wristband or Athos box. As for sewing it on the sleeve of the coat, forget it. It's too conspicuous and too unsafe. Who knows if someone will find out, and then make targeted arrangements. Or even, just attack the sleeve with Carmen's leap sewn on it. Although there is only a certain chance, Arthur will never take the risk. One should not be too glassed, because it will be really miserable. Then, Arthur looked at the Mark II of Carmen's leap. Obviously, that place would be a base of grass. Will there be something good inside? Arthur thought almost instinctively. Then, the young medium extracted a piece of the little finger bone from Grass's body and roasted it with death fire. The dark blue flame quickly engulfed the bone. Immediately, ripples appeared in the dark blue flame. It seemed that something was hindering the prediction of bone divination. But after a few seconds, this obstacle disappeared. A mill appeared in the blue flame. It was an ordinary mill, with a small hill next to it. Then, the blue flame disappeared. For safety reasons, the young medium took out another finger bone and started a new bone divination. The same result made the young medium feel relieved. Then, corpse alchemy. Arthur chose to repair the body of Glass. Although Arthur still didn't know the true identity of Glass, he knew that, based on his behavior, he probably had quite a lot of subordinates. It would be a pity if these subordinates just dispersed. His black cats were short of people. After completing the soul cutting of Glass's soul and obtaining more information, he could keep Glass active to a certain extent. TSK, you don't even spare the dead? No. 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 I am young, kind, honest and simple. I am just adhering to the traditional virtue of not wasting. Arthur emphasized this in his heart. Then Arthur began to wait patiently. During this process, Arthur took out the Selena family core secret technique from the box of autos. Then he frowned. Chapter 481. Not enough. Not enough at all. Arthur frowned not because there was something wrong with the Selena family core secret technique, nor because the Selena family core secret technique was bad. On the contrary, the Selena family core secret technique was really great. Discovered secret technique Barbarian King as ceremony, remnant, physical strength, spirituality being judged. Judgment passed. Yes/no to consume 3000 XP points. To learn this secret technique? 3000 XP points. Arthur looked at the words in front of him, and his mouth began to twitch. He found that no matter how hard he tried, it seemed that XP was getting less and less. Not to mention the 100,000 XP points required to upgrade Stone Bullet Technique to LV3, which was a bottomless pit. According to the plan, Illusion Shadow Technique needed to be further upgraded, and Slide Technique that he wanted to try were also big XP consumers. Illusion Shadow Technique required 800 XP to upgrade to LV2. Slide Technique required 500 XP at LV1. Now there is another Barbarian King ceremony, incomplete, that requires 3000 XP for entry level 1. Even this is incomplete, if it is complete. Arthur began to scratch his head. Especially when he saw that he only had 1400 XP now, he couldn't help rubbing his swollen temples. Even if the report after dawn, let my reputation rise again, that is 500 to 600 XP, if I want to save up 3000 XP, even if I maintain a long-term daily income of 100 XP, it will take another 10 days. Arthur thought to himself, and shook his head. Because Arthur knew very well that his daily income had soared to 100 XP a day because of the champion of the South Low sword competition. After a few days, when the heat of the sword competition faded, the daily income would drop sharply. It was unknown how long it would take to save up 3,000 XP. Moreover, he needed to continue to improve himself. Maybe accumulation makes people happy. If it is safe enough, Arthur does not mind accumulation. But in this seemingly stable, but actually precarious situation, Arthur will not accumulate any XP. For Arthur now, if he has XP, he must use it. It is just good to leave it there. The best way is to use it to enhance his own strength. But the more the better. Horden. Horden! Let us find a pirate island full of mysterious people. Deljo. Keep exploring the ruins. Arthur muttered to himself, and began to add points according to the original plan. Extreme Illusion True Shadow Technique LV2. You have already surpassed what Harris has mastered. Your unique bloodline has made the Extreme Illusion True Shadow Technique different. It comes from the core inheritance of the Grey Robe in the Mist Tower. It has become more and more taboo in your hands. When death is mixed with some shadow, its power has already been revealed. Even if you are only familiar with this secret art now, it is still the same. Effects: 1. Shadow Thorn. 2. Shadow Devour. 3. Shadow Flash. Shadow Thorn. Mobilize the shadows within a radius of 25 meters with you as the center, forming 1 to 33 spear-like shadow thorns to attack your opponent. When there are only 3 shadow thorns, it will have the highest level of Arcana level attack power. As the number of shadow thorns increases, the power will decrease accordingly. The length of each shadow thorn cannot exceed 25 meters. Shadow Devour. The unique corrosive energy of the shadow will exist in each shadow thorn. When the number of shadow thorns is only 3, the corrosive energy is Arcana level. Shadow Flash. You can use the shadow to flash a short distance of no more than 10 meters. Each time requires a lot of physical strength. After the synchronization of knowledge and body ends, Arthur disappeared from the spot. The next moment, when he appeared, he was already outside the room. Feeling the degree of physical exhaustion, Arthur returned to the room again, still in the same position as before. However, at this time, Arthur was breathing heavily. I can probably use it 2 more times. If you are desperate, 1 or 2 more times is fine. For times of Shadow Flash. Under normal circumstances, 5 or 6 times when desperate. The ability to save life has been enhanced again. Arthur thought in his heart, and looked at Shadow Stab and Shadow Devour. At this stage, although there is no breakthrough in the Arcana level, the number has increased. The next level should be the Great Arcana level. Level 4 will be consolidated. Level 5 will be able to enter the next level. And if the level 5 is improved in a big leap, it is really possible to enter the next level. Although Arthur had guessed it before. But now that he found that there is hope, Arthur was still happy. However, then he thought of the XP that might be needed again. Arthur took a deep breath. Just save up slowly, you'll get there one day. Compared to the surprise of Extreme Illusion Shadow Technique. Sliding Technique made Arthur scratch his head. Sliding Technique LV1. The winter in the Empire is long, but there are many surprises. Ice skating was one of the most popular activities back then, and Hulk loved it very much, especially after the children who played marbles with him strongly recommended it. The librarian immediately fell in love with this sport, and in order to better practice skating skills, he created this secret art. And then, our Imperial Library Administrator was surprised to find that he could walk with less effort. Effect: Sliding. Sliding. You can slide on the ground like skating without moving your feet, which is fast and saves effort. Note, when facing swamps and other terrains, you can also slide, but you cannot slide on the water surface. But you can ignore the different slopes and complete the sliding posture. Another communication between knowledge and body. When everything was done, Arthur started to draw circles around the lab table. His speed was not fast, but it was definitely not slow. It was as if the ground had turned into ice. After several circles, Arthur saw Glaster, who was lost in the dead air, and he could not help but slide in front of him and started to circle around Glaster. While he was turning, Arthur also exclaimed softly, "Soul Transfer Technique." Ugh! It was not a real vomiting, but a deep imitation. And Glast? He still looked confused. Suddenly, Arthur felt bored. But what really made Arthur scratch his head was the XP required for slide. LV2. Not the 1000 XP he expected, but 2000 XP. The gap that was already big was widened again. Although he didn't know what slide would do at the next level, But the characteristics of XP let Arthur understand what value for money means. Since it requires 2000 XP, that is definitely worth 2000 XP. Even if it cannot be reflected now, it will definitely be reflected in the future. Glancing at the words in the annotation, that you can ignore the difference in slope and complete the sliding posture, Arthur said. Sliding skill. He will definitely add it. He wants to see what the sliding skill of LV5 looks like. After all, this is breaking the rules to some extent. At this stage, it is just some insignificant, ignored. What about LV5? Arthur was looking forward to it. However, that will come later. Now, looking at the remaining 100 XP points, Arthur, who had temporarily completed the points addition, looked at Glass, who was lost in the dead air again. The other party still looked confused, and did not start to get lost. Do you need more time? Arthur muttered to himself. He did not stop again, but walked towards the ground. God, it will be light soon. He needs to hurry back to Caesar Manor. After Arthur left, the confused soul of Glass showed struggle and fear on its face. It knew that it had to save itself. Otherwise, it would really die. But in the next moment, the soul of Glass was filled with endless despair. Because, silently, Arthur appeared in front of it again, with a gentle smile. Chapter 482. A wave of disturbance. A shocking change. The soul of Glass screamed at Arthur, with a face full of despair. How do you know I am a disguise? Why do you know my hidden soul defense secret? Why? Why? While screaming, the soul of Glass began to shake, just like the distorted picture of an old TV when the signal is not good. Arthur, I didn't know it just now, but now I know it. Of course, Arthur would not be so frank. He looked at Glass and kept smiling. Of course I know. Because I am a medium. Arthur spoke directly and calmly. This made Glass in the spirit state fall into another extreme madness. Impossible. Psychics are all liars. A bunch of hopeless liars. While screaming, Glass waved his arms vigorously. And Arthur still smiled. The words were even more slow and measured. What is safer than hiding among a group of liars? My grandfather, old Charlie, once said, thank those who think we are liars. They will not only despise us, but also lead others astray. You never know, what expressions will those who die because of despising us have? Well, not right. You know, because you are such a person. Can't see your own face? It doesn't matter. Come. Look, Arthur said, and used the hand of nothingness to move the mirror in the laboratory and placed it in front of Glass. Glass, who was originally driven crazy by Arthur's words, wailed when he saw his soul in the mirror, which was tightly bound and unable to resist. No! It shouldn't be like this. I am the witch Kleber. Glass screamed. The thick death aura began to invade the other party's soul. Arthur was stunned. Not because of the invasion of death aura, but because of the words the other party just said, witch Kleber. As for the cause of the 7 Years' War, there are many different opinions, but as for the beginning of the 7 Years' War, no one is confused. Burn the witch Kleber to death. Everyone recognizes this. The cause of the incident, it was in the territory of West Berlin in the South County that the siblings Hansel and Gretel were lost. That's what their parents said at the time. However, the passing hunters Winchester brothers did not think so. After investigation, they found that Hansel and Gretel were abandoned. More importantly, the siblings were kidnapped by a witch who liked to eat human flesh in the depths of the jungle. The brothers immediately went to rescue the siblings. The two brothers, who possessed the excellent qualities of the Winchester family, easily rescued the siblings. But the children before were not so lucky. Under the candy house, the Winchester brothers found at least hundreds of children as bodies. Naturally, the witch of the candy house, Kleber, was sent to the stake. The parents who lost their children put all the blame on the witch Kleber. Afterwards, such blame began to spread. It became a kind of blame. Blame anyone who had anything to do with the mysterious side. Innocent or not. They were all sent to the stake. Some people said that the remnants of the Holy See instigated this. But no matter what, the 7 Years' War began after the witch Kleber was burned to death. Is Glass the witch Kleber? Arthur was in doubt. However, on the surface, Arthur remained calm. He smiled. His tone became softer, and he spoke in a voice that only two people could hear. Then why don't you think about why you could become the witch Kleber? Glass has the identity of the witch Kleber. Or, witch Kleber has the identity of Glass. So besides these two identities, does the other party have any other new identities? It should be Arthur is quite sure of this. So Arthur, out of instinct, deceived Glass. But to Arthur's surprise, after hearing his words, Glass calmed down completely. No longer screaming, and no longer wailing. But the soul was more distorted. But under this distorted soul, Glass' eyes were unusually calm. Just like a calm lake. Sure enough. It's you? For whom the bell tolls. Bell Tower, the terrible Bell Tower. Once you are targeted by them, your fate will change accordingly. And everything about you will become closely related to them. But everything about you is insignificant to them. They ignore everything about you. They will only ring your death knell. At this point, the look in Graster's eyes changed from calm to dead silence. There was an unprecedented hoarseness in its voice. If this is my fate, then I accept it. But I curse all members of the Bell Tower. The soul of Glass was getting more and more distorted. If it was just a distortion of the image before, then now it was a distortion deep in the soul. Such distortion even began to affect the material world. There were even shouts in Arthur's ears. For peace. Romeo. Fire at me. Liang Shanbua. My sort of Zuing Tai is not bad either. Brother. Coo coo coo. Dayu. Ride slower, that's not how you ride a motorcycle. Ah, Duchan, put down the drum and urn. How did you kill all the 18 princes? Zhurong, the water melody is not written like this. The Walla study abroad has begun, Zhu Qizhen. Why haven't you set off yet? One sentence after another, a series of strange shouts, make Arthur's mind constantly pop up many pictures, but the quality of a medium still makes him remain calm. He looked at Glaster and said softly, Okay. Anyway, he was not a member of the Bell Tower. Cursing the members of the Bell Tower was none of his business. But Arthur's indifferent tone completely stimulated Glass. I curse all members of Bell Tower. I curse you. With that weird twist, Glass shouted. Then, death energy rushed in. The invisible death aura completely submerged the Lady Glass. At the same time, the death aura was also tainted with a distorted curse. Or rather, it was precisely because of this trace of death aura that the distorted curse became completely different, because this death aura was not a gift from the human world. The essence is different. Some changes also arise from this. The existence of that essence is like a fuse that ignites the explosive barrel that is still ready. The shocking change begins from here. Chapter 483 Under the Sky. Mr. Hunter is the oldest person in the town of Gear in the Sabines of the North County, and is highly respected by people. Of course, it is not only because of Mr. Hunter's age and his humorous personality, but also because the mayor of Gear is the adopted son of this old man, the sheriff is another adopted son of this old man, and the tax collector is the third adopted son of this old man. And today, the three adopted sons gather together to celebrate their adopted father's 70th birthday. Food and drinks are not a problem for the three big men in Gear Town. Even fresh fruits and vegetables, which are rare in the winter in North County, are easy for these three big men. But their father has run away from home. Dear sons, Daddy, I'm going to the Red Rose restaurant in South Los to eat casu marza cheese. Looking at the note, the three big men in Gear Town looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The three adopted sons were not surprised that their father knew about the Nanlos restaurant. Since their father retired, he only had food to eat. Every day, he would ask where there was delicious food and go with servants. But this time he didn't bring servants. And he didn't know if he would run too far. Don't worry. Dad will be fine. He is much smarter than us. Besides, you don't think that Dad can let others bully him at the age of 70. Right? The mayor of Gel Town, the eldest brother, laughed. Of course not. Even if Dad goes out alone, I'm still a little worried. I want to have a team of people quietly follow him. The second oldest, the sheriff of Gel Town, did not object to his brother, but he was still worried. We can't use the visible people. The Earl of Sabines has been eyeing us covetously. The third oldest, the tax collector of Gel Town, reminded softly, then took out a gold coin with a strange shape. When the eldest of the three brothers saw the gold coin, slightly hesitant. However, he nodded in the end. The banquet started as usual, and the fact that Dad went to the Red Rose restaurant in South Los, South County to eat casu marza cheese was not concealed. Instead, it was spread as anecdotes. But secretly, no. To be precise, the person who was contacted quietly set off. In the cold winter wind of North County, the other party's swift sword made a pleasant humming sound. At the dock of Swallow Castle, although Kate is already a middle-aged man, but the efficiency of Kate's carrying is still beyond the reach of many young people. Today is no exception. Seeing Kate doing better than 3 people, the people around her kept cheering and applauding. Good job, Kate! Really good, Kate! The praises kept coming. And the foreman did not stop them. On the contrary, the other party was happy to see the scene. Because Kate was better than 3 people. But she only took 1 person's wages. This foreman, I wish all the dock workers were like this. So, when he saw Kate coming, he immediately smiled. Boss, I want to resign. I got a message from my hometown. Nan Los. My father is seriously ill. I have to go back. Kate's words immediately made the foreman's smile disappear. He frowned and said directly, If you leave now, you will lose your wages for this month. Kate still looked honest, after scratching his head. He said, I resigned suddenly, and it's my duty. After saying that, Kate turned and left. The foreman looked at Kate's back and slapped his thigh. The other party was very regretful. If he had known, he would have deducted 2 more months. Everyone watched Kate board the ship to South Los. When people turned around, they suddenly found that the foreman was lying on the ground with his hands on his chest. When someone went forward to check, they found that the foreman had already died. The foreman is dead. The foreman is dead. There was a commotion at the dock of Yanbao. And the boat carrying Kate was getting farther and farther away. In Zidianbao, in the Nightingale Club, after Aaron woke up from under the lady, he felt suffocated. Jasmine, you really make me feel the beauty of life. Looking at the lady who also woke up, the young Aaron showed a handsome smile. The lady in front of him was unconsciously immersed in such a smile, but the lady still emphasized. I'm not Jasmine. Ah, sorry, Irene. I'm not Irene either. Hill, right, Hill. I'm not Hill either. The disappointment on the lady's face was obvious, and Aaron, who finally confirmed the lady's name after testing, immediately hugged her, gently kissed her forehead, and did not stop talking. Sorry, Emily. I was just joking with you. I didn't mean to make you sad. Young Aaron said, his eyes were filled with melancholy. The lady immediately hugged Aaron tightly. It's okay, I'm not sad. The lady said so. Then, the lady asked softly, Molly, Irene, Hill and the others? The lady didn't want to ask at first, but these 3 were her good friends, and she really cared about them. They are all my good sisters, Aaron said as he turned over from the bed, looking for his underwear. Emily, can I ask you for a favor? What is it? One of my distant relatives got into some trouble in South Los, and I have to go there. You know, although they are distant relatives, it is hard to refuse as a member of the family. So, if Jasmine, Eileen, Hill and others ask about my whereabouts, please be sure to tell them. I'll be back soon. As he said that, Aaron put on his coat, pulled up his pants, and went straight out the window. When Ms. Emily ran to the window, Aaron had already disappeared. All that was left was, the lady murmured absent-mindedly. Aaron, Aaron. Hi, Aaron. Long time no see. You haven't been killed by those ladies yet. It's really fate's helplessness. Old Mr. Hunter, who was sitting cross-legged on a reef, looked at Aaron who had arrived as promised. I couldn't help curling my lips. This old man was dressed quite decently, especially the black-framed glasses on his nose, and the neatly groomed gray hair. At first glance, you would think he was a serious old man, but his casual movements and the smile that always hung on his face made people who came into contact with him understand that he was an old naughty boy. The middle-aged man standing aside was sturdy, and when he saw Aaron, he immediately showed an honest smile. Long time no see, Aaron. Faced with Kate's good intentions, young Aaron immediately took 2 steps back, and went directly to old Hunter's side before he breathed a sigh of relief. Long time no see, Kate. But please don't get too close to me. I don't want to be contaminated by any unknown toxins. Young Aaron's words made Kate look helpless. I don't poison everyone I see. But Aaron must be on your list. This guy is so annoying I missed that. What's his name? Charlie. Yes, Charlie. I miss this gentleman named Charlie now. Only he can make you lose face. After thinking for a few seconds, old Hunter came up with a name. Suddenly, Aaron sighed helplessly. Can you please not mention this name? Although I love all the ladies, I really can't gamble my life on this love. Do you know this guy? He is sure that the other person's love is true love. He dares to gamble his life every time. I still remember the last time I questioned him. If you lose the bet, what if you die? Guess what he answered. Aaron's words aroused the interest of both old Hunter and Kate. Under the gaze of the two, Aaron said word by word. He said, In the next life, I will do the same thing again. Old Hunter, Kate was stunned. Then, the two burst into laughter. Especially Old Hunter, who laughed so hard that tears came out. You are so lucky, you actually met such an interesting person, unlike my 3 adopted sons. They were all very interesting when they were young. But they became very rigid when they grew up. They were afraid that I would be unhappy. So they tried every way to make me happy every day. But they didn't know that I was happiest when they were naughty. Old Hunter sighed. Kate, who was standing next to him, frowned and looked at Aaron. Don't worry. No matter how interesting old Charlie is, I can't tell him more. Besides, do you think someone might have tricked me into giving you some information? Aaron said confidently. Kate believed it. The middle-aged man nodded immediately. And then his honest face became serious. You all sensed it, right? Yes, I sensed it. Aaron nodded. Sure enough, releasing the bait was the right choice. TSK. Those high-ranking guys always can't help but intervene. To show off their status. That kind of death feeling. Hey, what do you think we should do? Old Hunter hugged his shoulders and groaned, with a strong contempt on his face. He just got a bargain. I think they should pay a price. Aaron's words were filled with a hint of resentment. Old Hunter, Kate sensed this hint of resentment. But the two were not surprised. Because they were also surprised. The 3 looked at each other and smiled together. He provoked us. So we can't just sit there and wait for death. After saying that, the 3 of them laughed again. Old Hunter raised his hand. And a door that had been prepared long ago appeared in front of the 3 of them. The 3 of them walked in side by side and disappeared. At the moment when the 3 of them disappeared, Count Nanlos, who was reviewing documents in the study, suddenly raised his head. She jumped down from the chair at a height of 1.4 meters. In a flash of lightning, the Countess appeared in the reef area. After a careful perception, the Countess's face became solemn. Chapter 484. When you open your eyes, welcome to this world full of filth and glory. Climb the stairs. And it's not the stairs she is familiar with. But the rank is very high. More importantly, it's not 1. It's 3. Who is it? Who are these 3? Countess Nanlos looked solemn. Suddenly, Nanlos in the middle of the night became overcast. Lightning flashed through the clouds like silver snakes. Boom! Thunder began to fall. Thunder roars in winter. And rain follows. As the rain fell, Nanlos was immediately shrouded in mist. And the figure of the Countess of Nanlos became blurred. Sure enough, I am still too impatient. Escape from the world. Continue to escape from the world. The Countess of Nanlos whispered to herself. Then, in the thunder, she disappeared from the spot. The white warhorse pulled the pure white carriage forward in this dead place. The old gentleman sitting in the carriage leaned on the crown cane with both hands. The silver ring inlaid with bones on the ring finger of his right hand flickered with the tapping of his palm. As death, the old gentleman thought. It was not about old Charlie. Although old Charlie deceived him, he also took revenge. He knew that old Charlie loved his grandson very much. Therefore, he was waiting for the other party to cry in front of him and beg for his forgiveness. During this period, he should have waited patiently. However, the inexplicable irritability forced him to face this point. What happened? The old gentleman muttered to himself. And then, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. If it wasn't for that bastard old Charlie who deceived him, how could he not find out what happened? You bastard. I changed my mind. I will bring your grandson back now, and let you confess in front of me. I want. The angry old gentleman was suddenly stunned. Because he found 3 people who should not be here. Hunter, Kate, Aaron? The old gentleman's face was stunned. Then, he frowned and thought. The monocle made a glow on old Charlie's face. Old Charlie, who seemed to have become the same as them, raised his mouth slightly. Then he returned to normal. The white carriage continued to move forward with the soul supporting the new king. The stage was unexpectedly set. Facing such an accident, old Charlie was extremely surprised. This was originally a difficult hurdle. He was planning to give up half of his body as a bargaining chip. Now? No need. Although after giving up half of his body, he is still himself, he still has a chance of winning. But if he can keep his original self without giving up half of his body, that would naturally be better. Not only is the chance of winning greater, but also because he can face his son, daughter, and grandson calmly. He is still himself. Still the old medium Charlie. When thinking of his grandson, old Charlie, who had borrowed some of the power of death and understood everything, took off his monocle, and did not hide the smile on his face any longer. Good grandson. Well done. Next, it's up to Grandpa. As one of the actors, he had to go on stage. However, he had to be the last one to appear. As for why didn't he appear last? Because that was the choice of those guys. And he chose to fish in troubled waters. After all, a psychic is not an arbitrary profession. After Glass's soul was completely lost in the endless death energy, Arthur performed soul cutting. Without hesitation. It was similar to reading the memories of the previous incarnation. It was all in the mode of watching a movie. It was just that. The movie I watched this time was randomly edited. The previous scene was when Glass called himself Witch Cleaver, and the next scene turned to Glass looking at the other person affectionately in order to learn the secrets of the That Psychic Order. Licking toes, Arthur judged from the memory images of Glass that the member of the That Psychic Order was likely to have athlete's foot. For this, Arthur had to admire Glass. You know, at this time, the other party had completed the pale hand ritual and had considerable self-protection power. However, for the sake of higher-level secret techniques, he immediately lowered his posture without hesitation. If he hadn't gradually become proud in the later period, he would be an unimaginable enemy. Thinking in his heart, Arthur frowned again. Because he saw Glass taste the saltiness of his first mysterious teacher's feces in order to help his teacher cure his illness. Arthur frowned not only because of Glass's taste. It was also because of time. According to Glass's memory image, it was the 108th year of the silver calendar at that time. Glass was already 28 years old. And now it is the winter of the 35th year of the pioneer calendar. As we all know, the Silver Age began in 1552 and ended in 1755 with the start of the 7 Years' War. If we take into account the time of the 7 Years' War and add the 35 years of the pioneer calendar, it is now the winter of 1797. According to this time calculation, Glass is 157 years old. This guy is really long-lived. Arthur sighed in his heart. Then, he became more focused. It is not an easy task to truly organize and subdivide 157 years of memory, especially since these memories are still disrupted and confused. It is difficult for ordinary people to organize them, even if some of them are discarded. Therefore, even Arthur was fully focused. At the moment before dawn, Arthur finally sorted out some clues. First, in addition to the name of the Witch Cleaver, Glass also used the name of Gilgic, and he was a male knight, and he had been loyal to the Golden Lion family. Second, Glass learned the secrets of the Pale Hand and the That Psychic Order by stealing. Third, Glass's secret base was in Baron Harold's manor, this South Los nobleman, who was also considered a dud and had no descendants, had been distorted by Glass. Fourth, Glass cared about Eslin's leap, because Eslin, the young swordsman, was related to the Golden Lion family. These were sorted out by Arthur. Of course, there was a lot of secret information interspersed in it, but Arthur didn't even dare to touch it. Learning secret arts is inherently dangerous. This kind of confusing secret information, Arthur was definitely not interested in accepting the offer. Before the prompt appeared, Arthur didn't want to walk with his hands as feet in the future. Of course, Arthur was not discouraged at all, because he still had a chance. In the secret base of Glass, there might be some notes or something like that. As for where the secret base of Glass was, Arthur also had a guess. It was probably Baron Harold's manor. Besides that, Arthur couldn't think of anything else. It was also very easy to verify. After all, he had seen the mill. However, that was for later. Now, Arthur used soul charge on the residual soul of Glass. Immediately, the residual soul of Glass turned into a soul ball the size of a ping-pong ball. Then, the soul ball floated towards Anna. Chapter 485 Panic and Thunder, the puppet comes back to life. The soul ball the size of a ping-pong ball emits a faint fluorescence. Even in the candlelit laboratory on the 3rd floor of the basement at number 2 Kirk Street, such fluorescence is not covered up. After all, this is the color of the soul. At any time, it is special. And when it merged into the body of Anna, the horrible puppet immediately began to shake. At first it was slight. For a few seconds, it was like a heartbeat. But then it became faster, a few beats a second, dozens of beats a second. The body of the Anna doll even began to crack in such shaking. Failed? Arthur sighed deeply in his heart. In the skill soul charging and soul cutting obtained. Note 7 has a detailed explanation, The soul after cutting can also be attached to objects, but there is no memory, regardless of what object is attached. The success rate is greatly reduced. Arthur originally thought that with the strength of Grast, proficient in the Pale Hand, the rituals and secrets of the Davat psychic order, his soul must be special, and it might be able to increase the success rate. But now it seems that he is too optimistic. Looking at the soul radiance emanating from Ms. Anna's body, Arthur knew that he wanted to revive Ms. Anna. Then we have to find another soul. Of course, we also have to find a master who is good at repairing dolls, to repair the damage caused by the rapid shaking of Ms. Anna. Tate seems to know someone similar. Arthur naturally thought of the owner of Tate's cane shop. As for Von Tell, this Lord Heir who likes dolls, I am naturally good at repairing dolls. But Arthur will not bring the broken Ms. Anna to the other party, given this man's obsession with puppets. He would probably ask him who the murderer was. Arthur couldn't answer. He couldn't say it was him. Could he? No. How could it be him? It was all Graster's fault. It had already contributed the spoils, the corpse, and the memories to him. So why didn't he let him make full use of the soul? He didn't make any plans for its corpse like biokinetic energy. Non-stop labor. Isn't he kind enough? He doesn't know how to be grateful. Humph, I am young, honest, simple and kind, but I always get hurt. Arthur groaned in his heart. And at this moment, boom, the winter thunder suddenly sounded. This thunder was very abrupt, and very loud. Even on the third floor underground, Arthur could hear it clearly. Similarly, the soul light that was about to disappear, and was about to disappear, also completely shrank back into the body of Ms. Anna. Ms. Anna's dull expression had a hint of agility in Arthur's surprised eyes. Ms. Anna opened her eyes, and slowly sat up. At the same time, lines of text began to appear. Name, Anna. Kratos. Type, doll. Quality, hero. Attributes, 1. Doll body, 2. Bone fracture, 3. Twisted, 4. Death energy absorption. Requirement, Arthur. Kratos. Note, Anna was originally a decoration made by Old Charlie himself. She completed the tasks assigned by Old Charlie very well. People always became terrified under her gaze. When you start to contact her, she gained more reputation. Almost everyone who knows you knows her existence. Reputation makes her different. The infusion of the memoryless soul of Glast completely stimulates her difference. She has a soul. She recognizes her name, and gave herself the last name Kratos, and she thinks you, Old Charlie, Cassandra, Drake, Winters, and Linda Camille are all family, but she likes you the most, and is very happy to help you. Puppet body, possessing extremely special puppet characteristics, can move silently, can also attack with weapons, and can use some secret props, and because of other people's understanding of Anna. Anna can also teleport over short distances, fly, and move objects with her mind, and can use wood to repair her body. When facing thunder, she will move slowly, and take triple damage. Bone fracture, the remaining characteristics of Glast's soul, allowing Anna to break the bones of creatures with just a touch. Distortion, the remaining characteristics of Glast's soul, allowing Anna to distort the perception of nearby creatures, even let it fall into hallucination. Death chi absorption, the soul of Grast has been shrouded by the death you hold. The other party's fear of death has turned into the original fear, but for Anna, the death you hold is the love between relatives after killing the hostile creature. Anna can absorb the other party's fearful death chi to make herself grow slowly. Note 1. Because of you, Anna likes sword weapons very much. With a level of mastery, other weapons can also be used, but only at the proficiency level. Note 2. Anna cannot understand items above the arcane level at this stage. Note 3. Instant movement does not exceed a radius of 5 meters, and the flight distance does not exceed 50 meters. Moving items is similar to ordinary hand of nothingness. Note 4. Anna's body is only at the defense level of ordinary walnut. Absorbing other wood can only repair, but cannot change this effect. The existing level must be upgraded. Note 5. The bone fracture effect has full effect on Arcana level enemies. The effect on major Arcana enemies is reduced by 90%, not effective against entrants. Note 6. Distortion effect range radius 25 meters. Note 7. Dead air filled with fear, 0 out of 100. Arthur checked the text in front of him. And Anna stood up. She absorbed the experimental table under her. After restoring herself to full form, she then carefully arranged her dress, looked at Arthur, very polite, and said in a gentle voice, "Arthur, good evening." That gentle voice. No! It should be said that the tone is exactly the same as Arthur's. And that kind of etiquette and behavior is full of the style of the Kratos family. Anna. Kratos? Arthur silently recited the suffix of the surname in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. Good evening, Anna. Arthur bowed slightly. Then, there was no more words. Ms. Anna stood there quietly, like a lady from a noble family. Arthur's eyes repeatedly scanned the notes. Fame makes her different. Seeing this sentence, Arthur felt a toothache. I knew that in this mysterious world, there would always be some strange things. Fame? TSK. Incense. No. It should be called faith. Right? Besides that guy Von Ter, there are still people who care about Anna so much? Those guys wouldn't be scared by Anna to the point of not being able to sleep, or go to the bathroom alone in the middle of the night? And, death filled with fear, Arthur stared at the value 0/100. He was looking forward to what Anna would look like after the upgrade. It seemed that he sensed some of Arthur's thoughts. The quiet Anna was suddenly covered with a shadow, and the gentle voice became gloomy. Are there any bad guys trying to attack our family? Let me kill their whole family. I will make them regret why they live in this world. Almost instantly, the quiet lady turned into a hideous and terrifying doll. But Arthur was not afraid at all. On the contrary, Arthur picked up Anna and put her on his shoulders. Don't worry, the Kratos family is not something that anyone dares to mess with. And we need to complete a more important task now. Anna, are you ready to continue to become famous? Chapter 486. My Anna can't be that scary. When Arthur brought Ms. Anna back to Caesar Manor, it was already a moment before dawn. Melinda was not asleep. The lady changed into a casual dress, and sat there flipping through the notes and books left by Geppetto. She had only read them hastily before, and wanted to turn them into her own knowledge, but it was naturally impossible to just leave it at that. In fact, in order to catch up with Arthur, the lady had replanned her time. In addition to developing an extra reading plan for nearly 2 months, the reading time was increased from 3 hours a day to 4 hours. Knowledge is power. This is the most true motto in the mysterious side. It is not false. Moreover, Marialinda is also reflecting on the route she set before. There is nothing wrong with developing power, but putting the development of power above the improvement of one's own strength is putting the cart before the horse. It is like the Kratos family hiding in South Los. Not only did they not develop power, moreover, they hid their original forces and disbanded them. But when they needed them, they formed their own team in a short time. Why? Because of their strength. The real strength that was completely their own. Back then, I only formed the so-called Ladies' Salon of the Long Night in order to improve my own strength and find the materials needed for the ritual. But since when did Ladies' Salon of the Long Night become more important than improving my strength? Why did I make such a stupid mistake? The lady asked herself. Then, naturally, she recalled the satisfaction she felt when others looked at her respectfully, and with a little fear. This satisfaction made her lose herself. Fortunately, she woke up. She knew how to make adjustments and changes. I am only 20 years old at the age of 20? Melinda laughed at herself in her heart. Then, the lady suddenly became unhappy. Because Arthur was only 17. At 17, Arthur acted much more mature than her. But she, who was 3 years older than Arthur, acted like a childish little girl. This made Melinda feel frustrated. Of course, the frustration in her heart would not affect the lady's idea of diverting attention and taking a break. She was going to discuss the philosophy of life with Arthur, and started by giving each other the middle finger. However, before the lady could speak, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. When Arthur entered the room, Pendragon, who had been keeping watch all night, came over immediately and kept rubbing Arthur's trouser legs. Good. Well done. Arthur did not hesitate to praise her, and took out a small dried fish and handed it to Pendragon. Gurgle. Pendragon, holding the small dried fish in his mouth, made a happy sound in his stomach. But the next moment, the dried fish in Pendragon's mouth fell to the ground. Because Pendragon saw Miss Anna, who was slowly climbing up from Arthur's back with a terrifying and ferocious face, and Miss Anna shrouded in shadow. Meow meow meow. Pendragon made a series of rapid cat calls, and a rare sense of fear appeared on his fat face. No, Pendragon was timid. It was really that the scene of Miss Anna suddenly climbing out from Arthur's back was too scary. Let alone cats. If a person suddenly sees a scary puppet crawling out from behind someone and saying hello to you, you will be scared to death. The big orange cat's eyes were as big as copper bells. Looking at Miss Anna, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Arthur immediately comforted his cat. Pan, this is Anna. Didn't you play with her before? Why do you suddenly look strange today? Come, say hello to Miss Anna, Arthur said with a smile. Pendragon clearly saw the ridicule in his master's eyes. His master did it on purpose. Immediately, the cat came to this conclusion. Meow. Meow. Pendragon kept calling out. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Even if you don't understand cat language, you can feel that Pendragon's scolding is very unpleasant. And Arthur laughed. Just now. In order to get back to Caesar Manor before dawn, Arthur ran at full speed, and even used the cat-hole technique of silent step. The speed was fast. But Anna, who was originally sitting on Arthur's shoulder, now lay on his back. Only in this way could she avoid being blown to the ground by the oncoming wind. Then, Miss Anna climbed onto Arthur's shoulder? It was a pure accident. Yes, it was an accident. How could Arthur scare his own kitten? The young medium bent down and picked up Pendragon. Trial. Pan, this is your trial to become a cat warrior. Only in this way can we pull out the sword in the stone. And only in this way can we reach the top and become the king. Arthur opened his eyes and talked nonsense, while Pendragon looked at his master in confusion. Warrior trial? Reach the top and become the king? And what is the sword in the stone? Pendragon was full of doubts. Arthur laughed again in his heart. Believed it. It believed it. Pen actually believed it. The satisfaction of deceiving the cat made Arthur feel more relaxed and happy. Everyone has a way to relieve stress. Some people drink and sing. Some people take a bath and sauna. Arthur is different. He, stroking cats. Maybe the way he strokes cats is a little different, but it's really just stroking cats, no malice. As for the warrior trial, reaching the top and becoming the king, isn't it up to him? And the sword in the stone? At worst, if there's a chance in the future, I can find a concrete with steel bars inserted for Pendragon to play with. If it really doesn't work, I can also make a long sword with a special scabbard. There are many ways anyway. The most important point is, he is happy now. However, immediately, Arthur found that Melinda was looking at Miss Anna in astonishment. Arthur noticed it. Miss Anna had noticed it a long time ago. Since she appeared in this room, Melinda stared at her without blinking. Facing the lady's gaze, Anna jumped off Arthur's shoulder and saluted gracefully. Miss Caesar, nice to meet you. I am Anna Kratos. Listening to such greetings and self-introductions, Melinda became more and more dazed. The lady even forgot to return the greeting, and just stared at Arthur blankly. Soul charging. Have you learned it? The lady's words were filled with disbelief. Of course. I learned it after watching it once. It's not difficult, Arthur said in a calm tone, as if he was saying that eggs for breakfast should be dipped in soy sauce. However, Melinda's heart was in turmoil. This lady knew that Arthur was gifted, but she didn't believe what Arthur said to Glass before. You'll learn it after just one look. She thought it was a trick of Arthur. But now? It's actually true. Melinda felt that she couldn't breathe. Especially when she found that Miss Anna was unhappy because she didn't respond in time. Her heart was shocked. This is not the original soul charging. This is Arthur's optimized soul charging, Melinda exclaimed in her heart. Melinda had also read Geppetto's notes. And of course she knew what the real soul charging looked like. Really? Everything is true. Arthur can really learn swordsmanship and secret arts at a glance. And he can also optimize them in an innovative way. Such a talent. He is really a monster. Thinking in her heart, Melinda regained her composure. The lady first bowed to Miss Anna, then, she said to Arthur, Don't follow me, I'm in a bad mood, I need to find some sweets. Bring me some egg tarts. Arthur shouted immediately. Bang! And what responded to Arthur was the sound of a heavy door slamming. Is it really exciting? No way, my Melinda won't be so fragile. Right? While Arthur was amusing himself in his heart, his eyes looked towards the direction of the door again. The next moment, the door was knocked. Dong dong dong. Chapter 487. The most ruthless is the one who doesn't shed blood. After the dinner, Brule returned to his room early. After waving away his favorite maid in the past, the second-ranked businessman in South Los began to pace around the room. But the more he paced, the more Brule became annoyed and fearful. That's right. Fearful. After discovering that he had become the year pig, the second-ranked businessman in South Los became panicked. Especially when he thought of the bloody methods of the Mrs. Long Night, the second-largest merchant in South Los could not help but tremble all over. Until this moment, Brule realized how stupid he was before. He almost lost his life because of greed. When he began to understand in his heart, the second largest merchant in South Los made a decision. He was going to show his cards. Of course, not with the Mrs. Long Night. The other party was too cruel and bloody. The second best merchant in Nanlos chose to confront Arthur. Compared to the ruthless, bloody lady of the Long Night, the gentle medium in Nanlos is easier to get along with. At least in Brules's eyes. So, the second best merchant in Nanlos has been waiting for the opportunity to meet Arthur alone. And now, the opportunity has come. The lady of the Long Night went to the kitchen. She seemed to be hungry. Does a pregnant woman seem to be really hungry easily? The news about the pregnancy of the Mrs. Long Night had already spread unknowingly. Although it was still spread privately, those who should know it already knew it. And those who shouldn't know it, they will never know it. It is precisely because of this that Brule chose to confront Arthur. The second largest businessman in South Los believed that Arthur had enough influence in front of the Mrs. Long Night. After the knock on the door, the second largest businessman in South Los waited anxiously. "Come in." The voice of the Nanlos medium rang out. Then, the door was opened. And the moment the door was opened, the second largest merchant in Nanlos saw Ms. Anna opening the door. Unable to restrain himself, the second largest merchant in Nanlos screamed, "Ah!" And such a scream naturally attracted onlookers. The spectators of the title succession ceremony were awakened, and walked out of the room. The servants, guards, arrived immediately. Edwin, the coachman, rushed forward with a gun in one hand, and a sword in the other. When he saw Miss Anna, Edwin narrowed his eyes and cast a contemptuous look at Brewer. Among all the people, only Von Tell was the most direct. As a spectator of the host's ceremony, you actually didn't recognize Miss Anna. It's really rude. With Von Tell's words, the doubtful eyes of the people around him immediately changed. They all looked at Brewer. There was contempt in his eyes. Regardless of whether they were frightened by Miss Anna just now, they had to act calmly at this moment. And how to act calmly? Naturally. He cast a contemptuous look at Brule. Von Terrace did not join in. The young heir to the title came to Miss Anna. "Good morning, Miss Anna." Although it was not yet completely light, it was not an exaggeration to say good morning. Then, the young heir to the title was about to tentatively ask Miss Anna what she thought of the other dolls. He usually did the same. But today was different. "Good morning, Von Tell." The gentle female voice stunned the young heir to the title. The young heir to the title stared at Miss Anna blankly. Then ecstasy. The joy was almost tangible. Miss Anna felt offended. A hint of displeasure appeared on the puppet's face. At this time, Arthur's voice came from behind. "Anna, pour 2 cups of tea for me and Mr. Brewer. By the way, bring me some snacks, sweeter ones," Arthur ordered. "Okay, Arthur." Miss Anna walked straight to the kitchen, and the people gathered around made way for the lady, as if avoiding snakes and scorpions. The originally hidden doubts at this time. He appeared again, with a sense of fear that was difficult to hide. Only Fontel was different. The heir to the Doyle family title was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Then, he chased after Miss Anna. "Wait for me, Miss Anna!" Hearing such a shout, Miss Anna involuntarily accelerated. The eyes of the people around him looking at Fontel became quite strange. It was a strange look mixed with admiration. In short, it was a bit complicated. Arthur was much more straightforward. "Pervert! Von Tell, you are a pervert!" The young medium who complained in his heart looked at Brule. At this moment, Brule's face was stiff and his expression was ugly. Why did he scream? How could he forget the puppet of the medium of Nanlos? Damn it! Damn it! Stupid pig-like guy. Brule cursed himself. If possible, the second merchant of Nanlos would like to slap himself twice. Because the second merchant of Nanlos cut off his own escape route, maybe the only escape route. Why did the second merchant of Nanlos come to confront Arthur? The reason he valued Arthur was that he looked more gentle, and would not take direct action like Melinda. And this gave the second merchant of Nanlos time. A time to surrender to Niwen. It was not the second merchant of Nanlos who took the initiative to look for Niwen instead. The people of Niwen took the initiative to contact the second largest businessman in Nanlos. To do the former, Brule knew that he was not qualified. So, when the latter appeared, Brule carefully grasped it. Yes, grasped it. Not grasped it. Because greed? Brule wanted more. But now, all this is gone. Brule knew that. When the news of his visit to the medium in Nanlos before dawn spread, the messenger from Niwen would immediately abandon him. And this kind of spread is inevitable. These guys present will definitely spread the news. especially those who followed him to Caesar Manor and treated him with great respect, are definitely the most active candidates to spread the news. These bastards coveted his position. Just like he coveted the Burness family, Coaster Chamber of Commerce, and Edmund Chamber of Commerce before. He waited for many years to get that chance, so that he could pounce on it and bite the sweet flesh. Is he going to be the next Burness family, Coaster Chamber of Commerce, and Edmund Chamber of Commerce? No. Absolutely not. My life cannot end like this. Thinking of this, the second largest merchant in Nanlos fell to his knees dejectedly and shouted, "Sir Kratos, someone from the Inner Bay contacted me with the intention of harming Miss Caesar." Arthur was sitting there, stretching out his fingers and playing with Pendragon. After hearing Brule's words, he did not raise his head, but just whispered, "What else?" Chapter 488. When the darkness is extreme, there must be brilliant light. And what else? What else? Brule was stunned for a moment. But immediately, the second largest merchant in Nanlos thought of something. The medium in front of him wanted him not to do anything. Let him do it. The second largest merchant in Nanlos raised his head carefully, looking at the Nanlos medium, who was playing with the orange cat with his fingers. His whole back began to feel cold. What kind of person, gentle? The bastard in front of him was even more cruel than that in his long night. That in his long night used direct brutal and bloody means. And this one in front of him? He killed without spilling blood. And he left no chance of survival. He was going to kill them all. He was cruel. Too cruel. The chill on the back of the second-ranked merchant in Nanlos had begun to penetrate into his heart, so cold that even the blood seemed to have frozen. And the other party's brain began to quickly recall those chambers of commerce that had complaints against Ms. Long Night. The second largest merchant in South Los didn't want to die. So, the only ones who would die were these people. There are also the Buyer's Chamber of Commerce, Silic Chamber of Commerce, Hot Chamber of Commerce. They are also actively preparing for a private meeting with the envoy from Niwan. The second largest merchant in South Los named more than a dozen chambers of commerce in one breath. Some were big, some were small, some were present, and some were not. Those who were not present didn't know. And everyone present was pale. The eyes looking at Brule were full of resentment. The second merchant in Nanlos felt such resentment. This made the second merchant in Nanlos feel even colder. The other party knew that he had no way out. Apart from trying to find a way to protect the man in front of him and the woman, he was completely isolated from all the merchants in Nanlos this time. Thinking of this, the second merchant in Nanlos gritted his teeth. "Sir, there is also the Poly Chamber of Commerce, Xiaoxi Chamber of Commerce." In one breath, the second largest merchant in Nanlos reported 7 or 8 chambers of commerce. Even if he was completely isolated, there was no need to show mercy. "If you live, I may die. For me to live, then please all die. Anyway, under the eyes of this man and woman, you will die sooner or later." Thinking in his heart, the second largest merchant in Nanlos bowed his head respectfully to Arthur. And at this time, Arthur put Pendragon aside, and did not look at Brewer at first, but looked at Edwin. With just one look, the driver knew what to do. Then, without Arthur's order, Wiggins also took action. Sometimes, people in Rat Street are afraid to be seen in the light. But it is precisely because of the fear of being seen in the light that it is easier to do things, especially with the cooperation of those who are seen in the light. So, Mounts and Cook followed closely. Next is Scott. In this morning's horn, there must be a supplement telling about some unscrupulous and illegal merchants in Nanlos who harmed the people of Nanlos, and among them, it is necessary to point out the Buyer's Chamber of Commerce, Silic Chamber of Commerce, Hold Chamber of Commerce, Poly Chamber of Commerce, Xiaoxi Chamber of Commerce, and other merchants. Haywood also followed. As the person in charge of Arthur Nanlos real estate, he needed to see how the real estate and other assets of these chambers of commerce were. If possible, Haywood will buy it at the normal price. Although Bob and Little Lissop were one step behind at the beginning, they caught up with Wiggins later. They thought that some guys were very suitable to go to the mine in South Town. They could further test the death potion. And they were also good laborers. Guderian Ernest, Erwin Dubois, Shukuf Bays scratched their heads and quickly followed. As the retainers of Lord Arthur Kratos, they absolutely would not allow Ernest, Dubois, and the Bays family to annex the property of the Kratos family in the territory. "You said it didn't belong to those chambers of commerce before?" "Yes, that's right. It didn't belong to them before. But, from now on, they all belong to the Kratos family. The owners of those chambers of commerce will definitely sign the contract. As for those who don't sign, The new owners of those chambers of commerce will definitely sign. Still not signing? Of course there will be new owners. The people around Arthur dispersed quietly. They all went to do what they were supposed to do. Only Dessa from Barney stared. He didn't know what he should do, and at this time, Arthur smiled and said, Dessa, go to the kitchen and see if there is fried fish for breakfast. I want to eat fish. Got it, young Master Arthur. Dessa smiled and went to the kitchen. The rest of the people looked at Arthur, who picked up the cat again in silence. There was no trace of breath leaking out. There was no imposing aura. But the remaining people felt an invisible pressure on their hearts when they looked at Arthur. Baron Color. Baron Houseman Swordsman looked at Arthur sitting there and felt that a shadow had completely enveloped him. The shadow was dark and thick. It enveloped everyone present. It brought fear to everyone who was enveloped. It made everyone who was enveloped unable to see the figure sitting there. Then, those fears turned into admiration and envy. Because the shadow had already become dazzling at the most intense moment. It became power. When it was stagnant, it was unconscious, existing like air, and surging when it appeared, like a huge wave. It was everywhere. It was all-encompassing. It could crush me at any time. Such a thought could not be suppressed in the hearts of Baron Color and Baron Houseman. The swordsman. Immediately, the two lowered their heads. I dared not look directly at the medium sitting there petting the cat. As for the old housekeeper of the Bourne family, his face had turned pale, his whole body was shaking, and he wanted to kneel there and beg for forgiveness. At the end of the crowd, Melinda, who was holding egg tarts and hot milk with sugar, watched this scene quietly. After the lady's eyes scanned back and forth between the silent crowd and the calm Arthur, a smile appeared in her deep blue eyes. Arthur, who was petting the cat, noticed Melinda. He stood up immediately. Suddenly, the crowd split into two. People finally noticed Melinda. Without hesitation, this time, everyone bowed together. Ms. Caesar. At this moment, everyone was much more respectful than before. Not only were their faces humble and flattering, their voices also became pleasant, especially Baron Color, Baron Houseman's two sword masters, who were a little less sharp. This guy. The lady whispered in her heart, and the smile in her eyes became stronger. Arthur walked to Melinda with Pendragon in his arms. With his back to the crowd, Arthur mouthed, "What about that guy?" Chapter 489 Lotus Leaf Inn. Of course, Melinda knew who Arthur was asking with his mouth. Julie, the Countess's swordsman. Apart from her, Melinda could not think of anyone else. After all, it was precisely because of her delayed return that Arthur had a better chance to kill the pig. Killing a pig was in the plan, but letting a pig kill more pigs was an unexpected surprise. The former was justified. The latter? It was even more justified. Because this has nothing to do with her and Arthur, they just found out about it by accident. Even the Countess won't ask more questions, as long as she and Arthur don't cross the line. Moreover, compared to this matter, Melinda is more concerned about why the swordsman was late. Although the other party is careless, he will never be unpunctual. Unless something unavoidable happened. And the thing that can make the other party unavoidable. The Countess. There is no other possibility. Arthur and Melinda looked at each other. And Arthur took the plate full of egg tarts and hot milk, while Melinda stepped forward and smiled apologetically at everyone. Sorry. I disturbed you all. Breakfast will be served on time at 7:30. And you can catch up on your sleep. Arthur once said that a nap is the most fragrant. And I agree with him. Of course, a walk in the courtyard in the early morning is also a good choice. The courtyard of Caesar Manor has been cleared. And the area around the manor has also been cleared. Everyone can enjoy themselves without worries, Melinda said calmly. The people around immediately responded tactfully. Make up for the sleep? Of course not. How could they sleep after what just happened? Therefore, those who were not implicated walked towards the courtyard in groups of 3 or 5. Of course, the area around the manor was also the choice of many people. Under Fu Jin's gaze, these people began to convey information in various ways. Arthur was sure that the messenger from Niwen would get the news soon. Therefore, after returning to the room, Arthur asked Brule directly, "Tell me about the news about the man from Niwen." The messenger called himself Dorn, and he asked me to go to the Lotus Leaf Inn in the Shire district to find him after I think about it. He lives in room 202. Brule told Arthur everything he knew. Yes. Arthur nodded slightly, and winked at Melinda. That means, I'll leave this place to you for now. In response, Melinda gave him a reassuring look. Then, Arthur disappeared in the room. The The lady certainly knew what Arthur was going to do. From the standpoints of both parties, the people of the Old Lion of Niwen need to be taken care of at all times. Moreover, the swordsmanship competition in Niwen is about to begin. Arthur needs to go to Niwen to participate in the swordsmanship competition of the entire South County. With such a premise, it is not too much to be cautious. Maybe we can get some information from this messenger. Melinda has absolute confidence in Arthur. Shire District, Lotus Leaf Inn. This is an inn that has been passed down for 30 years. It was founded by Ms. Garda after the end of the 7 Years' War. In the early days of its establishment, this kind lady adopted many homeless children and orphans who were homeless because of the war. This made Ms. Garda, who was originally wealthy, fall into a financially tight situation for a while. To this end, they had to pick lotus leaves from the lake in the backyard of the hotel and lived on lotus pods. Hard times will always pass. When the hardest days were over, Ms. Garda's hotel was called the Lotus Leaf Hotel because there were often children selling lotus leaves nearby during that period. The original Garda Hotel sign was also hung at the door of the hotel, but there was a lotus leaf pattern painted under the sign. The colorful one. It was painted every year. For 30 years, it has always been like this. And Ms. Garda has grown from 30 to 60. However, this lady is in good health and still manages the business of the hotel. And those street children and orphans who have grown up will return to the hotel to visit their mothers during holidays. In their hearts, Ms. Garda is their mother. Of course, the 4 waiters and 2 chefs of the hotel are also children of that year. They have grown up and are different from the other brothers who have spread their wings. They prefer to stay with their mother. Among them, Sapir is the strongest, with a height of 2.2 meters and arms thicker than ordinary people's thighs. As one of the 4 waiters in the hotel, because of his strong body, Sapir will cooperate with his sister Didion to work at night most of the time, and solve some unnecessary troubles. However, the trouble in recent times made Sapir frown. Even the smart sister Didion couldn't solve it. Seeing Wakas taking out another 10 gold note and putting it on the table, muttering, "Wine? Bring me some and I'll be there soon." Sapir frowned. If he was facing someone who didn't pay the bill or was deliberately making trouble, his fist would make the other person understand what regret is. But facing a young man like Wakas who paid the bill honestly, asked him to help carry it into the room before he got drunk, and cleaned up the vomit after sobering up, and still apologized repeatedly, he really didn't know what to do. Of course, more importantly, his mother. Once, Wakas drank too much and sat there crying. His mother walked over and comforted the young man. Then the young man burst into tears and kept asking his mother why she didn't love him. They grew up together and knew each other longer. But his mother just touched the young man's head kindly. "Love, it's unreasonable." Sapir clearly saw the helplessness of his mother when she said this. It was obvious that his mother thought of that bastard again. In fact, if his mother hadn't stopped him, he would have taught the bastard named Aaron a lesson for daring to play with his mother's feelings. If he didn't break 30 of his bones, he would have been merciful. It was also because of his mother that Sapir let Wakas do what he wanted, from time to time, and chat with this young man. This also let Sapir know that the girl that Wakas could not forget was called Linda Camille, and the man who fell from the sky was called Arthur Kratos. For the former, Sapir had no impression. For the latter, Sapir was familiar with it. In fact, in South Los, it is impossible not to know about this medium in recent times. A strange and dark murder case. A vicious and deadly evil spirit. The ability to predict the future. Superior swordsmanship. Many words appeared on this medium. More importantly, after countless attempts, these words were confirmed one by one. If he didn't need to look after the hotel, Sapir would also want to see the power of this medium with his own eyes. Just as Sapir hugged his shoulders and waited for Wakas to pass out and carry him back to the room, the bell at the door rang, and Sapir looked at the door in surprise. You know, at this time of year, few people would stay overnight or come to drink or eat. Then, the sturdy innkeeper saw a young man with a cane standing there with a smile on his face. Before the young man could speak, the drunk Wakas jumped up and shouted, "Arthur Kratos, you bastard! Why are you haunting me and even appearing in my dreams?" Chapter 490, Stealing the Country. Arthur looked at Wakas in surprise. Arthur had a deep impression of this rich but honest, cowardly, blood-shy nobleman, although it was all because of Linda Camille. But in the human chair incident, he was willing to pretend to be the murderer to win the favor of Linda Camille, which made Arthur give a thumbs up and sigh, "Idiot." Well, just an idiot. Not a fool. Saying something stupid, it would be a bit disgraceful to that love. Even if it was one-sided, Arthur was willing to give that love due respect. Idiot is just right. After all, idiots are fun. Just like Wilcox at this moment, he was probably trapped in self-pity like I was here first. We were childhood sweethearts. Why did the guy who suddenly appeared break our love? Unfortunately, he doesn't have yellow hair. Otherwise, he would have to say I kicked hard when he opened his mouth. Sapir looked at Arthur, who suddenly appeared. His eyes were full of surprise. This sturdy hotel waiter never thought that he would meet Nanlo's medium here. Although the Lotus Leaf Hotel is in the Shire District, it is not the most prosperous place, but the edge of the Shire District. Although there are many new middle class here, the real big shots will not come here. In Sapir's eyes, the famous Nanlo's medium is definitely a big shot. However, this big shot is a little different from the big shots in people's impressions. He is not so rigid and serious. Instead, he is quite gentle, and can even be said to be good-tempered. After all, if other big shots were cursed by Wilcox like this, they would have taught him a lesson long ago. As for Wilcox being drunk, big shots don't care about these. They only care about their own face. Otherwise, a sneeze in the theater would not kill people. The methods of those big men are always beyond the imagination of ordinary people. And the little people who were scared to death? They were scared to death because they knew the methods of these big men. So, Sapir looked at Arthur with a smile on his face, and sat in front of Wilcox in surprise, and said in a calm and gentle voice, "This is not a dream, Mr. Coss." "Ah?" Wilcox, who was drunk, was stunned. Then, the young man suddenly pinched his thigh. Then, "Ah!" The young man screamed and jumped up from the chair. Then, the young man apologized in a panic. "Sorry, Arthur." "No, sorry, Mr. Kratos. I didn't mean it. I think it was a dream." Wilcox explained helplessly. The words were incoherent. And the whole person looked so funny. And a little pitiful. Arthur had no intention of teasing such a person. The young medium looked at the other party. And his eyes became serious. "Linda Camille is my aunt," Arthur said frankly. "Ah!" Wilcox exclaimed again. And his face was full of endless surprise. Then, the young man was about to thank Arthur. The young man simply thought that Arthur came here, found him, just to comfort him in this way. But before the young man could speak, Arthur spoke directly. "Linda Camille is my aunt, but I will not make any decisions for Linda. Linda has a completely independent will. As a member of the Kratos family, she will not change her mind because of what others say. And, you are like this, you will never know what Linda wants. You will never know what the Kratos family is responsible for." Arthur's words made Wilcox stunned. Arthur did not continue to talk to the other party. He signaled the strong waiter beside him to take the drunk young man back to the room. As for more? No. As for helping the other party to pursue Linda Camille? It is even more impossible. He is not some great virgin who can send a girl to the world. If he doesn't send him off, he will feel uncomfortable. He just stands on the family's side, thinking that Wilcox should be informed of the truth, and the family's side is not Wilcox. It's Linda Camille. As for Wilcox, if Linda Camille wasn't there, Arthur would definitely send him to the pigsty to sober up. Wilcox was picked up by Sapir and walked upstairs. And soon after the two went upstairs, a man walked down from upstairs. Gray trousers, white shirt, a gold chain hanging from the pocket of the black vest, the end of which should be a pocket watch. The light golden hair was combed back, not a strand was pulled out, neatly, and with some hair oil. The face was young and clean, light golden eyes were looking at Arthur, with a hint of doubt in them. Because Arthur's face at this moment had disappointment that was hard to hide. Disappointment? Why was he disappointed? The doubt in the eyes of Alvis Hamlet, who used the alias of Don, was obvious. Just a few minutes ago, Alves had received the message. That despicable pig sold him. Alves was not surprised by this. That pig could sell his biological parents if the price was right, not to mention an outsider like him. However, Alves did not panic. As one of the young members of the Golden Lion family, he dared to come to South Los quietly. And he was confident that he could escape from South Los safely. So, he was not in a hurry to leave. He wanted to play a trick on the pursuers who came here. However, what the young member of the Golden Lion family did not expect was that the pursuer would be Arthur. What he did not expect was that Arthur was not in a hurry to see him, but was dealing with some personal matters, as if he was not important at all. That alcoholic waste was definitely not arranged by the other party. Alves was very sure of this. He had inquired, and the other party had been here before he came. He has been drinking for almost half a month. He is just a loser who is depressed because of women. He is not worth caring about at all. What he really cares about is Arthur Kratos. He cares about the neglect of Nanlos's medium. He cares about the disappointment of Nanlos's medium. He has too many thoughts in his heart, so that the young member of the Golden Lion family sat directly opposite Arthur. He wanted to ask. But Arthur did not give the young member of the Golden Lion family the opportunity to ask. He said directly, "Is this the Golden Lion family that Uncle Gilgic mentioned?" "How disappointing," Arthur said, and sighed. At the moment he lowered his head, Alva's eyes widened involuntarily, because the young member of the Golden Lion family saw a touch of gold. A richer gold in his eyes. As we all know, the reason why the Hamlet family is called the Golden Lion family is because, in addition to the ability of Lion Group, it is the golden hair, golden pupils, the more golden, the purer the bloodline. And Gilgic. Alves knew this name. He was a knight of the family, but he disappeared in the end. There are rumors that he was trying to protect a descendant of the family who was left behind. Thinking about it, Alves' mouth opened wide, and he even stood up out of control. The member of the Golden Lion family looked at Arthur and stammered. You. Chapter 491 The Wind Rises in Nanlos. Arthur's bluff was already flashing like a searchlight at this moment. After learning from the memory of glass that Gilgic and the young swordsman Eslin were related to the Golden Lion family, Arthur had been thinking about how to use these two pieces of information. Coincidentally, Alves Hamlet, who used the alias of Dorn, appeared. The other party was a young member of the Golden Lion family. When Arthur heard this news from Brewer, his mind started to work quickly. The instinct of the medium told him at this time that there was a great opportunity. Even, someone had made an early layout. Glassed. Although after soul cutting, the Lady S memory became incomplete and a little confused. But Arthur knew the Lady S style of doing things very clearly, plan before acting. In other words, when the other party pledged allegiance to the Golden Lion family under the identity of Gilgic, they might have started to lay out their plans. As for why it took so long, maybe the timing was not right. Maybe something unexpected happened. But judging from the fact that Glass was looking for Eslin S. Leap, the other party did not give up the original plan. What does this mean? It means there is an opportunity. It means that Glass has considerable confidence in the original plan. Then, can someone else come? Eslin died in a raid on the west coast, but Eslin already had a child. 10 years after the end of the 7 Years' War, the child had grown into a maverick lady, met another Bohemian man in South Los, and gave birth to her own child, Arthur Kratos. Why a maverick lady? Because her father died early in the war? This lady did not undergo the so-called noble baptism. There was no mark of nobility left. But the power of bloodline was continued. Moreover, when it came to Arthur's generation, the bloodline was even stronger. The golden eyes have already explained everything. Snake eyes? What's snake eyes? Has anyone seen it? It's just gold overflowing. As long as there is this, it's enough. Of course, Arthur knew that the key part still needed to be considered, and made detailed arrangements, but that was a matter for the future. In short, he still had enough time to solve the corresponding troubles. And now? Just dealing with an immature young member of the Golden Lion family. This was too easy for Arthur. In fact, when the golden eyes flashed, Alves Hamlet in front of him had already fallen into Arthur's plan. Arthur had the absolute initiative. Looking at the young member of the Golden Lion family, who stuttered and couldn't speak properly, Arthur's face showed sarcasm. I thought I was targeted because you knew of my existence. However, from now on, I am unknown to you, Arthur said, without giving Alves a chance to speak. He stood up and said to the young member of the Golden Lion family in a condescending manner, for the sake of my mother, I will spare you once. But only once. So, get out of South Los right now. Don't let me see you again. Arthur finished speaking, and walked away without looking back. Too much is as bad as too little. Arthur is too experienced in bluffing young people like this. As long as he starts, this young member of the Golden Lion family will do everything he wants for him. After all, the passion and drive of young people are still there. Or put it another way, bloodline and honor? Of course, you can also say it is idealism. With a playful thought in his heart, Arthur walked out of the Lotus Leaf Inn. Alves, who was behind him, subconsciously raised his hand, trying to stop Arthur. But as soon as he raised his hand, the young member of the Golden Lion family dropped it powerlessly. At this moment, The mind of the Golden Lion family member was already in a mess. Arthur Kratos, the medium noticed by the family, turned out to be the blood of the family who was lost outside. The emergence of this news made Alves completely unable to think about other issues. This was not surprising. It's going to be a world-shaking event. Because the first person to target the medium Arthur Kratos was Grisa Hamlet, the patriarch of the Golden Lion family, the eldest son of the Grand Duke of Niwen. Will the other party know about this? Or is it because the other party knows about this that they cover up some news? Even, they have done some extreme things. Because of Arthur's talent. That extraordinary talent. A talent that makes people envious and hateful. Unable to help himself. The young member of the Golden Lion family, as Arthur expected, began to have wild thoughts. Moreover, as Arthur expected, the young member of the Golden Lion family valued blood and honor, and had a bit of idealistic romance. Alves hurried to his room. Sapir, who threw Wakas onto the bed in the room, happened to pass by Alves. Mr. Dorn, do you need help? Sapir asked. This is the basic duty of a hotel waiter. Of course. It was also because Alves was generous enough. No need. Anxious Alves had no intention of greeting the hotel waiter, although he initially wanted to bring this talented person into his camp. Now? Go to hell. The most important thing for him now is to return to Niwen. He must return to Niwen immediately. Moreover, before leaving the Lotus Leaf Hotel, this young member of the Golden Lion family, he also issued a hidden order to all the secret agents who followed him to complete the mission as his special envoy. Of course, this is only the first step. The second step. Contact the most trustworthy person in the family. His father, Barrow Hamlet. Is this guy sick? Sapir muttered as he watched Alves rush out of the hotel. However, Sapir did not think much about it. As a hotel owner, he encountered many strange things. As long as the hotel fee is paid, it's none of his business. Stretching, Sapir prepared to return to his room to catch up on some sleep. Of course, before that, he needed to inform his sister. After opening the door, Sapir unexpectedly found that his sister was sitting there in a daze. You know Didion, who is usually smart and shrewd, is resolute and decisive, and would never be this dull. What's wrong, sister? Sapir's expression became serious. For his family, Sapir can do whatever he wants. Whoever dares to hurt his family, he will strangle to death. Could it be the bastard who claimed to be Garcia before? Thinking of this, Sapir clenched his fist. It has nothing to do with Garcia. He is just a drinking buddy of mine. Didion said this, and urged her brother to rest quickly. And she began to tidy up the hotel. At the same time, she placed a pot of white flowers on the windowsill facing the hotel. After a while, the white flowers swayed together. The wind started. Chapter 492 Butterflies and Lizards. With the help of Fukin's vision, Arthur clearly saw what happened in the lotus leaf and after he left. Subconsciously, the young medium touched his chin. It's actually connected to Garcia. If that's the case, then there's more room for maneuver. Arthur thought to himself, and his pace quickened. According to the time, the guests of Caesar Manor would leave in the morning after breakfast. At this time, breakfast was about to start. Thinking of the delicious food, Arthur went all out. It was not because he was greedy. It was because he had the habit of eating 3 meals a day and snacks. If he suddenly missed a meal, it would affect his mood for the whole day. In order to ensure his own happiness, Arthur used silent continuous steps as a way of moving forward, almost moving in a straight line. Finally, when breakfast was about to start, Arthur returned to Caesar Manor. In the room, Melinda sat in a chair and continued to flip through the books she brought out from the ruins. Hearing the door open, the lady did not even raise her head. The lady was too familiar with the footsteps that Arthur deliberately made. Has he not arrived yet? Arthur picked up Pendragon and asked the female countess's swordsman. Before returning to the room, he glanced around the hall and did not see the tall figure. I guess something happened, the lady said, and picked up a wooden bookmark beside her and placed it on the page. Turning around and looking at Arthur, there was a hint of inquiry in her eyes. It was obvious that the lady's intelligence system had not received any news. Therefore, the lady hoped to get some information from Arthur. It's very expensive. Arthur sighed. Of course, the young medium didn't know what happened. Originally, he was going to get some information from Melinda, but now, in order to maintain his status, he had to persuade Melinda to retreat in a gentle way again. You're so greedy, Melinda snorted coldly, to express her dissatisfaction. However, Arthur could catch the fleeting indifference in the lady's eyes. Have you gotten used to it? You're just trying to get something for nothing? And not only do you believe that you will find out everything in the end, you also believe that I will cover everything. Arthur was stunned. Because he found from Melinda's unconscious behavior that this woman actually relied on him a little. No, this won't do. As the lady of the long night of Nanlos, you have to rise up. You have to work hard. Otherwise, what will I eat and drink? Thinking of this, Arthur said softly, the rule of mediums is, you get what you pay for. We believe in fair trade. If possible. Melinda, can you stay at Caesar Manor for a while longer? Arthur asked. Immediately, the lady frowned. So serious? More serious than you think. In fact, I'm ready to give up going to Niwin to participate in the South County swordsmanship competition. I didn't expect that. Something like this would happen. In order to stimulate Melinda's curiosity and ambition, Arthur began to be mysterious. However, preparing to give up going to Niwin to participate in the South County swordsmanship competition is true. If possible, Arthur really doesn't want to go to Niwin. Even after so much preparation, Arthur still felt that Niwin was a den of danger, which made him feel very insecure. In addition to this reality, there were more plans. First, Arthur wanted to use this excuse to continue to lay the foundation for his identity as the Golden Lion family and to actively retreat, so that the Golden Lion family would become suspicious and buy him more time. Second, it was aimed at the Countess of Nanlos. He didn't know what happened, but the Countess must know what happened, so the other side's swordsmanship master has not returned yet. Therefore, Arthur intends to learn more from the other side, or ask for some benefits as much as possible. After all, he has absolutely legitimate reasons and excuses. Arthur glanced at Melinda's abdomen calmly. Before the lady noticed, he picked up the hot milk with sugar. The milk did not cool down, but was kept warm by the fireplace. The same is true for egg tarts. Mary's craftsmanship is amazing every time. After just one bite, Arthur concluded that the egg tart was the work of the cook next to Melinda. Yeah. Melinda nodded, brows furrowed. Obviously, the lady was once again intimidated by Arthur. After a while, the lady picked up an egg tart and couldn't help saying, I don't know why, since I met you, I feel that things keep happening. This kind of continuous, what has been happening all the time, actually makes me feel like I can't breathe, like a butterfly trapped in a spider web. The more I struggle, the deeper I sink. TSK, there's no point in pretending to be pitiful. I've said fair trade. Faced with Melinda's sudden sigh, Arthur rolled his eyes. Melinda raised her leg and kicked. Looking at Arthur, who dodged easily, the lady snorted again. The kicking of Arthur was fake. If you really want to kick, you can't have such a big reaction. However, the anger is real. This lady is angry because Arthur discovered her purpose. Although it's not the first time that Arthur discovered her purpose, she is still very angry. A very simple one. So how can you be a butterfly? Even if you are a butterfly, you are Mothra-like. Arthur said softly. Mothra? What is that? Melinda faced a new term. I immediately became curious. Butterfly. Of course, sometimes, some people prefer to call it Monster Queen. When Arthur said this, he was ready to dodge at any time, but to Arthur's surprise, Melinda did not kick, but continued to ask curiously. If the butterfly is the Monster Queen, then what is the Monster King? It's a black iguana, which looks fierce, but is actually very timid, mainly vegetarian. I will be scared and hide when I see some small fish, Arthur said directly. And Melinda laughed. That's not like you, you are very courageous. Me? I had no choice. In fact, I am very timid. Arthur pointed at himself and said softly, but Melinda obviously didn't believe it. Not only did she not believe Arthur's words, that she was timid, she also didn't believe in the Monster Queen and Monster King. How can a butterfly become a Monster Queen? As for the timid black iguana? It's even more impossible. Unless it took some magic potion and mutated. However, who would give a creature like the black iguana a precious magic potion? Potions are not worthless things. Would they just pour them into the seawater? After eating the last egg tart, Arthur clapped his hands lightly. And Melinda also stood up. Both of them heard the heavy footsteps. The female swordsman came back. Chapter 493. Lady Susan. Juliet's face was rarely solemn. After seeing this solemnity, the guards of Count Nanlos beside him became afraid to speak, and began to patrol and stand guard with a more focused attitude. Because They all knew how powerful this female swordsman was. It was not only the power brought by the giant bloodline, but also her own swordsmanship was also extremely excellent. In addition to the giant secret technique, superb defense and long lifespan, these guards knew that, as time goes by, their female swordsman will become stronger and stronger. She will even become a countess. But such a powerful swordsman is so solemn. What happened? Will Nanlos fall into any crisis? Unconsciously, a trace of panic appeared in the hearts of the guards. Lady Susan, who came out of the room, obviously sensed such a change. Immediately, the lady said, "Julie, I am willing to accept the loss. Go clean the Earl's stables before leaving." "Ah? Okay. Okay." The female swordsman was stunned, and then realized that she had affected other people in the Earl's mansion. Fortunately, the female swordsman looked at Lady Susan gratefully. Lady Susan waved her hand, and the female swordsman turned and walked towards the stables. Seeing this scene, the guards around all breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be cleaning the stables. They thought some big enemy had invaded. Looking at the performance of the guards, Mrs. Susan couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The Nanlos family is not ready yet. Compared to the Niwen, which is fighting in secret everywhere, the Nanlos family has been comfortable for too long, and has almost forgotten the taste of blood. How can such a family resist 3 ascenders? That's right. 3 ascenders. Or 3 unfamiliar ascenders. If this news had not been heard from the Earl, this lady would never believe it. But the Earl said it, and that was beyond doubt. The 3 climbers are really scary. The lady thought to herself, and turned back to the room again. "My lord Earl." Lady Susan looked at the Countess, who was sitting in the chair with a frown on her face, and bowed. "The pirates harassed the Port Assist before, and had already violated the dignity of the Nanlos family. I think that when spring comes, we should send troops to wipe out these pirates." The Countess of Nanlos, whose legs were shaking unconsciously in the chair, was stunned. Sending troops to wipe out the pirates was something they had already agreed on. Why did Lady Susan mention it again? And the next moment, the Countess guessed what Lady Susan wanted to say. Not only to wipe out, but also to train troops. In addition, to find another way out. Even if Nanlos was destroyed, the Nanlos family still had an extra way out. This idea coincided with hers. After confirming the appearance of 3 strange ascenders, she had a similar idea. Moreover, she also found a suitable executor. Not the members of the Nanlos family, nor her retainers. The former, there are few people. The latter, too conspicuous. What she needs is secrecy. Coincidentally, there is such a person in Nanlos. Is he suitable? Earl Nanlos, who had already made plans in his mind, still modestly asked Lady Susan. "No one is more suitable than him. His grandfather is like a cockroach. Even if he goes to hell, he can trick the devil's pants. If he goes to the abyss, he can start a bloody battle again. And him? Just stir up the pirates, there will be no problem." Lady Susan is quite confident about the members of her old lover's family, because this lady has personally experienced what it means to cheat people to death without paying for their lives. "Yes." Countess Nanlos nodded. But then, the Countess became curious. "You mentioned that person who went to hell, to the abyss. Why didn't you mention that he went to the divine realm?" Faced with such an inquiry, Mrs. Susan was stunned for a moment, then laughed helplessly. "Because I always feel that he is the god of fraud. I never dared to imagine that someone like me would be willing to use the hope of ascending the stairs in exchange for someone to stay, and I have no regrets until now." The lady's smile was bitter. "Him, the god of fraud in the world? If that's the case, his descendants will definitely be able to complete my task excellently. I really want to meet this Arthur Kratos now. But Julie won't let me." Speaking of this, the Countess puffed up her cheeks in anger, and her 2 short legs began to swing faster between the chair and the carpet. Please trust Julie's intuition. When that guy first appeared in front of me, he was harmless. That guy's grandson must be the same, Lady Susan said. The Countess heard something else from the lady's words. It seems that it is not about Arthur's swordsmanship, secret arts, but something like charm? Are you saying that Arthur will unconsciously attract the ladies around him like old Charlie? Impossible. I have read his information. In addition to Melinda, Arthur simply disdains other ladies. I am just curious now. Is Arthur Kratos' talent really as monstrous as the rumors say? Countess Nanlos smiled and waved her hands, not believing what Lady Susan said at all. Looking at the Countess's smile, Lady Susan's face showed helplessness again. The Countess saw this helplessness, but still didn't care. In the Countess's view, this was just Lady Susan's unconscious substitution. How could she, the master of Nanlos, be attracted by a little medium? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Please be careful. Also, please be sincere. The Kratos family is willing to associate with sincere people. And even, for this, they can abide by the honor that originally did not exist. Mrs. Susan reminded. Well, I know. It is really surprising that the medium actually believes in fairness. But, such a surprise, it's such an unexpected surprise. The Countess of Nanlos said this, and jumped down from the chair, walked to the bookshelf beside her, took out a scroll, and turned to give it to Lady Susan. This is the entry atlas of cat pie. Orange. Although Arthur has entered the level, hasn't he been collecting cat holes, and the secrets of the cat pie? This is enough to be a reward. Lady Susan looked at the Countess of Nanlos, who looked very careful and calculated. I couldn't help but smile bitterly again. Where's the sincerity you promised? You are so generous without spending any money, which is not in line with your status. The Countess immediately discovered Lady Susan's thoughts, and immediately, she ran over to hug the lady's palm, and shook it from side to side, like a spoiled child. I know you can do it. Madam. You are not ordinary. You will definitely agree if you persuade him. Countess Nanlos raised her head, and looked at the lady with her charming eyes. The Countess knew that if she did this, Lady Susan would definitely agree. In fact, this was true. Okay, I'll try. Lady Susan took the scroll. But her eyes became complicated. She seemed to be thinking about how to face Arthur. Even when she walked out of the study, the lady's eyes were full of thoughts. It was not until she left the Earl's mansion, and got on her own carriage, that a hint of joy appeared in the lady's eyes. It was the joy of finding a reliable way out. A backer and resources for the younger generation. Arthur, I can't help you too much. I hope this entry map is still useful to you. Chapter 494, Tricks. Before the female swordsman Julie pushed the door open, Arthur and Melinda frowned. It was not something unusual. It was a strange smell. The strong smell of horse manure and horse urine. When the door opened, Arthur and Melinda took a step back. The female swordsman scratched her head, and looked at Melinda. Melinda, can I use the bathroom? I think I need to take a shower and change my clothes. The female swordsman smiled awkwardly but politely. Okay, come with me. As for clothes, Mary helped Julie prepare a set of clothes that fit her. Of course, Melinda would not refuse the request of the female swordsman. Mrs. Mary, who was also a cook and part-time housekeeper, showed her professionalism at this time. She took out a tape measure from her pocket, and quickly measured the female swordsman's height, shoulder width, sleeve length, leg length, hip circumference, and then started to act. With the female swordsman's tall and strong figure, it was impossible to find clothes that fit her. Only custom-made. Obviously, the female swordsman also knew this, and immediately showed an apologetic smile to Lady Mary. Then, under the leadership of Melinda, the female swordsman walked to the independent suite on the side of the manor. This should be where the eldest son of the family lives. Except that it is not as big as the main suite, the layout is almost exactly the same. Arthur watched Melinda's back disappear behind the door in the distance, then he returned to the room with Pendragon in his arms. Pan, did you see it? You need to learn how to be omnipresent like Melinda. Arthur was holding the dried fish while teasing Pendragon. Arthur certainly knew why Melinda was so attentive. This lady wanted to know what happened from the swordswoman's mouth. And given their relationship, it was very likely that she would be able to get some information. Never underestimate bestie diplomacy. Just like never underestimate pillow talk. The two have the same purpose. Even, sometimes, the former is more effective. However, Arthur didn't care about these. What Arthur cared about was why the female swordsman returned to Caesar Manor with horse manure and the smell of horse urine. You know, Julie is a swordsman, not a handyman or servant. And there are only a handful of people who can command Julie to do this in the whole of South Los. The Earl of South Los is one of them. The Lady Susan who acts as the chief steward is one of them. And? Arthur was not sure. But Arthur knew that, with such a strong smell of horse manure, the horse urine must have been used to clean the stables, and if Julie, the master of fencing, went to clean the stables, did she make a mistake? It doesn't seem like it. Even if Julie, the master of fencing, is very open-minded, she would not have a slightly relaxed expression if she made a mistake. So was she covering something up by punishing? For example, some news was so shocking that the master of fencing could not hold back his emotions, thus affecting the entire Earl's mansion. Therefore, some people used this punishment method to divert attention, making people mistakenly believe that the female swordsman's mood was not right because of cleaning the stables. Arthur gently stroked Pendragon while sorting out the clues. Then, the answers began to gradually emerge. After all, there were not many things that could make the female swordsman unable to hold back, for Nanlos. If this is the case, then it would be really troublesome. Arthur thought in his heart, put Pendragon down. As the male host, even at breakfast time, he had to show up. It was definitely not because he smelled the aroma of food and was greedy. How could Nanlos S. Medium be greedy? When Arthur had eaten most of the strawberry cake, chocolate cake, chiffon cake, donuts, croissants, super large sandwich croissants, sweet potato cakes, mustard-flavored stone cakes with grilled sausages, grilled bacon, grilled chicken legs, grilled goose legs, and 2 5-liter buckets of hot milk, Melinda came in, with a female swordsman, who had changed into casual clothes. Seeing the mess on the table, Melinda immediately rolled her eyes. Melinda, glutton. Arthur, none of your business. Melinda, eat. Eat, you will get fat sooner or later. Facing such information, Arthur picked up the remaining bucket of milk and gulped it down. This sense of heroism aroused the interest of the female swordsman, because she was like this usually. Arthur, you have a great appetite. I usually only feed 10 people in one meal. How many did you feed this time? 5 or 6 people. Arthur was not sure. Then, he looked at Melinda. Honey, can you bring me 10 kilograms of barbecue? Hearing Arthur's words, Melinda wanted to kick Arthur directly. The lady knew that Arthur did it on purpose. This bastard deliberately took advantage of the female swordsmanship, knowing that she would not turn against him, so he ordered her around like this. However, the lady was not angry. Instead, she looked at Arthur with a little pride, because she had just heard from the female swordsman, not only confirmed the news she had received from Arthur before, that something big had really happened in Nanlos, but also indirectly locked it down near the beach. Although she had not locked down who it was, but with a rough range, she was confident that she could find the target person, and thus figure out the whole story. She didn't need to pay a high price for information from Arthur. When she thought of this, the lady became calm. Okay, dear. The good mood made the sugar content in the lady's voice rise sharply. If possible, can you bring me one too? The female swordsman asked shyly. Of course. Melinda smiled and nodded. Turned around and walked downstairs. Arthur was watching Melinda's back. Even when Melinda walked to the hall to get food, the whole person followed out of the room, silently watching Melinda, his eyes full of concern, and his mouth full of smiles. This was of course a show for the female swordsman. In fact, the female swordsman immediately took the bait. Arthur, you really like Melinda. The female swordsman sighed. Well, she is the love of my life. So, I have a presumptuous request. Arthur nodded, and turned to look at the female swordsman. Seeing Arthur's serious look, the female swordsman also became serious. Just now, Melinda asked me what happened. I didn't tell her because it was beyond my expectation. So, I hope you can tell the Earl to cancel my title of Nanlos Swordsmanship Champion. At this time, I must stay by Melinda's side. Arthur looked serious, but his words were vague. The female swordsman had no doubts about this. Because, it's about the climbers, you can never be too careful. As for Arthur discovering the 3 climbers, although the Earl said that only those who are also climbers can discover such aura, Arthur is different. Who knows if the Kratos family has any special means? Or does the medium have any unique perception? Therefore, the female swordsman had no intention of blaming Arthur at all. Instead, she sighed softly. Yes, it's about 3 strange climbers. So it's never too careful. Arthur, don't worry. I will tell the Earl. I think he will understand. The female swordsman said this. Arthur was startled. Things a little beyond his expectations. Chapter 495 The Friendly Help of the Female Swordsman. Climb the stairs. Before, Arthur had already guessed it. With the strength of the Count of Nanlos, and his influence in Nanlos, Arthur could not think of anything else except that the climbers needed to be valued by the other party. However, what Arthur did not expect was that there were actually 3 climbers. 3 climbers. It's really surprising. Arthur could not help but sigh in his heart again. I sighed at the appearance of the 3 climbers. I sighed even more at the calmness of the Count of Nanlos when facing the 3 climbers. Knowing that there were 3 climbers, the Count of Nanlos was still able to be so relaxed, and although the swordsman in front of him was full of surprise in his tone, there was no panic in his expression. What did this show? It showed that, in the eyes of the female swordsman, the Count was at least confident in facing these 3 climbers. My Lord Earl, what is your strength? Which step of the 10 steps to godhood have you reached? Or has the Nanlos family left you a trick? Alas, this family that has lasted for thousands of years is really troublesome. Arthur sighed in his heart. But his expression did not change. The accumulation of a 1,000-year-old family cannot be ignored. But this kind of neglect is good for him. At least, he does not need to worry about the 3 ascenders finding their way to the door in Nanlos. Besides, he is just a young, honest, simple and kind medium. How could those 3 climbers come because of him? If the sky falls, there is Count Nanlos to support it. The other party is tall. And him? Grow up. Stay and grow up. Arthur, who knew this well, quickly calmed down after the initial accident. Arthur looked at Melinda, who was taking food in the hall, with love and affection in his eyes, and lowered his voice a bit and said, "Please keep the secret. You absolutely cannot let Melinda know." As he spoke, Arthur pointed to the lower abdomen. "That represents the child." Of course. The female swordsman nodded guiltily. She was involved in Melinda's plan to cheat Arthur. Although such deception was not malicious, but what if? What if Arthur gets angry? Arthur has feelings for Melinda, so it may not be a big deal. But not for her. He will definitely vent his anger on her. She even took her anger out on the Earl. Damn it, I was reckless again. What should I do? What should I do? Suddenly, the female swordsman felt a little flustered. She absolutely did not want to see this happen. Almost instinctively, she touched the potion in her arms. This is not one-time hit medicine. It is the enhanced version of one-time hit medicine. One-time hit. Baby-safe landing medicine. It was after the potion master Quinn became her father's drinking buddy. In order to better continue the giant race, the potion was refined. Not only does it have the original must-hit function, it can also greatly protect the fetus, and under the premise of sufficient nutrition, allow the child to be born smoothly in advance. This is not premature birth, but it is made for the long pregnancy cycle of the giant race. It can shorten the pregnancy time of 10 years to about 5 years. If Melinda takes this potion, the child can be born in about 5 months, and it is extremely healthy, Master Quinn said. A sure-win drug that will make the baby fall safely. It also works for normal people. And the effect is better. It can not only reduce the pregnancy time, but also improve the child's talent. With this, it is enough to dispel Arthur's resentment towards me. But this requires Arthur's cooperation. And he must not find anything unusual. In this case, the female swordsman touched the other 2 potions. Sleeping potion. Love potion. This is also the masterpiece of Master Quinn. Originally, she planned to find a suitable target to use it on herself. But at this time, she couldn't care about these. By the way, Arthur knows Melinda too well. So, I can't tell Melinda. Everything must be done quietly. The female swordsman suddenly thought of this. Immediately, the female swordsman praised herself. A trace of pleasure suddenly rose in her heart. This feeling is like saying, "Don't look at me as reckless at ordinary times, but at critical moments, I am still a group of witty people." Under this witty buff, the female swordsman thought of more time. Now I just need to calculate the right time, and then treat Melinda and Arthur, and everything will be successful. And with Melinda's figure and strength, if she doesn't show her pregnancy to the outside world in the early stage, it's reasonable. 5 months? That's enough. The female swordsman clenched her fist. Arthur noticed that the female swordsman suddenly became energetic and excited. Are you excited to fight against the real steppers? As expected of the giants? A natural fighting race. Arthur exclaimed in his heart. And his eyes turned to Melinda again. Hee, do you think you know enough? But the truly valuable core is here with me. Build me more ships. The news of 3 climbers is worth 20 ships. Isn't that too much? Arthur thought to himself. And a happy smile appeared in his eyes. Melinda, who was taking the barbecue, suddenly felt a chill on her back. As a woman, her intuition told her that something bad was going to happen. But when she looked for it, she happened to meet Arthur's smiling eyes. Immediately, the lady ran away. What bad things is this bastard thinking about? The lady thought to herself, resisting the urge to roll her eyes. and walked upstairs with 20 kilograms of barbecue. Melinda was the absolute protagonist of Caesar Manor. At this moment, she was carrying 20 kilograms of barbecue again. Naturally, everyone's eyes followed Melinda. But when they saw the female swordsman standing upstairs, everyone's face showed relief. She was so tall that she almost touched the ceiling, with a body as wide as the wall. Eating so much is not excessive. Then, in a room that no one could see, the female swordsman unexpectedly saw Arthur's unpretentious way of eating and started eating directly. This way reminded the female swordsman of her hometown, Garden Island. Moreover, Arthur, who did not hide his eating habits, made the female swordsman feel that this was a friend she could recognize, and should not be lost because of misunderstanding. So, he must be drugged. I must make my friend Arthur's life happy. Thinking of her friend Arthur's gratitude in the future, the female swordsman ate more happily. For this reason, Melinda went downstairs twice to bring barbecue. Even when the guests left, they were all sighing at the female swordsman's ability to eat. There was even speculation that it was because of her ability to eat that she was so strong. In this regard, the female swordsman who faced the strange looks didn't care at all. She had long been accustomed to it, and her identity made her fearless. Arthur, Melinda, I need to return to South Los. There are more important things waiting for me. The female swordsman said goodbye to Arthur and Melinda. Without any more greetings, the female swordsman turned and left. And just as the female swordsman disappeared, Arthur unexpectedly saw that Cook came over with Scott, Wiggins, Haywood and Vaughn Tell. What happened? Chapter 496 The Desire to Become Stronger. Arthur is always gentle and kind to his own people. The inquiry at this time is no exception. With the blessing of Bluff, it is like a spring breeze. And this feeling makes Scott, Wiggins, Cook, Haywood and Vaughn Tell feel more and more indebted. Before, I didn't help, I want to share more for the adults. Wiggins, who came from the streets, said it directly. He was also the first to speak. I want to see more things that belong to the mysterious side, but now I am not qualified, so I need to become stronger. Scott did not mince words. Among the people present, he and Arthur have the best relationship. Scott does not need to hide himself. Me too. Haywood followed Scott and spoke. Scott spoke well enough. Haywood thought it was appropriate, and there was no need to modify his speech. For Ms. Anna, this is Vaughn Tell. Originally, the heir of the lordship, who was a little hesitant when he heard Cook say that it would be very painful, but after seeing Ms. Anna speaking, he had already burst into unprecedented enthusiasm. Pain? Suffering? I, Vaughn Tell, will be fearless for Ms. Anna. Let the pain and suffering come more fiercely, as long as we can get closer to Ms. Anna. Arthur glanced at the four people who were full of fighting spirit, and his eyes finally fell on Cook, who was obviously the leader of this action. Are you sure? Arthur asked. Of course Arthur knew what the five wanted to do. Eavesdrop? No. 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 How could a young, kind, honest and simple medium do such a thing? He was just concerned about his subordinates. As a qualified leader, what's wrong with caring about his subordinates? Cook was not surprised that Arthur knew what they wanted. In the eyes of the new sheriff of the Dord district, his master was omnipotent. Yes. My father is a man of his word. What he said must be true. Cook nodded with certainty. Cook certainly would not doubt his father. But immediately, the new sheriff of Dortmund district had a bitter look on his face. But it will definitely be painful. Just because he would not doubt, the new sheriff of Dortmund district knew that if his father said it would be painful, it would definitely be painful. Even, it will be far beyond imagination. It is likely to make people doubt whether he is alive. Right? The new sheriff of the Dord district flinched a little. What's the pain? Standing aside and watching, unable to help, makes me more painful. Wiggins put his arm around Cook's shoulders. The street-born goldfinger felt like he was dreaming at the moment. Before, how could he be arm in arm with a sheriff of a district? But now he did it. And, very casually, it was not a forced relationship, but a relationship recognized by both parties. For this, he thanked Arthur from the bottom of his heart. For this, he vowed to become stronger. He would never allow himself to fall behind under the command of the adults. Me too, Haywood added, for the black-hearted landlord. He also took advantage of the opportunity to become Arthur's subordinate and saw a broader stage. He knew he could not go back. He could not go back to the time when he had to calculate for 10 cents. He now controls unimaginable money. He now sees an unimaginable world. Let him go back? It's better to kill him. So the oldest Haywood vowed to seize this opportunity. Because this may be his only chance in this life. If he misses it, he will live a life worse than death. Looking at Wiggins, Haywood, and the impatient volunteer, Cook turned his head and looked at Scott, who kept smiling. Cook, you don't want to face the unexpected, and you are helpless? Scott asked softly. Cook was startled. And then his eyes became firm. Arthur glanced at the 5 people. Not knowing whether it was an illusion, the young medium always felt that the 5 people in front of him seemed to be burning. Unable to help it, the young medium had more expectations in his heart. Although in his original layout, the 5 people were more of a puzzle for his power operation. But if the 5 people could become stronger, he didn't mind. Can I go with you? I'm really curious about your training, Arthur said. Arthur was really curious about the training of Cook and his 5 men. But more importantly, he wanted to meet Cook's father. The relationship between the two sides was improving in stability. Arthur wanted to take this opportunity to ask Cook's father about the exorcism holy salt. That did not require the hunter ritual to use brick powder. What's going on? Of course, it must be a tactful question. Of course. My father will definitely welcome your arrival. Cook nodded happily. His father always wanted to see Arthur, but every time there was no suitable opportunity. And this time, it was just right. Can we participate? Guderian Ernest, Erwin Du Bois, shook of base. 3 young nobles came over. Cook did not refuse. The 3 people's Lionheart ceremony had already decided everything. Therefore, the 5-man training became an 8-man training. Moreover, after packing up, the 8 people immediately took action. Mouths, Bob, Little Lissop sent sincere blessings to the 8 people, hoping that the 8 people would be reborn. Dessa from Barney did the same, also sent blessings to the 8 people. However, when Dessa heard that Cook's father was called Rick, the rough man from Barney's face changed slightly. What's wrong? Arthur asked without hesitation. Young Master Arthur, if this guy is really the Rick I know, then this training camp will be a rare growth. Of course, they must survive the training camp. Dessa looked at the 8 people in the distance with a hint of playful pity. Pity? Arthur confirmed this emotion. Immediately, the young medium became more curious. My dear, I still need to stay here to take care of some things. If I see you later, let's meet at 2, Kirk Street. Melinda came over and said, winking at an angle that no one else could see. The meaning was obvious. You go to Rick's farm. I have to investigate the incident that you called extremely valuable. Are you anxious? If it was before, Arthur might be a little anxious. But now? Arthur responded with a smile. Okay, dear. Then, the group set off, leaving Melinda staying at Caesar Manor. After walking a distance, Arthur did not forget to lean out of the car window and wave to the dazed Melinda. Then, before the other party could react, he retracted his body and looked at the words that appeared in front of him. The next moment, Arthur's mouth curled up. Chapter 497, Conservative Ms. Abel. The text in front of Arthur is a prompt for XP gain. However, one of them is beyond Arthur's expectations during the ceremony of Melinda's succession to the title. Your appearance is reasonable, and such an appearance makes more people think of your change of identity. XP plus 100. Melinda's rumor of pregnancy is popular, and it begins to spread at a speed far beyond imagination. XP plus 250. More people have heard of your reputation. XP plus 130. Arthur M. What do you say? As for the second one, Arthur was really a little surprised. Whether it was the XP value, or the popular degree. Sure enough, everyone is a melon field. Arthur whispered to himself while stroking Pendragon. Compared to those insignificant fighting and killing, this kind of rumors mixed with color are what everyone loves. Arthur can even imagine how outrageous the rumors will eventually be. Here, some special tabloids definitely contributed to this. Don't write me down, Arthur muttered in his heart, and looked at the XP value. Together with the remaining 100 XP values, the XP value has now recovered to 580. Among them, the XP value gained from the daily more people hear your reputation is still steadily increasing. Obviously, for a long time in the future, this daily will become a source of XP that Arthur cannot ignore. As for the XP value this time, Arthur looked at Wand Combat. It takes 160 XP to reach LV4. It takes 320 XP to reach LV5. A total of 480 XP, which is just right for the current XP value. As for when it reaches LV5, there will be a significant increase in XP value. Other secret arts may be possible. But wand combat is unlikely to happen, because its creator, Ms. Abel, is a conservative person. Before, Arthur had been quite curious about this lady because of wand combat and the glory potion that she perfected later. Someone who could create secret arts and perfect potions was worth learning from. Therefore, Arthur had learned about this lady's life experience. This lady was not from an aristocratic family, nor from a merchant family, nor from a farmer family. Her mother was a great keeper. When Arthur got this information, he was quite surprised. After all, since the Empire era, most of the time, the great keepers died alone. Not only because of the taboo of death, but also because the great keepers themselves have some defects. Or, it is precisely because of such defects that they become great keepers. Even in the pioneer era, most of them are like this. Of course, there are also those who are as restless as Anthony, the great keeper of Nanlos. But most of the time, the great keeper fits everyone as stereotype. And when the great keeper is a woman, it's really surprising. Especially when the woman is not ugly and has no defects. It's even more surprising. In the book that Arthur looked through, there are sketches of Ms. Abel and the other party's mother. Although her appearance is not exquisite, her facial features are also regular, and she has a tactful temperament. Her clothes are also quite decent. It is difficult to find out the identity of the other party's mother as a great keeper from these. Then, the growth experience of this Lady Abel was even more mediocre. At any time, she remained average. Afterwards, when she came into contact with the mysterious side, she also remained average. Even after becoming an alchemist, she was still average. Until this lady chose potion science and perfected the glory potion. Making the glory potion have the mark of perfection, the average of this lady was truly understood by people. That's not medium. It's keeping a low profile. Arthur understood this deeply, so he was very sure that wand combat would not change much at LV5, wand combat LV4, in the middle of the Silver Age, an alchemist, Ms. Abel, created this secret technique. The original purpose was just to make up for her lack of physical strength, to make it safer when going out to look for materials, but as time went on, she continued to improve this secret technique, finally reached the current level. Effect: consume some physical strength, use the GA to perform the secret spell, give the cane magic power, in 3 minutes. It becomes a magic wand with fighting ability, extremely tough fast. Note 1. The caster has only one magic wand. Note 2. When the magic wand in the hand is completely broken, you can choose a new magic wand. Note 3. The magic wand cannot leave the caster's radius of 7 meters. Note 4. The fighting ability of the magic wand of LV4 is equivalent to that of a master of fighting. Note 5. The toughness of the magic wand. It is equivalent to having a layer of explosive level force field protection. Note 6. The magic wand's speed is equivalent to the speed of a combat master +1. There is nothing wrong with these. Although the combat level of the magic wand has not been improved, the special effects of toughness and speed appear enough to make up for it. Arthur is already satisfied with this. But what really surprised Arthur was the XP value required to upgrade magic wand combat to LV5. 50,000. Arthur's eyes widened. He counted carefully. It was indeed 50,000. Suddenly Arthur, who was full of confidence just a moment ago, felt a series of slaps in his ears. His face was about to be swollen. No, madam. You make me feel like a muggle? You are such a conservative person. Why do you play so big? What did you learn from a guy like Hulk? Wait. When Arthur was madly complaining in his heart, suddenly something came to mind. He rubbed his brows and quickly thought of something. At the end of the Silver Age, the alchemist Ms. Abel turned to potionology to pay tribute to her idol Master Hulk. This was what Melinda told him. At that time, Arthur, who was completely attracted by the perfect version of Glory Potion, heard this, but did not really take it to heart. And now, when 50,000 XP appeared, Arthur finally understood what it meant to pay tribute to an idol. Okay. This is how we play. Right? Just wait. When I can create a secret technique, I will do it this way. 2. Arthur thought viciously in his heart. Then, Arthur began to be curious. What would the 50,000 XP wand combat be like? It can't be that all the canes within a certain range will follow my command to attack. Right? Isn't this the return of all the wands? But I can't play the Eru. Arthur shouted in his heart. However, he became more and more curious about the level 5 wand fighting. At the same time, Arthur was more and more sure that Hulk, Ms. Abel must have anticipated the scene in front of him. They must have laughed the most happily when they found that the descendants could not make any progress in learning their secret skills at the last critical moment. They scratched their ears and cheeks. TSK, bad taste. But it seems really interesting. Arthur began to touch his chin. If the creation of the secret art was a joke before, Arthur was really a little tempted at this time. But then, Arthur slapped himself lightly. You are so proud of yourself at this point? You still want to create the secret art now? Live safely first. Arthur warned himself in his heart, looking at the farm not far away. When Arthur saw some of the arrangements in the farm clearly, he narrowed his eyes, and his eyes were full of surprise. This? Chapter 498 in a trance, a loud voice. Rick's farm is just outside of South Los. The terrain is flat, and the land is fertile. In addition to some cash crops, there are also many cattle, sheep, chickens and ducks. From the perspective of the carriage, Arthur saw at least 50 cows, and more than 200 sheep at a glance, and that's not all. It's just managed by Cook's 2 uncles with 7 sheepdogs. The 2 men rode on horses, waving whips in their hands, lasso, a long sword was placed on one side of the saddle, a crossbow was placed on the other side, a dagger was inserted into the belt around the waist. The most noticeable thing was that, in the winter in South Los, in the cold sea breeze, the 2 men only wore a wool vest, revealing their sturdy arms. With every shout, with the whip, the swing of the lasso, the knotted muscles on the sturdy arms would swell. What Arthur cared about most was the aura that the 2 men inadvertently revealed. It's not that strong, but it's extremely fierce. Simply put, it smells very bloody. Is this the smell of a bounty hunter? Arthur thought in his heart. The 2 people who were herding cattle and sheep obviously noticed the carriage coming. When they saw Cook jumping off the carriage, they smiled immediately. One of them whistled. Immediately, a falcon flew up from a fence not far away and rushed into the farm. About 10 minutes later, Arthur finally met Cook's father. A tall man with arms thicker than the average man's waist. He was shirtless, wearing only a pair of pants. And when he ran out of the farm, white smoke was coming out of his whole body. Exaggerated exercise intensity. Arthur looked at the sweat that continued to flow from Cook's father's body, and he had already imagined the other person's exercise in his mind. In fact, Arthur was sure that the other person's exercise intensity, it is comparable to some secret techniques of bodybuilding. Pushing the door open, Arthur got off the carriage. Cook's father, Rick, came up and wanted to give Arthur a hug. But thinking of his sweat, the father finally chose to shake hands. Sir Kratos, thank you for everything you have done for Cook. Do you know? Letting him follow you, I am afraid it is the best decision I have made in my life. You don't know, he was afraid of hardship and fatigue before. I never thought he would take the initiative to accept my training. Rick was so excited that he was incoherent. He grabbed Arthur's hand and shook it up and down vigorously. The force allowed Arthur to quickly assess it. Physique. At least 5. Of course. This is just normal. If the battle mode breaks out, the opponent's strength may be able to strangle an Arcanal-level strongman at will. This is what I should do. I don't want Cook and others to encounter any misfortune because of an accident that could have been avoided. So, please train them as much as you can. I hope they can do it in the shortest time possible. Able to truly stand on his own feet. Arthur was surprised at the father's strength. But his face was serious. After hearing Arthur's request, the father laughed out loud. Don't worry. I won't give Cook any chance to regret. He asked for it himself. So as a father, I will definitely use 200% of the pain to help him gain more powerful strength. Of course. You too? Rick said, looking at Scott and the other 7 people behind Cook. Then, the father did what he said, and did not give the 8 young men any chance to speak. He raised his hand to one of his old friends. Alan, come and train them. Don't hold back. Immediately, a middle-aged man with a height of 2.2 meters, wearing only a pair of shorts in the winter, and with muscles that looked like a faint rock texture, came out from behind. He was holding a whip in his hand. Snap! After swinging the whip in the air, he rushed directly to Cook in front of him. Scott, Wiggins, Haywood, Von Terrace, Uderian Ernest, Erwin Dubois, Zhukov Base. 8 people shouted. Now lightly run 20 kilometers. The last one will be whipped. The first one will be rewarded with chicken legs for lunch. Whoever doesn't finish the run will do 500 push-ups in the afternoon. If you can't finish 500 push-ups, you will have to run another 20 kilometers. After the roar, Alan shook the whip again. This time it was not an empty sound. Instead, it was really hit on the body. It was hit on Cook. Cook's expensive coat, along with the inner vest, shirt and other items, was directly torn to pieces, leaving a bloody mark on his body. Mr. Rick. Seeing this, Arthur's eyes jumped, and he spoke immediately. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by Rick. Please don't worry, Alan will know his limits, only the flesh will be hurt. And not the bones. And at noon, the medicinal bath will also be prepared. And they will not have any sequelae, Rick explained. Hearing this explanation, Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. He finally had a few useful subordinates. And he didn't want them to be useless. Medicinal bath? Cook's father's inheritance is richer than I thought. Arthur sighed in his heart. And his eyes secretly swept over the other's thick arms. Obviously, it is impossible for ordinary people to have such thick arms. And it must be the effect of the medicinal bath. Arthur was thinking about how much inheritance this father had. And he said, No, you misunderstood. I meant to say, for cleanliness and hygiene, please dip them in alcohol. I have promoted this method in the Shire District Police Station. The effect is very good. Arthur looked serious. Rick, this Cook's father. The farmer looked at Arthur in surprise. And then, his mouth opened wide. And he immediately turned around and shouted to his old friend. Alan dipped alcohol in him. Just like Lord Kratos said. It's clean and sanitary. As he said that, the farmer ignored the cries of the young people, including his own son, and motioned Arthur to follow him. The farmer took Arthur into the barn nearby. When Arthur walked into the barn, the young medium's eyes jumped. He saw the hanging sandbags of different sizes, fixed with wooden stakes, and the wire mesh inserted parallel to the ground. Wooden plank walls and single poles of different heights, and then bricks, wooden boards. Piled them up next to each other. The farmer picked up a brick and slapped it on his head. Bang! The bricks and stones broke, but the farmer's head was fine. Raising his hand to pat the debris, the farmer smiled at Arthur. In his dusty face, his teeth were white. There was a sense of simplicity. There was also a sense of honesty. But the brick and stone debris on the ground, but told Arthur that this was not the case at all. Being hit on the forehead by a blue brick, even a mysterious person would feel dizzy. And the performance of this farmer is not over yet. When Arthur watched this farmer rush through the barbed wire, as if sliding, jumping over the high and low walls, like a monkey with both feet, and smashing a sandbag with one punch. Then, when he began to spin on the high and low poles, Arthur even felt a trance. In the trance, and very familiar, he seemed to hear the uniform footsteps. He also heard the roar that resounded through the sky. He even had hallucinations in front of his eyes. Red shoulder straps, green military uniform, half-squatting horse stance with a gun at an angle. Chapter 499, the closest method to training a knight. Arthur shook his head quickly. Impossible. There is no way such an army could appear here. If it really appeared, he would be the first to join them. Because that could really bring light to this world. When Rick, who was practicing, saw Arthur shaking his head, he obviously misunderstood. Dill, the father shouted not far away. Immediately, a thin middle-aged man, but whose muscles were condensed into silk, came over. He picked up a wooden stick with cotton cloth wrapped around one end, and started whipping Rick all over his body. Head, chest, back, limbs, crotch. No place was spared. It hurts. Then beat him until he doesn't feel the pain anymore. It hurts. Then you get used to the pain. Then, you will be able to break through the current physical limit. Rick, who was being whipped, said with full energy. Then, the whipping tool changed from a wooden stick to an iron stick. And when the iron stick became a spear, there were stabbing and piercing in the beating. Stab the throat. Stab the groin. Facing the attack of two long spears, Rick took a deep breath. Buzz. At this time, his already strong body became 2 points stronger. The next moment, the long spear pierced the throat and the groin. But it couldn't penetrate at all, and it couldn't penetrate at all. On the contrary, after Rick took 2 steps forward with force, click, click. After 2 crisp sounds, the 2 long spears broke in the middle. Any verbal description is not as effective as actual practice. Rick thought so. Arthur also understood Rick's idea instantly. At the same time, Arthur also understood what he should do. Pa! Pa! The young medium did not hesitate to applaud. Not only did he applaud, But he also had a perfect smile on his face. After hearing Arthur's applause and seeing the smile on Arthur's face, Rick, the father, also smiled. Then, the father stopped the drill, pulled off a towel from the side, raised his hand to stop Dill, who had already picked up the musket, wiped the sweat off his body, and said, "Don't worry. This is what they need to train in the next stage. At this stage, they are just practicing their physical fitness, allowing their physique to grow to a limit. When they can easily strangle an ordinary mysterious person, they can enter this stage." Arthur glanced at the put-back musket and nodded unconsciously. The limit of this stage is desirable. No. This stage is just the beginning of the next stage. The final stage is desirable, Rick said. A smile appeared on his face. There is also a final stage? Is this going to tear apart the entrance with bare hands? Arthur sighed in his heart. The first stage is the limit of ordinary people. The second stage, it has already touched the extraordinary. The third stage, I don't know yet. The fourth stage, the so-called final stage, although I don't know, but the smile on Rick's face, although Arthur can imagine it. Moreover, at this time, the father lowered his voice and said, "This is the training method closest to the real knight." Knight? The training method close to the real knight? Arthur's heart trembled. Before, Arthur had said to Cook's father, there have been speculations about Rick's premature and hasty retirement. And now, Arthur has confirmed it. The other party not only dug up the remains of the church, but also dug out a relatively complete inheritance of the Knights Templar from the remains of the church. At least, the early training methods, medicinal baths are all available. And Rick's display is both a show of sincerity and a test. Test his potential and the direction of future cooperation. If his potential is huge, then in-depth cooperation is necessary. If his potential is not as great as imagined, then it is just superficial cooperation. Maintain the existing cooperation, and then give him certain benefits. But the core? He will never touch it. How to say it? A kind of smooth way of doing things after the combination of retired bounty hunter and farmer. There is a little cunning, and a little worldly wisdom. Thinking of this, Arthur said with a smile, as long as you don't take that step. Knight, still a knight. Not a puppet. Arthur didn't know the training method of the Knights Templar, but Arthur had obtained the exorcism salt, and evil-repelling brick powder, from them before, which could be made without the hunter ritual. This shows that the early training method of the Knights Templar did not require a ritual. In addition to what Rick just said, the training method closest to the real knight. Obviously, this early part is the training method of the knight. And later, the key part. The knight training method is replaced by the training method of the Knights Templar. This key part should be the entry chart. Apart from this, Arthur can't think of anything else. After all, it is rumored that the Knights Templar of the Holy See are a group of tireless, painful, fearful, and fanatical warriors. It is a bit similar to the death potion. Death warrior potion. Wouldn't it have something to do with the Knights Templar in the first place? Simplified version? Or an easy-to-enter version? Arthur's mind suddenly moved as he began to associate. Is it possible to combine the training method of the Knights Templar with Death Warrior Potion to create a more approachable version? As for the training method of the real knight, that training method disappeared in the early days of the Empire. The Shadow War swallowed up that training method. Not only the knight training method, the original wizard training method has also disappeared. Even during the glorious era of the Empire, the knight training method could not be completely restored in the true sense. Arthur is not so arrogant as to be able to repair it himself. However, as long as they are really of the same origin and combined, Arthur still has some confidence. And to do this, it is not difficult. Rick's test is enough to explain some of the situation. This father has a relatively complete training method for the Knights Templar. For his son and for his future, this father is also happy to provide a relatively complete training method for the Knights Templar, as long as he passes the test. And just now, he did quite well. The inheritance of the Kratos family is really amazing. You actually know the training method for the Knights Templar, Rick exclaimed. Arthur shook his head. I don't know. Rick's face showed doubt. How come he doesn't know? What he just said is correct. They are all key points. Right? Looking at Rick's puzzled face, Arthur smiled indifferently. He said softly, the training method of the Knights Templar was created by the Kratos family. Chapter 500 raised the status. Rick was stunned. The former bounty hunter, now the farmer, stared at Arthur with wide eyes, with a strong sense of disbelief. This, Rick wanted to express his emotions at the moment, but no words could describe the other party's mood. Arthur said without blushing or beating his heart, "My first ancestor traveled the entire continent before the establishment of the empire. He recorded everything he saw truthfully. This eventually became the most valuable asset of the Kratos family. Among them, the night training method is just one of them. In the records of the ancestors, the Kratos family even found a complete corpse of an ancient titan and witnessed the Ragnarok. Even as powerful as the ancient titan, they could not avoid death. Since that time, the Kratos family had some ideas. So, we would choose to retreat from the world more often. But this does not prevent our family members from choosing to participate in certain events at the right time, to prove some conjectures." Arthur began to elevate the status of his family, compared to the restrained situation when facing Melinda for the first time. At this time Arthur, who had added a lot of mysterious knowledge, rumors, let go of boasting. Since the Empire? No. 1,000-year family, South County, North County, there are several families on the entire East Coast. If they are put together, the Kratos family will only be lowered in status. Then move forward. The history of the Kratos family, to the golden age before the establishment of the Empire. Even, it must touch the age of the gods. Only in this way can it be unique. As for being suspected, Arthur is definitely not afraid of being suspected at this moment. As long as he has a big pair of pants, he can crush everyone's doubts. He has a snake body, and he never showed any part of the snake in his snake body. Why? Isn't it just for this moment? He will only show his size, 5 meters in height, which is enough to prove that the ancestors of the Kratos family have seen the corpse of the ancient titan and found something in it. Especially the snake body can grow as he eats and sleeps. When he appears with a height of 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, etc., no one will doubt it anymore. After all, in the history of giants on the little garden island, the tallest one recorded was only 15 meters. The rumored titan was 100 meters. Ancient titan? There is no detailed record. Some say 1,000 meters. Some say 10,000 meters. Some say it is bigger than the stars. As for Ragnarok, Arthur was a little more restrained in this regard. Although the eternal monster of the Kratos family, the heir of the rebellious bloodline, the creator of Ragnarok, the reverend of the northern gods, the ruler of the Chaos Blade, the owner of the Leviathan axe, Kratos. This title has been spread out with his words. Among them, creating Ragnarok. Although Arthur thinks he is still a little short of it, it does not stop him from bragging. Anyway, he has started to brag. Why not brag a little more? Therefore, he has laid the groundwork for the Kratos family's seclusion before. It is because of the death of the ancient titan that they secluded themselves. Then, his favor of death, to some extent, becomes reasonable. And his talent breath of death proves all this. There is evidence, and it is reasonable. Then why can't creating Ragnarok be true? You say it's false? Then you let the gods stand up and confront me? You can't do it? Then, what I say is true. Even if I say I am a descendant of God, it's all true. Because, you can't prove that I'm fake. Arthur has completely carried forward the shamelessness, and this has shocked Rick Dill. In the minds of the two retired bounty hunters, Arthur, who already has such a great reputation, doesn't need to deceive them at all, so, the two have never doubted it. What's more, Arthur is not just talking but not doing. Rick, can you lend me this? Arthur pointed to the awning cloth. This is specially prepared to prevent the barn from leaking. Of course. Rick nodded immediately. Although the farmer didn't understand what Arthur was going to do. It was just a canopy. What was that? And Dill beside him didn't care. The thin, but extremely strong bounty hunter was still thinking about what Arthur had just said. Dill always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. However, the next moment, the retired bounty hunter didn't think about this problem anymore. Because he saw a giant far beyond imagination. Under the shelter of the awning, Arthur took off his clothes and equipment and completely freed himself from the limitations of his body. Suddenly, Arthur's body swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The feeling of being filled with power made Arthur stretch his body comfortably. Crack, crack. With the sound of the joints stretching like the breaking of a cable, Arthur reached out and touched the top of the barn. Then, the giant medium wrapped his waist with a rain cloth. Helplessness appeared on his face. I thought I could stretch my back. Arthur said this, with a hint of helplessness on his face, and then he sat down cross-legged, looking at Rick who was still stunned. Dill smiled. Sorry, I'm not really an adult yet, my body is developing very fast. I remember when I was 8 years old, I still needed to jump to touch the top of this barn. You can touch the top of the barn by jumping at the age of 8? You were more than 3 meters tall when you were 8 years old. Rick, after Dill silently estimated in his heart, his brain had already crashed a little. For the two of them, the giant Arthur in front of him had completely proved what they said. Really? Everything is true. The Kratos family really existed before the Golden Age. The Kratos family really has the corpse of the ancient Titan. The ancestors of the Kratos family really witnessed Ragnarok. A member of the reclusive Kratos family was able to create a secret technique similar to the Knights Templar. Faced with this ironclad fact, Rick did not hesitate. The retired bounty hunter immediately took out his treasured Knights Templar cultivation secrets and handed them to Arthur. Sir Kratos, I have no doubts about you. You are a follower of Cook, and you will always be the most distinguished guest of Rick's farm. Since the Knights Templar cultivation secrets were created by the Kratos family, then I will return the property to its original owner, Rick said. He also bowed slightly. Although he retired, Rick has not forgotten his days as a bounty hunter. Especially in terms of human relations, he has become more delicate. At least, Arthur almost applauded the retired bounty hunter. Yes, I will look through the family notes. Find out the mistakes and omissions. If possible, I hope to complete it. Arthur nodded, and made a promise that was not really a promise. Who doesn't want to improve their strength? Arthur gave him hope. As for the end? Please remember the previous if. Feeling the slight weight of the notebook in his palm, Arthur's body began to shrink. Using the awning as a cover, Arthur made sure he was dressed properly before he walked out. Thank you, Rick. I haven't relaxed for a long time, Arthur said. If possible, Rick Farm welcomes you often. Of course, I promise that next time you come, there will be a bigger barn, Rick promised. A happy smile immediately appeared on Arthur's face. That is great. Huh? Before he finished speaking, Arthur frowned suddenly, as if he had discovered something. Chapter 501 News and news are different. Arthur frowned and then lowered his eyes, as if he was concentrating on thinking. After about 5 seconds, Arthur sighed softly. So that's how it is. Then, the young medium looked at Rick and Dill. Do you know what happened last night? Rick and Dill looked at each other. What happened last night? Both of them looked confused. Arthur saw this confusion. Well, don't know? That's easy. I'll be able to play freely. Arthur thought so, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Arthur never dared to underestimate Rick, the bounty hunter who had the good fortune to dig up a relic of the church, even if the other party gave him the training method of the Knights Templar. Because Arthur couldn't be sure how much Rick got from the relic. So, Arthur needs to test it. And at this stage, what could be more appropriate than the news of the climbers from the female swordsman? Arthur secretly watched the expressions of the two people, and lowered his voice and said, Rick, do you have an anti-peep barrier here? Yes. Rick nodded immediately, walked to the corner of the barn, picked up a water bag, and then pulled out the cork, and poured the light red liquid in the water bag onto the doors and windows. Then, a circle was formed around the three people. Dill also brought a chair for Arthur. Thank you, Dill. Arthur responded politely. This is what I should do. Dill, who had already been convinced and admired Arthur, smiled at him, turned around and walked to the corner to pick up another water bag. This water bag still contained the light red liquid. Arthur's gentle expression remained unchanged, and when his eyes swept over the light red liquid in his heart, he secretly exclaimed, Sure enough. In addition to exorcism salt and brick powder for repelling evil, Rick also got the block oil of the hunters. Could the ruins Rick dug up be the training base of the church? Arthur guessed. With the training methods of the Knights Templar, and exorcism salt, brick powder for repelling evil, and block oil, it's really too similar. You know, in the era when the hunters were recruited by the church, in addition to the holy water that most church personnel must bring, exorcism holy salt, evil repelling brick powder, and boundary oil are the three essential items, just like the silver sword at the waist. This made people unable to distinguish between church members and hunters for a long time, and also made hunters suffer from criticism for a long time, because people simply could not tell whether the person who committed the big crime was a church member or the hunters. In that era called holy, the hunters could not really resist, and could only change the inheritance mode. There was no hunter-esque castle in the past. Only the family and master-apprentice inheritance mode remained. in the late Holy Era, after the hunters broke away from the church and became independent. This mode did not change, and has been preserved until now. At the same time, boundary oil is also one of the true salt brick oil swords. Salt, exorcist salt. Brick, brick powder for repelling evils. Oil, block oil. Sword, hunter's sword. These four things are the standard equipment of the hunter. The low-level version of coarse salt, brick powder, kerosene, iron sword is used in a wider range. For some ghosts, the low-level version is also effective. Rick Dill ignited the circle around himself. Block oil. As long as it exists, it can prevent the prying of most secret arts. It can also effectively isolate evil spirits that teleport at will. Anyone who approaches with ill intentions and malice will be burned. Especially some evil spirits, who will be burned to ashes if touched. This is the passive defense mode. When the boundary oil is ignited, it will enter the active attack mode. Anyone who peeks and approaches will attract 3 times more attacks than in the defense mode. But it wastes oil. The normal boundary oil. Defense mode, enough for 2 weeks. And the attack mode, just a few minutes. Arthur, who knew this from the book, did not need Rick and Dill to explain, and he spoke directly. Last night, 3 strange climbers appeared in South Los. Climbers. When they heard this name, Rick and Dill's pupils couldn't help but dilate. Shocked. Really shocked. Obviously, Rick and Dill really didn't know. After confirming that the two really didn't know this, Arthur completely relaxed. Rick and Dill turned around and began to add oil to the burning boundary oil. Without hesitation. Suddenly, the boundary oil, which was only slightly burning, with a flame of only 1 or 2 centimeters high, began to burn violently. The blazing boundary oil brought light and temperature, and also gave the 2 retired bounty hunters a considerable sense of security. Climbers. 3 of them. How could they not be careful? The young medium watched Rick and Dill's actions, without any intention of stopping them. Climbers deserve such respect. When the 2 turned around again, Arthur continued. Just now, I sensed another climber appeared in Nanlos, although it was fleeting, but it was indeed a climber. Arthur's words made Rick and Dill breathe faster. Another climber? When did climbers become cheap? Why did they appear one after another? What bad luck is Nanlos going to suffer recently? Without hesitation, Rick and Dill poured out all the valuable boundary oil. In their hands, the flames, which had already spread to half a meter, directly enveloped the 3 people. This time, Arthur waved his hand and said, Don't be nervous. The climber this time is an acquaintance of the Kratos family. He should be here for the 3 strange climbers. Well, how should I put it? He is a pretty good person, but his personality is a little weird. If you meet him, just tell him that you are the subordinates of the Kratos family, and he will never hurt you again. Of course, due respect is required. The flames danced, reflecting the gentleness in Arthur's eyes, and became bright in the light of the fire. Rick and Dill were deeply moved. Neither of them objected to Arthur's final title of subordinate of the Kratos family. That's climber. Just a title of subordinate can gain the ability to protect oneself in front of a climber, which is really a good deal. At the same time, it also made Rick and Dill cherish this title of subordinate. When the flames became slightly smaller, Rick took a step and ran out of the barn. When he came back again, Rick had a notebook and a water bag in his hand. The retired bounty hunter handed the 2 things to Arthur respectfully. Chapter 502 The Broken World of Adults. The kitten comes to mend it. Thank you for your protection. Rick said this while handing over the things. His tone became more respectful. He bowed. Dill on the side did the same. As a subordinate of the Kratos family, he naturally needs a subordinate attitude. To this, Arthur smiled and nodded. Then, he took the notebook and water bag. The notebook recorded the whole process of boundary oil, which can be completed without the hunter ritual. The water bag is naturally filled with boundary oil. At this time, Arthur had no excuses. He performed so many shows. Wasn't it just to get more benefits? Note: boundary oil is all put into Carmen's wristband. Compared to Athos' box, Carmen's wristband not only has a larger internal space, but is also more convenient. As for Arthur's possession of space equipment, Rick, Dill were not surprised. With the inheritance of the Kratos family, it would be strange if there were no space equipment. After collecting the benefits he deserved, Arthur's face became serious. Be careful in the near future. Before I figure out their real purpose, everyone in the farm should stay alert. Arthur reminded. Understood. Rick, Dill nodded vigorously. A smile appeared on Arthur's face again. Of course, if you are bored, you can train Cook and the other 8 people as much as you want. I look forward to their talents being fulfilled, Arthur said with a sigh. Talents are fulfilled. Rick and Dill looked at each other. They knew about Cook's talents. He had no spirituality, and his other aspects were just average. But Arthur said he looked forward to their talents being fulfilled. What does this mean? It means Cook also has talents. It's just that they didn't find out. Compared with their own judgment, they believed more in the words of the family heirs who had existed since the Golden Age. Don't worry, Lord Kratos. I will make them feel the pain of living a life worse than death. And I will also make them feel the improvement of their strength. Well, I believe you can do this. At this point, Arthur suddenly took a deep breath. This sudden scene made Rick and Dill a little confused. They confirmed that Arthur just took a deep breath suddenly. But sitting here, there is no need for that. Is he giving us some hint? But what does breathing mean? The two of them were very puzzled and sent Arthur to the carriage outside the farm. Arthur looked back at the people who were beaten by the retired bounty hunter named Alan and cried for their parents. Training is training after all. But if you can imitate the battlefield, can you get twice the result with half the effort? After that, Arthur got on the carriage and slowly drove away from Rick's farm. But Rick and Dill's eyes lit up. Simulate the battlefield? The battlefield is sudden, so we need cold arrows. Yes, the battlefield is unexpected, so we need explosions and flames. The two of them talked back and forth, and immediately confirmed the realism of the battlefield. Of course, the arrows must be removed. The explosions and flames must also be controlled. Try to achieve the level of bluffing without hurting anyone. However, it is inevitable that there will be some minor bumps and bumps, but this kind of little bleeding will make them accustomed to the pain. They will not panic because of a little blood. Arthur heard what Rick and Dill said. Talent. Arthur gave them a good evaluation. These two are really suitable for training others. No. It should be said that Rick Farm is actually a big training ground. In the future, some of his men can come here for training. It doesn't matter how powerful they are, but they just want to be able to protect themselves. Arthur knows very well that as his plague gets bigger and bigger, the risk is getting bigger and bigger. Anyone who is not careful will suffer a catastrophe. And Arthur definitely does not want his catastrophe to start with the assassination of his men. As for whether someone abides by the code of chivalry? Yes, some people do. Those who died all abided by the code of chivalry. Those who are alive all promote the code of chivalry. Is it funny? It is not funny. This is reality. It is also human nature. Alas. Pen, you have to remember, except for Dad, you can't trust anyone else's words. They all have bad intentions, even if they seem to be doing good for you and giving you great benefits. Because there is no such thing as a free lunch. Except for Dad, no one will treat you well for no reason. Arthur stroked Pendragon while teaching his little cat. Meow. Pendragon called softly and completely ignored Arthur. As Arthur's little cat, it knows best that Arthur's words are the most untrustworthy. Others may be nice to you for no reason. Perhaps because they are attracted by your talent, beauty, or your waist. But Arthur is different. Not only does he have something to gain from you, he also wants you to be grateful. What a bad guy. Pendragon looked at Arthur with a look that saw through everything. Arthur saw it. Immediately, the young medium laughed. You are worthy of being my cat. The young medium praised. Pendragon immediately raised his cat head proudly. Seeing this scene, the young medium laughed even more happily. But, Pan, have you forgotten that you are in my hands now? Suddenly, Pendragon's cat face froze. Instinctively, Pendragon wanted to run, but was held tightly in Arthur's arms. Pan, feel the father's love. As Arthur said this, Pendragon immediately closed his eyes. According to Pendragon's previous experience, Arthur would start to rub his whole body vigorously with his hands at this time. Sometimes, he would also use water and lemon in the water. However, this time, it was different. Pendragon, who had his eyes closed, felt the collar on the back of his neck tighten. Subconsciously, Pendragon opened his eyes. Then, Pendragon found that he was actually held in Arthur's mouth. In that wet feeling, the vague voice was ringing in my ears. Pan, do you feel the father's love? Pan, such father's love is not necessary. The inexplicable sense of shame filled the kitten's heart, making the kitten's cat brain burn. However, how could the kitten with its neck held in its mouth resist? For the next 10 seconds, Pendragon was held in Arthur's mouth and swung back and forth. Pendragon felt that his cat life was dull. Pendragon wanted to die. Arthur opened his mouth triumphantly, put the kitten who had no desire to live aside, took out the Templar Knight training method given by Rick, and read it carefully. After a moment, Arthur raised his head and said softly, "It is so." Chapter 503. Deformities are everywhere when the bloodline is at its highest. Arthur read the entire Templar Knight training method at a fast speed, and then judged that the Templar Knight training method is really related to the Death Warrior potion. It's not that Arthur has any outstanding insights. It's that the formula of the potion taken by the Templar Knight in the 4th stage is almost the same as that of the Death Warrior potion. It's just that there are 2 more plants called Flame Grass and Warrior Mushroom in the Death Warrior potion. Arthur is not unfamiliar with these 2 plants, although he has never seen them in person. They are mentioned in many mysterious books. Flame grass grows near volcanoes, and is one of the favorite foods of salamanders. Many monster hunters like to use flame grass to fish for salamanders. Of course, ruined explorers also like flame grass, because flame grass can repel mosquitoes. Especially in the dark underground, if you have a few flaming grasses, camping will save you a lot of trouble. The flaming grass tastes pretty good too. The famous food explorer of the mysterious side, Tariko, once commented on the taste of flaming grass, like hot pepper sprinkled with hot oil, crisp, fragrant, spicy, very addictive. Because of its many uses, in the mysterious side market, flaming grass costs about 100 to 120 gold tickets per plant. As for the warrior mushroom, it was once a specialty of Incarnate in the North County. At the end of the Empire, when many heroes emerged, Ankenord was famous for producing fearless warriors. These warriors knew no fear, and were not afraid of death. They attracted the attention of all the lords. Especially the appearance of the Berserker route pushed the name of Ankenord to the peak. However, it was precisely because the mind of this invincible Berserker was distorted that the secret of Ankenord was exposed. Warrior Potion. People at that time called that potion like this. People in later generations prefer to call it the Berserker Potion. The reason why Incarnate is rich in fearless warriors is because of the Berserker Potion. As long as you take this potion, the user can gain great strength in a short period of time, but their rationality will be uncontrollably reduced, and even their rationality will be distorted after continuous use. Just like the Berserker Rao. This Berserker not only slaughtered the entire Incarnate, moreover, the formula of the Berserker Potion was destroyed. It was only said that the Warrior Mushroom was one of the main ingredients of the Berserker Potion. Therefore, many potion masters began to cultivate a large number of Warrior Mushrooms. In the potion master's field at that time, there were always fist-sized, blood-red mushrooms. Even in modern times, there are still many warrior mushrooms. Therefore, the price is not expensive. It is kept at around 10 to 11 gold tickets all year round. Burning life, exploding extremely strong power? Arthur thought in his heart. Obviously, in the Holy Age, the Church, which controlled the world, had a lot of time, borrowing the original knight training method to train Templar Knights, who were completely loyal to themselves. But in the Silver Age, the nobles in various places did not have such time, nor did they have such resources, so they modified the key medicine part in the Templar Knight as training method, make it more direct and effective. Of course, it is also possible that these nobles do not have the training methods of the Knights Templar at all, and only some of the potion formulas are preserved. After all, the battle that broke out at the end of the Holy Age caused many nobles to disappear without a trace. And there was no shortage of so-called Millennium nobles among them. As for the 100-year nobles, they are even more numerous. Therefore, for those who died after taking the death potion, the nobles would not care even more. In the eyes of the nobles, most people are just consumables. Even in the pioneer era, this view still exists among some nobles. Arrogance comes from the history of the family. Because, in the history of the family, it is full of honor. Because, such honor is built on blood and power. Unfortunately, such blood and power quickly dimmed with the passage of time. Arthur thought of the Middle and Late Silver Age. There are many Muggles in noble families. In fact, some noble families only allow intermarriage within the family for the sake of blood purity. Then, a large number of deformed children were born, although there are 1 or 2 outstanding ones. But the result of the nobles' excessive pursuit of blood honor is obvious. The loneliness of the Silver Age. In the earliest days of the Silver Age, some gifted people could only become knight squires, and in the early days of the Silver Age, they were already qualified to become knights. In the Middle and Late Silver Age, such gifted people could even obtain the title of lord. Many people have said that, Even if the 7 Years' War had not broken out, the nobles would not have been able to hold out for many years. After all, gunpowder was born. The birth of gunpowder gave ordinary people the confidence to revolt. Most people agree with this. Many nobles also think so. And Arthur? He thought so before. But with the memory of Glast, and the name of the witch Kleber, Arthur began to have doubts. It seemed that there was an invisible big hand pushing all this. Pushing the end of the Silver Age. Then, is the birth of gunpowder also part of it? Arthur had no evidence, just pure speculation. So, he remained silent. Therefore, he planned to investigate from another perspective. However, not now. Now? Arthur got off the carriage, holding Pendragon, carrying a food box full of snacks made by Lady Mary. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. When Arthur said goodbye to the coachman politely, Merlin greeted Arthur first, and Gawain on the side also greeted Arthur like Merlin. Although Gawain tried to make himself look natural, but Arthur could see the child's nervousness. Arthur was not surprised. Not every child can be so precocious. Ordinary children should behave like ordinary children. Moreover, as a guard, Gawain is more suitable. I brought back Mrs. Mary's cakes. You can each eat one. And then, take another one home. Arthur picked up the food box, with a smile on his face. This is not sharing. It was the young medium who was winning people as hearts. Compared to the complicated adults, the hearts of children were simpler. Looking at the excitement on Merlin and Gawain's faces, Arthur opened the door of the room, and let Pendragon walk by himself, then took out the wax paper from the kitchen, and wrapped the snacks for the 2 children. Snacks, there was no need to distinguish, because they were all egg tarts. 2 for each person. Arthur handed them to Merlin and Gawain. Thank you, sir. The 2 children thanked him. Arthur smiled and nodded. But his eyes skipped over the 2 children and looked outside the courtyard. A 2-meter tall, slender, white-haired lady was standing there quietly, looking at him with a kind and concerned look. Arthur was startled. Who are you? Chapter 504. A man who spends money lavishly. Facing Arthur's question, Mrs. Susan showed a smile that only an elder would have. It was different from the kindness and concern when she was looking at him. It was a hint of pampering. After noticing this smile, Arthur's toes and his boots began to dig into the ground. Really? Really? Another one? My grandpa, how many did you find? Arthur was filled with helplessness in his heart, and couldn't help but complain on the surface. They maintained etiquette. Merlin, take this lady to the medium's room. Gawain, pour this lady a cup of tea. Arthur ordered then, when he turned his head to look at this lady, an apology appeared on his face. Madam, I'm sorry. I just attended a party and need to clean up. Please wait a moment. Arthur said. It's okay, I'll wait for you. Mrs. Susan smiled and nodded. Then, when Merlin led Lady Susan to the medium's small hall, Arthur went into the bathroom, washed himself, and changed into a clean and loose-fitting set of clothes. When Arthur returned to his medium's small hall, Lady Susan was standing in the small hall, looking at the surrounding layout, with a nostalgic look in her eyes. No way. This lady has been here? My grandfather is so brave. Arthur guessed in his heart. It seems that she noticed Arthur's guess. Mrs. Susan smiled and waved her hand. This is my first time here. It's just that the furnishings here are similar to the ones when I first met Charlie. At that time, it was in the countryside of Swallow Castle. My family and I temporarily lived in Swallow Castle to avoid the war. When I arrived there, your grandfather was renovating an abandoned hunter's cabin. He demolished the original building, cut wood, carbonized it, made it into load-bearing columns, put a rainproof awning on the roof, and covered it with thick moss. I secretly observed him for more than 2 months. I was shocked by Charlie's hands-on ability. At the same time, I was flustered, but watching Charlie build a wilderness hut, I could not help but calm down, and there was an inexplicable release of pressure. Later, there was a sudden heavy rain, and I was caught off guard and got soaked. Charlie enthusiastically invited me into the hut to take shelter from the rain, and brought me delicious tea, and cookies he baked himself, and he also made umbrellas with bamboo. Looking at the lady standing in the study, lost in memories, Arthur really wanted to say to her, Is it possible that my grandfather was going after you? If the lady's words were embellished. Arthur roughly restored the story. Old Charlie, who was wandering in Swallow Castle, met the lady back then, took the initiative to attract her, and then succeeded. My grandfather. You are damned. Although he had never seen the lady back then, But according to the temperament that the lady in front of him showed from time to time, Arthur was sure that the lady must have been inexperienced, quiet, and gentle. And old Charlie? He was definitely a guy with bad intentions. Charlie is really a good person. The lady gave an evaluation from her heart. Arthur, yes, yes. Every woman who has come into contact with my grandfather said so. He is just handsome, speaks humorously, knows a little bit of modern medicine, pharmacy, can refine concentrated sulfuric acid, mix gunpowder, make muskets, lead bullets, mechanisms, know a little about gardening, painting, astrology, tailoring, making small handicrafts, also proficient in some fighting, swords, riding, archery, can cook occasionally. Isn't he short of money? What's so great about it? Arthur began to complain crazily in his heart. Not envy. Not jealousy. No sourness either. Absolutely not. Well, my grandfather is a good man. Arthur nodded in agreement with the lady's words. But then, Arthur saw the lady in front of him, who was obviously not young, but still looked young. Narrowed her eyes slightly. Yes, he is a good man, he is kind to everyone. My cousin, who had only met Charlie once, never forgot to ask me about Charlie's news until her death. She already had 5 children, but she was still looking forward to having dinner with Charlie. Then, the lady from Swallow Castle. In order to fund Charlie's travels, she even sold all her property, becoming a joke in the circle at that time. Arthur could see that the lady clenched her fists when she said these words. Obviously, the lady was not in a good mood. At this time, keeping silent was a good choice. However, Arthur still couldn't help but say, the lady in Yanbao must be the envy of others now. Arthur's tone was very sure. Ever since he knew that Charlie could break his own legs, he had to climb up to the balcony of Baron Novita's daughter. After entering the bedroom, Arthur roughly understood what kind of person his grandfather was. Perhaps most of the time, he was not very reliable. But when facing the ladies, he was quite persistent. Simply put, such a bastard. When facing each lady, he was true love. How could he make the other person a joke for his true love? Lady Susan looked at Arthur in surprise. The lady was a little surprised at Arthur's confidence in her grandfather. As far as she knew, old Charlie never mentioned his great achievements to his family. The trust of my family? The lady thought to herself. And then she did not deny it. Yes, Charlie gave the woman in Yanbao a gold mine he found during his travels, which made the woman with only a small fortune the richest woman in Yanbao, and made those guys who laughed at this woman become servile one by one, and even made the woman obtain the status of a noble. The scenery is endless. Speaking of this, Mrs. Susan's eyes showed a trace of envy. And Arthur? On the surface, everything was calm, seemingly calm. In secret, he was roaring like a storm. What? Gold mine. Give away a gold mine for picking up girls? My grandfather, you really spend a lot of money to pick up girls. That's a gold mine. Not a stone on the roadside. How could you bear to give it up? Do you know what would happen if our family had such a gold mine? A great start. The more excited he was, the calmer Arthur's expression became. The young medium even had a smile on his face. This surprised Mrs. Susan. Before, the lady believed that, except for old Charlie, no one could remain unmoved by the gold mine. Even, until now, the world only knew that it was the woman in Yanbao who discovered the gold mine, and had no idea of the existence of old Charlie. From beginning to end, old Charlie did not say much, and she was willing to play the role of a clown for the woman's generosity and kindness. At that time, she had stood up for old Charlie more than once. She also questioned how the woman could be so at ease. I am willing to use everything I have now in exchange for Charlie to stay with me. The woman's words left her speechless. But she was still a little angry. So, the lady told this secret news to vent her anger. Seeing Arthur's shocked and surprised expression, she let out her little bit of resentment. If Arthur was angry, it would be even better. Unfortunately, the lady miscalculated. Arthur was not shocked, surprised, or angry, but smiled calmly. Seeing this calm smile, the lady seemed to have hallucinations in front of her eyes. The figure of an old bastard overlapped with the young man in front of her, and the voice echoed in her ears again. Meeting in the rainstorm, let me believe in fate again, because you are the greatest gift it has given me. I now believe that you are fate's punishment for me. We haven't even separated yet, but it has made me miss you all the time. The scene before and after the rainstorm appeared in her mind, and Mrs. Susan's face was slightly red. The original little resentment naturally disappeared without a trace. The lady shook her head slightly, adjusted her mood, made herself look at Arthur seriously, formally said, "Arthur, hello. I'm Susan. You can call me Grandma Susan, Mrs. Okay. Grandma Susan." Chapter 505 Mutual Sincerity? Old Charlie never cared how much money he spent on picking up girls. He would give a gold mine if he wanted. Even, he would be happy to exchange his life for it. So, as the grandson of Old Charlie, Arthur thought he shouldn't mind how many grandmothers he had. After all, those were the wings that his grandfather had bought with his life. The wings that helped him rise to the top. "Thank you for the gift, Grandpa," Arthur shouted from the bottom of his heart. There was sincerity in his eyes when he looked at Lady Susan. Arthur certainly knew who Lady Susan was. The housekeeper of Countess Nanlos. The person Countess Nanlos trusted the most. The person who was most trustworthy. Whether it was Countess Nanlos herself, or Count Nanlos's subordinates, or even members of the Nanlos family, they all showed due respect to this lady. Because, it was this lady who pulled the Nanlos family back from the edge of the cliff. It also made the precarious Southlos stable and prosperous again. In the words of the female swordsman Julie, if there was no Lady Susan, Southlos would have been divided and annexed. So, after confirming the identity of the lady in front of him, Arthur acted very sincerely. It was a kind of sincerity visible to the naked eye, just like the Grandma Susan Arthur called out. "What Lady Susan?" "This is Grandma Susan." And this Lady Susan heard Arthur addressing her, immediately. She felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. She walked ahead of everyone. Except that guy. When she thought of that guy, Mrs. Susan sighed softly. Even she, there is no chance of winning against that guy. How can she win against a dead person? She has no way to go to the eternal resting place? And, even if she goes to the eternal resting place, it is useless. That place is the territory of death. If you enter there without any reason, you will only get death. Besides that, it will be a more miserable death. Since ancient times, there have been too many examples that prove that mortals have no chance of winning against death. Even the ascenders, who are called demigods, are the same in the early stages. But even if the ascenders reach the middle stage, even the high-level 7th stage, or even above, the chances of winning against death are still slim. What he has is only a weak power of self-preservation. Gods and demigods are essentially different. "How is Charlie doing recently?" Mrs. Susan sighed in her heart and asked directly. "Grandpa went to Barney some time ago, and now he should be traveling around," Arthur said very calmly. "As for hiding it for old Charlie, it's not necessary. He believes that his grandfather can handle everything. In fact, it is true." Mrs. Susan was not surprised to hear Barney. She even smiled contemptuously, obviously not taking Barney Selina seriously at all. "Humph, barbarian," Mrs. Susan snorted. Then, the lady raised her hand, and a box appeared in her hand. She did not hand it to Arthur in person, but placed it on the table in the medium hall. It contains the initiation ritual diagram of cat pie. Orange is greatness. Also, when using the diagram, the corresponding base material phantom stomach. The Earl originally wanted to use this entry map in exchange for your departure. The appearance of the 3 strange entrants before made the Earl alert again. The Nanlos family was not really prepared. Therefore, it takes time to develop and leave a way out. It just so happened that the appearance of the pirates before gave the Earl a great excuse. "And Arthur, you are inconspicuous enough. So the Earl really wants you to go. Of course, the public announcement is that you are about to take up the position of Chief of Staff of the 16th Staff." Without hiding anything, the lady directly told the original plan. Arthur, who was listening attentively, was inwardly amazed at the lady's ability. It's not that the plan she said was amazing, but that the lady's conversation skills were really amazing. Using old Charlie as a medium, a chain was formed to connect each other. And then using the conversation skills based on sincerity, it's really amazing. Let alone other things. The sincerity alone is enough to conquer most people. Moreover, Arthur can be sure that before this lady came, she must have done enough homework on him, and learned from the details the trouble-averse part of his character, which is why she chose this straightforward conversation technique. Of course, this does not mean that the lady's feelings for old Charlie are fake. On the contrary, this means that the lady really loves old Charlie. It is precisely because of this kind of love that this lady chose this kind of sincerity. In fact, this part is the key. Without old Charlie, this lady would never have made this kind of concession. Arthur, who knew this in his heart, had a more shining sincerity in his eyes. The young medium did not speak. but waited for Mrs. Susan to continue. Because the young medium knew that the turning point was coming. In fact, it was also true. But the news you asked Julie to bring back, but it made the Earl feel distressed. For this reason, our Earl had to change his original plan. Just before I left, the Earl was so angry that he kicked the table leg. Lady Susan laughed as she spoke. Kicking the table leg? What kind of child is this? Arthur took the opportunity to express his astonishment, to cover up his doubts. He asked the female swordsman to bring back the news because Melinda was pregnant. As for the news of giving up the Niwen fencing competition, Arthur did not think it would be enough to influence the Countess to change her mind. Unless Arthur suddenly had a guess in his heart. But he said, "The Earl is really surprising. I have read the letter of appointment written by the Earl. I am impressed by the round cursive handwriting. It is very delicate, peaceful and gentle. The Earl has a secretary." Lady Susan smiled. "So that's how it is." Arthur suddenly realized. The Earl's temper is not good, but he is not a bad person. She has the innocence of a girl, and all the good things a girl should have. Therefore, when faced with such unexpected things that she should not bear, she always uses childish means to lose her temper. "If possible, I will take you to meet the Earl." The smile on Lady Susan's face became more and more amiable. But Arthur began to feel uneasy. Because, inexplicably, Arthur had a feeling of blind date. Is this lady trying to match me with the tigress? I have Melinda in public. Right? Thinking in his heart, Arthur said immediately, "Of course, I look forward to meeting the Earl. Melinda has mentioned the Earl to me more than once. She highly respects the Earl. In the past, she praised me, and no one else could make her praise him so much." It is impossible to have a blind date. Even the master of Nanlos is no exception. Fortunately, Melinda acted as a shield. Mrs. Susan smiled even more. The lady did not dwell on this issue any more, but spoke directly. "The news just came. His Royal Highness the Grand Duke of Niwen announced that the champion of this South County swordsmanship competition will receive a title and territory." Arthur was stunned on the surface, but he was slightly relieved in his heart. So that's how it is. Chapter 506 Follow the balance. And you will get unlimited benefits. As he spoke, a look of realization appeared on Arthur's face. This realization was not a disguise. It was something he really thought of. For example, his mother, the descendant of Eslan. The Golden Lion family obviously cares a lot about the family members who are living abroad. Especially when an outstanding family member like Arthur is born. The Golden Lion family does not mind showing their sincerity. The other party knows very well that he could feel this kind of sincerity. Alvis, who used the alias of Dorn, did not have such a decisiveness. However, Alvis's elders, whose status in the Golden Lion family is higher than expected, actually could react so quickly. I just don't know how the old lion would react. It's likely that he is unhappy. Right? Arthur thought to himself. After all, the descendants of the Golden Lion family protected by Gilgic disguised as Grast are not from the old lion's branch. Therefore, Arthur could totally guess that when the old lion knew the news, his face would be ugly. At the same time, he also confirmed that the protected descendant also had a significant weight in the Golden Lion family. Therefore, the old lion compromised. By increasing the champion reward of the South County swordsmanship competition, he was invited to Niwen. And then his identity was identified. If it was true, then he would be the champion and get the title. Territory. If it was fake, he would die without a burial place. Of course, the old lion gave the title, and the territory was also considered. Obviously, the old lion did not intend to really let him return to the Golden Lion family, but gave him a reward alone, as a consolation. As for why, the old lion is old, but the old lion has sons. More than one. Although there are occasional fights, they are all family affairs. But once outsiders appear, that would be a misunderstanding. The old lion definitely doesn't want his sons to have another talented competitor. The other faction hopes to control the power of the Golden Lion family through Arthur's competition, so they will support it so strongly. TSK, lions are also considered cats. Right? As the leader of the cat faction, it is reasonable for me to join the Golden Lion family. And doesn't the Golden Lion cat also carry the 3 words Golden Lion? There are 2 more. Arthur thought to himself. As for joining the Golden Lion family, with the unexpected appearance of this clan member, Arthur was only 10% sure of deceiving the Golden Lion family. And now? 20% more out of thin air. This clan member is naturally at a disadvantage in the face of the old lion. Otherwise it would not agree to the old lion's decision to give him the title and territory. However, what does this matter? As long as he shows his true talent, the Golden Lion family must be his. At worst, I can kill all the old lion's sons. Of course, this is the worst plan. Arthur hopes to take over his family in an upright way, just like a lion. Before that, he must complete the exploration of the foothold of grass. I hope I can have another 10% chance of winning, Arthur thought in his heart, and said, the old lion is really willing to give up. Hearing Arthur sigh, Mrs. Susan shook her head. The old lion is not reluctant, but has to do it, after the Earl offered the title of knight as the champion reward. The old lion had to have a corresponding countermeasure, even if it was to maintain his reputation as the best in South County. He would not tolerate losing to the Earl and stealing the limelight. Moreover, this is a good opportunity to place one of his own people. Joel Coleman. Niwen is recognized as the strongest among the younger generation talent. Strength is said to be once in a century. Although he is a commoner, he has been with the old lion since he was a child. The old lion has said more than once that Joel Coleman will become the chief guard of his eldest son. Grisa. Not long ago, someone has compared you, Arthur, with this Joel Coleman, Mrs. Susan said as she looked at Arthur, with a smile on her lips. It was a smile of watching a good show. Obviously, in the heart of this lady, the so-called Joel Coleman is far inferior to Arthur. Arthur has heard of this Joel Coleman. At Emer Manor, Jimmet and Carol, two real nobles, told him about this person. And frankly, he must be a favorite in the South County swordsmanship competition. But that is it, Arthur is still unfamiliar with this Joel Coleman. Although the other party is famous, he is quite mysterious. Even Jimmet, Carol, and the other man didn't know much. But they only knew that the other party escaped from an enterer 2 years ago, when he was 15 years old. It is precisely because of this that Joel Coleman is known as the first among the young generation in Niwen. I look forward to fighting with this Mr. Joel Coleman. Arthur said so. He maintained a kind of humility, and directly agreed to Mrs. Susan. In response, Mrs. Susan smiled and nodded. Joel Coleman, most likely. They are the thugs carefully trained by the old lion family. The Golden Lion family loves to do this kind of thing. They like to create geniuses very much, and then, when this genius is brilliant, they pledge allegiance to the members of the old lion family, to highlight the honor of the family. It's really bad. Mrs. Susan expressed disdain. Then, when she looked at Arthur, a smile naturally appeared in her eyes again. Arthur, you agreed to the Earl's request. Then, in the future pirate cleanup, I will help you get the reward you deserve from the Earl, which will definitely satisfy you. At the same time, after you leave South Los, I will help you take care of Melinda and your property. After saying that, the lady stood up and walked out. Arthur followed behind, watching the other party get on the carriage, and after the carriage left without a trace, he turned around and returned to number 2 Kirk Street, to shape a genius, make them loyal, show honor. Hasn't the Nanlos family always been doing this? It was Melinda before, and now it's me. Arthur teased himself, while shrugging his shoulders. After confirming that Mrs. Susan was the Nanlos family's housekeeper, Arthur could never simply regard her as a relative. Maybe the relationship with his grandfather was still there. But the other party's identity, as the Nanlos family's housekeeper, was still there. So, the other party would definitely balance the two. Just like the old lion used title territory to balance the conflict between himself and another branch of the family. And he was also looking for a balance that could develop steadily and not be too risky. Everyone abided by the rules of the game. Therefore, Arthur was like a fish in water. Arthur knew this very well, and naturally would not break it, especially when there were great benefits. Arthur looked at the box on the table containing the cat pie, orange entry map, orange big, and the base material phantom stomach. After careful inspection, Arthur opened the box. And when he opened the box and picked up the scroll recording the entry map, surprise flashed in Arthur's eyes. Is this okay? Chapter 507, Entry Atlas, Orange Big. When Arthur picked up the Entry Atlas Orange Big, words began to appear in front of him. Entry Atlas Orange Big, Judgment in progress. Possess illusionary stomach, Judgment passed. Possess the ritual cat orange, Judgment passed. The cat orange ritual has not reached a high level. Do you want to use 4,000 XP points to make up for it? Cat orange ritual judging. Physique judged. Spirit judged. Judged that the cat orange ritual can reach its peak. Do you want to use 9,999 XP points? Arthur looked at the text prompt in front of him, with surprise in his eyes. After the ritual is performed, it takes time to accumulate to achieve a complete change in the person who performs the ritual. Not only the cat orange, but also the rituals of other schools and forces. Arthur knew this. Not only did the special effects of ordination, feast, and golden thread that appeared after completing the cat orange ritual tell Arthur this, but also because of the records in those mysterious books. In fact, to some extent, Arthur still remembered it clearly. By reading the mysterious books brought back from the Emer Manor, Arthur learned about a ritual called tortoise-turtle longevity. This ritual enhances physical strength. Spiritual. The harmony is very general, but it can greatly increase the lifespan of the person who performs the ritual. With each passing month, the lifespan of the person who performs the ritual will be increased by an additional 6 months. In simple terms, live 1 year, add 6 years. This gift lasts until 1,000 years. But unfortunately, every person who performs the hawk turtle longevity does not really live to 1,000 years. Because hunting. Although they have gained a long life, the mysterious people who perform the hawk turtle longevity ritual, they are not immortal. And compared to the mysterious people who performed other rituals, the performers of the hawk turtle longevity ritual, whose physique and spirituality are average, are really weak. Therefore, the evil in people's hearts began to show. Of course, the revealing of this evil is very hidden. However, with the rumor that taking the blood of the performer of the hawk turtle longevity ritual can increase lifespan, this evil exploded directly. Jealousy for the long-lived. The desire for longevity. The rest of the mysterious people began to slaughter the mysterious people who held the hawk turtle birthday ceremony. Therefore, almost at the end of the empire, the hawk turtle birthday ceremony was lost. Of course, Arthur could remember it so clearly, in addition to the specialness of the hawk turtle birthday ceremony, because the author of the book had a good friend who held the hawk turtle birthday ceremony. The author of the book marveled at the magic and greatness of this ritual. And then, when he was old, he killed his friend who had performed the hawk turtle birthday ritual. I regret doing this. But if it happens again, I will still do it. Because every time I see him full of energy, and then look at myself who is old, I feel disgusted. I hate myself. I hate my friends even more. I feel that my jealousy and anger have swallowed me up. So I killed him. And I chose to drink his blood. It is said that the blood of those who perform the hawk turtle's longevity ritual can increase a person's lifespan. Unfortunately, this is just a rumor. I drank all his blood, but my lifespan did not increase. When the day I had expected came, I was forced to face death. Obviously, it was another story of the musk deer died because of musk. However, it made Arthur remember the author of this book. Enter. At the same time, he also remembered that holding the ceremony is just the beginning. Therefore, Arthur was not surprised to use XP to make up for the time accumulation required for cat orange, but was pleasantly surprised. What really surprised Arthur was the following one. The ultimate of cat orange? Completely subconsciously, Arthur thought of the golden lion cat, who blew up the Holy Empire Pope with a fist as fast as light. Is it because the other party's ritual has reached the extreme that he is different? Very likely. The ultimate cat orange brings a different orange big. Then, orange big also reaches the extreme, which brings about the difference of ascending the ladder. Finally, with the invincible physique, the lightspeed fist. Thinking of this, Arthur did not hesitate, and directly opened the entry map orange big. His XP is not enough. But this does not prevent him from taking a look in advance. Then, Arthur was stunned. A fat and cute orange cat was lying on its back, with the bed broken and the giant dragon, tiger, bear, and wolf pinned to the ground. The dragon opened its mouth to spit out dragon breath, but only a little smoke came out. The tiger dug its front paws hard on the ground, trying to prop up its upper body. But the ground was broken, and it was useless. The same thing happened to the bear. The bear was famous for its strength, and it used all 4 limbs to push the orange cat up. The result was that he was so tired that he gasped for breath. The lone wolf lay flat, his eyes rolled back like a dog, and foamed at the mouth. On a tree not far away, a black crow was watching everything. In the bushes under the tree, a small snake swayed its body and slipped away. This, Arthur looked at the painting carefully, and didn't he know how to express his emotions correctly? He looked at the fat orange face full of arrogance, contempt, and a little cuteness, for some reason. The words I am emo could not help but echo in my ears. Is this the entry diagram? Arthur said to himself. To be honest, the entry diagram in front of him was quite different from the one he imagined. In Arthur's imagination, the entry diagram should contain the way to advancement, but also contain murderous intent. Moreover, if it is a little bit evil, it can also seduce the reader to unconsciously choose to enter the next level. And then the flesh and blood of the failed ones, all souls, are absorbed by the entry map. There are even true and false entry maps. The true ones are those that have the way to advance, but are also murderous. The false ones are full of murderous intent, and there is no chance of survival. They absorb the flesh and blood and souls of the losers to feed the real entry map. There must be some conspiracy hidden in this. But the reality is, colored pencil drawings. Although lifelike, they are ordinary. Could my entry map be fake? Even though I knew that Count Nanlos would never produce a fake one, but Arthur couldn't help but have such thoughts in his mind. Subconsciously, Arthur began to examine the entry map with a more serious attitude. Then, Arthur actually made a discovery. In the bushes drawn on this entry map, Arthur found a name. Herc. Chapter 508, The Stairway to the Steps. The bushes on the entry map, with lush branches and leaves, faintly reveal the names of the god of magic potion and the god of alchemy. Although obscure, you can definitely find it if you look carefully. Arthur compared the notes, and found that it was indeed Hulk's handwriting. At the same time, after seeing the master's autograph, Arthur felt relieved about the entry map in front of him. It seems that the entry map drawn by this master, it should be like this. Since the entry diagram looks like this, then the phantom stomach. Arthur thought to himself, and picked up the phantom stomach, which looked a bit like a sachet. Name, phantom stomach. Type, other items. Quality, secret method. Attribute, special space-based material. Note, this is the stomach of the phantom whale, which has extremely excellent potential, can be used as a potion, alchemy-based material, or as a material required for forging. It can even become the base material for rituals. But the prerequisite is that you have a very high level of potion, alchemy and forging. Whale and cat space stomach, should I say you are worthy of it? Master Hulk. Arthur knew about the Master's love of playing in mischief. And now? He has a deeper understanding. After all, cat orange. It is reasonable to need fish for promotion? But, space stomach. Arthur almost couldn't hold it in. Was he going to eat up the treasury with one meal, and then wash the dishes to pay off the debt? Oh, in the stomach of the big orange? No. 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 The big orange should be the priority. Arthur rubbed his eyebrows and kept complaining. After complaining for a few minutes, Arthur finally calmed down. The young medium sat in the chair and began to think. Since there was the option of the ultimate 9,999 XP points, then the option of the high-level 4,000 XP points could be abandoned. Arthur is not a perfectionist. But if he can be stronger, Arthur definitely doesn't mind. It's just that the XP gap is bigger. Of course, Arthur can also use time to slowly endure. Unfortunately, he simply doesn't have such time. Trading resources for time. It's expensive. Arthur sighed in his heart, put away the orange big level map, phantom stomach, and stretched his body to catch up on sleep. Keely lay on the corridor. Fukin stood in the attic with his eyes closed. Winnie stood on the roof as a sentry. Pendragon was naturally held in his arms. Soon, Arthur's breathing became long. Everything meant that Arthur was asleep. When Lady Susan took the carriage back to the Earl of Nanlos's mansion, she clearly sensed Arthur's sleeping appearance, and that residual thought also completely dissipated with this perception. Alas! Lady Susan sighed with guilt. She knew she shouldn't do this. But as the housekeeper of the Nanlos family, she had to do this. Compensate Arthur with more things. The entry map, Arthur can't use it, although the entry map was drawn by Master Hulk himself, and it is of extraordinary value, but that's all. So climb the stairs? Lady Susan thought in her heart, and her eyes could not help but glance at the Countess's study. If Arthur wants to climb the ladder, the easiest way is to take down the Earl, and become the son-in-law of the Nanlos family. However, the existence of Melinda makes this possibility less than 30%. Arthur is different from that scumbag Charlie. Arthur is an honest and good boy. He is even more loyal to his feelings. He clearly understood my hint before, but he still said that he already had Melinda. If you want Arthur to accept the Earl's words, it's very difficult. Especially, we need to consider Melinda. The lady pondered. And from beginning to end, the lady did not consider that the Countess might refuse. Because, as long as Arthur agreed, the lady was 20% sure that the Countess would agree. No one knew the Countess better than her. Maybe I can talk to Melinda, Lady Susan thought. As for Melinda, Lady Susan had met her. Moreover, more than once. Mrs. Susan admired Melinda very much, not only for Melinda's strength, but also because of Melinda's bloody wrist, which amazed her. Therefore, Mrs. Susan knew that it was not easy to convince Melinda. In fact, it was harder than Arthur. Because a mother is strong. The child in Melinda's belly was enough to make this lady stronger, tougher, sharper. Anyone who wanted to hurt this child and divide the child's deserved emotions, anyone who pursues her own interests will be regarded as an enemy by this lady. And she will fight to the death. The most important thing is that in this process, the lady as a mother is irrational and reckless. As a woman, Mrs. Susan knows women too well. Although she has no children. If she and old Charlie have children, and someone wants to hurt, no, if someone even has a little malice to touch her child, she will make the other party, and the forces they represent disappear into thin air. Completely disappear from this world, not even the soul can be left. So even this lady, facing the current situation, started to have a headache. As for giving up? No, she can't give up. Because the ladder to the cat hole is broken. The ladder is broken, making the cat hole split into 4, and the fight continues. Mrs. Susan doesn't know how the ladder to the cat hole is broken, but Lady Susan knew that Arthur could not waste time in the cat hole. Although for ordinary people, even a cat hole divided into 4 parts is enough to be called a lifetime goal. But that is only for ordinary people. For Arthur, who is extremely talented, it is absolutely not possible. Arthur is her favorite grandson, and he must climb the stairs and reach the 10th step. Old Charlie, you bastard, in order to hide yourself, you are willing to give up your grandson. At first, I just thought that Arthur had no talent, you have no choice but to give up. But now, it is obviously not the case. Fine. If you don't train him, I will train him. You wait. And those guys, wait too. I know your despicable plans. Shadow? Humph. Shadow will always be a shadow. My grandson should not and cannot be a shadow, he should be the sun. I will use all the resources of the Nanlos family to push Arthur to the 10th level, sitting on the clouds. The old lady thought in her heart. His face returned to its usual gentle look, and he walked straight towards the study of Count Nanlos. When he opened the door, he looked at the 1.4-meter tall female countess, who had just finished drinking the bone soup and was jumping up in the room, hoping to grow taller. His eyes showed the kindness and love that he only had when looking at a younger generation. At the same time, Arthur, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, turned over. The second exquisite human puppet had already been controlled by Arthur's consciousness and came to the outside of the Lotus Leaf Inn. Chapter 509 Determination and Awakening. As the eldest daughter of the Lotus Leaf Inn, after her mother, Miss Garda, semi-retired, Didion basically took over all matters of the hotel. The waiters and chefs, including Sapir, all respected this eldest sister. They remembered that, when they were young, in order to fill everyone's stomach, their eldest sister not only helped the family sell lotus leaves, lotus pods and lotus roots, but also worked part-time as a golden finger for a while. In the post-war years, Didion was also quite famous. However, as his brothers like Sapir grew up, Didion had long since retired from the business. At least, he stopped working as a golden finger. Other jobs? Didion still occasionally works part-time. For example, as an intelligence dealer. With the Lotus Leaf Inn, Didion always gets some information or commissions that are difficult for ordinary people to get. Just like this time. Someone paid Didion a large sum of money to monitor a guy named Dorn. 1 hour after Dorn checked into the hotel, the guy came to the door with 200 gold notes. Didion did not refuse. It was not that she didn't want to. It was that she couldn't. The guy was a big shot in the underground world of South Los. If she offended him, the entire hotel would be lost. But at this moment, Didion began to regret it. With the appearance of the medium Arthur Kratos, Didion knew she was doomed. The eldest daughter of the Lotus Leaf Inn never thought she would be involved in an incident involving such a big shot. So, she activated the backup plan. Go to the meeting alone. Kill that bastard. And before that, she needed to let Sapir run away with her mother and brothers and sisters. Leave South Los by boat. Go to Swallow Castle. The guy with the alias Dorn is from the Inner Bay Niwen. The best escape route is naturally out of her reach. So she has to settle for the next best option. Yinbao is also a good place. Only when her family members leave. Can she let go and do something big? As for her brothers and sisters who have left, they all have their own lives. She doesn't want to disrupt their lives, and they don't want their lives to be disrupted. After all, during holidays, they come to see their mother less and less. Maybe it's because they are busy. Normally, they are busy enough. At this time, Didion will not trouble them. Of course, there are some troubles that Didion cannot control, right? Eddie, go and wake up Sapir and the others. Chell, go and pack up your things. Charles, go and keep an eye on the street corner. If anyone unexpected appears, come back and report immediately. Didion began to instruct her 3 younger brothers. And she herself had already begun to check the dagger in the counter drawer, fire guns and crossbows. The road to Yanbao will definitely be unsafe. She has to prepare in advance. Tie the crossbow to her forearm, and place the 3 fire guns diagonally upwards on her chest. The 2 sisters who serve as cooks in the hotel, Eva and Portia, have appeared at the door, and Sapir, who had just fallen asleep for a while, also walked out of the room. What's wrong, Sister Didion? Eva and Portia saw their fully armed sister, and immediately gathered around. Sapir turned back to the room, when he waited to appear again. He had a long sword, a musket, explosives, and a mace as tall as an ordinary person on his waist. Sister, who are you going to kill? Sapir asked directly. To Sapir, Didion was his sister. His sister's enemy was his enemy. He just had to kill her. There was no need to ask why. Bang! Didion jumped up and hit his brother on the head. Sapir was puzzled by the crisp sound. I have to go there myself. You need to protect Eva, Portia, and Mother, Didion instructed, removing the explosives from Sapir's waist and inserting them behind his waist. When he heard his mother, Sapir's lips opened, but he couldn't say anything in the end. Take everyone to the dock and take a boat to Swallow Castle. You know who to look for at the dock. If everything goes well, I will meet you at Swallow Castle, and then everyone will return to South Los. If things don't go well, remember never to return to South Los. After saying that, Didion handed over all the 1042 gold notes, 125 sodas, and 7 sodas he had saved to Sapir. Sapir's eyes suddenly turned red after receiving the purse. The 2.2-meter tall strong man. Tears flowed directly. Take good care of Mother. Didion once again reminded the 2 sisters, Eva and Portia, who were already sobbing softly. Then, the lady walked out the door. Sister Garcia. That guy is my drinking buddy, Didion said without turning her head, and kept walking. Garcia? Didion knew Garcia a long time ago. She also read Garcia's articles. She thought they were very well written. Unfortunately, Garcia was not famous, and his articles were hard to be published, so, when she saw Garcia in the Intelligence Tavern, Didion was not surprised. Many people would choose to sell information in taverns when they were most helpless. She was like this. Garcia was the same. Looking at the clumsy Garcia, Didion helped Garcia several times in the beginning, and Garcia was very grateful to her. Even, the first payment was used to buy wine, to express his gratitude to her. Didion was not the first person to be treated to a drink, but a glass of low-alcohol beer was the first time. Especially, after treating this glass of low-alcohol beer, the other party did not even have a penny in his pocket, which was a unique situation. So, Didion drank the low-alcohol beer, which was rare. He also treated Garcia to a meal of kebab. As a result, the 2 became close. As a result, Didion knew that Garcia seemed to have been relying on some big shot recently. Garcia didn't say it clearly, but from his words and deeds, Didion could feel that this guy had become different. But this difference was ultimately Garcia's own. Didion would not bring such trouble to his friends, even if his friends become more confident. It is the same. Sapir looked at his eldest sister's back and handed the money in his hand to Eva and Portia for safekeeping, and then strode upstairs to find his mother. Sapir had already decided that he would first send his mother, brothers and sisters to Yanbao to settle down. Then, of course, he would return to Nanlos and kill those guys. Boom! A strong heartbeat appeared in Sapir's chest. But Sapir didn't notice it at all at this time. No one noticed, except for the exquisite human puppet, controlled by Arthur's consciousness, an unexpected awakener. In the shadows, Arthur glanced at Sapir in surprise. Bloodline is special. Some people can't get it even if they ask for it. Some people are born with it, and some people will awaken later. It is for this reason that some people say that our ancestors were all nobles. But the nobles nowadays will not admit it. They will only expel those who believe in such rhetoric. At the same time, they will recruit awakened people. People who awaken unexpectedly like this are more favored by the superiors than wild talents. After all, they don't need too much training to form a certain combat power. The only pity is that they are rare. And Arthur will naturally not let go of such a rare existence. Without hesitation, Arthur walked out of the inn. If he wanted to recruit Sapir, it would be far better to find Ms. Didion instead of direct persuasion. Arthur believed that as long as Ms. Didion joined, Sapir would definitely join. As for how to get Ms. Didion to join, thanks to the darkness in the gutter of Nanlos, exquisite human puppet, whispered to himself, and jumped onto the roof in a few flashes, standing upright on the eaves, and slightly lowered his head to look down. Chapter 510 Clean and Tidy. With the help of the exquisite human puppet, Arthur could clearly see Didion slash the necks of the two sentries cleanly and neatly. The lightness and neatness clearly showed that Didion was quite familiar with the dagger, and that she handled the corpse with care, without panic, telling Arthur that this was not the first time the other party had done this. In addition, Didion had obviously made preparations in advance. This lady was quite familiar with this place. When he walked to this street, he hid his body and ran towards the two sentries. TSK. What a dangerous world. Even the hotel owner can be called an assassin. Arthur sighed in his heart, and his eyes were fixed on Didion, who had dealt with the two sentries, and entered the courtyard. This courtyard should have been converted from a paper box pasting workshop. From Arthur's perspective, he could clearly see the raw materials piled on the ground. Didion was moving these raw materials lightly. After piling them up at the door of each room, they were set on fire. Whoosh! The flames were blazing. It's on fire! The people in the room shouted, and ran out. A crossbow arrow was thrown in front of them. Puff! The crossbow arrow pierced their throats, and the people who had just rushed out fell to the ground, holding their throats. The people in the room, who had just wanted to rush out, immediately shrank back in fear. At the same time, the previous client also saw Didion holding the crossbow arrow clearly. Didion, you. I have no choice, we can talk. The client's urgent shouting instantly turned into a plea. Because Didion lit the explosives in his hand. The fuse burned rapidly. The hissing sound was endless. It was like a countdown of life. The faces of the client and the other party's men in the room turned pale. It was obvious that Didion was not going to let them go. When the fuse burned to a dangerous range, Didion will definitely throw the explosives in, and then everyone in the room will be finished. The only way is to rush out. But who will rush out first? The first person to rush out must face the crossbows and muskets. The three muskets hanging on Didion's chest were seen by everyone in the room. The client who used to show off on the street and his subordinates never thought that Didion, who was usually humble and obedient, could be so cruel. Didion, I am innocent. Yes, Didion, I am innocent. I have never targeted you. Neither have I. The men of the client began to shout. Well, you didn't, but someone has been doing things that make me very unhappy. Didion nodded first, then looked at the client. At the same time, he pinched his fingers at the end of the fuse, preventing the fuse from burning further. That gesture was enough to explain everything. The client who saw this scene also understood what Didion wanted to do. Immediately, the client shouted loudly. Don't be fooled by her. Even if you kill me, this crazy woman won't let you go. You want, Before the client finished speaking, he was interrupted by his own screams. A subordinate stabbed the client in the back with a dagger. The client whose kidney was pierced immediately fell to the ground wailing. The original subordinates swarmed up like jackals. They wanted to show themselves in front of Didion, so as to have a chance to survive. But soon, they were desperate, because the explosives that were about to burn out were thrown in. At the last moment of their lives, they saw Didion's cold eyes. Boom! The explosion directly overturned the roof. Didion raised his right arm to block in front of him, and there was no regret or guilt in his eyes. The lady knew very well that no one here could be left alive. If only one was left alive, it would bring disaster to her and her family. So, she wanted to kill them all. When the explosion stopped, Didion rushed into the explosion site and counted the bodies on the scene. The lady finally breathed a sigh of relief. The two secret guards whose necks were cut. The one shot by a crossbow. There were also 5 people in the room. The client and the other party as 7 core subordinates were all there. There are still some peripheral members left, all of whom are insignificant. Even if they want to stir up trouble, they can't make any waves. After all, this is a piece of fat meat. Soon some forces will extend their tentacles in. You know, this is the core Shire district of South Los. Even if it is just the edge of the Shire district, it is the same. Sometimes, a name is enough to make those people crazy. Even, some people will take the initiative to stand up and admit that they did it this time. It was for this title, and the reason for the reasonable inheritance of this place. Didion knew this too well. So, the lady did not panic, but left here as carefully as when she came. The exquisite human puppet, standing on the roof on one side, let Arthur see the scene clearly. Before the action, plan carefully. After the action, be merciless. Always keep alert. Not bad. Arthur evaluated the lady in his heart, then. The original plan changed slightly. Before, Arthur valued the lady's brother Sapir more. A person with awakened blood can be a good fighting force with a little training. And now, Arthur thinks that this lady can also be a target for recruitment. At least, this lady is more than enough to command a team and be responsible for an area. Moreover, the other party is the easiest type to control. Family. The other party cares about her family very much. And in some ways, this is a perfect subordinate. Thinking of this, Arthur controlled the exquisite human puppet and followed quietly. Things are far from over. Didion was going to make 2 circles and return to the Lotus Leaf Hotel. Things were over faster than expected. But Didion did not allow herself to be careless. She would rather spend more time chasing her mother, brothers and sisters afterwards, rather than bring danger back home. Of course, more importantly, she felt uneasy. She always felt someone was watching her. For this reason, Didion, who was already cautious, became even more cautious. Just as the lady made 2 circles, still worried and prepared to go back home from a farther place, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. Madam, you are really amazing. Didion was startled, and quickly pulled away, keeping a distance from the other party. And the person who spoke, he did not chase, but walked out leisurely, a middle-aged man in a worn-out coat. There are many such middle-aged people in the dock area. He was not eye-catching even when he appeared on the edge of the Shire district. Especially the stains on his face, and the smell of alcohol on his body, which made it easy to associate him with ordinary middle-aged people who were homeless, lived on odd jobs, and went to the tavern to drink when they had some money. No one would pay attention to such a person. There were too many such people in South Los. But Didion was different. She stared at the other party, and began to slowly retreat. But the next moment, the lady stopped, because 2 more people appeared at the entrance of the alley and blocked her way. The crossbows in their hands were aimed at her. Madam, we have no ill intentions. We just want to ask you a few questions. As long as you answer truthfully, we will let you go. Didion didn't believe the other party's nonsense at all, but nodded at this time. The lady needed a chance to leave, and delaying time was the best way to find an opportunity. Very good. The middle-aged man nodded, and then asked directly, how much do you know about the medium Arthur Kratos? Suddenly, Didion's heart trembled. Chapter 511 Broken Arrows and Broken Bottles. After learning that the person who came to the inn in the morning was the medium Arthur Kratos, Didion knew that she was in big trouble. So, after just a little hesitation, she chose to take the risk. She wanted to cut off the connection with the danger. That client, Didion knew, of course, that the client could not be the one who targeted the medium Arthur Kratos. With the other party's identity, not worthy at all. But the person behind the other party must be. And what she has to do is, to prevent herself from being targeted by the guy behind the client. But, it seems a little late. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of her, and then looking at the 2 people holding crossbows at the entrance of the alley, Didion's heart was filled with helplessness. At this time, the lady had figured it out. The client was the bait released by the middle-aged man in front of her. It was for fishing. Of course, I definitely didn't want to catch a stupid fish like her. I wanted to catch a shark. But she rushed in headfirst. I was still impulsive. Has the long, peaceful life made me dull? Didion thought in her heart, but she didn't have any more regrets. Because, the lady knew very well that since the middle-aged man in front of her was fishing, then he would not treat the bait very well. The client was the bait, that is right. And she? Isn't it just another bait? It is precisely because of this that the middle-aged man in front of him does not mind the killing of baits. Or rather, because of her unusual behavior, the middle-aged man in front of him thought he really caught a shark. What a shit! The lady cursed in her heart, but she said directly, "You are talking about the son of Doom, who was born in secret, the one favored by the god of death, the contemporary Black Cat, the champion of the Nanlo swordsmanship competition, the male owner of Caesar Manor. Medium Arthur Kratos? Of course. Apart from this, sir, I don't think there is another medium named Arthur Kratos in Nanlos. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. About this, sir, I know something. Didion stretched out his tone, and his eyes turned to the two men holding crossbows at the entrance of the alley. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. The secret should not be known to more people. However, the middle-aged man shook his head. Their loyalty is beyond doubt. Madam, please tell me what you know. As long as I am satisfied, I will let you go as I just said. The middle-aged man emphasized again. This made Didion sneer in his heart. You feel satisfied? How can you be satisfied? Well, I know one thing. Bang! When the tone was stretched again, Didion suddenly turned sideways, and the musket hanging diagonally on his chest, the muzzle of the gun, was adjusted directly with the downward pressure of the right arm. When the finger pulled the trigger, the gunshot sounded. The middle-aged man was knocked down by the gunshot. The two men holding crossbows also pulled the trigger at the same time. Facing the arrows, Didion could only try to dodge. At the same time, the dagger in her other hand was thrown out by her. Didion could predict that the dagger she threw would hit the target accurately. However, the lady was not happy at all. Because the two crossbow arrows will also hit her. One of them will hit her directly in the vitals. There is no way to dodge. Then don't dodge. The lady drew out the two guns in front of her chest, and aimed directly at the other crossbowman. She was dead. But before she died, she had to take these people away. Bang, bang. The gunpowder flashed. The bullet whistled through the air. Didion's mouth curled up. The lady was ready to die calmly. At this moment, the lady once again thought of the dimly lit tavern at that time. She was slightly drunk at that time, and met the man again. The embarrassed man, whose stomach was growling with hunger at that time, but in order to repay the favor, insisted on buying her a drink. And, honestly, it was the man's pitiful self-esteem, and asked her not to hurt him. So she accepted it. That guy said he would buy me a drink again after receiving the manuscript fee. Sure enough, it will never come true in this life. With that guy's article, how could he get the manuscript fee? With a hint of teasing, Didion closed her eyes. Then, snap, snap. Two crisp sounds echoed in the alley, and then, the unique aroma of low-alcohol beer began to spread. Didion suddenly opened her eyes. She saw two broken bottles, and the two arrows that were hit by the bottles. And a man running over panting. Didion, are you okay? Garcia, sweating profusely, looked at the lady in front of him worriedly. Just now, got the real meaning. Garcia, who relied on his own first payment for his writing, did not hesitate, bought 2 bottles of low-alcohol beer, and went straight to the Lotus Leaf Inn. He wanted to fulfill his promise to a lady. Then, he found the Lotus Leaf Inn with its door tightly closed. Immediately, Garcia knew something was wrong. The explosion that followed let Garcia know the direction. Immediately, this newcomer to the Cape Society, who was a writer and an intelligence dealer, rushed here directly. Then, Didion faced the arrows, pulled the trigger, and the musket fired the bullets. From Garcia's perspective, Didion would definitely be hit by the arrows. So, he threw the bottle in his hand. Garcia didn't know if he could stop it. But this was all he could do. Then, the 2 bottles were thrown sideways, flying to the wall on the side. Garcia's eyes widened, full of despair. But the next moment, under Garcia's gaze, the 2 bottles that had been thrown crookedly miraculously turned around and hit the 2 arrows. The arrows fell to the ground. Didion was fine. Garcia breathed a sigh of relief and rushed over. Looking at the sweaty and slightly clumsy Garcia, Didion smiled unconsciously, but then grabbed Garcia and blocked him behind her. The lady rubbed her feet on the ground, and the arrow that was shot down flew into her hand. The sharp tip of the arrow pointed directly at the middle-aged man who was shot, and was slowly standing up from the ground. Garcia, who was protected by Didion, also wanted to pick up another arrow. But after bending down for a long time, the arrow stained with wine was slipperier than expected. Garcia tried several times but failed. In desperation, the newcomer of the Cape Society could only pick up the half of the wine bottle with the bottle mouth remaining, and pointed the sharp side at the middle-aged man. Looking at the combination of the 2, the middle-aged man laughed. Ha ha! Arrows? Broken bottles? You don't know what you are facing? Miss Didion, you really disappoint me. I originally wanted to ask you a few questions, and then let you go. But who knew that you would foolishly choose to defend the medium Arthur Kratos? At this point, the middle-aged man paused deliberately, and the sarcasm in his eyes was as real as substance. The words became even more sharp and harsh. You defended the so-called Nanlos medium Arthur Kratos, but now you and your friends are going to die. Where is he? You and your friends are destined to die in vain. And that medium Arthur Kratos will not pay attention to small people like you. The vicious words echoed in the alley. But the next moment... Oh, really? Chapter 512 Black Demon. No, it's the Black Cats. The voice from behind startled the middle-aged man. Because the middle-aged man confirmed that there was a wall behind him. When intercepting Didion, the middle-aged man had explored the surroundings. He was in doubt, but his body was fast. Without any hesitation, the middle-aged man moved sideways for 2 steps and rushed out of the alley diagonally. The speed was so fast that Garcia had no time to react. Didion raised his hand and threw the arrow in his hand. However, the arrow was knocked down by the middle-aged man. At the same time, the middle-aged man looked back at Didion. Garcia's eyes were fierce. Like a wolf, Didion raised his hand and took another arrow. The lady knew that she must not let this guy escape. Otherwise, she, Garcia, and the relatives of the Lotus Leaf Hotel would never have peace. At this time, Garcia finally came to his senses. This newcomer to the Cape Society, a part-time information dealer who had his manuscripts rejected 100 times, threw the half bottle in his hand out like a grenade. The half bottle was spinning in the air, drawing an arc. The middle-aged man saw it, but he didn't care at all. For the middle-aged man, this level of attack, he could dodge it with his eyes closed. The other party cared about the person who was speaking. Where is it? Where is it? The other party who seemed to be running away, in fact. He was searching with all means. The other party moved his feet and dodged the half bottle. However, what the middle-aged man did not see was that the half bottle that had passed by actually came back again. Puff! The sharp end of the half bottle pierced the middle-aged man's vest. The middle-aged man's face showed surprise and disbelief. Then, the second crossbow arrow thrown by Didion also arrived. It was different from Garcia's random attack. Didion's throwing technique was obviously well practiced. Not only accurate, but also fierce. Puff! The arrow went straight through the middle-aged man's neck. However, the middle-aged man did not fall down. There was a half-broken wine bottle stuck in his vest, an arrow stuck in his throat, and a musket ball embedded in his body. But he was still full of energy. Is that all? It's so disappointing. Is this the rumored medium Arthur Kratos? Without running away, the middle-aged man who couldn't find a hidden person began to taunt. Seeing this, Arthur, who was controlling the exquisite human puppet, smiled. This is more like an old lion. How could he compromise without any reaction? An old lion is still a lion. When the old lion reached a compromise with another force in the Golden Lion family and offered the title and territory as the champion reward of the South County swordsmanship competition, Arthur was a little confused. Although Arthur had never had direct contact with the old lion, he had contact with him from the side more than once. Fierce. Revengeful. No mercy. As long as you offend the Lord of the Inner Bay, you will be retaliated. The other party will constantly use the chips in his hand to crush anyone who offends His Majesty. This is Arthur's direct impression of the old lion. Of course, it seems that because the old lion is old, this behavior is interpreted by more people as cowardly and bluffing. However, Arthur, who had personally experienced the revenge of the old lion, understood that no matter how powerful the lion was, no matter how bluffing it was, the death brought by the old lion was real. Moreover, the many people who said that the old lion was powerful but bluffing, weren't they deliberately misleading others? Or even guilty? Therefore, after Arthur learned that the old lion had compromised, he became alert in his heart. In addition, in order to reassure Mrs. Susan, Arthur sent out the second exquisite human puppet. It was definitely not because of the instinctive idea of quietly retreating, protecting everyone in front of me. Through the vision of exquisite human puppet, Arthur looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, above the arcana level, close to the great arcana level. A hidden chess piece hidden in the hidden chess piece? It should have been used to deal with Alves at first, but now it has become used to deal with me? No, it's not against me. To be precise, it's to warn me. On the premise that another force in the Golden Lion family knows about me, for the sake of the stability of the Golden Lion family. The old lion could not really kill me, but he could use the opponent to warn me. Moreover, the old lion also knew my strength of entering the rank. So how could he use an opponent of this level to deal with me? So, he had to use some extreme secret technique of burning life to show his determination, majesty, and honor. To scare me, Arthur thought in his heart. And the exquisite human puppet had already come out. It came out of the wall. The exquisite human puppet, with ordinary face and pale hair, looked at the middle-aged man with cold eyes. But his voice became softer and softer. The Lord wants to let you go out of pity. But some people are really not worthy of pity. The middle-aged man looked at the exquisite human puppet, who came out, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. He had always thought that the other party was Arthur, but he didn't expect it to be a stranger. Who are you? The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Dark magic. Black cats. Grindelwald. Arthur manipulated the exquisite human puppet, and reported his own name. Black cats? The middle-aged man frowned. Just one black cats? This is inconsistent with the established goal. But at this time, the middle-aged man could not care about these. The effect of the drug will fade, the middle-aged man thought in his heart, and strode towards Grindelwald. Let me experience the black cats. You don't deserve it. Grindelwald smiled contemptuously, and shook his head slightly. The next moment, this black cat clan turned around and looked at Garcia. Didion. The middle-aged man was stunned. Then, a sense of humiliation rose from the bottom of his heart. This little black cat clan was humiliating him. Angry. The anger brought by the humiliation made the middle-aged man completely out of control. Roar! Be careful! As if in the roar of a beast. Garcia, Didion exclaimed in surprise. In the sight of the two, the middle-aged man's body began to emit a strange red light, like flowing flames, especially his eyes, which made it impossible to look directly at. Grindelwald remained calm, raised his left hand to the level of his eyes, and snapped his fingers lightly. The sound was crisp. It was freezing cold. A layer of ice crystals appeared out of thin air on the middle-aged man's body. The flowing flames, instantly covered by ice crystals. The flame extinguished. The ice crystals flickered. In an instant, the middle-aged man lost his breath of life, and completely turned into an ice sculpture. Grindelwald gracefully walked to Garcia, Didion, and greeted them with a smile. Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia. Ms. Didion, on behalf of the secret-born son of doom, the person favored by the god of death, the contemporary black cat, the master of the cat school, the champion of the Nanlo swordsmanship competition, the male owner of Caesar Manor, the medium lord Arthur Kratos. I send you greetings. Chapter 513. There is always waiting, like a spring breeze, unconsciously and fearlessly. Arthur automatically added the title of Master of the Cat School to himself. It is the Master of the Cat School, not a fake master. His title of Contemporary Black Cat has been recognized by the world, and there is also an entry-level map orange big. So why can't he be called the Master of the Cat School? To some extent, he deserves it. Therefore, when Grindelwald introduced himself, he was very calm. Hello, Mr. Grindelwald. Garcia responded gratefully. This newcomer to the Cloak Society, a writer who had his manuscripts rejected 100 times, and a part-time information dealer, bowed again to express his gratitude. Looking at the clumsy Garcia, Didion sighed slightly in her heart. She knew that the man in front of her was very simple. That's right. He was simple. A part-time information dealer. There are actually simple people. If you say it out, no one will believe it. But Garcia is really simple. From the beginning to the end, Garcia used the money he earned as a part-time information dealer to support his writing. This is sometimes more unbelievable than being a simple information dealer. After all, others write books to make a living, while Garcia writes with his life. Simply put, writing is Garcia's dream. For this dream, Garcia gave up his life. Or, writing is Garcia's life. In Garcia's world, writing comes first. Others? Not very important. Although Garcia also understands some social etiquette, and knows to bend down for a meal, but he doesn't go deep. So, in Didion's eyes, Garcia is very special, very cute. But at this time, Didion knew that he needed to take action himself. Otherwise, the cute Garcia in his eyes would be a fool in the eyes of others. Thank you for your help, Lord Grindelwald. I am Didion from the Lotus Leaf Inn. If you have any instructions, I will do my best. Saying this, Didion bowed slightly. There is no hatred without reason in the world. There is no love without reason. Didion, who grew up after the 7 Years' War, knows the relationship between people too well. Apart from interests, it is just an exchange of interests. Therefore, she loves her family, because her mother gave them love selflessly. It broke the saying, "There is no love without reason in the world." She once asked the mother, "Why did you bring her back?" Ms. Garda looked strange at the time. Didion still remembered that strange look. So, Didion called Ms. Garda her mother. So, Didion was able to leave a long time ago. But she still stayed at the Lotus Leaf Inn. Her mother raised her when she was young. It was natural for her to serve her elderly mother. This was not an equal exchange. It was support between family members. But besides family members? Didion would not believe more. Well, the lovely Garcia was an exception. Grindelwald looked at Didion's expression, and naturally knew what the eldest daughter of the Lotus Leaf Inn was thinking, and laughed immediately. Not aggressive, but gentle, and even more graceful. This is the order of the adults. He broke your peaceful life, so he chose to deal with the aftermath. And I promise you that there will be no such thing happening again, Grindelwald said, after bowing gracefully, turned and left. When passing by the ice sculpture, he tapped it lightly with his cane. Ding! Snap! With a crisp sound, the ice sculpture shattered directly. The middle-aged man was deader than dead. After that, Grindelwald did not stop, and quickly disappeared in the afternoon sun. Grindelwald really left. Arthur really wanted to recruit Didion and his brother Sapir. And of course, Garcia. However, recruiting also requires methods and ways. If it was just a stupid person like Garcia, Arthur would speak directly. But if he met someone as meticulous and suspicious as Didion, then he had to let the other party speak. If Arthur took the initiative, the other party would definitely be doubly cautious, or even just run away. In this regard, Arthur knew it too well. Because he was a similar person before. So, Arthur knew very well what he should do. Garcia looked at Didion with a frown on his face, and then looked at the direction where Grindelwald disappeared, scratched his head, and was a little confused. Garcia felt that Mr. Grindelwald was not a bad person. But why did Didion look so solemn? Didion noticed Garcia's expression and couldn't help but say, "This kind of favor from a big shot, it's not that easy to deal with." Didion instinctively didn't believe Grindelwald's words. But she asked herself if she had anything worth him. Appearance? She thought her appearance was not outstanding. And she was already in her 30s. More importantly, the other party had clear eyes. As for that big shot, the rumored lady of the long night was stunningly beautiful. So, what did he want? Lotus Leaf Inn? Her silly brothers and sisters? It's impossible. The doubts in his heart made Didion a little uneasy. Garcia scratched his head again. Didion. That? Garcia hesitated, which made Didion, who was already uneasy, feel nervous. No way. At this time? Didion was nervous and tensed up. The wine I bought with my royalties was broken. I'm sorry. I promise. I will bring new wine next time I get my royalties, Garcia said. Didion was stunned. Oh, you know that too, I am not very good at writing, so the next payment may take some time. I promise half a year. No, a year. Or 3 years. Garcia was getting more and more embarrassed as he spoke. Didion simply kicked Garcia and turned away. Ah! Garcia fell to the ground holding his calf and cried out in pain. Garcia, who fell there, looked at Didion, who was walking away. He looked at the broken wine bottles on the ground not far away and couldn't help muttering, "I originally planned to use them to prove that I had fulfilled my promise to you. And then confess my love." Looking at the broken wine bottles, Garcia wanted to cry, but had no tears. Then he got up, shook his painful calves while running, and shouted loudly, "Wait for me." Didion, who was already moving forward, walked faster after hearing such a shout. Garcia limped after him. Slowly, clumsily, the crow on the roof watched this scene, with a smile in its eyes. Then, it spread its wings and flew away. It passed through the narrow alley and the wide street. Finally, it landed on the roof of number 2 Kirk Street. And after looking at Merlin and Gawain, who were cleaning the yard, it looked at the carriage approaching from a distance. Sitting in the carriage, Melinda, who was holding an unlit pipe, looked at the crow and couldn't help but snorted coldly. Humph! A pretentious guy. Chapter 514, New Crow. Arthur opened the door with sleepy eyes, but when he saw Melinda, he showed joy on his face. And Melinda, who was carrying a food box, had a slightly red cheek. Arthur turned sideways and welcomed Melinda in. Anyone who saw the scene would envy the relationship between the two. After all, This is a scene that only appears during the passionate love period. Once the passionate love period fades, perfunctory behavior will appear. When perfunctory behavior appears, the quarrel is not far away. As for being in the passionate love period, either one of them is ever changing. Or it is just acting. Just like Arthur at this time, Melinda. When the door of number 2 Kirk Street was closed, Melinda snorted again. Pretentious guy. The sudden words did not make Arthur puzzled. He knew very well why Melinda was angry. Because of boundary oil. After getting boundary oil from Rick, Arthur immediately applied some at the door of the medium hall. As for the effect, seeing Melinda's anger at the moment, Arthur knew. Well, there is no way. I have to cooperate with you. After all, according to common sense, you should be in Caesar Manor now. You should be there for at least 3 to 5 days. But you who miss me, appeared at the door of number 2 Kirk Street just one morning after I left. I was suffering from the separation. Of course, it was a surprise. Arthur pretended to be ignorant even though he knew the truth. His explanation in front of Melinda made the lady kick him. Unfortunately, Arthur was not the clumsy Garcia. Not only did he dodge easily, but he also knew how to resolve it. The young medium pointed to the medium hall. Boundary oil, Arthur said softly. Boundary oil? Is it true that Cat Pie Black has a good relationship with the hunters? Melinda's attention was immediately attracted. And this is what Arthur wants. Angry at Melinda, because he is happy. Coaxing Melinda is to make her happier next time. Well, the original Cat Party Black had a pretty good relationship with several hunters, but with the disappearance of Cat Party Black, everything disappeared. As for these boundary oil, it was given by Cook's father. Arthur explained. Cook's father? Melinda frowned slightly. For Cook, of course. Melinda knew about it. As the new sheriff of the Dord district, Cook had a special status among Arthur's subordinates. And Melinda had also learned about his father. He was a retired bounty hunter. It was not uncommon for retired bounty hunters to retire in Nanlos. In fact, not only bounty hunters, but also many mercenaries, assassins or guys who had to hide their identities, like Nanlos. Prosperity, the transportation is well developed. And the winter is not too cold. Nanlos is really likable. A hunter disguised as a bounty hunter? Melinda asked. To some extent, that's true. And Rick is a person who brings me surprises. If there is a chance later, I will show you. When coaxing a woman, you must not overdo it. If you overdo it, it will become licking. Arthur, who knows this truth well, stopped at the right time. And then changed the subject. What happened that made you change your original plan? One of your rewards. I found it. After getting some information, Melinda stopped making trouble. Melinda's cleverness lies in knowing when to stop. Her and Arthur's just right sometimes have the same effect. Showing anger is just showing attitude. To calm down is to stop while you are ahead. Then, naturally, they continue to cooperate with each other. Arthur, the tacit understanding between Melinda and Arthur was always increasing unconsciously. A thick smoke ring appeared, Melinda raised her hand, and took out 2 half-person high cages. Inside were crows. The crow I promised you before, I found it. It was only found in the secret market near City and Castle. Its father is a mystical creature. Although it has not awakened, it has the ability to find herbs. The ability of gems. This was bought from a mysterious merchant in North County. Its parents cannot be confirmed, and it cannot be traced back to the past, but the nest it built is admirable, and at the same time, it can command other crows to a certain extent. This is their contract, Melinda said. Arthur checked the crows in the 2 cages. The former is tall and has dark feathers. The latter is ordinary and has lively eyes. There is no doubt that Melinda spent a lot of effort to find it, and spent a lot of money to buy 2 crows. Thank you, Melinda. I am so lucky to have you, Arthur said sincerely. Melinda raised her middle finger without hesitation. If you had taken the contract from me a little slower just now, I would have really believed what you said. You must believe me. Because, when luck appears, you must grab it quickly. Otherwise, luck will slip away. Arthur showed the basic skills of being a medium, speaking. Melinda rolled her eyes. This lady didn't believe what Arthur said. The guy in front of her was a liar. Words told to people? Whoever believes them will be in trouble. Do you believe them? Anyway, I don't believe them. Melinda corrected her attitude. However, when Arthur took out a feast for crows, she couldn't help but look over with curiosity. She wasn't curious about how a feast for crows could subdue crows, But how Arthur used a feast for crows. You should know that the growth and magic of the two crows before have long exceeded the scope of a feast for crows. The ring in Arthur's left palm glowed, and the contract on his right hand glowed faintly. The two crows did not refuse. After the hand of nothingness opened the cage, they jumped in front of Arthur, and rubbed their heads against Arthur's trouser legs affectionately. Name, a feast for crows damaged. Type, ring accessory. Quality, hero. Attribute, crow. Requirement, name. Remarks, omitted. Crow, you raise two crows again, with a feast for crows. They are born with extraordinary blood, with wisdom and ability far beyond ordinary crows. The tall one can naturally distinguish herbs, and identify gems to a certain extent. The one with bright eyes is even smarter. It has long been able to understand human words, and uses its intelligence to gather subordinates. Note 1. You replace the rule of tamed crows must start from eggs with a contract. It works better, not only because of the contract, but also because the breath of death you possess is slowly transforming the two crows along the power of the contract. This transformation is what every crow dreams of, and it is unprecedented. The two crows showed their affection to you, and were willing to give all their loyalty. The two crows evolved into arcane creatures. There are 17 days left. Note 2. Before the two crows are completely promoted to arcane creatures. In addition to feeding them with dead air, you also need to provide each crow with 30 kilograms of meat, 20 kilograms of fruits and vegetables, and 60 kilograms of pure water every week. Note 3. The damage of the damaged crow feast has increased again. Note 4. The two crows have not been given a real name. You can name it. Feast for crows. Is it reaching its limit? Arthur's eyes showed helplessness. His plan of arcane crow army failed. As for repairing it, it has been mentioned in the previous notes that it is difficult to repair it unless Hulk is found. It was confirmed that Breath of Death accelerates the promotion of crows, which made Arthur happy. When his talent Breath of Death appeared, Falcon, Muni completed the promotion and strengthened immediately. Arthur had guessed it. And now it has been confirmed. Even if it is not completed instantly, 17 days is fast enough. And the names of the two crows? Arthur thought for a while, and said softly. Stola's Mappa. Chapter 5:15 Reasonable use is not excessive. Stola's is the one with a tall stature, dark feathers, and the ability to distinguish herbs and identify gems to a certain extent. Mappa is the one with an ordinary stature, smart eyes, and is quite intelligent, can understand people's words, and can use his intelligence to gather his subordinates. After the two new crows got their names, they immediately spread their wings and jumped onto the beam of number 2 Kirk Street. Not the highest one, it was the second taller one. At the same time, facing the glance of Wu and I during the rest period, Stolas and Mappa showed respect and obedience. Stolas and Mappa were born with extraordinary blood. But it was precisely because of this extraordinary blood that Stolas and Mappa could clearly perceive the difference between themselves and Wu and I. Smart crow, Melinda said softly while watching the scene. Arthur stroked the feast for crows. With a crack, humming softly. A very sad crow, 2 are so happy, 3 give birth to girls, 4 give birth to boys, 5 become rich, 6 become poor, 7 call witches, I can't say more. A unique tone attracted Melinda's eyes. The lady witnessed Arthur using the contract and a feast for crows to conquer Stolas and Mappa, but what made the lady helpless was that she didn't find any difference. There was no breath as imagined. There was no brilliance. Everything is normal. But because of this, everything is abnormal. Because, even with a feast for crows, it is impossible to ignore the original time and improve the quality. This is against the norm. But the fact is that it happened. Melinda stared at Arthur and couldn't help thinking about the ballad Arthur hummed. But except for the word which, the rest is normal. As for having a girl giving birth to a boy, Melinda didn't care at all. Arthur noticed that Melinda was looking at him. At the same time, Arthur guessed what Melinda was going to do. Unfortunately, under the influence of her talent death breath, Melinda didn't notice anything, just like those guys who died in front of Arthur. Those guys didn't know why their death energy would fail and attack them until they died. But Melinda was different. Because, Arthur's explanation. You can't find it, or you found it but you ignored it. Arthur looked at Melinda with a smile on his face, and his whole body exuded the Riddler state that a psychic should have. Melinda wanted to punch this smiling face 3 times. The first punch was to the nose. The second punch was to the eyes. The third punch must be aimed at the mouth. No. The first punch should be to the mouth. when hitting Arthur. You must hit the mouth. You can't listen to anything he says, or you'll be deceived. Melinda thought seriously in her heart. When she saw Arthur getting up to open the lunch box and picking up the egg tart inside, the lady snorted. For those who love sweets, the blood will be filled with sugar, attracting. Bloodline? You mean, because of your bloodline, that has such an effect on the crow? Eternal monster? Rebellious bloodline? What exactly is it? Melinda was stunned. Under Arthur's hint, she found a perfect answer, but more doubts arose. In this regard, Arthur said he could do nothing to help. After all, he hadn't thought it through. Let's eat. Thinking too much will make your hair fall. TSK, is it Mrs. Mary's version of clay pot beef? When Arthur took out the clay pot beef from the food box, his eyes lit up. Different from the clay pot beef of Endora's mother-in-law, in addition to the puff pastry on the mouth of the earthenware jar, the version of Lady Mary's has more cheese and peanuts. In addition to the beef cut into dice, there is also oxtail in the jar. The soup is fresh, with a slight sweetness. The shallots and coriander are not only used as embellishments, but the flavor is completely integrated into the soup. Eating meat, it is soft and tender. Drinking soup, it is delicious. This made Arthur have to admire Lady Mary's cooking skills again. I feel like I can eat 10 jars. No need to feel, you can really eat 10 cans. After having a lesson at the table, Melinda put her own portion in front of her in advance. Bringing the food box, it was not all for disguise. Melinda really didn't eat. After Arthur and the guests left Caesar Manor, she threw herself into work. Because of the title succession ceremony, a lot of work progress was delayed, so it had to catch up. As for Melinda's distrust of her behavior, Arthur sneered. While eating his food, he suddenly said, "Mrs. Susan was here before." Huh? Melinda immediately sat up straight. As for the butler of the Countess of Nanlos, Melinda still remembered her clearly. Not in terms of strength, but in terms of skill. Melinda had experienced that kind of silent checks and balances once. She came for the South County Swordsmanship competition in Niwin. In order to allow me to successfully participate in the South County Swordsmanship competition, this lady sent the entry map and corresponding base materials of cat pie. Orange on behalf of the Earl. Arthur picked up what he could say and said it one by one. And with Melinda's intelligence, she directly grasped the key points. What happened in the South County Swordsmanship competition in Niwin? The Grand Duke changed the champion's prize into a title and fiefdom, Arthur said directly. Through Melinda's expression, Arthur confirmed that this news is still spreading in a small circle within the aristocratic circle. But he doesn't mind telling Melinda. First, with Melinda's intelligence network, she should know it by the evening at the latest. Second, he needs to use this news to get some support from Melinda. Besides, it turns out to be like this, Melinda muttered absent-mindedly. Although Melinda knew the difficulty of Arthur's real desire to win the South County Swordsmanship competition, but she had gone through so much hardship to obtain the title, manor, and the feeling of being caught up by Arthur in a blink of an eye still made this lady a little unbalanced. In other words, even though it was very difficult to win the South County Swordsmanship competition, Melinda still believed that Arthur could win. For this, Arthur expressed his gratitude to Melinda for her support. Then, taking advantage of Melinda's distraction, he took away the earthenware pot of beef in front of Melinda. Then, before Melinda could come to her senses, he quickly said, "So, as a mother, you should take action at this time." The sudden address made Melinda stunned, and she did not come to her senses immediately. Arthur swallowed 2 pieces of beef, drank a mouthful of soup, and said slowly, "Niwin has its own popular candidate, Joel Coleman. The other side has the home advantage. So, as a mother, I am worried about the father of the child. So you can do something a little bit irrational." Melinda's eyes lit up. Then, the lady narrowed her eyes and asked tentatively, "What do you mean?" Chapter 516 Confusion is Gold. Arthur looked at Melinda, who squinted her eyes, watched the light in Melinda's blue eyes, and immediately shrugged his shoulders, said, "The Bounty Tavern we just acquired should be connected to the Bounty Tavern in Niwin." "Right. I didn't say that you should use the Bounty Tavern we just acquired to communicate with the Bounty Tavern in Niwin to launch an excessive bounty on Joel Coleman. I didn't say that you can use the Bounty Tavern to infiltrate the underground world of Niwin. I didn't say at all that you can use the Bounty Tavern to get rid of some people who are making things difficult for you in Niwin or other places." Melinda listened to Arthur's words, glanced at Arthur lightly, and the corners of her mouth began to curl up slightly. She just thought so. What Joel Coleman said is not important. What is important is to break into the underground world of Niwen and use this opportunity to get rid of some people who always use the local advantages to make things difficult for her. In Niwen, she only owns 2 shops. It's not that she doesn't want to open a business, or even a chamber of commerce. It's that there are layers of obstacles. The obstacles, whether obvious or hidden, are like a spider web that binds this lady. Even 2 of the professional managers she sent have died. These 2 professional managers are the confidants that this lady has cultivated with great difficulty. Unlike those subordinates, who only know how to fight and kill, these 2 confidants are smart and understand the ways of the world, and have unique insights into business, which are a very important part of this lady's layout. However, these 2 professional managers have not yet played their due role. One was stabbed in the back and fell down the stairs and died on the spot. The other was robbed while traveling in a carriage. Before he could take out his wallet, he and the coachman were shot into a hornet's nest by the musket. This was a completely provocative way, which made the lady smash the cup several times in the middle of the night. Because the anger brought by helplessness, this lady could not really send anyone there. That place is Niwen. If this lady sent someone to go, the guys who have been waiting for a long time would definitely make a big deal out of it, and escalate the situation to a level that it shouldn't have. For example, the fight between the old lion and the tigress. This is not speculation. It is very likely. Because too many people are looking forward to this day. There will definitely be a lot of guys who will add fuel to the fire at that time. So Melinda endured it. But this feeling of forcing herself to endure it is really too uncomfortable, especially for a lady like Melinda who has a strong personality. It was just like being punched and not being able to fight back. And now? Finally. I don't have to endure it. She didn't use her own people. This is not an invasion of the Inner Bay by Nanlos. This is just the charm of money, the lady thought in her heart. And her eyes couldn't help looking at Arthur again. And she couldn't help saying, "You are such a bad guy." Then, "Do you like such bad guys?" Arthur asked with a smile. "Yeah." Melinda nodded calmly. The sudden straight ball made Arthur slightly startled. You know, Arthur didn't expect Melinda's answer. The young medium just used such a rhetorical question to slightly divert Melinda's attention. Because his goal was achieved. Arthur naturally knew something about Melinda's business territory. And as for Melinda's career ambition, Arthur was even clearer. So after knowing Joel Coleman, Arthur planned to test him with Melinda's hand. If he could get rid of him, it would be great. As for rushing into the Inner Bay and waiting for the other party to make a move, don't be kidding. The medium always goes on stage after being fully prepared. If an unprepared medium goes on stage, what's the difference between that and streaking? Arthur has a strong sense of shame. Naked streaking, etc. Absolutely impossible. However, Arthur was a little surprised by Melinda's answer now, but then observing her expression. And her eyes flashed, which made Arthur see the cunning hidden in Melinda's blue eyes. Obviously, this lady was teasing him. Or testing. Facing this test, Arthur had no resistance. In fact, he wanted to laugh. Because this test was completely different from the previous ones. The reason for this test is, Miranda was confused. This lady was a little confused about the cooperation status of the two. A series of things made this lady's judgment problematic. This lady discovered this. While this lady was worried about herself, he also had problems. So there was this test. Even so, you still dare to like women? The young Nanlos medium showed a little sarcasm in his heart, 3 parts of contempt, 3 parts of disdain, and 1 part of indifferent smile. Arthur was very sure, if the world in front of him did not have a mysterious side, with miracles like magic, with Melinda's mentality, she would definitely be divided half of her family property by those women, maybe even more than half of her family property. After all, without a de facto marriage, 200,000 will be divided into 170,000. Not to mention that staying with you for more than 8 hours every day, to some extent, it can be regarded as living together. It is only natural to share your house, company, and property. But Arthur is different. As a qualified medium, Arthur attaches great importance to an important partner like Melinda. So, Arthur stood up and raised his hand to touch Melinda's forehead. Melinda was slightly startled, but did not dodge. The lady was confirming her heart. Then, ugh, you don't have a fever. What nonsense are you talking about? The sound of vomiting and Arthur's words came out at the same time. Arthur continued to eat beef while watching Melinda rush to the bathroom. What? Arthur rolled his eyes at Melinda's back. About 5 minutes later, Melinda came back. She washed her face. The cold water made the lady sober up completely. You did it on purpose. The lady looked at the empty table and said loudly. This was of course an excuse to avoid embarrassment. Arthur saw that. But he didn't expose it. After all, he really ate it, and he also saw the embarrassing scene of Melinda. So, I can't help it. Mrs. Mary's cooking skills are too amazing. I really can't help it. Arthur looked innocent. Melinda raised a middle finger. Wash the dishes. I'll get them when I'm done. And block oil is not allowed here. Melinda raised her hand and pointed to the block oil under the door of the spiritual medium hall. And the next moment he walked over, rubbed a hole in it with his foot. Then he lit his pipe, blew out a big smoke ring, and disappeared into it. Arthur smelled the remaining mint smoke and couldn't help stretching. Alas, women! With such an exclamation, the young medium lay back on the bed. As for washing dishes? It's impossible. I will never wash dishes in this life. Sitting on the desk, Miss Anna, who had been silently flipping through the book, looking at Arthur, who fell asleep instantly. The puppet's face showed helplessness. It gently closed the book, jumped off the desk, and walked to the dining table. After a while, the sound of water was heard in the kitchen. Arthur turned over and slept more soundly. At the same time, Melinda, who returned to the Caesar Manor, called her coachman Edwin and issued her own orders. Through the Nanlos Bounty Tavern, I will issue a bounty to the Inner Bay Bounty Tavern. Whoever can get Joel Coleman's head for me, I will give him 100,000 gold coins. In addition, all the treasures of the Lady of the Long Night auction are open to him. Anything in it. The person who completes the bounty can choose 3 pieces by himself. Even the entry atlas is okay. Chapter 517. Thank you, Ms. Anna. 100,000 gold coins. A brand new cog sailing ship only costs 25,000 gold coins. Now we are offering 4 ships to reward 1 person. Even Joel Coleman, who is quite famous in the Inner Bay, is not worth it? Edwin thought in his heart, but he did not object. The driver knew that his master was here to inform him, not to ask him, so the driver bowed and responded, Yes, sir. After saying that, the driver turned and left. 2 minutes later, Urs walked in. Compared to Edwin's openness, the hunter leader appointed by Melinda was very quiet, almost crawling in through the shadow of the wall. Sir! Urs bowed and greeted softly. You go and use the South Los Bounty Tavern to offer a bounty to those guys at the Newen Tavern. And then, you activate the hidden card. And then in South Los, West Berlin, Einhaz, Beth received a bounty in the tavern for some guys who had targeted that person before. The bounty for those guys starts at 1,000 gold coins. The bounty for that person starts at 10,000 gold coins. Melinda whispered. Yes, sir. Urs left as quietly as he appeared. As for that person, Urs naturally knew who it was. Count Nanlos. Compared to Melinda, who was targeted, Count Nanlos was targeted by Newen in the true sense of blood, every time. There were flashes of swords and sabers. And in order to confuse the situation, Melinda naturally didn't mind paying a little more money and beating around the bush. What? Is this to make the Earl take the blame? No. No. No! This is not taking the blame. This is just to vent the Earl's anger. Moreover, I just want to protect Arthur and take advantage of the situation to kill those guys who have offended me in the past. As for the rest, I don't know. Someone must be taking advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. Ms. Melinda picked up her pipe, and her lips curled slightly, expressing her innocence. But immediately, the lady put away her pipe. The lady's brows slightly frowned. The lady thought of Arthur. Involuntarily. The lady knew very well that Arthur had just conceded, so she would repay Arthur with a high reward. But which bastard said that using a joke could test sincerity? This is definitely a bad idea that only a lifetime single person can think of. If you really use the word joke, it will probably become a joke. Melinda sighed. At the same time, she warned herself again. Then, the lady walked to the side of the study again, and looked through the window to the other side of the manor. There was the room where Arthur had stayed. Her heart was a little confused. Arthur slept from the afternoon until the night fell, and lay on the bed for a while. Then he stroked Pendragon and got up to wash. In the bathroom, tooth powder, toothbrush cup with warm water, and towels were neatly arranged. Thank you, Miss Anna. Arthur leaned out and thanked Miss Anna, who made the bed. And the lady said in a gentle voice while thinking, Merlin and Gawain have sent the food from Endora's mother-in-law's kitchen. I put it next to the boiler in the kitchen to keep it warm. No one visited in the afternoon. Stolas, I have also fed Mappa. Thank you for everything you have done for me. I find that I can't live without you. Without you, this house will become a mess. Arthur flattered him. The gentle Miss Anna smiled, put the folded bedding into the secret compartment, and picked up the broom with her mind. As a member of the Kratos family, Ms. Anna believed that she needed to keep number 2 Kirk Street clean and tidy. Arthur doesn't want to do it? Then she can do it. When Arthur came out of the bathroom, Ms. Anna directed the broom to sweep the medium hall, while raising her palm, and with a hook of her finger, the food kept warm in the kitchen appeared on the dining table. Before eating, remember to drink the soup first. Ms. Anna reminded. Yeah. Arthur nodded repeatedly, and directly picked up a steak. It was impossible to object. It was impossible to obey. The main point is a nod, sincere attitude but unwilling to change. Ms. Anna saw it and sighed. However, she didn't say much. Just like a doting mother, like a doting sister, the lady flew into the air, and wiped the wall lamp in the corridor. Under the warm light, Arthur eating breakfast and Ms. Anna cleaning, actually made number 2 Kirk Street feel like home. At least, Arthur thought so. But the neighbors who were taking a walk to digest their food at night didn't think so. The neighbor next door, Mr. Durr, stared at Ms. Anna flying around with his eyes wide open, and his whole face turned pale. Although Ms. Anna was a gentle lady, her terrifying face was enough to scare anyone who judged people by appearance. Mr. Durr was obviously such a person. The gentleman staggered back, and when he ran into the house, he even knocked over the shoe cabinet in the corridor. Amidst the chaos, the gentleman quickly returned to bed, shivering under the quilt. Arthur apologized for this. After he was ready, he went to apologize. He brought Ms. Anna with him. He believed that Ms. Anna, who was as gentle as a lady, would be able to make this neighbor who often leaked information about him to the newspaper understand how to treat the new neighbor. Of course, that was later. Now, Buchan, who was on duty, was on the roof, watching the figure wandering around the corner. This is the guest Arthur has been waiting for a long time. Looking at the hesitant guest, Arthur said to Kaliki, Go invite our guest. The cream-colored Labrador immediately walked to the door, stood up and opened the bolt with his paw, and ran quickly to the corner of the street. Ms. Anna, prepare a cup of tea for our guest. Arthur turned his head and said to Ms. Anna, Okay, Arthur. Ms. Anna immediately flew into the kitchen. In the evening, Lombine brought Garcia to Kirk Street. After a while, they walked to Dow Lane. After a while, they walked to Westmeck Avenue. Then, they went back to Dow Lane. They never stepped into Kirk Street. It's not that they didn't want to. It's that they didn't dare. After hearing Garcia's report on today's events, Lombine, who was originally going to attend an art salon, turned down the invitation directly and brought Garcia to Kirk Street. As the head of the Cloak Society Nanlos, Langbine certainly knew what the medium Arthur Kratos represented in the dangerous and strange mysterious side. The entry. Most importantly, there is also the family. All these made Langbine know that he must give a formal thank you. So Langbine came with a gift. But Langbine was worried that the gift was not valuable enough, and could not please the medium. Or rather, he was worried that the medium had ulterior motives. Thinking of this, the head of the Cloak Society Nanlos couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and then turned around and prepared to give Garcia some instructions. But just as the head of the Cloak Society Nanlos was about to turn around, he heard his subordinate Garcia shouting happily. Didion! Chapter 518 Night Visit to the Medium. Didion? Didion from the Lotus Leaf Inn? Lombine turned around curiously and looked. Lombine has known about this Ms. Didion for a long time. The head of the Cape Society in South Los knew that the other party was Garcia's sweetheart. The clumsy Garcia did not say it clearly, of course, but when the name Didion was mentioned, the look, the eyes, unless Langbine was blind, otherwise, how could he not tell them apart? The wine-red hair, like a flame in the night, set off the beautiful and mature face, making it even more charming, and the agile figure walked lightly and nimbly, without making any sound. But the next moment, Langbine's eyes were attracted by the shadow behind Didion. The tall figure blocked the cold wind at night. He scanned the surroundings with a cold and vigilant look. The most important thing is the breath of the mysterious side. Langbine confirmed this instantly. Immediately, the eyes of the head of the Cloak Society in South Los changed slightly. According to Garcia's previous description, This tall man should be Didion's younger brother Sapir. If Sapir is a mysterious person, then Didion is also a mysterious person? Immediately, the head of the Cloak Society in South Los became alert. Ordinary people and mysterious people are two different concepts. Langbine took a step forward calmly, blocking Garcia behind him. At the same time, Sapir also took a step forward, blocking his sister behind him, and unconsciously tightened the mace in his hand. Sapir felt a hint of danger from Langbine. He didn't know why, but since noon, Sapir felt that he had become more alert and sharp-eyed. Things that he couldn't see or hear clearly before, he could see clearly now. He could hear it clearly. Especially the strength. The mace, which was originally just the right weight, is now light, like a small stick. As for his own changes, Sapir didn't know why it happened. However, Sapir knew that this was a good thing. At least, his strength after becoming stronger was recognized by Sister Didion, and at this time, he could travel with Sister Didion. Just when Sapir was eager to show Sister Didion his current strength, but he was stopped by his sister. Sapir lowered his head in confusion. One of our own. Didion said this, and then looked at Langbine. Didion also knew Langbine. She had heard Garcia mention her boss more than once. Although there were no more specific things, Garcia's gratitude was obvious. As for Langbine's identity, Didion didn't know which organization he belonged to. But the identity of the mysterious person, Didion was sure. This guy's luck is really good. Didion said this, and raised his arms to show his harmlessness to Langbine. Boss, it's Didion. No problem. Garcia behind Langbine said directly, listening to his subordinate's words. Langbine almost covered his face. The head of the Cape Society Nanlos really wanted to grab Garcia's collar and tell his subordinate, don't get too excited, otherwise they will really lose all initiative. Originally, the head of the Cloak Society Nanlos wanted to help his subordinates test this Miss Didion. But now, there is no way to test. Garcia took the initiative to vote. Langbine turned his head slightly, glanced at Garcia with a silly smile on his face, and secretly thought that his subordinate was hopeless. Langbine sighed in his heart, quickly adjusted his mood, took the initiative to step forward, and stretched out his palm. Langbine. Didion. The two shook hands, and they were acquainted. And at this moment, ah, Hirulu. A heavy yawn, mixed with continuous noise. The four people were startled, and immediately looked towards the place where the sound came from. They saw a cream-colored Labrador yawning and shaking its head quickly. The noise came from its mouth because of the shaking of its head. Looking at this Labrador, Sapir was puzzled. Where did the dog come from? Garcia was about to walk over and touch the dog's head. Didion was alert and grabbed Garcia. Don't move. Something is wrong. Facing Garcia's puzzled expression, Didion was serious. Compared with the serious Didion, Langbine was already terrified. Death? Death? Death Hound. The head of the South Los of the Cloak Society stuttered. Death Hound? Garcia. Sapir had never heard of it. Didion had heard of it, and almost subconsciously drew out his crossbow. A tireless and fearless hunter. According to rumors, the prey targeted by the Death Hound has no other way out except death? As for killing the Death Hound? Impossible. According to rumors, the Death Hound is immortal. Or rather, it is impossible to kill the Death Hound with human means. Because the Death Hound itself is a pet raised by death. Wait. Death. Didion suddenly thought of something, and subconsciously glanced at number 2 Kirk Street. Coolidge noticed Didion's gaze, and immediately nodded to this fairly smart human female, and yawned again. Compared to the two interesting guys it invited last time, although the number of people invited this time doubled, it was too boring. A silly guy. A timid guy. There was also a big guy and a woman. The big guy should taste good. And that woman? Is the master's target the other person? Coolidge thought, and turned around and slowly walked towards home. Didion, boss, this dog doesn't seem to have any bad intentions, Garcia said. Didion, Langbine turned a deaf ear to it. The two of them stared at the direction where Kalichi was going. Number 2 Kirk Street. The residence of the medium. Could this Death Hound be raised by the medium? If that's the case, the gift is really too light. Didion, Langbine thought at the same time. But at this point, it's impossible to go back and prepare a gift. The appearance of the Death Hound has already shown that the medium has noticed them. And he has also issued an invitation. If they leave at this time, it would be really rude. It could even be said to be offensive. After Didion and Langbine looked at each other, they both looked solemn. After seeing the determination in each other's eyes, they all walked towards number 2 Kirk Street. Garcia and Sapir scratched their heads and followed directly. With the eldest sister, they were used to not thinking. The four of them followed Kalichi and walked to the door of number 2 Kirk Street. The courtyard door and the door of the room opened almost at the same time. A young and gentle voice came from the deepest part. 4 people. Welcome to the medium home. Chapter 519. Lies always come from life. Up. The dim corridor, the scarlet murals, the ferocious deer head, came into view one by one. And at the end, behind the armor, the orange-red light was full of light. The light shone on the armor, the unique luster of the metal began to spread, as if telling the glory and honor that belonged to it in the past. Although, it was only handmade by old Charlie. But, falling in Longbine, Garcia and Didion, but Sapir's eyes were different. With the background of that terrifying corridor. No matter how you look at this armor, it looks like the one worn by the brave man who defeated the devil. Especially the brightness, it makes people unconsciously yearn for it. Langbine, Didion walked in front. Garcia, Sapir walked behind. Garcia looked around carefully. This new member of the Cape Society, always worried that some monster would jump out of the scarlet painting. Sapir scratched his head. He looked back from time to time. For some reason, when he saw the tree just now, he was trembling, as if the tree would kill him if he moved a little. Is the tree alive? How is it possible? How can a tree be alive? Sapir wanted to ask his sister, but seeing his sister's alert look, he wisely chose not to disturb her. Sapir just didn't like to use his brain, but he was not without brains. This second son of the lotus leaf it is still possible to distinguish the situation. Didion did not notice her brother's expression at all. The eldest daughter of the lotus leaf and was confirming the mechanism in the corridor. At least, she had confirmed 2 places. There should be a flamethrower in the deer head. In the painting, there should be a spear. In addition to these, there should be a pit hidden under the floor. And this is just the routine, and does not involve the mysterious side. Subconsciously, Didion looked at Langbine on the side. Didion is self-aware. He doesn't know much about the mysterious side. But Langbine beside him is different. He is a mysterious side person. So he naturally knows more. When he saw Langbine's nervous face and fear in his eyes, Didion couldn't help but take a breath. Is it so dangerous? Didion thought in his heart. And then narrowed his eyes. Sure enough. I still overestimate myself. Even the real mysterious side person, they are all so scared. What am I? The gift I prepared is not good enough. Didion thought to himself. And couldn't help but sigh. Is this the medium of Namlos? Similarly, such a sigh also appeared in Langbine's heart. As the head of Namlos' Cloak Society, Langbine is a mysterious person. But facing the weirdness and danger of the mysterious side, Langbine has long been accustomed to standing still. At this moment, when he thought about visiting the famous medium Arthur Kratos in South Los, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Especially since he had just seen a death hound. It made the South Los leader of the Cloak Society extremely stressed. So much so that when the South Los leader of the Cloak Society looked at everything in number 2 Kirk Street, he felt that there were mysteries hidden and everything was not simple. Simply put, he was scared. And this is the effect Arthur wanted. With the help of the mechanism in the room, looking at the expressions of the 4 people, Arthur expressed satisfaction. Didion, he liked Sapir. The Cloak Society, he also liked. And to conquer both of them, it is easy to say. And difficult to say. The former has an obvious weakness, that is, family. The latter? The weakness is more obvious. After this period of time, Fujin, Wu and I kept an eye on him from time to time. Arthur had already confirmed that Langbine was the kind of guy who did not seek to make progress. Moreover, he also likes sculpture, painting, writing, etc. He is either in the art salon or on the way to the art salon every day. Facing such a person, Arthur knows very well that as long as he does not really disrupt the other person's life, the other person will abide by his duty and serve him. However, if he uses his weakness to grasp it, he is really like a villain. He, Arthur, is Namlos' medium. He is a partner of justice. He is Namlos' bottom line. He is the representative of Kirk Street. He must not do such a thing. Therefore, he chose what he is best at, acting. Listening to the footsteps getting closer and closer, Arthur put down the book in his hand. This is not a pretense. Arthur read the books that were moved from Geppetto's temporary laboratory under the beach in the true sense. Knowledge is power. At any time, it is not an empty talk. And Didion, Sapir and Longbine, Garcia looked at Arthur, who put down the book and was in doubt. Because Ms. Anna was also reading a book. Seeing the scary doll flipping through the book, the four of them felt a chill on their necks. Garcia even started to associate, thinking that the book in Ms. Anna's hand was a cursed book. In fact, this book only records some techniques on how to perform small curses with rituals, and is not the kind of scary curse book that ordinary people imagine. Good evening, all four of you. Arthur first greeted the four people who were in doubt. Then, he looked aside. Ms. Anna, please bring me 4 cups of tea. Yes. Ms. Anna nodded gently. Then, he flew directly to the kitchen. The 4 people who were blocking the door immediately dodged to the left and right, making way. Please rest assured, Ms. Anna has no ill intentions. It is an indispensable member of our family. Without it, our family has to go. Arthur joked, and motioned the 4 to sit down. The medium hall was where old Charlie received guests. In addition to the high-back chairs, there were also long benches. It was no problem for Didion and his party of 4 to sit down. After the 4 sat down, Arthur looked at them with curiosity. Then, a proper doubt emerged. Have you 4 encountered any trouble? Don't worry. In South Los, as long as you enter number 2 Kirk Street, it is an absolutely safe place. Arthur comforted the 4 people, and took the tea tray from Ms. Anna. He placed the teacups in front of the 4 people one by one. Thank you. The 4 people thanked him immediately. Didion and Langbine could not help but look at Arthur. Young, gentle, handsome, and absolutely confident. Just now, in South Los, as long as you enter number 2 Kirk Street, it is an absolutely safe place. The 2 did not think that Arthur was just talking. In their eyes, Arthur could really do it. Inexplicably, a sense of security rose from the bottom of their hearts. In particular, Didion's eyes flickered. Thinking about her past experiences, and the power Arthur showed at this moment, the lady immediately made a decision. Therefore, while Langbine was still organizing his words, Didion spoke directly. Sir Kratos, Sapir and I are willing to be loyal to you. Langbine was shocked. He didn't expect Didion to be so straightforward. But, why did Lord Kratos have such a strange expression? Not only Langbine noticed Arthur's strange expression, Garcia, Didion, Sapir all noticed the astonishment on the face of the Nanlos medium in front of them. Under the gaze of the 4 people, Arthur's expression became gentle again, and his voice was very soft. My black cats are temporarily full. After saying that, Arthur's face showed a trace of guilt and embarrassment. That was, the guilt and embarrassment from the lie. Suddenly, Didion, Sapir, Langbine, Garcia were stunned. Chapter 520 Lies always come from life. Next, Arthur's voice was gentle, and his tone was even more tactful, but with the guilt and a little embarrassment at the moment, even Sapir could see that this medium was lying. Why did he lie? He looked down on them. He and his sister came to seek refuge, but the other party looked down on them. Suddenly, Sapir couldn't stand it. He had already become different. He also showed his power to his sister. He even received praise from his sister. How could he be rejected? Just when Sapir couldn't help but emphasize, Arthur on the other side seemed to find that his words were a little unreliable. The young medium whispered again, Whale Slayer Kong Shang, and Wind Sword Deljo pledged allegiance to me after the sword-fighting competition. Kong Shang's Whale Island has already planted the flag of the Kratos family. Deljo's entire team has also begun to serve me. Language is always an art. In Arthur's unique ambiguity, it was as if Kong Shang, the Whale Slayer, and Deljo, the Wind Sword, had put their entire fortunes on the line to pledge their loyalty to him. And he reluctantly agreed. His. Langbine on the side gasped. Garcia looked at his boss unconsciously. Kong Shang, the Whale Slayer, and Deljo, the Wind Sword, are both strong men of the major arcana level, Langbine explained in a low voice. Although his voice was low enough, the medium hall was not big. Everyone present heard it. Didion in particular trembled. Major arcana level. This lady has heard of it. In South Los after the war, for a long time, the boss of the underground world was a major arcana level strongman. And this lady also knew a lot of rumors about the mysterious side at that time. So, this lady knows very well what a major arcana strongman means. But precisely because she knows, this lady is incredulous. Does joining the Black Cats require a major arcana? When did the major arcana become so cheap? No. It's not that the major arcana is cheap, but that the Kratos family is too powerful. So powerful that it is far beyond our imagination. Suddenly, Didion thought of the story of the Emperor must use a golden hoe. Now, Isn't she the same as those peasants who speculated about the emperor's life? It's not that she is really ignorant, but her vision limits everything. Is my vision completely inferior to the Kratos family? Before, I was so cautious and prepared to bargain. In the end, I didn't even meet their qualifications. A strong sense of frustration arose, causing Didion to laugh at herself. Similarly, another person who felt frustrated was Langbine. Is the gap between people so big? The head of the Cloak Society, Nanlo sighed in his heart. Major Arcana. That's Major Arcana. If he had Major Arcana, he would have joined various literary salons without any worries, and even dared to travel around the continent in a carriage. After all, Major Arcana is not a big deal anywhere. They are all powerful people who cannot be ignored. In any organization, Major Arcana is also a senior member or leader. But in Black Cats, they are ordinary members. Moreover, they have to make contributions, or have special talents, to become a member of Black Cats. What was I worried about before? It seems that I have never really understood this mysterious side. The head of the Cloak Society, Nanlos, couldn't help but doubt his life. The entire medium hall fell into an eerie silence. Sapir, who was eager to try, did not dare to say a word, because he had heard his sister talk about the horror of the Major Arcana. Although he thought he was very strong now, he was definitely not a match for the Major Arcana. But Garcia was different. This newcomer to the Cloak Society, a down-and-out writer and part-time information dealer, stared at Arthur without blinking. Mr. Garcia, what can I do for you? Arthur touched his cheek, looking very curious. Sir Kratos, do you want to be the hero? Woo! Before Garcia finished speaking, Lombine and Didion covered his mouth. As people who knew Garcia well, they knew very well that they must not let Garcia say it, otherwise, they would really be dead. Thank you for your hospitality. Sir Kratos, thank you for your help before. Langbine said, taking out the gifts he had brought. 3 healing potions. Minor, moderate, severe injury potions, each one. Originally, the head of the Cloak Society Nanlos was not going to give out such a cheap gift, but chose to surrender himself. But after what happened just now, the head of the Cloak Society Nanlos backed off. And the cheap gift that could not be given, it became the only gift that could be given. Thank you for your help before. Although it may not be needed, Sapir and I are willing to repay your kindness at any time. Didion also spoke. Didion originally wanted to repay Arthur or the Kratos family by doing something for them once or twice, but at this time, such words could not be said. I could only change the words. The gap between heaven and earth. When Didion said this, her face turned slightly red. She was embarrassed, and even more shy. If she had known earlier, she should have brought something. I help you, because it all started with me, and it should be me who ends it. Arthur said very seriously. There was nothing sonorous, and the words were still gentle, but Langbine and Didion believed what Arthur said, that Arthur's help to them was really only because it all started with him. But the more this was the case, Langbine, Didion was more impressed by Arthur's noble character. Immediately, Langbine, Didion, Garcia, Sapir, and Arthur saluted solemnly. Compared with the previous etiquette, this moment, it was sincere. Therefore, a gift given out can never be taken back. Sir Kratos, you once said, mediums believe in fairness. Right? You saved us, and we repay you, isn't that fair? Even if the incident was caused by you, you still have to repay what you owe. Didion also said seriously. Langbine, Garcia, and Sapir nodded. Mr. Kratos is a good man, and we should not let good people suffer. Arthur's face showed distress. Suddenly, the medium seemed to have thought of something. He shouted to the side, Grindelwald. Chapter 521. The fun never stops. As Arthur called out, Didion, Garcia and Langbine had seen the man with white hair, elegant figure and cold eyes, who walked out of the shadows. However, it was different from the cold eyes in their memories. At this moment, the man's eyes were also filled with helplessness. Sir, please leave everything to me. I will handle it properly. Grindelwald said, his eyes swept over Didion, Garcia, Langbine and Sapir. Sapir, who saw Grindelwald for the first time, immediately tensed up, and his hands involuntarily clenched the mace. The white-haired man's gaze reminded Sapir of a snake. The kind of snake that is about to swallow a frog. Danger! Didion, Garcia, and Langbine immediately huddled together with Sapir as the center of the circle and took out their weapons. This scene made Arthur cover his face. The voice of the young medium immediately rose a notch and said, Grindelwald, you are now the Black Cats. Not the person you used to be. So you need to follow my rules. Didion, Garcia, Lombine, Sapir, have no ill will, are not enemies. Arthur emphasized. Grindelwald was stunned immediately. Then, the white-haired middle-aged man immediately showed guilt on his face. Sorry, my lord, I'm a little used to it. I will do my best to settle them down, Grindelwald said. She looked at Didion and the other three again. This time, there was no murderous intent in her eyes. But she still had ill intentions. Didion and the other four, each of them could clearly feel the complaint in the heart of the white-haired middle-aged man. Moreover, Didion also knew where this complaint came from. When the white-haired middle-aged man greeted her and Garcia before, his friendly look, she mistakenly thought that he was pretending to recruit her. So she misunderstood. Not only did she misunderstand this matter, it also caused the current embarrassing situation. From the beginning to the end, it was just a simple greeting. The other party couldn't care about her or Garcia at that time. Unable to help, Didion felt bitterness and regret in her heart. Subconsciously, the lady looked at Arthur. Madam, please rest assured, Grindelwald is trustworthy. You can trust him as you trust me. Moreover, I promise that he will not hurt you, nor will he do anything to hurt you. I am sorry, although I really want to chat with you for a while, but my time is really too limited. If there is a chance, I will visit you and everyone at the Lotus Leaf Inn. Arthur noticed the pleading in Didion's eyes. That was the distrust of Grindelwald. Immediately, Arthur gave a guarantee. At the same time, Arthur also issued an order to expel the guest. This order of expulsion was not abrupt. On the contrary, it was the most normal thing for Didion, Garcia, Lombine and Sapir. Arthur's time was precious, and being able to take a little time out of this precious time to meet them was a great gift. More impossible, because they were not qualified. Didion and the other four consciously put themselves in the shoes of Arthur. And this was why Arthur chose to act. It was not that time was too high to see people as true colors over time. Instead, PA's brevity and directness are more cost-effective. If it is the former, with Didion's personality, it is likely that it will take several adjustments, and this is still based on the life-saving grace. If there is no life-saving grace, then you can really wait for a long and protracted battle. Langbine is in a similar situation. Both of them have weaknesses, but they also have persistence. So, it is not difficult to say, it is not simple to say. However, all this is not important. Arthur sat down and started reading again, not even looking at Didion and the other three. Grindelwald and the other four followed him. When they walked out of number 2 Kirk Street, Grindelwald carefully closed the door without making any noise, then turned around and looked at Didion and the other three. Then, his eyes fell on Didion. Do you know who dies the fastest? Grindelwald asked coldly. The self-righteous person, Didion said, with a bitter look on his face. Very good. You know the answer. I also hope you can remember this answer firmly. Similarly, you must also remember that it is the kindness and mercy of the adults that allow you to stand here and continue to talk to me. And us? Although we are gathered together because of the kindness of the adults, we will never let some guys think that they can rely on the kindness and mercy of the adults to make mistakes again and again. Do you understand? Grindelwald's voice was as cold as his eyes at the moment. Didion and the other four felt that the temperature was dropping rapidly, as if they were about to be frozen. No, not as if. There was real frost. Garcia looked at the frost that spread from Grindelwald's feet to the front of him, and then stopped, and began to shiver. As a newcomer to the mysterious side, this was his first time seeing this kind of power. Langbine, Garcia, you give the news to Didion every week. I will try to go to the Lotus Leaf and every week to listen to Didion's report. If I don't show up on time, Didion, you will send Sapir to deliver the message to number 2 Kirk Street, to a child named Merlin. Similarly, if there is any emergency, Langbine, you must come here as soon as possible to inform Merlin. Grindelwald ordered. Merlin? Child? Sapir was stunned. I don't know if it's an illusion. The second son of the Lotus Leaf and felt that the guy in front of him compared him to a child. This feeling made Sapir angry. That's right. You are very strong. But you can't compare me to a child. Right? Am I not as good as a child? Hee, maybe the unexpected awakening made you feel powerful. This sudden power made you swell up and think you are powerful. But this kind of power. Here, no better than a child. If you don't believe me, you can try it after seeing Merlin. But, if he dies, don't blame me for not reminding you. Grindelwald glanced at Sapir with contempt. As for trying Merlin, Arthur had already thought about it. Now, it was just a good opportunity. As for whether Merlin would be in trouble? No. Gaius was watching the other party's uncle closely. Then, Grindelwald waved his hand to signal the four to leave quickly. That look of disdain, again made Didion and the other four feel uncomfortable, but they immediately felt a little relieved. Maybe. This is the best result. Arthur, who saw this scene through Faucon's vision, raised the corner of his mouth. Then, the young medium took a deep breath. This side of the play is over. But tonight's play is not over yet. With a thought, Arthur's vision shifted immediately. At this moment, the cloaked glass was walking towards Baron Harold's manor. Chapter 522 Prelude. Night falls on Baron Harold's manor. Different from the Doyle family's well-preserved oak manor, this manor in front of us, similar to the former Camille manor, is built around a main building, with a beautifully decorated square, fountain, horse trail, especially the open space for carriages on one side of the square and the stables not far away, which covers a large area, and can accommodate 20 carriages. And now? The open space was full of weeds. The once glorious war and bustling crowds, now only an oil lamp and silence remained. But the next moment, this silence was broken. Woo! The sound of the wind breaking through the air, whistling. Immediately, two men rushed out of the main building. The middle-aged man held a long sword and a musket. The old man held a cane. Unlike other people whose canes were decorative, this man's cane was actually supporting his body. The middle-aged man was Titan, the steward of Harold Manor, the son of the old steward, and the only person Baron Harold trusted. The old man was Baron Harold. Like Baron Camille, Baron Harold, who had similar experiences, was already very old, and his eyes were even a little cloudy at the moment. Who? Come out! Butler Titan shouted in a hurry. His eyes kept scanning the surroundings, and the anger at his heart made the steward murderous. The housekeeper knew that it must be those thieves who were looking for money again. As the Harold family fell into decline, they could no longer protect their properties in various parts of South Los, and only Harold Manor was left. These thieves appeared again and again. The housekeeper's father, the old housekeeper, was injured after fighting with these thieves and died because he did not receive timely treatment. Therefore, the housekeeper hated these thieves to the core. At the same time, my heart was filled with sadness. How glorious was the Harold family in the past! There were more than 100 servants and guards, and a private army of 500 people. Industries from all over the country continuously transported cartloads of gold coins back to the manor every year. Whenever a banquet was held, the dignitaries from all over Nanlos would attend, and even the owner of Nanlos would send gifts. But as two consecutive barons Harold were duds, and could not awaken their bloodline, the Harold family became less powerful. Industries in various places were shrinking day by day, however. The old lord relied on his noble honor and the loyal 500 private soldiers to keep the Harold family running normally, until the 7 Years' War broke out. Not only did the 500 private soldiers suffer heavy casualties, but the old lord was killed on the spot. From then on, the Harold family began to completely decline. Servants and guards became fewer and fewer. Industries in various places fell into the hands of others. Later, after the last dozen private soldiers died of old age in the manor, Harold Manor became unguarded. Every now and then, there are thieves who come here to try their luck. When Titan thought of this, a sense of humiliation surged in his heart, gathering the previous anger. Immediately, the butler couldn't help but shout again. Come out! You bastards! And standing behind the butler, the old Harold seemed to have been deaf and blind, and couldn't see what was happening at all, and couldn't hear any sound. Even if the shadow was shrouded. A huge shadow loomed overhead. The originally angry butler Titan immediately raised his head. Bat! After spreading its wings, a giant bat that was 10 meters long was hovering overhead. The strong wind caused by the fluttering wings made it impossible for ordinary people to stand. And the ferocious face made everyone terrified. Bloodbat. Titan's face changed drastically. Without thinking, the butler pressed his back tightly against his lord. My lord, go to the secret room, the butler said loudly, his eyes fixed on the bloodbat. Teton didn't know why the bloodbat of the descendant of blood appeared here, but the butler knew that the Harold family might not be able to hold on this time. Then, he would try his best. Huh? Teton adjusted his breathing, threw the musket aside, and held the sword with both hands instead. The bullets of the musket, it is useless against the bloodbat. As we all know, the bloodbat is invulnerable to swords and guns. Only when you reach the true level of secret arts can you break through the defense. Under normal circumstances, Titan can't do it. But that is just normal. If you fight desperately. Yes. Titan's eyes are firm, his face is resolute, his steps have never retreated a step, his breathing between his mouth and nose is getting faster and faster. When a trace of unique heat is about to burn, a palm appears on his shoulder. It was the old Baron Harold. My lord. When Titan found out that his lord had not left, his face changed immediately, and the determination in his eyes was even more panic. He was willing to fight to the death, naturally to give his lord a chance to escape. But now that the lord had not left, even if he died, what would be the use? Titan. A smile appeared on the face of the old Baron Harold. But Titan was stunned. Because, since he became seriously ill 2 years ago, Baron Harold had been slurring his words for a long time. And his mind had also been unclear for a while. Although he had recovered his mind recently, his speech was not slurred. Titan had not heard such clear speech as this one for 2 years. Titan's eyes were red involuntarily. The butler thought it was a miracle before death. After such a miracle, it is time to face death. But, it's okay. Fighting side by side with the Lord until death, it is the last honor of my life. Thinking in his heart, Teton tightened his sword again. But Baron Harold patted Teton on the shoulder again. Then, the Baron walked to the front, looked up at the bloodbath in the sky, and nostalgia emerged from his cloudy eyes. Is it Lord Auburn? The Baron asked loudly. He was full of energy, and he didn't look like an old man at the end of his life. And with such a question, as the bloodbath lowered his head, a figure appeared above the bloodbath's head. Blood-descendant Auburn looked down at Baron Harold. A hint of surprise appeared in his scarlet eyes, and then, as if he had thought of something, he nodded and said to himself, Sure enough, the Harold family has also prepared some backup plans. That's great! This way, I can let go a little. As he spoke, an icy chill began to cover the entire Harold manor. It's not a feeling. It's real. Even at this moment, snowflakes have begun to fall between the sky and the earth. Titan looked at the snowflakes in front of him, and the butler's eyes showed an undisguised horror. But the next moment, something happened that shocked the butler even more. Baron Harold raised his hand and waved. Chapter 523 on the stage. Above the manor, snowflakes were falling. On the ground of the manor, the old man raised his hand and waved. Instantly, the snow and wind in the sky swirled back. Not only did the snowflakes fly, the temperature began to rise rapidly. The next moment, the drifting snowflakes turned into raindrops. Baron Harold raised his head and felt the cool feeling of raindrops falling on his face, while Titan on the side was stunned. Is this his lord? Is this his lordsmith? Is this his lordsmith who is always dead? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Of course, the butler had heard about the descendants of blood. From the sudden appearance of the other party, showing extraordinary strength, to the rumor that he had inherited the legacy of the Blood Clan, to the rumor that he was cautious and cunning, never fought with all his strength, and always made people misjudge, and the rumor that he was a collaborator of Nanlos's medium, the butler knew all about it. He even asked about it. He was not only curious but also envious. He envied the Blood Clan for having such a backup plan. Under such a plan, it was only a matter of time before the Blood Clan would rise again. At that time, the butler had fantasized more than once, if the Harold family also had such an arrangement. Of course, fantasies are just fantasies after all. And the butler knew that such a thing was impossible. The Lord is about to die. How could the Harold family have any backup plan? But the scene just now overturned the butler's cognition. The snowflakes just now are at least Arcanal level. Being able to dissipate such snowflakes with one blow, they are at least Arcanal level. The Lord is Arcanal level. Since the Lord is Arcanal level, why hide it? The butler Titan, who was full of speculation and confusion, subconsciously looked at his lord again. In the drizzling rain, Baron Harold placed his hands on his cane, raised his head, and looked at the descendant of blood, and continued, I know why you are here, but I can tell you for sure that the extermination of the Blood Clan has nothing to do with the Harold family. We were not involved in it from beginning to end, and after that, we were unable to participate in any division of the Blood Clan property. If you want to know the truth of that year, you should go to the Golden Lion family. They know everything, Baron Harold said sincerely. However, facing the sincere Baron Harold, the descendant of blood sneered. Everyone told me that the Golden Lion family knows everything, but if the Golden Lion family is not the strongest, can he still know everything? The blood-red eyes of the descendant of blood standing on the bloodbath became more intense, and on his raised right hand, the strong thrust force burst out. Buzz! Suddenly, the drizzling rain turned into a blizzard. The whole transformation was completed in an instant, without any sluggishness. Baron Harold's face showed helplessness. The old Baron waved again. Unlike the previous understatement, this time, the old Baron waved very hard. Moreover, it also brought the sound of wind. Whoosh! The wind blew, the ice and snow melted into rain, and the temperature rose again. The wind, like the wind of early summer, heat appeared. The rain was a heavy rain falling down. Titan, who was standing by, was soaked in just a few breaths, and in the misty rain, the old butler seemed to see his lord's hair darken. It turned from dry and pale to black. Moreover, the black color quickly became shiny. Such a change startled the butler. Power cannot come without reason, and rashly contacting the mystery will bring endless troubles. Just like the heir of the Blood Clan. What kind of power is this? Titan's heart was full of worry, and his eyes were full of worry, but he couldn't intervene in the battle in front of him, because he couldn't even move. An ice spear appeared in the hand of the descendant of blood. Suddenly, the sky was cold, and the ground was frozen. The heavy rain from the sky turned into fine hail. The accumulated water on the ground instantly froze into ice crystals. When the cold wind blew, everything in the manor was covered with a layer of frost. Even the hard and sharp metal became extremely fragile at this time. And people? Normal people would die soon in such low temperatures. Titan, who was stronger than normal people, sensed the body's warning, and was horrified at the strength of the descendant of blood. This strength. Sure enough, he has been hiding himself. Is this the essence of the Blood Clan? Titan couldn't help thinking. And Baron Harold's eyes were even more complicated. There were sighs, envy, and a little jealousy. But in the end, they all turned into a wave of his hand. He waved harder than before. Woo! It was as if the sound of a strong wind came from this wave. The cold weather suddenly turned into the scorching sun in midsummer. That kind of hot wind made people feel suffocated. And the frost in the eyes all disappeared. Titan was able to move his hands and feet freely, but the butler was not happy at all. Because, poof! Baron Harold spat out a mouthful of blood. The wrinkles on his old face, as the blood spurted out, became less and less, and became shiny and elastic. In just 2 breaths, the old Baron Harold turned into a middle-aged man. But his breath became weaker and weaker. Even weaker than when he was just old. Titan stepped forward and supported Baron Harold, who was shaking and about to fall to the ground. Sir? The butler shouted worriedly. Baron Harold waved his hand and looked up at the descendant of blood in the sky. That psychic order? The descendant of blood frowned. You are worthy of being the heir of a big family. Even if the family no longer exists, the precious knowledge left behind is enough to make you surpass ordinary people. I am really jealous of you. In order to gain the power I have now, I once attacked the private army of servants and guards who were loyal to our family. They were originally the power for my final rise, but they all became the power that I can only use once. Baron Harold's eyes were filled with more jealousy. There was even a hint of resentment. Sir? Titan on the side exclaimed in disbelief. This exclamation made Harold sober up quickly. The Baron glanced at his last servant, recalling the servant's dedication and perseverance after he was bedridden, and the way he encouraged him even when he was desperate. The twisted feeling in his heart quickly faded. The hand that had been placed on the other's vest slowly dropped, and the sharp nails that were stretched out were retracted. Titan, don't trust others too much in the future, the Baron said, and slowly stood up. It has come to this point. Even if he inhaled Teton, he would not live for too long. It would be better to let Teton continue to live. And he? For the honor of the Harold family. He fought the last battle. The feeling of twisted in his heart reappeared, pushing the Baron from one extreme to another. Jealousy disappeared completely. Only for honor. Honor is my life, the Baron shouted, and his face began to become younger again. An ice spear appeared in the hand of the descendant of blood again. The last fight between the two sides was about to start. But at this moment, a voice sounded. I can assure you that the Harold family was not involved and did not know much about what happened back then. Glaster, who had been waiting for a long time, walked out slowly. Chapter 524 Glory, Destiny and Rebirth. When Glast, wearing a cloak, walked out of the shadows, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. The loyal butler, Titan, even stood between Glast and Baron Harold. Titan knew that he couldn't stop him, but at least he had to try his best. Titan stared at Glast, who came out to cover his face vigilantly and clenched his sword in his hand. "Heh, you finally came out." The eye spear in the hand of the descendant of blood became more and more condensed, the light in the scarlet eyes became brighter. The face of Baron Harold became younger and younger. At this time, the nobleman already looked like a young man. "Got it! He got it!" He asked why the blood descendant came to his door. It turned out to be Glast. However, Baron Harold had no grudge against Glast. At this moment, Baron Harold, who put honor first, remembered the contract between the two parties. Glast would give him a chance. Although he also paid some things. He really got this opportunity, just like his ancestors, and exerted the desirable power. Moreover, in some ways, he also needs to thank Glaster. Thank Glaster for creating such a battlefield for him. Maybe it's inappropriate. But, Ms. Glaster, please wait a moment. Teton, after I die, you take Ms. Glaster to the family secret room. There is my child. And you have to assist that child as you assist me. And Ms. Glaster, according to the contract, you will be the child's teacher. Harold, who looked like a teenager, took a deep breath and said slowly, "Sir!" Teton exclaimed. However, the young Harold smiled calmly. "Teton, I am an incurable guy. I am inferior, but also arrogant. And I want a lot of glory. I want to be the focus of the world. So, I did a lot of things that I can't forgive myself. I don't deserve to live. I am willing to bear all the guilt. I am willing to go anywhere to atone for my sins. Even if my soul is burned for 100 years. 1,000 years. It doesn't matter. I am now just Javert Harold." As he said this, the young Harold turned around and looked up at the blood descendant standing on the blood bat in the air. The smile on his face became brighter and brighter. That was a smile that only teenagers had. That was a smile that only teenagers had when they were reckless and full of passion. Even when they died, the teenagers smiled. Because at that time, the teenagers did not even think about dying. The teenagers just moved towards their goals. Javert Harold was different. The Baron thought about his own death. But he still chose to die. "Glory is my life." With a loud shout, the frost between heaven and earth turned into a rainstorm. In the rainstorm, Javert rushed up, having been twisted to the extreme. Javert, who only had honor left in his heart, calmly went to his death. He wanted to use his death to clear his name. He wanted to use his death to fight for a glimmer of hope for the Harold family. He wanted to use his death to let his servant Titan live well. He turned his head slightly and looked at his servant again. He said softly, "The child is called Cosette. Cosette Harold. She is in your hands." After saying that, Javert's body exploded, and his flesh and blood merged into the rainstorm. Suddenly, the rainstorm turned into a long river. The long river fell from the sky, rumbling. There was a bridge on the long river, which was a stone bridge. Standing on the bridge was Javert. Javert, who had just exploded, stood on the bridge as a soul. It overlooked the turbulent river, without hesitation jumped down. Boom! Amid the earth-shaking roar, everything disappeared. The rainstorm, the long river, the stone bridge, and Javert. All disappeared. Only the blood descendant, who relied on the speed of the blood bat to avoid the fatal blow, was left. "Did you expect this?" the blood descendant asked Ms. Glaster with rapid breathing. "No. Javert's awakening at the last moment had nothing to do with me. Don't treat me like your partner. His peek into the future comes from his blood and talent. I just choose to obey fate." Ms. Glaster said this, and stepped in front of Teton, facing the descendant of blood. "Now you are injured. And I am injured too. We can have a fair fight." Ms. Glaster looked at the descendant of blood and said this. "Fair? There is no fairness in the world. Not for me, not for you, neither to the guy who just died." Blood descendant taunted. But the next moment, blood descendant made Bloodbat raise his body. "I don't believe in fairness. But my upbringing does not allow me to attack a wounded woman. I will wait for you to recover. Then, I will kill you after I get the answer I want. Before that? You peeping bastards, damn it," Blood descendant said, looking back. The scarlet light made the peepers hiding around feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. Especially when the blood bat directly covered an area with an ultrasonic breath, causing more than a dozen peepers to bleed from all 7 orifices, fall to the ground, and stop breathing. The remaining peepers immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Eli, who had retreated early, gave his boss a thumbs up. Boss, how did you know that the blood descendant would attack the surrounding peepers? Oh, it's just a ridiculous sense of noble honor. As the descendant of the blood clan, the guy's pride is unparalleled. Faced with the honor that Baron Harold defended with his death, he will definitely try to retain it. It's just a trick of the nobles. Before the bandaged swordsman spoke, Walsh sneered. So it seems that this descendant of the blood clan is a good man, Leinster said while running. Good man? All nobles are the same. They don't care about the death of others. Even if you see them dying, don't think they are noble. That's just a disguise. As a newcomer to the Pale Hand, Walsh obviously doesn't trust the nobles. Leinster is very rational and doesn't say anything more. Instead, he looks at Eli. It was Eli who said that this place is safe and can be used as a temporary place for them to stay and recuperate. But now it is obviously unrealistic. They knew how terrifying that woman Glass was. Eli, who was stared at by the ring doctor, was a little embarrassed. The part-time intelligence dealer did not expect such a thing to happen. Obviously, Harold Manor was still very safe before. He also put a lot of things in it, which served as a temporary base. Therefore, he came here quickly and chose this place as a foothold and a shelter for recuperation. Embarrassed, Eli looked at the bandaged swordsman. Let's find a place ahead and build a temporary shelter. The bandaged swordsman said this, and he sped up. Eli immediately sped up to catch up. Walsh pulled up Leinster and also started to speed up. The foursome ran away. But the remaining peepers were miserable. Especially those peepers with malicious intent. None of them could escape the pursuit of the blood descendants. The noise faded away. Harold Manor became quiet again. Ms. Glaster walked silently towards the main building of the manor. And Teton followed like a zombie. The Lord was dead. The housekeeper seemed to have lost all color in his life. If it wasn't for the Lord's order, the housekeeper would have chosen to commit suicide immediately and follow his Lord. Order? The Lord's child. The little Lord. In a trance, the housekeeper thought of Baron Harold's order, and his eyes lit up immediately, and the whole person seemed to come alive. Without thinking, he was ready to rush into the secret room. But at this moment, he heard the lady's soft words. Don't be impulsive, close the door. Titan hesitated for a moment, but chose to believe Glass's words. And just when the butler closed the door, turned around, he suddenly found that Glass had collapsed on the ground. You, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone find out. Glass stopped Titan's exclamation, raised his hand to take off his hood, revealing a pale face like a corpse, and then whispered, Is this the Namlos medium? The terrible Arthur Kratos. Chapter 525. No one is young. The terrible distortion. Is this the Davet psychic order? Arthur's face was solemn. Using Glaster's identity to take over the extra loot that belongs to him in Glaster's base was a decision Arthur made after confirming the approximate location after performing bone divination and soul cutting on Glaster. Of course, with Arthur's character, he would not rashly break into Harold Manor, even if he confirmed that the mill that appeared in bone divination was in Harold Manor. The hill is next to Harold Manor. Even if it can be proved immediately that Harold Manor is the destination of Carmen's Leap, Arthur will not act immediately. Because Grass' soul was cut off, the information obtained is incomplete. Arthur can only know a rough idea. But he cannot know the attitude of the manor owner, Baron Harold. Or to be more precise, the relationship between Grass and the other party. Are they superiors and subordinates? Or a partner? Or some unknown relationship? Arthur couldn't be sure. So, Arthur set up a stage, acted for the other party, to test the true relationship between the two parties. But what Arthur didn't expect was that he would actually see such a scene. With a clear vision of the Vest blood descendant, Arthur saw the changes of Baron Harold. The change from old to young, although it was surprising, but it's not surprising. Because that is the effect achieved at the cost of burning one's life. But the distortion of personality. Arthur was extremely surprised. Except for the changes in childhood. People's personality is already determined when they reach Baron Harold's age. Under this premise, it can still be distorted, which really makes Arthur shudder. Someone once said, if your memory changes, you are no longer yourself. But, in Arthur's opinion, personality changes, you are not yourself anymore. After all, memory can be deceiving. But personality cannot be. When he thought about his personality being distorted into a reckless man, Arthur, who used to hide and never show up until he had a perfect grasp of the moment, became uneasy immediately. Once, Arthur's rare friend, the fat man, commented on Arthur's personality. Life is too short, so short that you can't take care of everything. It's like when we were kids. When we played games on the computer, there were all kinds of lags. But when you grow up and finally have a good computer, the game doesn't lag, but we lag. You think you are ready, but in fact you have lost the last happiness. So, it's really hard to like a guy like you. But I don't mind. While the fat man was saying these attention-grabbing words, he was holding the Chiang Mai mountain that he took out of his pocket. He got in front of him, sat in the gaming chair, turned on the computer skillfully, and used the computer he had assembled at a high price to reach $43.99. That afternoon, it became a game between two people. When the game was over, the cigarettes were finished, and the midnight snacks were finished. The fat man touched his mouth and stood up to go home. He remembered that he originally wanted to play the new old man ring. He asked this fat man to come over, just to show his skills. The fat man had severe tendinitis in his right hand. He was sure to win and make the fat man cry for his parents. But why did it turn out like this? Arthur still didn't understand. But Arthur knew one thing: he absolutely didn't want to be distorted. Since he didn't want to, then he should master it. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly, and a deep light flashed in his eyes. Perhaps the process of distortion was long and complicated, with many times of precaution and opportunities to confront. But what if? Arthur would never bet on that one. Especially after seeing the ending of Baron Harold, he would not gamble. Because, even if it is impossible, at the last moment, he will face death with his true self, not with the glory others have given him. Being manipulated by others? What a joke. Life cannot be determined. Death is still uncertain. Between life and death, this period has already given countless opportunities to determine how to die. Arthur said that what he needed was to seize the opportunity. Just like now. Pan, listen to your father. Never give up at any time. Even if you look like you will die in the next moment, don't give up, because if you give up, you will really die in the next moment. Of course, death is not scary sometimes. What is scary is that life is worse than death. But you don't have to worry because Arthur held Pendragon in his arms, stretched his tone. While Pendragon's cat face was confused, he continued, because you have 9 lives. It's okay to throw away 1 or 2 of them. You and Dad are very similar in this respect. After all, Arthur didn't he continue talking, but showed a smile that Pendragon didn't he quite understand. Some secrets will never be told. You? Arthur exhaled and said, I lost my own life, but I survived again, which shows that cats and I have a good relationship, and the reason why I can become the modern black cat. Maybe I am the reincarnation of a cat, and other thoughts came out of his mind. Then Arthur put a baked cookie into his mouth, took a sip of hot cocoa with sugar and milk, and his vision switched to Harold Manor again. Are you okay? Titan asked anxiously. He didn't know the origin of the lady in front of him, but the Lord trusted her, so he could trust her. Moreover, the other party would be the teacher of the young Lord. Gloucester shook his head, his pale face filled with indescribable solemnity. Then, the lady slowly stood up. Let's go. Let's go see what Harold left behind. If possible. I really don't want to leave here. Gloucester said so. Teton on the side was immediately stunned. Looking at the stunned Teton, Gloucester smiled. You don't think we are safe now, do you? Although that guy cleaned up a group of people, the real big trouble has not yet appeared. They are more greedy than jackals, and more vicious than poisonous snakes. Teton was silent. The butler knew that Gloucester was telling the truth. There were definitely more people coveting Harold's family than just those peepers. In other words, those peepers were not even spies. And the real coveters? The nobles of Nanlos. Especially Baron Culler and Baron Houseman, whose families were at their peak. And they naturally didn't mind having one more baron. Lord Ernest, Lord Dubois, and Lord Bath would definitely not mind upgrading their titles. Even if it was just a title. Because, with this title, some things would become easier, and they would have a legitimate reason. They didn't do it before because the Lord was still alive, and they had no excuse. Now that the Lord is dead, they will definitely not be able to hold back. It might even be detrimental to the young master. Thinking of this, the butler's expression became more solemn. The Earl of Nanlos. The butler thought of the owner of Nanlos, but was hesitant. Baron Culler, Baron Houseman and Lord Ernest, Lord Dubois, Lord Bass had ill intentions, and would the Earl of Nanlos really help the Harold family? Titan, who had heard some secrets, could not help but sigh. At the same time, he silently prayed, Sir, You must leave some cards. Chapter 526 said Harold. The secret room of Harold Manor is also in the master's study in the main building. In fact, most nobles are very happy to place the secret room in a place like the study. Because privacy. Compared to the bedroom where many ladies visit, the master's study is the most private place in the noble manor. Except for the owner of the manor, even the personal butler needs certain permission to enter. As for safety, the secret room in the study exists openly. It is enough to prove its safety. New nobles like the Lysop family can only use some mechanical mechanisms, while the truly prosperous families, like the Harold family, have long used secret mechanisms as standard. Moreover, in some places, unique secret techniques are also used. Therefore, even if many thieves know where the most valuable things in the entire manor are, they dare not try it easily. After all, there is only one life. Of course, the most important thing is that they are all waiting for others to take the road. No one wants to use his own death to make others successful. Arthur has a deep understanding of this. The reason why his group of tomb robber friends changed the rule of the father goes to the tomb, and the son is on top to the son goes to the tomb, and the father is on top was because a father and son found an old seed in a tomb. The son buried his father directly in the tomb, and took the 2-foot-high old seed Buddha statue for himself. Both the father and the son were like this. What about strangers? As for the son who got the old seed Buddha statue, shot to death outside the border. Did he really think that without his father's connections, feelings and experience, he could still be smooth sailing? The people who received the goods were the ones who killed without blinking an eye. Every time he saw the old Buddha statue in the living room, Arthur warned himself to be careful. However, it was not necessary at the moment. Now the master's butler brought them in. The mechanism to open it was on the bookshelf. But the following picture and language was the key point. Gloucester did not avoid it. Titan also pretended not to know. The Harold family has reached this point now. It is not the time to dwell on such things. The most important thing now is the young master. Thinking of this, Teton speeded up his speech. About 4 or 5 seconds later, the bookshelf in the study opened a hole that could allow one person to pass through. Teton was still in front, and Gloucester was behind. There was a candlestick in the entrance corridor. Teton picked up the candlestick and lit the candle on it. The candlelight illuminated the way forward. First, about 5 meters forward, next is the spiral staircase going down. After a full 30 meters, there is another door. The wooden door covered with metal is heavy and solid. Squeak! Teton pushed hard, and the wooden door slowly opened. Teton counted silently. 1, 2, 3. When he counted to 3, Teton stopped pushing the door, and went through the crack in the door, and turned off the 3 crossbow arrow mechanisms behind the door. This place was originally guarded by a gargoyle, but the Harold family's finances could not sustain its continued operation, and they sold it to Baron Camille 20 years ago. When seeing Gloucester looking at the 3 crossbow arrows, Teton's face showed embarrassment. In the eyes of the housekeeper, it was still a very shameful thing to be seen by outsiders in the embarrassment of the Harold family. Gloucester didn't care. At least, the Harold family is still there. The 2 gargoyles in Camille Manor before were impressive. But the Camille Manor has become the Caesar Manor. So what if you have 2 gargoyles? They still belong to others. Gloucester's words greatly improved Teton's favor. The old butler, who had a strong sense of self-esteem and family honor, bowed slightly to Gloucester and continued to go down. Under a floor position, there was another secret passage. After going down 10 meters, the 2 finally reached their real destination. A secret room as big as 3 basketball courts. In the secret room at this moment, except for a huge glass container occupying the middle position, there were only books and various materials. These books were placed in a messy manner on the desk and bookshelf. Some were simply thrown on the ground. It can be seen that Baron Harold was impatient when he was flipping through the books. The materials were much better, and were still placed in different categories. Obviously, even though he was impatient, Baron Harold did not lose his mind and put the dangerous materials outside. What surprised Gloucester was that in the material cabinet, there was a copy of the Salami sack. This was the necessary material for learning the Advil fire control technique. After Arthur got this secret technique from Melinda, he did not learn it because the Salami sack was hard to find. He did not expect to see it here. Gloucester was paying attention, but his eyes just glanced over it, and finally landed on the cylindrical glass vessel that stretched from the ground to the ceiling. It takes 5 adults to hold this glass container together. It is filled with a light blue-green liquid. A baby is suspended in it. The baby has grown eyelashes. It seems that it has found someone observing it. It immediately turns around shyly, but turns back after a while, and puts its hand in its mouth, with a curious look. Miss Cosette. Titan knelt on one knee in front of the petri dish, with tears in the corners of his eyes. This is the only offspring of the Lord. This is the hope of the Harold family. This is the future of the Harold family. I swear by my life and soul, I will protect the lady in front of me for life, never betray, never give up. I will live for you in my future life. Titan swore in a low voice. A flash of inspiration, such an oath, was confirmed by the contract. As if sensing this spirituality, Cosette Harold in the petri dish stretched out her palm and placed it on the petri dish. It seemed as if he was touching Teton. Miss. Teton smiled. Glass said directly. Don't be too happy too soon. Cosette is only about 7 months old now. It will take some time for her to give birth. During this time, we must ensure the absolute safety of Harold Manor. Teton's smile froze. Yes, Miss has not been born successfully yet. We must be vigilant. Also, the thing in front of us seems impossible to move. In fact, even if he could move, Titan would not do so. A 7-month pregnant woman is at her most dangerous time. The young lady in front of him is also 7 months old. If something unexpected happens, he will die. But he will not be willing. But how to ensure that the young lady stays here safely, and is not disturbed? Subconsciously, Titan looked at Glaster. Miss Glaster, do you have any ideas? Yes. Glaster nodded directly, and then said word by word. You should go to number 2 South Los Kirk Street immediately, and pledge allegiance to Arthur Kratos in the name of the Harold family. And let Cosette Harold recognize Arthur Kratos as his godfather. Chapter 527. When you lack something, it will appear before your eyes. Glaster's words naturally came from Arthur. Baron Harold is dead. Harold Manor no longer has an owner. Coincidentally, Arthur thought he needed a manor. Melinda already had Caesar Manor. So why couldn't he have a Kratos Manor? Moreover, he was not occupying it by force. Just think of it as the protection fee Cosette Harold gave him. At worst, when Cosette Harold came of age, just return it to the other party. I, Arthur, am not borrowing Jingzhou. Besides, there are manpower. Harold Manor is empty, and needs a lot of manpower. Coincidentally, Arthur will soon have a large number of manpower, excluding the manpower of Miss Chio's security company, Mr. Wu Exchange and the fleet. Moreover, as time goes by, his manpower will inevitably increase. At that time, it will be extremely conspicuous. Therefore, it would be the best if we settled them in Harold Manor. Such a large manor, it would be no problem to place 300 to 500 people. You said they were raising assassins? Who can prove that the people in this manor are all assassins? They are just the loyal servants of the Kratos family. As for making weapons, who said that the weapons factory would be set up here? Pure rumor. It is just that Kratos Manor set up 2 small weapons workshops to defend against rampant thieves. We can only make some projectiles, firearms and the like. Cannons? Those were all purchased through the 5 Gentlemen Exchange, but we have the transaction certificate. The 5 Gentlemen Exchange is a legal and compliant chamber of commerce that pays taxes on time. Arthur kept perfecting his plan for the Shadow Earl. As for whether Teton would refuse, it's impossible. This butler is definitely a smart man. In fact, this is true. When he heard Glaster's initial words, the butler was about to refuse subconsciously. But before he could say anything, he thought of Baron Culler, Baron Haussmann, Lord Ernest, Lord Dubois, and Lord Bath. Then, he thought of Count Nanlos. Immediately, his heart sank. Until this moment, the butler suddenly realized that compared to these jackal-like guys, Arthur Kratos was actually a good choice. Strong, good reputation. Most importantly, noble status. Even a knight is a noble. But the loyal butler still has doubts. Are you sure you won't let a wolf into the house? As he said, the old butler looked at Glaster, staring at him without blinking. What are you worried about that guy Kratos coveting from the Harold family? Is it this shabby manor? Or the title of the Harold family? Glaster showed a mocking smile. The Kratos family is richer than you think. And his lover, the Lady of the Long Night, has a wealth that even the Countess of Nanlos has to rely on. As for the title, the Old Lion of Niwen has announced that the champion of this year's South County Swordsmanship competition will receive a title and territory. Do you think Kratos can win the championship with his entry strength? Titan was silent. As the butler of the Harold family, although he was born, the Harold family has fallen. But they were once glorious. This glory is recorded. Those books let Teton know the meaning of Interer. That is, Arthur Kratos was born more than 30 years later. If he had caught up with the 7 Years' War, with the strength of Arthur Kratos Interer, he would have been able to control a large army immediately. With the background of the Kratos family, he would have been a lord. Maybe Nanlos will have to change its owner. If he is lucky, Niwen is not impossible. Would such a person covet the ruined Herald family? No. Impossible. However, the butler still has a last doubt. What about you and Mr. Kratos? Although the butler did not understand the cause and effect of the matter, he still knew that there was a gap between the lady in front of him and Mr. Arthur Kratos. If the Herald family took refuge with the Kratos family, what should this lady do? Why do you think I'm still alive? Grot asked back. Bitterness appeared on his pale face. Looking at this bitterness, the butler immediately understood. Did she choose to surrender to survive? In order to improve her status in the eyes of Mr. Kratos, she tied the Herald family to herself. So that's it. The butler breathed a sigh of relief. The slightest doubt was completely dissipated. I'll go now. Please take good care of Miss Cosette. I swear in the name of Gloucester, I will take good care of Miss Cosette. After receiving such a guarantee, the butler turned and walked out. And Gloucester walked to the petri dish. Cosette? It's a nice name. Your luck is the same as mine, not bad. However, luck cannot accompany us throughout our lives, so Cosette, you have to shelter yourself under the wings of Arthur Kratos. You have to treat him like your father. Only in this way, you can get shelter and learn knowledge. Only in this way, you can grow up safely. Your fate, only Arthur Kratos intervenes, can it be reversed? After saying that, Glast also left the secret room. This secret room is not the one she is looking for. In the secret room, Cosette in the petri dish has a wrinkled face. Still growing, developing Cosette, who was not even a real baby, was confused and puzzled by Graster's words. Unique training allowed Cosette to sense Superman. The little lady could sense that Grotter had no ill intentions. But fate reversed? Was my original fate bad? Cosette looked at Graster's back. The little lady had fallen into deep thought. And such thinking quickly made Cosette, who had not yet become a real baby, feel tired. After a while, the little lady fell into a deep sleep. When Glaster returned to the study, Arthur, who was sitting in the medium hall, curled his lips and smiled. Act out the whole play. Otherwise, it's better not to act. This is the family motto of the Kratos family. As for lying to children, Cosette Herald is not a child. Moreover, Cosette Herald is extraordinary at first glance. Such a useful tool must be cultivated from childhood. What if there is a big surprise waiting for him? Arthur thought to himself, and began to direct Glaster to find the mill where bone divination was found. There is no such thing in the secret room of the master's study. Then Glaster's previous base is most likely in that mill. In fact, this is also the case. Glass found a secret passage under the mill. He entered it carefully, and after going down diagonally, a secret room that was no less large than the secret room in Harold's study appeared in front of him. When Arthur saw the layout clearly, he was stunned. What is this? Chapter 528. He lacks respect. So give him respect. In the secret room under the mill, there is a huge ritual scene. From Glaster's perspective, the shortest side of the ritual track is 30 meters long. Similar ritual tracks are filled in the secret room under the mill, connecting various substrates, forming a ritual scene that shocks everyone, including Arthur. What kind of ritual is it? Arthur doesn't know yet. But the unique spiritual materials in the ritual told Arthur that this ritual was not simple. The young medium held a cup of hot cocoa with milk and sugar, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Arthur guessed more than once what was in Glaster's temporary base. However, the scene in front of him still surprised Arthur. I must see it myself, Arthur thought in his heart. Although he could borrow Glaster's vision, some things still needed to be seen with his own eyes. When Glaster entered the secret room under the mill, Arthur had already made such preparations out of caution. So, Arthur waited quietly, waiting for the visit of the butler Teton. Of course, corresponding preparations are also necessary. Ms. Anna? Please. Arthur looked at Ms. Anna on the side. Okay. In the gentle voice, Ms. Anna floated up and flew straight out. Teton rode the only old horse in the manor, rushing to Nanlos day and night. On the way, the housekeeper thought about many things to say. In the end, he chose to be straightforward and honest. Because Harold Manor no longer had any bargaining chips. Rather than using sweet words, which might cause disgust, it is better to be honest. As for whether sweet words can deceive the medium, the housekeeper is not so naive. Looking at Nanlos, which is already in sight, Teton turned over and dismounted. It's not that he doesn't want to continue riding, but the old horse under him has reached its limit. In fact, if the old horse had not taken some secret medicine of the Harold family when it was born, it would have fallen to the ground by now. After all, Harold Manor is not close to South Los. But even if it had taken secret medicine when it was born, as it grew older, the old horse could no longer bear this long-distance run. Teton, who took care of the old horse every day, knew this very well. It's almost there. Teton gently stroked the old horse's mane, and the very smart old horse rubbed Teton's cheek with its head. The man and the horse walked side by side. When they were about to reach South Los, Teton and the old horse stopped immediately, because a team of 25 cavalrymen stood quietly on the side of the road. The leader was a man with gray hair on his temples, a face that looked old, but a very strong body. Even the leather armor was full. Behind the man, 24 cavalrymen were solemn and silent and divided into two teams. He looked straight ahead. Elite. When Teton saw this cavalry for the first time, he made the corresponding judgment. During the heyday of the Harold family, there was also a similar cavalry serving as the Lord's Guard, but after the start of the 7 Years' War, this cavalry was exhausted. After that, naturally, he wanted to train another one. Unfortunately, no money. War horses, armor, weapons, personnel. Each one needs to be piled up with gold coins. The current situation of Harold Manor does not allow them to have similar expenses. Teton's eyes were filled with envy. Then, the butler led the old horse to one side. The old butler planned to bypass this cavalry and enter South Los. He was sure that this cavalry was here to welcome a big shot. The red tassel hanging on the spear had already indicated that this was a team similar to a guard of honor. Just as the old butler was guessing which big shot it would be, the leading cavalryman suddenly spoke up. "Yes, Butler Teton?" Teton was stunned, and nodded almost subconsciously. "It's me, everyone. The Kratos family welcomes the caregiver of Miss Cosette." Before the butler finished speaking, the leading Edwin spoke directly. And when the words fell, the cavalryman behind him took action, and 24 cavalrymen appeared behind Teton in unison. Snap! Snap! With a unique rhythm. He raised his hand and tapped the breastplate. This is etiquette. Etiquette unique to the nobles, used to welcome distinguished guests. Titan looked behind him in astonishment, and then looked at Edwin, who came to his side. The old butler was completely stunned. He heard the words just now. Of course he knew that this was someone from the Kratos family. But he was not worthy of such a grand welcome. He was just a butler. And what was in front of him was a welcoming ceremony that only real nobles could enjoy. You are Miss Cosette's foster parent. You are also a veteran of the Harold family. Your loyalty, your belief in honor. You deserve such a welcome, Edwin said with a serious face. Then, the coachman turned over and dismounted, led his horse to Titan, and said with a serious face, "Please get on the horse." This scene, Titan almost cried. The housekeeper had dreamed of this scene countless times, dreaming of charging for the Harold family after the triumph. He was treated like a hero. But the decline of the Harold family made such a scene only appear in dreams. As time passed, the butler dared not even dream. All he thought about was how to maintain the Harold family. But now, his dream has come true. The butler tried to suppress his excitement, but there was a sparkle in the corner of his eyes. "Thank you. The Harold family has its own warhorse." His voice was slightly choked. Teton turned his head and looked at his old horse. The wise old horse neighed. Teton immediately climbed on the horse. The old horse raised its head and walked forward, following the unique drumbeat. At this moment, no one could tell that this horse had already reached the age of retirement. Edwin looked at the horse in surprise. As Melinda's driver, he quickly discovered the difference of this old horse. Normal horses at this age, let alone carrying people so lightly, even being able to stand is considered a gift. Secret medicine? Edwin thought in his heart, and his eyes looked to the side. In the shadows, Ms. Anna stood with her hands down. When she saw Edwin's eyes, she nodded slightly. Arthur left everything to her. Of course, she needed to do it well. When he saw Ms. Anna nod, Edwin breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of the lady who suddenly appeared at his bedside before, Edwin was still frightened. He thought he was cursed by something and encountered the weird directly. Fortunately, It was just a simple welcoming mission. Moreover, it was approved by Miss Anna. Edwin immediately escorted Teton to number 2 Kirk Street with full concentration. Teton, who was walking at the front of the team, finally had the opportunity to secretly wipe his eyes. Chapter 529. He lacks respect, so give him respect. After Edwin escorted Teton to the intersection of Kirk Street, he saluted Teton again and said, "Butler Teton, it is my honor to greet and escort you. On the way, Miss Anna will take you on. I hope we will see you next time." As he spoke, Edwin tapped his chest again. A simple knight salute. The 24 cavalrymen behind him did the same. Snap! The crisp sound echoed at the intersection. Teton's face was solemn, and he also responded with a knight's salute. "It is my honor to meet you and all of you. If possible, please visit Harold Manor in your spare time. I will do my best to entertain you." Teton answered seriously. Teton had a great deal of recognition for these cavalrymen, not only because these cavalrymen made him realize his dream of triumph, but also because he saw hope in these cavalrymen. Harold Manor continued, hope of prosperity. Otherwise, how could he dare to invite these cavalrymen to visit the manor? Given the manor's financial situation, it simply could not afford to entertain these cavalrymen. Just the cost of fodder for these war horses would require selling all the furniture in the remaining 2 guest rooms on the 2nd floor, which were originally intended to sustain the manor's expenses for next year and the year after. Of course. Edwin nodded and smiled. Then he turned and left with the cavalry. Teton watched Edwin and the cavalry leave until his back completely disappeared. Then he turned around and led the horse to Kirk Street. Then, the butler clenched his left hand holding the reins, and his right hand tightly grasped the hilt of the sword. He saw Miss Anna. In the night before dawn, a terrifying doll floated in the shadows and darkness. When the dark light crossed, the face that was already hair-raising was enough to scare anyone to scream. In fact, it is true. If Teton had not confirmed the location of number 2 Kirk Street before, the butler would have shouted loudly at this time. "Miss Anna?" Teton asked tentatively. "I'm sorry. The butler is not sure about the identity of Miss Anna, even if Miss Anna has long hair and wears a skirt." "It's me, Butler Teton." Miss Anna nodded, and her gentle voice, the butler's nervousness was effectively relieved. But then, he was filled with surprise. "Doll butler? Secret doll?" Titan had heard similar things from his father. At the beginning of the Silver Age, some powerful nobles had used secret dolls as their family's butlers, not only to show the uniqueness of their family, but also because of the reliability of the secret dolls. However, the expensive maintenance costs of the secret dolls made those nobles put them in the family's secret room under various names. "Is this the secret doll?" "No. The secret doll my father talked about is far from being as agile as the secret doll in front of me. It is really like a person. It must be the best among the secret dolls. I am afraid that only the old Lion of Niwen and the Count of Nanlos have such a doll in their treasury. The Kratos family is not an ordinary noble family, but a long-standing noble family with a history of hundreds of years." Titan thought in his heart. Miss Anna continued, "I am sorry that my humble house is simple. Your horse can only wait in the courtyard." Miss Anna ignored the offended feeling in Teton's eyes. She just raised her hand slightly while floating in the air. Immediately, a root of the death snake fig stretched out from the ground to serve as a hitching post. Teton and the old horse were startled. Both the man and the horse retreated. Teton was even more shocked at the scene in front of him. The appearance of the death snake fig root was beyond his expectation. Almost subconsciously, the butler looked up at the 6 meters high. The tree canopy completely covered the entire courtyard, and the banyan trees on both sides of the courtyard. The housekeeper never thought that this was a secret tree. According to legend, in the courtyards of the great nobles in the imperial era, there would be such a tree. It is not only a symbol of family power, but also the last line of defense of the family. However, as time passed, these trees named Ward disappeared, and only circulated in some books and among special people. As for where he went, no one knows. Titan didn't expect that he would see a war tree in the courtyard of Kratos' house. Without any hesitation, completely subconsciously, Titan continued to push forward the history of Kratos' family. 1,000-year noble. It's actually 1,000-year noble. He couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. Almost immediately Titan, who was already respectful, became more humble. Even the butler himself didn't realize that. At this time, he bent down unconsciously. And this is what Arthur wanted. With the help of Faucon's vision, Arthur watched everything from beginning to end. He knew what he wanted. But he knew what Teton wanted even more. So, before getting what he deserved, he would give Teton what he wanted. Because, only in this way, he could get what he wanted. And in order to make this plan go more smoothly, he once again had to show the foundation that the Kratos family should have, as a 1,000-year-old family. Of course, the so-called millennial family is only at this stage. When he knows more about the Golden Age, the Kratos family can be successfully promoted to the Golden family. Now he has to be patient for a while. And Arthur's patience has reached the limit of Teton's cognition. When he walked through the corridor and came to the spiritual medium hall, the butler knelt on one knee without hesitation. Teton of the Herald family greets Sir Arthur Kratos. After saying that, the butler bowed his head again. This is one of the most solemn etiquettes among the nobles. It is usually an etiquette that is performed when a minister kowtows to the lord to whom he is loyal. Under normal circumstances, Titan would never do this. However, as the evaluation of the Kratos family rose sharply, coupled with the phrase Miss Cosette's foster, the butler completely understood what he should do. 1,000 years of family history is enough to explain the foundation. And the ability to predict the future is one of the proofs of the foundation. Facing such an existence, the Herald family called themselves subjects, which was a great honor for themselves. In fact, if Edwin had not called Cosette Miss Cosette, the butler would not dare to do so. It was obvious that Sir Arthur Kratos, who knew everything, really intended to become Miss Cosette's godfather. The butler was very excited when he thought of this. The butler had foreseen the resurgence of the Herald family. Thinking of this, the butler did not hesitate any more and said directly, "Please, Sir Arthur Kratos, accept the loyalty of the Herald family. The Herald family is willing to give you the Herald Manor as a witness." Chapter 530 The New King's Time. The nobles of the East Coast not only pay attention to prosperity and formality, but also pursue respectability. To want to get the corresponding things with empty words is the behavior of merchants, which is despised by all nobles. Just like Teton, faced with the courtesy of the Kratos family, and after learning that the Kratos family is a 1,000-year family, Teton's heart has already undergone earth-shaking changes. Especially the latter, which makes the butler have the idea of climbing up. In the face of such a high-class person, the Herald family must of course show some appreciation. According to the rules among the nobles of Nanjun, such as seeking asylum, at least 1/3 of the family property or more must be given to reach a corresponding cooperation. But 1/3 of the Herald family's property. Don't be ridiculous. Titan didn't want the Lord Kratos in front of him to misunderstand that the Herald family was humiliating the Kratos family. The Herald family is really too poor. So poor that even if they gave the Herald Manor to the Lord in front of them, it is far from enough. However, Harold's family really only has Herald Manor left. So, when he said this, Harold's housekeeper, who was kneeling on one knee, was nervous. And when he saw Lord Kratos sitting there frowning, the housekeeper cried in his heart, "It's over." Lord Kratos thinks this is a humiliation. Immediately, the housekeeper had to explain. Perhaps this would tear off the last fig leaf of Harold's family, but at this time, I can't care about that anymore. But before the housekeeper could speak, Arthur raised his hand, and a large cotton and linen purse that he had prepared long ago appeared in his hand. The purse contained 500 gold coins, and the tightened mouth of the purse caused the 500 gold coins to rub against each other. The unique friction sound of the gold coins attracted the attention of Harold's housekeeper. Just think of it as my rental. 20 years. When 20 years have passed, when Cosette becomes an adult, when the lease expires. Arthur raised his hand, and the bag of gold coins floated to the floor in front of Teton. Suddenly, the butler was stunned. The butler did not understand what Arthur meant. He clearly said that he would give the manor to the Kratos family. But why did the gentleman in front of him say rent it? Moreover, he really gave such a large sum of money. This money was naturally nothing to the Herald family in its heyday. But for the Herald family now, that's really a lot of money. "Sir, this is what the Herald family should give you," the housekeeper asked, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Arthur. "As my goddaughter, Cosette needs a competent nanny, a personal maid, and a reliable guard, and, in the near future, she will also need a tutor. And all these require financial support. We don't value money, but honor. But we also need money to maintain a proper life. This is my intention as Cosette's godfather," Arthur said gently. Looking at Arthur's gentle face and sincere eyes, Titan could no longer hold back. Tears really flowed down. The butler had never seen such a noble person. In the heart of the butler, with the end of the 7 Years' War, the nobles had long lost their former honor and decency, and became like those rude robbers on the west coast. But unexpectedly, in Lord Kratos, the butler once again saw the glory of the nobility, as expected of a millennium noble. Sighing in his heart, the butler bowed his head again. Unlike the shock he showed before, at this moment, he was completely convinced. Your kindness and mercy will be unforgettable to me and the Herald family for the rest of our lives. The butler said this. Then he knelt on his knees, touching the carpet with his forehead. Looking at the butler of the Herald family at this moment, Arthur's mouth curled up slightly. Done! He, Arthur, a gentleman. How could he have taken advantage of others? These were all forced upon him by the other party. And he had paid for them. Getting up, supporting the housekeeper of the Herald family, Arthur said with a gentle smile. Can I meet my goddaughter Cosette? You know, when I suddenly sensed a trace of fate's bond, I was quite curious. Cosette must be lovable. She would have enough food and clothing, smart and sensible, and must have extraordinary talents. Faced with such praise, a smile appeared on the face of the butler of the Herald family. Of course, we can set off now. If we are fast enough, we can just have breakfast in Herald Manor. The butler did not refuse Arthur's request. Although the Herald family has pledged allegiance to the Kratos family, outsiders do not know about this. Therefore, everyone must know about this matter. Only in this way, Herald Manor is safe. Only in this way, Miss Cosette is safe. Your horse? When leading the old horse out of number 2 Kirk Street, the butler looked at Arthur, who was walking slowly with a cane, in surprise. Most of the time, the Kratos family does not need horses to travel. Arthur said so. The butler of the Herald family was full of doubts, but he did not ask any more questions, but got on the horse. The butler could not wait to return to Herald Manor. On the butler's saddle, there was a bag of 500 gold coins. This bag of money was enough for Cosette to reach adulthood. Moreover, it was a very wealthy one. Thinking of his own lady, the butler was distracted. When he came to his senses, he secretly said that it was bad. He actually forgot about Lord Kratos. But the Lord didn't have a horse to ride. Huh? The butler thought about it and looked back. Then, the butler's eyes widened immediately. Because Arthur was walking in the air. The combination of hand of nothingness and silent step had long been practiced by Arthur in secret and became proficient. At this moment, it was even more effortless. It was like walking in the air. Sir Kratos can fly. The butler of the Herald family exclaimed in his heart. Flying, at any time, is a throbbing from the soul for anyone. Especially in South County, flying has an unimaginable status. Why was the Pirate King able to become the Pirate King? In addition to his strength, wasn't it because of his vehicle, the White Raven? The Pirate King used the White Raven to repeatedly get out of trouble. Flying makes the opponent invincible. Since Mr. Kratos can fly, does it mean that Mr. Kratos is also invincible? Thinking in his heart, the butler became excited. He became more and more certain that it was the right thing for him to take the Herald family to join the Kratos family. Arthur walking in the air naturally attracted the attention of some guys. They looked at Arthur walking in the air, and their eyes widened. Especially a stalker with a special identity, who couldn't help but mutter to himself. When the lion grows wings, it's the time for the new king to ascend the throne.